A big event happened in Liu family village. Mian was about to be sold. When I heard this, I was feeding the donkey on the grass at the foot of the mountain. The grass here had just grown and was much fresher and tastier than the dry grass we ate all winter. Mian, who had just turned 16, rolled up her sleeves and pant legs. The coarse hemp cloth rubbed her elbows and ankles until they turned red. She ignored the pain, holding onto a tree trunk with both hands, and kicked up her bare feet a few times until she stepped onto a thick branch. The donkey was busy eating grass and, sensing movement, lifted its neck and looked curiously at its young owner, a slender, lively little creature. There's still some winter dates left. Mian smiled happily as she pulled up her clothes and reached to pick some, stuffing a few into her mouth as she picked. Just then, two young boys and girls ran from afar. One shouted loudly, "Sister, your dad is going to sell you. He wants to exchange you for some coins to drink fancy wine." The girl, running quickly, reached the tree, crossed her arms, and frowned sharply. "You're climbing trees again. If your dad sees, he'll definitely hit you." Mian opened her eyes wide. "My dad won't sell me." "You're talking nonsense." "No, I heard it myself," said a young man dressed in a blue shirt, recently back from the town school, looking refined. "I heard it with my own ears. Really true." Mian didn't believe him. Since her mother left 3 years ago, life at home had been getting worse day by day. Her father drank every day, sometimes so drunk he couldn't get up. The stone mill that used to turn daily had stopped. Ado, a 12-year-old donkey, used to pull the mill day and night, but now only Mian took it to make tofu once every 7 days. Moreover, her father had sold the family's fields. After getting the money, he stayed in town for half a month and didn't come home. Mian didn't understand. Was alcohol really that good? She secretly tasted a sip. It was bitter. But she believed her father would never sell her. "Zhang Yixing, did you really hear it with your own ears?" Mian asked, sliding down from the tree with a bag of mixed green and red dates. Zhang Yixing saw her covered in grass clippings, her black hair messily tied, her clothes patched with rough patches. Her slim arms and legs looked different from the neat, bright girl with a pretty smile and dimples she used to be. Especially her eyes. Now that she was older, her pupils seemed darker. When she looked at people, her eyes were like ink that had been soaked too long, deep and endless. It was a little creepy. Zhang Yixing looked away. "It's true. Next door village. Someone came to ask for a marriage proposal. Your father immediately agreed, and even accepted the betrothal money." Mian was stunned and asked in disbelief. But, isn't your family already engaged to us?" She was naive and unfamiliar with the world, so talking about these things made her feel awkward and her ears turned hot. However, when her mother was alive, she once told her that the Zhang family had been friends with their ancestors for generations. When the Zhang family fell on hard times and moved to the village, her mother and father helped them a lot. Because the two families had good relations and they were born around the same time, they arranged a childhood engagement. This was quite common at the time. The customs for boys and girls were not strict, and society was quite open-minded. Since childhood, they had been childhood sweethearts. "Liu Mian, what are you daydreaming about?" Liu Weiwei rolled her eyes nearby. "Brother Yixing is about to take the imperial exam. He's a scholar, and he might even become an official someday." Zhang Yixing coughed lightly, looking a bit gloomy. "I also want to advise Uncle Liu, but you know how he is. He drinks too much and doesn't care about anything." The two of them chatted back and forth. Mian nodded to show she understood, and went to lead the donkey. Seeing she had no reaction, Liu Weiwei deliberately muttered nearby, "Do you know which family from the next village? It's pretty far from us, even farther than the town. It takes 2 days and nights by donkey cart to get there. For women in the countryside, marrying far away meant being cut off from their original family. If they were bullied in their husband's home, they could only swallow their tears because they had no family to support them. So, families that loved their daughters usually didn't let them marry too far away. At least they could visit more often and avoid suffering in silence." Mian lowered her head, and the donkey, Ado, trotted along behind her. The farthest she had been in her life was the town, which she visited when she was very young. She didn't remember much now. The family that came to ask for the marriage proposal. Lu Weiwei finally got to the main point. She had carefully gathered this gossip and was quite proud. But it's not very promising. Rumor has it that the matchmaker tried to find a suitable family nearby, but no one was interested. Weiwei, why are you saying that? Zhang Yixing stopped her, not agreeing. He glanced at AI Mian. She ignored him and, with a silly look, used her sleeve to hold a bag of mixed red and green dates. Her pale pink face looked fresh and sweet, tempting to bite. She was a year younger than him, knew some characters, and had read some books.
She thought she understood a lot.
So she slowly spoke. If you don't want to, we will find a way to help you. Lu Weiwei snorted and, seeing they were almost at Lu A Mian's door, decided to go straight in. My father wouldn't sell me. A Mian repeated again, not sure who she was speaking to. Zhang Yixing sighed and patiently explained, that's not really selling. Do you know what marriage is? That I know, she said quietly. It's when a man, when he gets older, pays money to marry a woman to do chores at home, like my mother or like Otto, working all her life. She felt upset as she spoke, so she grabbed some green dates and fed Otto. Zhang Yixing wanted to explain that marriage wasn't about selling, but before he could, the door to a Mian's house suddenly opened. A chubby woman stepped out, looking kindly and happily, saying, "Oh, what a lovely thing to say, Uncle Lu. Is this your daughter?" Lu A Mian looked at her father. He was unusually clear-headed for once, but his nose was still red. He wore a short shirt with dirty cuffs and collar, and he grinned. Yes, this is my daughter. And he hiccuped. She looks just like her mother. She just needs to dress up. The chubby woman smiled kindly, examining a Mian from top to bottom. Can you ask that family if they can add a little more bride price? Uncle Lu smiled awkwardly, his tongue thick. This is my only treasure. Lu A Mian was stunned for a moment, and winter dates fell to the ground. She hurriedly bent down to pick them up. Uncle Lu staggered, smiling happily. A Mian, I have good news about a marriage proposal for you. A Mian said nothing. The father and daughter already had many disagreements because of past issues, especially during the time her mother was sick. She wanted to take her mother to town for treatment, but her parents refused. They were afraid of losing everything if the treatment failed and their money was gone. Her mother said she didn't want to go. Understanding the family situation, her father also refused, and that was a barrier in a Mian's heart. She quickly went inside the room. In front of her was a familiar small open space with a stone mill. Her family used to be quite well off in the village, with 3 big rooms and a donkey. She was only 3 years old then. She remembered her parents being young, hardworking, and diligent. Her father was the most hardworking farmer within 10 miles, growing the land well and sometimes clearing wasteland. He would even put her on the boat, with a big straw hat on her head, rocking gently while fishing in the small lake. Her mother was known locally for selling tofu, and every morning before dawn, the faint smell of soybeans being ground would fill the air. No one could have guessed that such a thriving family would fall apart in just 10 years. Now, she was about to be sold to a family she knew nothing about, and Lu A Mian definitely didn't want that. Her father didn't think much about it. He knew his daughter's gentle nature, just like soft tofu, and she never argued with him. He scratched his head happily, took his wine jar, and went to the village square to watch people play leaf cards. That night, after drinking too much, he couldn't find his way home and decided to sleep under a tree. Meanwhile, Amion was alone at home and did something brave. Later, Zhang Yixing quietly came back after dinner, whispering across the wall, "Amion, that family isn't very good. They're not harmonious, and their brothers have already split up. That man is big and strong, and I heard he almost fought someone before. If you marry into that family, you'll have a hard life. I think he might be rough with his wife." He adjusted his collar and cleared his throat. "I told my mother, and the elders think those stories were just jokes. No matter how I try to hint, it's no use. Now, I've thought of a plan. Listen." There was noise on the other side of the wall, water flowing and faint tapping sounds. Yixing exhaled deeply and finally poured out his feelings in one breath. I think, if we just make it official, my family won't object. You'll definitely marry me.
And Uncle Lu can't stop it.
Mian, if you're willing, I'll take responsibility for you. He finished bravely, his face burning hot, but he didn't hear any reply. He stepped onto the bricks and climbed onto the wall. Looking down, he was furious. There was no one in the yard. Only a silly donkey with a cloth over its eyes, happily pulling the mill. Feeling frustrated, he saw Mian come out of the kitchen, holding a wooden bucket used for grinding. Even now, she was making tofu. Mian was busy working hard, first finishing a bucket of soy slurry, then going to cook it. She liked to add pine and cypress wood to the fire, so her tofu had a rich soy aroma and a faint smoky flavor. Her family had a large pot that needed constant stirring to prevent burning when boiling.
Hey.
Why are you making tofu now? Mian finally heard him and realized Yixing was leaning on the wall, his face as red as a monkey performing tricks. She didn't answer but asked back, What are you doing here? Aren't you studying? The courage of a young person only happens once. Come and see if you're okay, she said. It's okay. My father thinks selling me will bring money, but actually I can make money selling tofu. Then he will let me stay at home. Lu Amian was busy like a little bee, rushing around. Huh? You want to go to the town alone to sell tofu? Lu Amian nodded. Yes. Are you crazy? You, a girl who isn't married yet, shouldn't go out and show yourself. Besides, you don't even know how to run a business. You're just thinking simply and dreaming big. Zhang Yixing was very annoyed. If he had known, he wouldn't have tried to be kind. Lu Amian and her donkey were both extremely foolish. He was so angry, he decided to watch her fail. Maybe she would get robbed on the road. Lu Amian ignored him. She used to think he was a good neighbor, but now she felt they couldn't keep their promises. If it was just a joke, he shouldn't have secretly held her hand before. She didn't really understand the words he said, especially daydreaming. She focused on her work, reaching an important step, coagulating the soy milk. Lu Amian took out an old jar containing her family's special salt brine. She added it to the cooked soy milk and gently stirred. While waiting, she prepared the dipping sauce. The green onions and ginger were fresh from the backyard garden. She also picked a few cornelian cherries, crushed them, and poured the juice into a small bowl. Then she added some salt and soy sauce, and poured a spoonful of hot oil on top. Zhang Yixing, who had already finished dinner, sniffed loudly, and then disdainfully wrinkled his nose. The tofu pudding is ready. Amian lifted the lid. Steam billowed out. She scooped a big piece of the white, soft tofu pudding into a bowl. The rest she packed into several wooden frames and pressed them with heavy boards to make firm tofu. That day, besides some fruit she picked from the trees, she had no proper food. Her stomach was growling loudly. There was no refined rice or flour at home, but Amian had a way. She cooked sweet potatoes and brown rice together, making a pot of sweet potato rice. It was a very luxurious, dry meal. She scooped the rice into a bowl so full it almost overflowed. She had to eat well because she was going to sell tofu in the town tomorrow. After a long day of work, she was starving. The tofu pudding was soft and tender, unlike the firm, perfectly shaped tofu. When she picked up a piece and dipped it in the sauce, every hole was filled with flavor. Mian was in a hurry and accidentally burned her tongue on the first bite. She had to breathe heavily a few times to feel better. Then she learned her lesson and blew on her food while quickly picking up pieces of tofu pudding to eat with sweet potato rice, making her belly round and her eyes squinting with happiness. Just a bowl of tofu pudding. Zhang Yixing watched her with envy. It was very cheap, only a few cents outside. Lu Mian couldn't hear him clearly and kept dipping her remaining tofu pudding into sauce, then ate the last bit of rice at the bottom of the bowl, finishing it all cleanly. Going to the town actually means heading into the city. Lu Mian didn't remember the way well, but she heard that many people go into the city to sell vegetables. She just followed behind. As for Zhang Yixing saying she wouldn't know how to do business, she didn't mind. She had never eaten pork or seen a pig run, but when others sold things, she would learn by watching. That night, She slept confusedly. Farmers wake early, and before dawn, she got up. She packed 2 blocks of tofu onto the donkey cart. She was worried that Ado pulling the cart was too heavy, so she didn't sit on it but led the donkey forward. Before leaving, she looked around and ran into the kitchen. Tools like knives, sickles, and hoes weren't in good shape. They were rusty or pawned by her father. Iron tools were valuable nowadays, often used as money. A good iron pot could last for generations. She looked around and took a pair of tongs. These were also made of iron, used to add firewood to the stove, about half her arm's length. She tied the tongs to her calf with a cloth strip. Covered by her cloth skirt, it didn't affect her walking and didn't show any obvious signs from outside. Ado's hooves clattered on the small path. After walking a bit, a figure sneaked out from the village entrance. Yawning was Zhang Yixing. As the wealthiest person in the village, his transportation was more impressive. His family owned one of only 2 oxen in the village, the other belonged to the village chief, and he could ride in a cart. Brother Yixing, Lu Weiwei, carrying a vegetable basket, hurriedly greeted him. She looked at him hesitantly, wanting to say something but holding back. They planned to walk to the city, which was a long and difficult journey, taking at least an hour each time. With so many of you, I can't fit everyone, Zhang Yixing said helplessly. Lu Weiwei bit her lip.
Then.
Forget it so you won't get tired. All right, everyone get on, Zhang Yixing said, feeling a bit creeped out by the women and older women staring at him. He decided to just lead the cart himself. These 7 or 8 people got on the bullock cart, and soon they started talking excitedly. Did you hear something at Mion's house this morning? I wonder if that girl is planning to do something silly. Someone else said, Uncle Lu is really too much. Isn't he ruining her? Marrying into such a family. Another person said, we are lucky. Soon she will become a scholar's wife. Lu Weiwei's face turned red. Stop talking nonsense, she said quickly, but she sounded happy. Meanwhile, Mion left earlier than them but was slow and was soon caught up. She didn't notice and took over an hour to reach the city gate. When she arrived, she found out that now there was no fee to enter the city. Mion had brought 10 coins saved up, so she felt a bit more confident. As soon as she entered the city, she exclaimed, wow! The streets were busy with shops and crowds. Today was market day, and since there was no longer a fee to enter, it was especially lively. Mion looked around excitedly, but soon smelled a sweet aroma. Her feet naturally followed the smell. After a few steps, she saw a food street, selling pancakes, sugar art, buns, wontons. So many kinds. The smell of meat buns was especially tempting, making her almost lose her mind. Suddenly, she remembered she had errands in the city. If she sold all her tofu, she could come here and buy a meat bun for lunch. Thinking this, she quickly stopped a kind-looking woman. Ma'am, I want to sell tofu. Do you know where I should go? The woman looked at her, noticing she was alone and small, and frowned. That might be hard to sell, she said. Why? Mion asked. Well, there used to be several tofu sellers in the east and west parts of town, but now only one in the east, the woman explained. All right. Thank you, ma'am, Mion said politely. The woman looked at her again and suddenly asked, Today is lucky. How much do you sell your tofu for? 2 coins per piece, Mion replied. The woman nodded. That's about right. I'll take 2 pieces. Mion quickly divided 2 pieces with a clean wooden spatula and put them into the woman's basket. Her business was now open, and she felt even more motivated. Since there was a seller in the east, she hurried to the west market. It was already crowded, and Mion looked around, finding only a small corner to set up her stall. Soon, 2 strong men arrived, one with a full beard and broad muscles. The leader said, Little girl, who told you to set up a stall here? Mion was originally sitting on the ground, then stood up politely and replied, I paid 2 coins for my stall. Who did you pay? Me? The man kicked off the basket lid and looked inside. If you want to set up a stall here, you need to ask our Luo brothers first. Don't you know that? Mion hurriedly protected her basket and said anxiously, If you won't let me set up, then just say so. Why kick my things? Oh. This is still our territory, said the slightly weaker brother with a sarcastic tone. Brother, this isn't right. The strong man scratched his head. Brother Luo rolled his eyes. Girl, don't think we're giving you a hard time. If you want to sell here, you have to pay us 20 coins a month. 20 coins. Mian had checked the prices in town. One meat bun costs 3 coins, and a vegetable bun only 1 coin. She didn't have that much money right now. I really don't have that much today. If I sell these tofu and get the money, I promise to give it to you, okay? She didn't act like a seasoned trader obediently handing over money, nor did she cause a fuss like a newcomer trying to fight them. Her calm response made the brothers find her quite interesting. Brother Luo's younger brother secretly glanced at his older brother. If you don't sell out today, you still need to pay 10 coins first. After giving this harsh warning, the brothers proudly left. Mian sighed in relief. The iron tongs on her left leg were a bit uncomfortable. She first looked around and surprisingly saw Lu Weiwei and her group also selling vegetables, but they shared a stall, so it was more cost-effective. The stall fee and protection fee were only paid once. Waiting for no one to come, Mian called out as her mother had told her. Selling tofu, authentic firewood-cooked tofu. 2 coins per piece. Oh, a tofu seller is here. Perfect, I don't want to go to the east side again. Give me a piece. Customers passing by bought a few pieces of tofu now and then. Lu Weiwei also came over. Cousin, your tofu looks good and is cheap. Can you sell me 2 pieces? Mian nodded. Sure, I also noticed your corn and sweet potatoes are good. Maybe we can exchange some. Lu Weiwei clicked her tongue. Oh, never mind. I have other things to do. Young girl, I'll buy a piece of tofu. At this moment, new customers arrived. Today, Mian brought 2 slabs of tofu, each cut into 28 pieces. By noon, all the tofu was sold. Mian happily calculated her earnings in her mind. 56 blocks of tofu were sold for a total of 112 coins. After paying 2 coins for the stall fee, market tax, and planning to pay 20 coins for protection later, she still had 90 coins left. Just as she was packing up to go home, she suddenly heard some noise behind her. When she looked back, she saw that the donkey tied under the tree had been untied by someone and had gone wild. Move away. Move away. At the street corner, Zhang Yixing was nervously looking around, and a group of people appeared beside him. Get out. Leave now. Don't let me see anyone selling tofu here again. This city only has our tofu shop. They rushed forward and pushed Lu Mian forcefully. She was thrown hard to the ground, and her small handkerchief from her chest was knocked out. The shiny copper coins spilled all over the ground in a loud splash. Pick them up. Run quickly. This donkey is crazy. All money, all money. We're rich now. Hit her. Break her leg. Suddenly, the marketplace was in chaos, with everything in disarray. The villagers ran around like headless flies, blocking the streets and alleys. Even the officials couldn't get in. Mian was panicked and confused. When she saw someone approaching her donkey, Ado, she didn't care about anything else and grabbed the fire tongs from her leg. She held them tightly, but she had no martial arts training and swung wildly, without any pattern. The person who was picking up coins on the ground was hit and immediately felt a burning pain. Everyone scattered in different directions. Although she was weak and unarmed before, now with a weapon, she felt more confident. No one dared to come near her. I'll fight you all. Although Ado was just a skinny donkey, she had grown up with Mian and was her only companion after her mother left. She knew Ado's temper well. Usually, she was very obedient, never lazy when working, and rarely showed her donkey temper. If someone hadn't deliberately wanted to hurt her, she wouldn't have hurt anyone. Right now, Ado's hind legs kicked up wildly, kicking a person who was shouting about the tofu shop. Not only that, it looked like she was about to trample some people. Mian also hurriedly ran toward the chaos, ready to risk her life. Suddenly, she leapt into the air. Her arms swung around like windmills, spinning several times, but no one could hit her. She was puzzled, feeling as if she had hit a wall of iron. When she looked up, she saw a man standing in front of her with a cold face. He had a strong smell of tobacco and rust on him. He was tall and broad-shouldered. Because he was facing away from the light, his face was hard to see, but his presence was very commanding and intimidating. One hand was holding on Mion as if lifting a small chick, while the other was pulling tightly on Ado's reins. Mion struggled twice but couldn't escape. She didn't know how this man had gained such strength, and she secretly felt worried. If you had a knife, how many people would you have hurt today? Mion guessed he was a thug hired by that group. She suddenly shouted, "They're eating people. They're hitting people. Someone help me. I'll give you all the money on the ground. The brave men who wanted 20 coins from me earlier, your money is also on the ground." The man paused for a moment, then loosened his grip. She quickly reached out and grabbed a stick, thinking she could hit him away. But he didn't move at all, showing no reaction. She rolled on the ground and saw that he was still holding Ado's reins. The coins had disappeared in the chaos. Only a few people helped her block him. Mion, acting like a crazy girl, rushed forward and bit him hard on the wrist, drawing blood. But he still didn't let go, not even frowning. Instead, he looked at her as if examining a small toy. "Let go." Mion saw the officials approaching from afar and became even more nervous. Today was really unlucky for her. The Luo brothers hurried over to help, and everywhere on the street, there were sounds of, "Ouch. Ouch." She quickly said, "Here, take this. Don't trouble people anymore." She handed him the fire tongs, which were made of iron and worth money. The man smiled strangely and finally loosened the rope. While everyone was distracted, Mion secretly slipped away, riding on Ado. But she couldn't run far. The temple bell rang, and she was caught. The next day, someone from Lu's village came to ask for medical fees. Father Lu, who had been planning to go to the city for a drink, was beaten and robbed of his money. Rumors also spread through the village, saying that Mion, a quiet girl, was actually quite restless and unruly inside. In the countryside, such a reputation was worse than murder or arson. Even if a woman was a bit ugly or lazy, she could be helped. But being called restless was something no family wanted. After returning home, Mion hadn't seen Zhang Yixing in a long time. She guessed he was too afraid to appear in front of her again. Her marriage plans were almost certainly cancelled. Although she lost her money, she could still live happily as Mion. Meanwhile, her father was pushed to the limit. Since the day Mion caused trouble in the market, many people had come to the Lu family to demand money. Because Mion is a woman, they are unwilling to interact with other women, especially since they can't catch her. Instead, they focus on Uncle Lu, who drinks and gambles every day. Not only do they often demand money for medical expenses, but they also beat him severely whenever he goes to town to play cards, to vent their anger. Under these circumstances, when he hears that the blacksmith's family has not canceled the marriage agreement, he doesn't dare to ask for more money this time and quickly agrees. Uncle Lu, after being beaten outside, wants to teach Mion a lesson at home, but when he calls out, no one responds. Suddenly, he feels completely exhausted and collapses onto the bare floor of their simple house. In the main room, there's a memorial tablet, with incense burning, its faint red glow piercing the dark night and hurting the eyes. Wild girl. Crazy girl. Can't control her. Who can? The next morning, the blacksmith's family delivers the betrothal gifts. Perhaps they didn't hear any news or simply had no other options, but the gifts are quite generous. In rural wedding customs, the process isn't as complicated as the 3 letters and 6 wedding gifts, but the ceremony is still very thorough, with everything in pairs for good luck. The list includes 4 boxes of pastries, 2 large pieces of meat, including bone-in meat, 2 chickens, a basket of wedding cakes, a basket of peanuts and dried fruits, 2 jars of huadiao wine, 2 10-pound carp, and 6 taels of silver. Mion can't read but knows numbers. She understands that 1,000 coins equal 1 tael. This bride price is considered quite a lot in the countryside. Uncle Lu looks at his daughter, who secretly hides pastries in her sleeve, with a complex expression and sighs. Mion doesn't understand, but he does. He knows that the groom's family is giving so much because they realize they can't afford to give proper gifts in return, so they want him to use this money to buy gifts for the bride's family. If it were before, Uncle Lou would definitely use this money to drink and gamble, but recently he's been afraid of getting beaten. Better to buy some things than have his money stolen for medical expenses. While Ah-Mian happily sneaks and eats her wedding gifts, she wonders why her father neither stops her nor hits her with a stick. Instead, he sometimes looks sad, sometimes acts silly and happy. Ah-Mian, is it tasty? Do you know what this is? No. This is a popular pastry in the city now, peach blossom pastry, sold in restaurants and tea houses. A box isn't cheap. The peach blossom pastry is indeed delicious, with bean paste filling and a sweet red sugar flavor. She has already eaten 2 in one go. Ah-Mian, don't blame me for not discussing this with you. Since you've eaten the pastry, you are part of their family now. You shouldn't think about running away anymore. Plus, you can't take Otto with you. If you dare run away, I'll eat roasted donkey meat tonight. Father Lou said this and then locked Ado in the firewood room, hanging a big lock on the door. His words naturally scared Ah-Mian so much that she opened her eyes wide and didn't dare to eat anything. The wedding date was set, and the wedding was approaching. Father Lou secretly went to town the next day to buy gifts for the bride's family. These gifts were usually simple, especially for families that didn't care much about daughters. Father Lou used half of his silver coins to buy some scallions to ward off evil spirits, 2 sprigs of mugwort for love, 22 freshly made dumplings, and grains in a wine jar to symbolize growth and prosperity. These small items cost only a little money. He also planned to buy new bedding, a wedding dress, and good shoes for the bride, things a decent bride should have. But when he reached the tavern, he hesitated for a moment, feeling the heavy silver in his pocket, and went inside. Meanwhile, Ah-Mian, who was kept at home, was very bored. Recently, whenever she went out, she could feel the looks and gossip from others, so she didn't bother to go out and listen to rumors anymore. She also knew that the betrothal gifts were for her family, so she smoked meat and fish, trying to eat everything before she left. But Father Lou soon found out about her plan. He took the remaining fish in the dark of night and hid it somewhere. Time passed quickly, and the wedding day arrived. The Meng family held a lively wedding feast with music and celebration. The bride, Ah-Mian, wore her mother's old wedding dress and shoes, but her face under the red veil looked tired, even yawning. She was pulled out of bed before dawn. She hadn't eaten much either. The ceremony was complicated and tedious. By the time she finished and returned to her room, she was so hungry her eyes sparkled. She didn't see her groom's face at all, only that their heads accidentally bumped when they bowed to each other. It felt like hitting a hard head, and her forehead hurt a lot. She waited and waited in her room. Although she wasn't supposed to lift her veil according to the rules, she was so tired of waiting that her neck ached. Her family's gifts weren't very fancy, but Alwan insisted on bringing Ado along, which made her seem kind. A donkey wasn't cheap. Even an old one like this cost over 10 taels. She put the red veil aside and wore her mother's wedding dress, which strangely felt a bit too big. She didn't dare move much outside. When she saw dates and peanuts on the table, she hurried over to fill her stomach. Meng Chi-jian is currently outside entertaining friends and relatives. It is supposed to be his happiest day, but he doesn't show much smile. He remains quiet as usual, drinking a toast without missing a single sip, with a normal expression. As night falls, his wedding clothes can't hide the serious and stern look on his face, as if today isn't his wedding day, but the day he was seeking revenge. Later, everyone dares not bother him anymore, not even offering him too much wine. Most of his friends and relatives have heard about the Meng family's situation. As a skilled blacksmith family, life has generally been good. Meng Chi-jian is the 3rd son in his family, with 2 older brothers above him and a younger sister below. The family lives happily. However, 10 years ago, war and chaos broke out, and the blacksmith family was forcibly taken by the government. They only wanted 2 people, but Meng Chi-jian and his eldest brother went together. After a few years, only he returned. The Meng family was heartbroken upon hearing the news, and Meng Chi-jian changed completely. no longer the eager young boy who wanted to travel and explore. He became cold and withdrawn, almost cutting ties with all relatives. No one dared ask what happened during those years. As for his marriage, he kept delaying it, to the point that Meng's mother threatened to hang herself to force him. He is 24 now, a rare age for an unmarried man in the countryside. Originally, he was uninterested in the matchmaker's recommendation, but recently, for some reason, he agreed again. Night deepened, and the guests gradually left the banquet. The lively wedding games were over, and no one dared to make a fuss. But some people felt it was less lively now. Meng Qijian looked coldly at them, and a few restless ones shrank back and quietly left. On the way, some grumbled. That Meng family kid really doesn't give anyone face. Yeah, that's right. We can't afford to offend him now. I saw during the wedding. The groom was tall and strong, but the bride looked like a bean sprout. Their life will be tough in the future. Others whispered mysteriously, lowering their voices. You know, he used to serve in the army, right? He's been bloodied and has taken many lives. Rumor has it his brother was killed by him himself to get military merits. These words were shocking, leaving everyone stunned. Meanwhile, the main person involved had no idea what was being said about him. The leftover dishes and chopsticks were handled by the little workers hired for the celebration. Meng Qijian turned back and glanced at the wedding room before heading to the kitchen to serve a bowl of red date porridge with a layer of porridge oil and a steaming bowl of steamed eggs. He carefully carried the tray and pushed open the door. What he saw was the bride, who was supposed to sit quietly, had now lifted her veil, kicked off her wedding shoes and socks, and was sitting cross-legged on a wooden chair, her feet almost arrogantly resting on the table. Moreover, her wedding dress was too big, and she impatiently rolled up her sleeves, revealing a large patch of white skin from her neck to her butterfly bones. Crack, crack, crack. The bride, with her back to the door, looked like a squirrel storing food for winter, trying to secretly eat peanuts. Hearing the noise, she was startled and turned around, her mouth still full. When she saw who was coming, her face turned pale. She recognized him. She had bitten him before. It was the man who had caught her and Ado in town earlier. Mian forced herself to chew and swallow the peanuts. She felt so embarrassed for the first time, and as Meng Qijian approached, she almost wanted to run out the window. Why are you looking at me like that? Meng Qijian frowned. If you're hungry, why didn't you tell the woman at the door? I prepared food for you. Mian then noticed what he was holding. Meng Qijian only intended to bring in the food and didn't plan to do anything else. The person in front of him was more like a young child than a bride. He didn't know how her family raised her so thin with dull yellow hair. When she saw the food, her big eyes fixed on it tightly, as if the long eyelashes were about to get wet from the steam. Eat, said Lu Mian, unable to believe it. She looked at him again, then without hesitation, picked up the spoon and started eating. Meng Qijian thought to himself, this kid didn't seem picky about food, so she should be easy to take care of. Lu Mian mumbled with her mouth full of egg custard. What are you doing? Just eating your food, Meng Qijian said impatiently. He checked her over through her clothes, like searching a prisoner, making sure she wasn't carrying any strange weapons. There's nothing at home now. I even gave you the pliers last time, she whispered. How could there be nothing? The betrothal gifts were for your family. And your wedding dress doesn't even fit, she added. Lu Mian almost buried her face in the bowl. She didn't want anyone to think her family was easy to bully, especially with the shadow of a distant marriage still lingering in her mind. She simply said, there's nothing. Meng Qijian, with little patience left, decided to leave. This marriage was just a way to fool his mother. However, when Lu Mian saw Lu Mian stepping on the ground, he frowned and finally said, put on your socks properly. And that day in town, sounding like he wanted to settle accounts. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Lu Mian put down her bowl, trembling with fear. Luckily, she was about to die, so she could be a full ghost. Seeing nowhere to escape, she skillfully curled up into a ball, shielding her head with her arms. You can hit me. Facing Meng Qi-jian, she had a quick instinct like a small animal meeting a predator. Lu Amian waited a long time but didn't see any stick or fist coming down. She peeked up and saw that Meng Qi-jian didn't seem to plan to punish her tonight, but he looked unhappy. Finally, Meng Qi-jian understood what that strange feeling was, something that had been stuck in his mind since he first saw her. Usually, children from poor families are sensible early. In the countryside, a 4- or 5-year-old can start helping with chores. But Lu Amian, who was of marriageable age, still acted like a child who hadn't grown up, as if her heart had stopped at a certain moment and never grew past it. The wedding candles burned, casting 2 long, silent shadows on the wall. Finish eating and go to bed early. After giving this instruction, Meng Qi-jian left, as if sleeping in the bridal chamber on the wedding night was not normal. Amian didn't think much about it. Her mother had left early, and she hadn't received any advice before marriage. She jumped onto the bed, soft pillows sinking her in. Lu Amian felt that the Meng family wasn't that scary anymore. After rolling around a few times, she made a firm decision. She wanted to work hard to earn money. After paying back the Meng family's bride price, which should count as redemption, she planned to save some silver and then open a tofu shop with Ado. Before paying off the debt, she could only stay and work in the Meng family. She thought of them as just like wealthy city families who bought a few servants. With a plan in mind and a big weight lifted from her heart, she slept very soundly that night. Determined to work hard, Lu Amian woke up early. She hadn't yet figured out the layout of the house when she saw Meng Qi-jian carrying a bundle of hay. He looked at her hair with a frown and walked away. Confused, Lu Amian saw a small firecracker run out of another room and crash into her arms. Is that sister-in-law? The new sister-in-law. It was a girl about 8 or 9 years old, very clever. My brother is just a stubborn block of iron. Don't mind him, he's very boring. The girl is the youngest sister, Meng Jing. She wears a clean but slightly old floral dress, and her hair is neatly combed. Her big, lively eyes make her look very adorable. It's clear she comes from a wealthy family. Just call me Mian, she says. Mian Dija. Meng Jing smiles happily, but why are you still wearing a girl's hairstyle? Only then does Lu Mian blush deeply. I've never styled anyone else's hair before. I can do it. Mian Dija. Let me braid your hair, please? I've wanted to try braiding for a long time. Meng Jing naturally grabs her arm and swings it gently while complaining, my brothers are so boring, it's not fun at all. Okay, Mian nods seriously, not looking down on her just because she's a child. I'm so happy you can help me. Meng Jing pulls her into the room, rebraids her hair, and chats happily, telling Mian about their family. The Meng family has split up. Usually, in the countryside, when a family divides, the parents stay with the eldest son. But Meng's situation is special. Her father passed away 2 years ago, and now her mother lives with them. Mother cried so much over big brother's matter that she hurt her eyes. Now she's not in good health. Meng Jing's tone becomes sad. Second brother and his wife. Well, we hardly see them anymore. Third brother took over dad's blacksmith shop, and second brother's family got the fields. My third brother wasn't a bad person before, not like what people say outside. But after he came back, he changed and became cold and distant. Lu Mian doesn't think he's given her anything. She doesn't reply. Oh, why talk about all this? Look, isn't this pretty? Meng Jing has a small, colorful copper mirror. Mian is curious and looks at herself. She has lots of hair, but the ends are dry, probably from poor nutrition. Meng Jing hides the dry ends, and in the mirror, she sees a girl with big, round eyes blinking curiously. Mian Dija, you look really pretty. Lu Mian has never owned a mirror. She only sees her reflection by the lake. She doesn't really know what she looks like. Third brother works every day at the blacksmith shop in town. I don't have many chores, just cooking and talking with my mother. Third brother will come back to help with heavy work. Now that you're here, I feel lighter. We can take turns doing things. People in the countryside usually eat 2 meals a day, unless it's busy farming season. Then they eat 3. Since the Meng family relies on hard physical work, they eat dry food in the morning and evening. At noon, Meng Qijian casually buys some food outside and doesn't come back. By the way, I'll take you to see my brother's blacksmith shop later. Mian nods and says, from now on, I'll cook the meals at home. That won't do. My brother might say I'm bullying you. Anyway, we can take turns cooking breakfast and cook dinner together. How about that? That sounds good. After tying her hair, the two start working together. Meng Jing has a good impression of Mian. She isn't very sharp-tongued and is a bit slow, very different from the second sister-in-law. Meng Jing cooks breakfast in the morning, and it's Mian's turn tomorrow. Mian goes to pay tea to Meng's mother. The old lady's eyes are almost blind now. It's said that Meng Qijian often hires a cart to take his mother to the doctor, spending quite a lot on medicine each month. So, her health isn't too bad. Her legs, feet, and ears are still quite sharp. Mian calls someone, and Meng's mother sheds 2 lines of tears. Good child, good child. Let me see you. She's actually feeling her face with her rough, dry, but warm hands. Mian lifts her head obediently. Your nose is cute, your eyes are good, and your earlobes are lucky. The old lady, being elderly and forgetful, keeps nagging. Mian sits in the front yard peeling peanuts with her. They eat quite a lot during this time, and Meng's mother thinks it's good for boosting energy and blood. She touches her wrist bone, which is very thin and bony. Thatched house, red curtains. Inside lives a chubby person, and next year they'll have a baby. She also checks on Ado in the backyard. The Meng family doesn't usually raise livestock, not even chickens or ducks, probably because they're too busy and the vegetable fields are neglected. So, Ado slept last night in the woodshed, which has some dry grass piled inside. During the day, he's temporarily tied under a tree in the backyard. Because Mian came, Meng Jing finally got to go out and play happily instead of rushing to the river to wash clothes every day. After washing, she had to hurry back home. No one felt safe leaving an elderly blind person alone at home. In the afternoon, Meng Jing happily returned home and sent Mian out to free the donkey. She wasn't familiar with the village, so she rode the donkey around aimlessly. Unexpectedly, she met an uninvited guest. She actually saw Lu Weiwei. What was she doing here? Mian found it strange, because this wasn't a town, and it was a day and night's journey from Lu's village. Lu Weiwei appearing here couldn't be a coincidence. Lu Amian hid in a corner, carefully watching. Lu Weiwei first asked the unfamiliar villagers about something, faintly hearing words like, did the Meng family really marry a new bride? After getting a positive answer, Lu Weiwei smiled even more brightly. Yes, her family is worried, so they asked us to check on her. Lu Weiwei was given directions to Lu Amian's home, but didn't rush to leave. Actually, she was still lost in a wave of happiness and dizziness. Everything started from a strange dream she had a few months ago. These dreams were quite odd. In the dream, she was told she was a character in a storybook, and her daily life was just a play performed for the heavens. The story said Lu Amian married Zhang the scholar, and they were very loving after marriage. Zhang the scholar loved his wife all his life, and even the strict Zhang family, which normally forbade women from going out, broke their rules because of Lu Amian wanting to sell tofu. But Lu Weiwei was married far away to Meng the blacksmith, who was unpredictable and strange. On their wedding night, he disappeared without a trace, making her feel humiliated and almost smashing the bridal chamber. After marriage, he was boring and dull, and Meng's mother was nagging and annoying. Her younger sister was lazy and gluttonous. She couldn't bear it and caused trouble several times. Now her husband didn't even come home, staying every day in the noisy, rusty-smelling blacksmith shop. If she could endure all that, then her dreams continued. In one dream, she saw that a year later, Meng's family would face a disaster, which was very serious. At that moment, the Zhang family, who married Lu Amian, passed the imperial exam and became a scholar. Lu Weiwei didn't believe these strange dreams at first, but over time, she increasingly felt that everything in the dream was about to happen in reality. Helpless, she tried every way to get close to Zhang the scholar and secretly encouraged Uncle Lu to marry Amian off quickly. She was worried about possible surprises. but everything went much more smoothly than she expected. Coincidentally, Lu Amian actually married into the Meng family. On the night of the wedding, Lu Weiwei slept peacefully and never had such dreams again. Perhaps she had truly changed her fate. As she thought this, she still felt uneasy and decided to see for herself whether Lu Amian really married into the Meng family. However, Lu Amian was completely unaware of her thoughts. She only wondered why her cousin, who had just married that day, was coming to visit her family. Amian thought hard and finally came up with a reasonable guess. Her father must regret letting her take Do away. Now, he wants Lu Weiwei to come and retrieve her donkey. Thinking of this, Lu Amian quickly led the donkey away along a quiet dirt path. She planned to wait until Lu Weiwei left before returning home, so she wandered leisurely. Soon, she formed a rough idea of this new village, Qingshan Village. Qingshan Village was much larger than Lu Village and was the biggest among nearby villages. Most other villages were small, made up of a single family clan, with most villagers in Lu Village sharing the surname Lu. But Qingshan Village was set up by the government. No one knew what the original big family was, because decades ago, it was home to many refugees, hidden families, injured soldiers, or farmers who just couldn't survive elsewhere. Lu Amian quickly saw the benefits here. As the name suggests, Qingshan Village is truly backed by a large mountain, with a small stream at the foot. The grass there grew very lush. Unlike Lu Village, which only had some small hills, Do could run around happily here. Not wanting to venture into the mountain itself, she let Do eat and drink freely, while she looked for wild vegetables and small fruits. Unfortunately, most of what could be gathered at the foot of the mountain had already been picked by villagers. If she could go further into the mountain, she could gather mountain produce to sell in the city, with Do carrying the load. But even she, not very clever, knew there were dangerous and fierce animals in the mountains, wolves with glowing green eyes, towering bears taller than trees, and agile tigers and leopards hiding among branches and leaves. A small Amian and a small Do wouldn't be enough to fend off them. So she dared only to gather firewood at the foot of the mountain. While collecting, Lu Amian found some stones on the riverbank. Stones are everywhere and not rare, but these have been smoothed by years of river water. Their surfaces soft and shiny, with strange and beautiful shapes. She picked up some as she walked, holding them up to the sunlight, revealing pretty red and blue colors inside. These stones weren't edible or wearable, so she enjoyed collecting them. No one was around, and she thought the stones nearby weren't pretty enough, so she took off her shoes and socks, rolled up her pants, and stood in the creek to gather dozens more stones. She was so engrossed that she didn't want to stop. When she returned to the shore, the stones were a bit heavy in her arms, so she placed them in baskets on either side of Do's back. Do, full and happy, wagged his tail contentedly. Lu Amian saw that it was already dark outside, and the smell of cooked food wafted from every household, which made her feel anxious. She hadn't done any work all afternoon, nor had she cooked dinner at home. Instead, she had spent the whole afternoon playing outside. She wondered what her family would say when she returned. As she walked home, her heart grew more guilty. Suddenly, she spotted a locust tree, which felt like a lifesaver. Lu Amian immediately grabbed her small basket, one of her dowries, climbed the tree, and broke off some branches. Although locust flowers are edible, adults usually don't bother to pick them, so it wasn't worth wasting effort. Now, it was a good opportunity for Amian. She quickly gathered a full basket of flowers and happily headed home. When she reached the door, she saw a lively scene. Meng Jing was standing there, looking very impatient. "I told you she's not here. Why are we lying to you?" Lu Wei smiled kindly. "Miss, I only asked a few questions, just small talk." "Why are you so angry?" Lu Wei rolled her eyes inwardly. As expected, the Meng family was difficult to deal with, just as she had dreamed, and they didn't even know basic manners. But Meng Jing also thought, if they came to visit relatives, why would they come empty-handed? "What's going on?" Lu Amian slowly approached. "Amian, I just happened to pass by and wanted to see you. Lu Wei glanced at her from head to toe. Seeing that she still looked confused, she suddenly understood. It's good to see you're safe, that's all. Lu Amian stood in front of a dough, feeling even more puzzled. Just then, Meng Qi Jian happened to come home. Amian quickly handed him the reins and whispered, "Just say this is your donkey now, and you won't give it back." Meng Qi Jian nodded almost imperceptibly and looked down. He had held her earlier, and she smelled like grass and sunshine. When he leaned in just now, he caught a faint, fresh floral scent. Not the heavy perfume that some people wear, but a light, clean smell. He thought he would never smell anything like it again. After all, if someone constantly smells blood, death, and dirt, their nose will gradually lose its ability to detect other scents. He moved closer again, calmly watching his little one argue her case. This donkey is already part of the Meng family. Look, Lu Amian pointed behind her, pretending to be mighty. My father can't take it back now. Lu Wei was surprised and laughed. Why would I want your donkey? You married into the Meng family and your father was worried, so he asked me to take a detour just to check. She spoke more happily. Seeing is believing, and now she felt completely at ease. She didn't even drink water and hurriedly left, her back figure radiating happiness. Lu Amian was confused, saying, "Something strange." Meng Jing was too lazy to think further and happily came to talk to Amian, saying, "It smells so good." "What did you pick?" She also went to check the basket on Otto. "Amian's sister, you're so silly. Why are you picking so many stones?" "It's for fun. You can't see it now, but when it's bright tomorrow, picking and looking at them in the sunlight will be pretty. They have colors," Lu Amian whispered more softly, secretly glancing at Meng Qi Jian. He acted as if he hadn't heard, took down the basket she carried, and then removed the basket from Otto's back to place it in the corner. "I picked a lot of locust flowers. You can eat these." "Really? How do you eat them?" Meng Jing cupped her face. "Can you make it?" Lu Amian nodded, then patted her head. "Right, we should cook dinner quickly," Meng Jing said. "Hee, I already cooked the meal earlier." Lu Amian hurried into the kitchen. She saw her mother had cooked this dish many times before, so she was very familiar. First, she pulled out the branches and used her hands to put all the locust flowers into a basin. She carefully washed them, removing dirt and impurities. Then she put them into boiling hot water, blanched the flowers until they turned green, and quickly scooped them out, rinsing several times with cold water. Lu Amian squeezed out the water with her hands, and the locust flowers were ready. The Meng family's food was quite good, and their kitchen was much more abundant than Lu Amian's. The cabinets weren't locked either. Hanging from the beam were some leftover cured fish, cured sausage, and cured meat from the new year. The rice jar still had half a jar of rice, and inside the cabinet were some dried vegetables and pickles. There was a blue porcelain bowl with 5 or 6 eggs. The most precious thing was a jar that actually contained half a jar of pig fat. When Lu Amian was young, she could only eat meat once every 4 or 5 days. Later, it was only during festivals, and sometimes she could taste a bit of meat flavor. The household oil was all vegetable oil, which sometimes felt a bit bitter after eating a lot. The Meng family looked shabby outside, but they were so generous with their food. "Can I add this?" Lu Amian asked. Meng Jing was lighting the fire, smiling. "Of course. My third brother can't eat meat every day, or he'd tear the house down. Look at his size." Lu Amian used a spoon to scoop some pig fat into the pot, then cracked 2 eggs. Meng Jing clapped her hands, encouraging her to crack 2 more. "All these are bought from the town by my third brother. He goes to buy them every few days anyway. That's quite expensive. In the town market, eggs cost just 1 coin each. There's nothing we can do. None of us know how to raise chickens. Whatever we try, they all die. It's not worth spending money on chicks. Plus, we're worried that mother might accidentally step on them and trip." Lu Amian nodded and added some salt to the egg mixture, then threw in some locust flowers. After stirring well, she poured the mixture into a pan to fry. Because Meng Jing said, "If you're not full, you'll tear down the house," she also sliced some cured meat and fried it together with wild chives from the basket. These were picked earlier by Meng Jing. Although Lu Amian's cooking was simple home food, everyone who was hungry could smell the delicious aroma. Time to eat. Meng Chi-jian had already set up the table and chairs in the yard, helping Mother Meng to sit down. "It smells so good," Mother Meng said, catching a faint floral scent. She sipped her porridge, scooped some locust flower scrambled eggs, and ate more than usual. In the village, there were no strict rules about men and women sharing tables, so Lu Amian naturally served herself some porridge. Meng Chi-jian spoke. "Go serve some rice. Mother is only drinking porridge because her teeth aren't good." Lu Amian whispered, I haven't done much work." "Oh, it's okay." Meng Jing took her bowl. "Our family always thinks that being full is the most important thing." She filled her bowl to the brim, something even the wealthiest landlord in Lu village wouldn't do every day. Lu Amian wanted to say more, but when she saw the rice and smelled its aroma, her eyes couldn't leave it. She swallowed nervously.
"Eat," she said.
Lu Amian immediately started eating eagerly. At first, she only took some locust flower scrambled eggs, but when she saw no one stopped her from adding cured meat, she relaxed and focused on her meal. Meng Chi-jian saw a tiny white grain of rice on her lips and smiled quietly. Before, Lu Amian often couldn't get enough to eat, and she felt warm all over, as if her stomach was comforted 100 times over, making her feel so happy she almost felt dizzy. But her hungry stomach had shrunk and was sending signals of rejection, ignoring her will. She had only eaten half a bowl but couldn't eat more. How could Lu Amian be willing to stop? She forced herself to keep eating, but Meng Chi-jian, who had suspected she still smelled of flowers and was standing very close, saw her start chewing without really chewing and was about to make her swallow. His brow furrowed sharply. "If you can't eat anymore, just leave it," Lu Amian stubbornly said. "I can still eat," she insisted. Meng Chi-jian, tired of arguing, grabbed her waist with one hand to prevent her from escaping and placed his other hand on her stomach through her clothes, giving it a gentle touch. Lu Amian was already full. Her stomach had a slight curve, like a freshly baked bun. Meng Chi-jian frowned and said, "Do you think you're a golden carp? Are you so full you don't realize it? No more eating." Lu Amian nodded sadly. Meng Jing chuckled softly. "Amian, don't worry. There will be delicious food tomorrow. Just be careful not to overeat." Meng Chi-jian took Lu Amian to the backyard for a walk. He then took her bowl and ate the remaining rice. Meng Jing smiled again, and even Meng Mu asked what was wrong. Meng Jing only said she was thinking of something funny. Lu Amian said she was going for a walk in the backyard, but she actually headed straight to the firewood shed. She slipped into a corner and pulled out 2 loose pieces of firewood. She probed inside with her hand and found a small cloth pouch containing 9 copper coins. This was the only secret money she brought from home. She checked to make sure the coins were still safe in their place, then returned to the backyard. That evening, she thought Meng Chi-jian wouldn't sleep there, so she relaxed, washed her feet, and draped herself in a coat, biting off some of her yellowed hair while lying on the quilt. But suddenly, the door was pushed open. Meng Chi-jian carried in a large bundle of quilts. Lu Amian immediately sat up obediently, lowering her head. He didn't explain what he did last night but laid the quilts beside the bed. Lu Amian was a little afraid of him, so she went to fetch water. She wanted to help him wash, but as soon as she squatted down, she was stopped. Meng Chi-jian said, "What are you doing?" "Go to sleep." Lu Amian could only crawl into the quilt. "Why put your head inside the quilt too?" she asked helplessly. She found him so nagging he even worried about her eating and sleeping. "It's warmer this way," Meng Chi-jian replied. "In a few days, I'll get you a hot water bag." A hot water bag is a round copper or tin vessel covered with cloth, filled with hot water, and placed in the bed to keep warm overnight. But it's not cheap. Lu Amian wasn't the type to take others' things without asking, so she said, "I don't need it." The early spring nights were still a bit chilly, so Lu Amian buried herself in sleep. Soon, she was covered with another quilt and curled up into a ball, quickly falling asleep. The next morning, it was Lu Amian's turn to make breakfast. When she woke up, her bed was already empty. She hurried to wash up and went to the kitchen. Meng Chi-jian was already lighting the fire. Breakfast was simple, just rice and 2 dishes, stir-fried pumpkin and scallion pancakes. After eating, everyone went their separate ways. Meng Chi-jian was about to go to work when he paused by a basket placed in the corner of the wall. Last night, it was dark when he returned, so he couldn't see clearly. During the day, he finally noticed that these stones were unusual. He picked up a few and examined them carefully. Meng Jing leaned over and asked, "Brother, what's wrong with these stones?" He turned over a couple of times, nodded. "They're ore." He glanced sideways and saw Mian, who was washing dishes, listening with her ears perked up. "What kind of ore? What's it used for?" Meng's family are blacksmiths, so he knows a bit about these things. After recognizing them, Meng Chi was also a bit surprised. These are earth yellow, officially called yellow ochre. This one is stone blue, officially called azurite, and the white one is mica. These stones probably came down from the mountain with the water. Luo Mian, it's okay to play at the foot of the mountain, but you're not allowed to go into the mountain alone, understand? Caught listening secretly, Luo Mian's ears turned red instantly. She whispered, "I understand." Meng Jing asked again, "Are these stones valuable? Can they be sold?" Just selling them directly won't work. Luo Mian also thought so. Who would foolishly pay for stones? But these stones can be made into pigments. If ground into powder, they might be sold when art merchants buy raw materials. Really? Meng Chi nodded. I can take a few pieces to the shop today and help grind them into powder. Mian looked at him with shining eyes. He was momentarily stunned and looked away. During the day, Meng's mother said she wanted to go to the village entrance to chat with people. According to Meng Jing, before her eyes went bad, she loved chatting with others. But over the years, with no happy events, she stopped going out because she was often suspiciously questioned. The more she stayed inside, the less she wanted to go out. Now she suddenly wanted to leave, and Meng Jing was happy. Staying at home all the time can make a person bored. Meng Jing took her mother to the village entrance, where a group of elderly people gathered daily, chatting and doing small chores. After returning, she happily pulled all Mian out together. "You're staying home to watch the house. We're going to wash clothes." Mian told Ado to prepare a wooden basin. There's an unspoken rule in Qingshan village. Laundry is only done downstream. When Mian arrived, there were already many women there. Meng Jing quietly gossiped with her about which young girl likes whom, or which auntie from the west is arguing fiercely. Few people talk so much with Luo Mian. She quickly listened with one ear and out the other, focusing on washing. Meng Jing didn't mind. She loved chatting and didn't care about listening to others. For someone as quiet as Luo Mian, it was even more fun. Now, Luo Mian was washing not only her own clothes, but also Meng Chi's. The clothes were large, outer robes, and inner garments. While scrubbing the cuffs, suddenly loud laughter came from behind. "Brides are washing clothes now. Young lady, you got married and blushed." It turned out to be a group of village children, some of them sniffling and teasing. "Go away." A bunch of little kids. Meng Jing splashed half a basin of water at them. The children squealed and ran off in a rush. She turned her head and saw that Luo Mian's face showed no shame or anger. "Aren't you angry at all?" "No." Luo Mian scratched her head. "They just want you to pay attention to them and play with them." She washed her clothes, wringing them out thoroughly. Mian's strength in her hands was quite good for a woman, and she wrung Meng Jing's clothes dry as well. Meng Jing was still lost in thought. This new sister-in-law was very special. Not strange, but different from everyone she had met before, something unique. "Later, I'll go release the donkeys and pick up some stones. Do you want to come?" "Yes." This time, they went to the foot of the mountain. Mian specifically wanted to pick stones with a hint of color inside, but after searching, she found only a few. Meng Jing lazily yawned on the grass and suddenly had an idea. "Hey, I'll take you to see my brother's blacksmith shop." "Now?" "Yes, we can also buy some things we need at home." "Won't that be too far?" Meng Jing shook her head. "Our village isn't far from the town. Usually, it takes me about half an hour to walk. If we ride a doe, it'll be faster." "Okay, let's go and take a look and see my stones too." She was still thinking about it. Meng Jing didn't carry much weight and sat in front of Lu A Mian. The two rode a donkey together. A Mian carried a wooden stick on her back, looking proud as they headed into town. What was the blacksmith shop like? When doing laundry, she noticed some torn spots. Maybe she should buy some needles and thread. Also, she wanted to raise chickens so they could have eggs at home and sell some at the town. Would he agree? Since they had only decided on a whim, Lu A Mian hadn't brought a single copper coin this time. Meng's blacksmith shop was located in the west. Even from the street entrance, you could hear the steady clang of hammering. It wasn't hurried but firm and powerful. The shop was near the port, where many dock workers unloaded goods, mostly strong men doing heavy labor. When two young women appeared, they were openly and secretly observed. Lu A Mian wasn't afraid. Holding a dough with one hand and Meng Jing with the other, she looked up at the shop's sign. Most rural folks rarely learned to read, and women who could read were very rare. Lu A Mian didn't recognize the characters either. She just felt very proud. One day, her shop's sign would be bigger than these words. As soon as I entered, I was hit by a wave of heat. The most noticeable thing was a blacksmith's furnace, made of brick. The fire inside was burning brightly. Meng Jian was shirtless, with a white towel around his neck, holding a hammer. Lu A Mian was momentarily stunned. Meng Jian's build was different from the workers outside. Most of those workers looked thin and often hunched over. He stood straight, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, like a drawn sword. Not only that, he had muscle. Not the kind of belly that diners have, but a well-proportioned, beautiful layer of lean muscle on his bones. Before she married, Lu A Mian had seen young men swimming, including Zhang Yixing. Though she only saw him once, she could tell he was fair and slim, very different from the man in front of her. It seemed his body held endless strength. "Why are you here?" Meng Jian stopped working and grabbed a short shirt from a chair to put on. Meng Jing said, "My sister-in-law hasn't been to the blacksmith shop before. I brought her to look around and get familiar with the place. So she won't be lost when she gets home." At this moment, a Mian noticed an object on display. It was a small sculpture of the Supreme Old Lord, finely carved, facing the furnace. A Mian knew the story of the Supreme Old Lord. Legend said he was skilled at alchemy, so it was natural that he was associated with the furnace. She respectfully bowed 3 times to the figure. Turning her back to the siblings, she suddenly realized someone behind her had spoken. "The Supreme Old Lord is the ancestor of blacksmiths." "Oh, I see." A Mian felt a sense of familiarity with the bearded old man.
"Yes."
"Go buy some food and don't wander around the street too much," Meng Jian said, lowering his gaze at her. Lu A Mian was surrounded by the smell of rust and burning wood. Meng Jian had finished speaking but didn't leave. Instead, he pulled out a stick from behind her and snorted softly. Lu A Mian was pushed into a corner, feeling that everywhere in the blacksmith shop was hot. "I'll finish the last 2 flat hammers and then go back. I'll wait for you at the city gate," he said. "Oh." A Mian hesitated, grabbing his coat. "I don't have any money. What do you need?" "How much?" Meng Jian noticed she was unusually brave at this moment and smiled. A Mian said, "I'm the sister-in-law. I want to treat Xiaojing to something to eat and buy some needles and thread." She hesitated a bit, not mentioning the chicken chicks because they were expensive. She also planned to save some eggs to earn extra money secretly. She didn't want him to find out about this plan. Meng Jian said, "No need to buy needles. We have some at home. Just go to the box and get them." Lu A Mian took 10 copper coins, 10 cents. She asked again, "What about my stones?" "They're over there." The stones had been smashed into small pieces and neatly stacked on the windowsill. "It would be nice if I could sell them." Meng Jian patted her back gently, noticing the dust on the wooden stick. "They really sold some. A merchant passed by this morning, so I asked about the price, but it wasn't worth much, so I didn't sell." "Really? Even a few coins would be okay." Meng Jian restrained his urge to squeeze her in frustration. "These are the stones you painstakingly picked up and carried home. I also knocked on them for a long time this morning. If they only fetch a few coins, it's better to keep them at home for you to play with." He couldn't explain it clearly to her. She was just like a little kid. Because she had never had much money, even a few coins seemed like a lot to her. Amion looked down sadly. Meng Qi Jian whispered softly, as if telling a secret, and leaned in close to her ear. Later, I'll go to the bookstore to see the shopkeeper I know. If we sell the stones, we can split the money 50-50. Deal? Hearing this, Amion immediately smiled and grabbed his hand. That's great. She jumped a few times on the spot before pulling Meng Jing away. Meng Qi Jian shook his head helplessly, then suddenly sniffed his palm, as if remembering something. There was no longer a floral scent, just a faint smell of soapberry. Outside West Street, Lu Amion asked Meng Jing what she wanted to eat. How much did my brother give you? Meng's younger sister was very clever and decided what she wanted based on how much money she had. 10 coins. Meng Jing covered her face. Why is my brother so stingy? Just be stingy and be done with it. Amion squinted her eyes. We can go eat meat buns. But those are easy to make at home. What's so delicious about them? Meng Jing suddenly had an idea. Right, let's buy candied hawthorns to eat. They loved candied fruit. Lu Amion immediately agreed, her mouth watering. At the wedding, the guests were given candies to eat, but Amion, as the bride, never got to taste any. Even the broken sugar or sugar paper was treasured by rural children. In poor families, sugar was almost like medicine. As for candied hawthorns, they wouldn't even buy so much sugar to make them at home. Meng Jing took her to a stall selling candied hawthorns, where some were still stuck on the stick. How much for one? The seller said. 5 coins each. Wow. Lu Amion said, why is it so expensive? Meng Jing also exclaimed, isn't it usually 3 or 4 coins? The young ladies don't know. My candied hawthorns are made with many rare fruits, not just hawthorns. He took one down for them to look at. Here, there are grapes, peach chunks, and plums, and only at the end is it hawthorn. Not only that, I also added a lot of sugar to my candy, enough to fill half a bowl. When he said this, the two looked at each other. Mian clenched her teeth and said, then let's buy 2 skewers. Is 9 coins okay? Sure. I'm about to close anyway. They each took a candied fruit skewer and ate it with great interest. As the man said, these candied fruits weren't just sour or sweet. They were juicy and flavorful. The grape flavor made people feel hungry, while the peach was fragrant and sweet, followed by a balanced mix of sour and sweet, with a lingering aftertaste. So delicious. Mian declared that this candied fruit was the best in the world. Meng Jing, who had more experience, said the desserts in the restaurant were even better. Just as they were joking, suddenly, someone was thrown out of the restaurant by a stick. The person was crying and shouting, "Give me back my money! Give me back my money!" The voice was very familiar and Lu Mian shivered. It was her father. Just as her father was about to cause trouble again, he suddenly saw 2 young women nearby looking at him. He recognized one as his daughter and rushed over, shouting, "My child, please lend me some money. I will turn things around this time." Lu Mian quickly stepped back. In just a few days, her father looked even more ragged. "I don't have any money. Didn't I give you all the dowry?" When she said this, everyone looked at her father, who was rolling on the ground, with more complicated eyes. Her father refused to give up and almost sat on the ground, tearing at his hair. Usually, he just liked to drink and often made silly mistakes. But since he had some money again and her daughter got married, the people who used to beat him now looked at him differently. Confused, he was even tricked into going to a gambling table. That night, he lost everything, almost to the point of losing his pants. "You just got married a few days ago and already disown your father." Lu Mian took out a handkerchief and showed him that there was only 1 coin inside. Immediately, everyone burst into laughter. Her father rubbed his tired eyes and looked carefully. Mian still looked the same, wearing a faded, old cloth dress with no new jewelry. The Meng family naturally didn't treat her well, let alone give her money to spend. Seeing there was no more profit to be made, her father angrily shook off her sleeve and rushed into the restaurant, demanding the gamblers return his money. Meng Jing had never seen such a scene and was frightened. "Don't be afraid, let's go home," she said vaguely. "How can parents act like this? She didn't like the way those people looked at her sister-in-law, especially the gamblers and ruffians, whose gazes felt very unfriendly. Lu Amian had only 1 penny left and couldn't buy anything, so she took Meng Jing out of the town. On the way, she suddenly thought of something and said, "Don't tell your brother about this." "Why? If he finds out that my father scared you, he will be angry." "I will buy you candy next time." Meng Jing snorted but didn't reply. They waited at the city gate for a long time before seeing Meng Qijian come out. He carried a large bundle, and Meng Jing immediately rushed forward to complain. "Brother, we met sister-in-law's father. He was thrown on the street by the restaurant and kept asking us for money. Also, all the bride price and gifts you prepared were taken by him. He's just a scoundrel." Lu Amian angrily glared at her. You. "I won't buy you candy anymore." Meng Jing crossed her arms and said, "I don't like you that much. 1 piece of candy can't buy me. But you said you'd come back to buy more next time." They almost started arguing, and Meng Qijian's forehead veins bulged with frustration. He endured for a while, then lightly tapped his forehead and said, "Shut up." He put all the goods from the bundle into a dough's basket, then grabbed each of their collars with one hand. "You wanted to buy things. Where are the things you bought?" Lu Amian. Meng Jing. Meng Qijian had expected this, but didn't expect such a scene. Although he guessed on their wedding day that Lu Amian's family was not kind to her, seeing it confirmed made him feel uncomfortable. They had never spoken badly about her family, and she probably didn't like Meng Jing talking about it either. "Xiao Jing, don't speak badly of elders behind their backs," Meng Qijian said. Meng Jing pouted in defiance. After scolding his little sister, he pinched Lu Amian's face and said, "I'll settle accounts with you when we get back." On the way, the young ladies started to tire and couldn't walk much further. They wondered when they would finally get home. Meng Qijian placed his little sister on the donkey, then beckoned to Lu Amian, crouching down to try to carry her on his back. Lu Amian was initially worried about the settling accounts comment and froze in place. "Why are you just standing there? Get on," Meng Qijian said coldly. "Are you going to carry me all the way back? The villagers will talk," she replied. Meng Qijian glanced at Lu Amian, who was still small and slender, like a piece of wood. Just letting her ride on his neck already showed respect. "When we get close, I'll put you down. Hurry up, or else when it gets dark, your mother will be worried if she finds we're not home." Lu Amian obediently lay on his back. Honestly, their speed has improved a lot now. The person and the donkey, no. Meng Qijian is easier to handle than a donkey. He sits steadily on his back and doesn't shake at all. Also, donkeys need someone to lead them. If no one guides, they just stand still and don't go anywhere. But Meng Qijian is different. Even if he accidentally falls asleep, he can still reach his destination. When they arrived at the house, Mian, who almost drooled on Meng Qijian's back, felt a bit guilty. Meng Qijian didn't realize he had already won the race from the donkey's point of view. In the evening, the family was busy cooking, washing dishes, fetching water, and chopping wood. Things I won't mention. When it was time to rest, Lu Mian became nervous again. She was afraid of being scolded, so she deliberately lingered outside, hoping to wait until Meng Qijian was asleep before going inside. "Lu Mian, come here," he called. She sighed and went into the house. Then she looked around, but didn't see the broom or the stick, and she felt relieved. "I called you because I have something to tell you," Meng Qijian said helplessly. "About your father's matter today. I think I understand what happened. Just one thing. You didn't tell the truth on your wedding night and stubbornly lied about not having a dowry. That's not right." Lu Mian didn't want to hear this at all. "Hold out your hand," he said. She extended her hand, and he tapped it 3 times. "From now on, don't lie to me," he said. Lu Mian immediately felt he was not as honest as Ado. "The stones I sold to the bookstore shopkeeper, I got 100 coins for them." "Really?" Lu Mian immediately put aside her dislike and was very surprised. "So, I have 50 coins now?" Meng Qijian nodded, took some money out of his cloth bag, and let her count 50 coins.
"Oh my."
Lu Mian was so happy she leaned over the wooden table, laughing and counting the money. "Don't think 50 coins is a lot," Meng Qijian said. It's a good amount for a child's pocket money, but for adults, it's not much. He decided to teach her a little about life, so she wouldn't get into trouble outside later. Do you know how much a laborer at the dock earns in a day? Lu Mian answered absent-mindedly, I don't know. Maybe 10 coins? 20 coins? Each laborer can earn about 100 to 150 coins a day. The hardworking ones who carry more cargo can earn even more, Meng Qi Jian said calmly, sharing some surprising facts. And I'm a blacksmith. That's a skilled craft. Though I don't get orders every day, on average, I can make about 300 coins a day, he explained. Suddenly, Lu Mian realized that 50 coins wasn't a lot after all. Meng Qi Jian realized she was not stupid. She simply had never been told about these things before, and she hadn't paid attention to them herself. After teaching her enough, he opened the large bundle, revealing various items, needles and thread, spices needed at home, vegetables and fruits, and a special cloth cover. I know how much this costs, about 1 or 2 silver coins. 1 or 2 silver coins equals about 1,000 coins. Amion remembers this clearly from many years ago when she asked about it. Her mother was very sick then, coughing badly at night. She asked around everywhere, but the farmers and villagers couldn't help. With no other options, she asked her good friend Zhang Yixing, who gave her a vague but useful answer. Maybe she caught a cold. The nights were cold, the blankets weren't warm enough, and she kept waking up. Amion asked if there was any way to help, and Zhang Yixing said he had a special cloth cover, which was very expensive, about 1 or 2 silver coins. His family only had 2. To Amion, that was a huge amount of money, enough to buy several medicines. Later, her mother passed away, and she never mentioned it again. Now, in front of her, there was a cloth cover. She held it carefully, turning it over and examining the inside. She had only heard about this item before, never seen one in real life. Does it really not leak water? Meng Qi Jian said if you pour water directly while holding it upside down, it will leak because the lid isn't completely sealed. But this was made with a flat bottom, and when filled with water, it's heavy and won't tip or leak. That's great, Amion said, touching it again. I'll take it to Xiao Jing right now. Don't run, Meng Qi Jian said. She has won. This one is for you. Amion's eyes widened. She quickly waved her hands. This is too valuable, I don't want it. She couldn't pay him back, and she definitely couldn't owe him more money. Then just throw it away, Meng Qi Jian said without wasting words, and he bent down to make the bed. Now, Amion felt holding the cloth cover was like holding a roasted sweet potato, hot and uncomfortable, but she was reluctant to throw it away. It's not as expensive as you think, Meng Qi Jian explained. If you sell it outside, it might really cost 1 or 2 silver coins. But I made this myself. The fabric is just a simple cloth, and I only used a few tin blocks for the material. It cost about 300 coins.
Then,
Amion hesitated. I'll treasure it and definitely not damage it. I'll go find some old cloth tomorrow and sew a cover for it. She thought she would just use it for a while, then not take it away, so she wouldn't need to pay him back. You really did a good job at the carving, and there's a pattern on the lid too. Meng Qi's arm paused, and he simply nodded softly. Lu Amion, who couldn't read, thought it was just a design. She happily went to pour hot water, placed the hot water bag early in the bed, and then carefully arranged the things she bought for the house. After finishing, she lay down. The bed, which used to feel icy cold and made her afraid to put her feet down, was now warm and cozy. Even her knees felt slightly warm from the heat. She blew out the candle, and Amion no longer needed to hide her head under the blankets like before, which had been too hot. She turned over and quietly said to Meng Qi's side, "Thank you," but there was no response. After a while, Meng Qi's stiff voice came, "Go to sleep quickly, no talking." Amion stayed living at Meng's house for now. Honestly, life there wasn't too bad. Meng Qi had no other bad habits, just that he was a bit strict. For example, she couldn't touch his pillow when he was sleeping or talk about their past family matters, especially not about the older brother, and similar rules. Amion wasn't the type to ask too many questions, so she didn't probe. The only thing she was curious about was that sometimes Meng Qi was like a soldier in the army, always trying to control her. His nagging was so much, she almost got a headache. Things like don't take money out of your clothes in front of others, or don't play in the water in spring, and don't take off your shoes and socks to go to the river, or Ado can eat strange fruits but you might not, and so on. There were dozens of such rules. Once, Amion couldn't help but say, "My dad doesn't nag like you." Meng Qi had never heard such words from anyone before. At that moment, Meng Jing also heard it, spat out some water, and laughed for a whole cup of tea. Most of the time, Amion was very obedient, at least on the surface, so life was quite peaceful. About half a month later, Meng Qi again brought home a tin can, and every day he would bring a jar of sheep's milk. This milk had a strong smell and a fishy taste. Amion heard that he even paid 10 coins for it, and she exclaimed that she had been cheated. She planned to go to the shop the next day to settle the bill and get her money back. Meng Jing also said that the money would be better spent if they bought candies every day. But Meng Qi didn't care. He went into the kitchen, followed the shopkeeper's instructions to mix 1 bowl of water with 1 bowl of sheep's milk, then boiled it 2 or 3 times, adding a little crushed sugar. After cooking, he made 2 large bowls, big enough for a large porcelain bowl with a blue bottom. Now, no one would say they wasted 10 coins on a bad deal. Amion took a small sip but shook her head, saying, "It doesn't taste good. Turns out I met someone whose shoulders and chest were pierced by 2 arrows. After pulling out the arrows, he remained unconscious and seemed unlikely to survive. In the army. Well, there was a doctor who gave him some goat milk every day, and somehow he managed to pull through," Meng Qi Jian said with a half-smile. "So this bowl is yours. Even if it doesn't taste good, you have to drink it." He handed the remaining bowl to Meng Jing, scooped out a few spoonfuls, and gave some to Meng's mother. The old lady also found it unappetizing, and only took a few sips before stopping. Meng Jing found it acceptable and drank it quickly. Secretly, Amion asked her, "Can I give you half?" "No," Meng Jing covered her bowl. Since their last argument, there had been some awkwardness between them. Meng Jing was annoyed that Amion still defended her family and didn't see her as part of the family. Amion was upset that she was tattling and felt she was being disloyal. Amion held her breath and quickly drank the rest, then ran to the kitchen to rinse her mouth with water. After finally calming down, she looked out from the kitchen and saw Meng Qi Jian tidying up the dishes. The other bowls were nothing special, but her own bowl was different. He poured hot water into it again, and she drank another bowl. Curious, Amion peeked around. He had already noticed her and remained expressionless, only saying, "It's a pity to waste it." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Amion said, "If drinking this really helps you grow taller, it should have been you drinking it all along. From now on, I'll just drink what you've already had." Meng Qi Jian mockingly replied, "Wait until you grow as tall as my chin, then we'll talk." "It's not that I'm short," Amion whispered in her defense. She was about the same height as most young women in the village. "It's just that your Meng family members are all tall." Seeing his sharp glare, she hurriedly said, I got it. I'll drink goat milk every day from now on." Over the next month or so, Amion couldn't find any new ways to make money. The main reason was that after spring arrived and the weather warmed up, it was planting season. Everyone in the village knew that Meng Laosan's family had no land, so they had to buy food from the grain shop. To the farmers, this made him seem very unreliable. His life was entirely in others' hands. If one day the grain shop stopped selling food, his family would starve to death. Even though his family earned a little money, people didn't pay much attention to it. That money was mostly spent on buying rice and flour, all gone into their stomachs, leaving them with no savings. Many people looked on with indifference, watching their family make a fool of themselves waiting for the grain prices to rise. Especially second brother's family. "They're just waiting for us to go hungry and beg them," Meng Jing said angrily. Lu Amion thought for a moment and asked, "How much money do you have?" Meng Jing was surprised. "Why do you ask? I checked the market. A big chicken costs 70 coins, but a small chick only needs 10 coins, regardless of gender. I have 59 coins, which is only enough to buy a few chicks. People who don't know much about raising chickens might think it's simple. Just buy the chickens and raise them. But it's not that easy. First, you need to prepare a chicken coop. Then, as the chickens grow, they need feed, like bran and vegetable leaves, which can cost dozens of coins each month. Even if you prepare everything, if the chickens get sick halfway through, all your effort could be wasted. If you raise them well, but they don't lay eggs when they grow up, you won't make much profit, just break even. Meng Jing hesitated a bit. I tried raising chickens twice before, but they all died after a few days. This time, with me helping, we can raise them together. When they grow up or start laying eggs, we can share the money. Amion patted her chest. I've been good at raising things since I was young. I once rescued a duck with a broken leg from a dog, caught tadpoles from the water, and even raised Otto. All of them grew up healthy. Really, really. Although the tadpoles later turned into frogs and made a lot of noise at home, so we had to let them go. The sun was high, and Meng Jing finally nodded. Then we should also plant some vegetables in the backyard, so the chicks can eat without us spending extra money. How about I put in 50 coins, and you put in 50 coins? Deal. The two young women felt this was their own project and took it very seriously. Meng Qijian didn't comment much. There wasn't much work at home, and Xiaojing usually managed everything herself. Amion said she wanted to build a chicken coop in the backyard, one with a small door, a semi-covered roof, and a spacious, dry cage raised off the ground. She also wanted to put up a fence around it to keep the chickens from wandering into the front yard and tripping the old lady. When she returned home in the evening, her face, hands, and skirt were covered in dirty mud. Meng Qijian wouldn't let her get into bed and even picked her up, shaking her in the air a few times. As a result, dirt, wild beans, shriveled grains, and corn kernels, junk she had collected, fell all over her. How did you wash your hands? They're covered in mud. He harshly slapped her paw a few times and warned, I don't care how you raise them. If you make this house smelly and messy again, I will throw away your chickens, your donkey, and you too. I understand, Lu Amian quickly said, trying to please him, and we will give 10 eggs to the house every month. Meng Qijian sneered coldly, I don't care about what happens in a few months. You must take a bath tonight. In the countryside, taking a bath can be quite troublesome. When it's hot, men can simply jump into the river. When it gets cold, they have to heat water. Heating water requires firewood, which isn't naturally available. If someone is very clean, they might burn a lot of firewood at home. However, Meng Qijian is very particular about cleanliness and even a bit picky. He hates people who are messy and untidy, so he often gets annoyed when he sees Lu Amian. At first, he was worried because she is a woman and might feel ashamed if he said these things, but now he realizes she is shameless. Seeing his stern expression, Amian immediately ran to the firewood shed. How can there be such a thing? In the past, when Amian burned firewood at home, Lu's father would get very angry and scold her for being wasteful. Now at Meng's house, she finally found someone more wasteful than her. Using firewood, she boiled 2 buckets of hot water and resigned herself to closing the kitchen door. She washed very carefully this time, but Meng Qijian was still not satisfied. He grabbed her ear and asked, Why didn't you wash the back of your neck? The back of your ears are also dirty, Lu Amian mumbled, unable to speak clearly. The second time she washed, she was soaking in a wooden tub when the door behind her was pushed open slightly. Meng Qijian looked grim, holding a loofah in one hand and soap nuts in the other, approaching like a cautious hunter stalking prey. Nervously, Amian buried everything but her head in the water, saying, You, but she couldn't finish. Then Meng Qijian, expressionless, started scrubbing her like he was washing a piglet, turning his head with his eyes closed and vigorously cleaning her. He even washed her hair, then threw her 2 towels for her to dry and dress. He left the kitchen and soon returned with a fire-heating basin. Meng Qijian didn't pay much attention to her, but he noticed her arms, exposed outside her sleeves, turning red from scrubbing, and her face also flushed. She looked very clean, smelling of soap nuts and wood, with lively eyes moving around. In just a month, Amian had grown a bit taller, gained some weight on her face, and looked much fairer after her bath. Here is the improved and translated version. Warm yourself by the fire here and dry your hair before going to bed, Meng Qijian said as he walked behind her and began gently wiping her hair with a towel. How many days do you plan to buy chicks? Mian honestly replied, "We plan to go the day after tomorrow and buy 6 or 7 little chickens. I'll go with you and also pick up some medicine from the clinic." Oh. After sitting by the fire for a while, Mian felt warm and sleepy, and she yawned as she sat on a wooden stool. "I'll introduce you to my friend then." Mian responded with a soft, feeling drowsy and vaguely sensing someone lifting her up. She hugged the person's neck and showed her loyalty. "I'll take a good bath. And raise chickens well. I'll earn lots of copper coins. Don't leave us behind." 2 days later, Mian got up early. She moved around the house quietly, like a little mouse searching everywhere for something to eat. She put on her inner clothes and skirt, which weren't made of bright fabric. Because she was still growing, they were a bit short, exposing her wrists and ankles. She hurriedly prepared breakfast, swept the yard, and tied her hair by the water jar. Then she quickly ran to the firewood shed, claiming she was feeding Ado, but actually she took 59 copper coins and hid them inside her clothes. Meng Chi-jian took the bowls and chopsticks. That morning, they ate sesame seed pancakes, spicy radishes, and shredded pork stir-fried with spinach. Mian's seat always had a bowl of boiled goat milk. "Wash your hands before eating." Mian ran over excitedly and told Meng Jing what kind of chicks she wanted to buy. "Can you pick them out? Can you tell males from females?" "Yes," Mian proudly said. "You need to look at their eyes. If their eyes are bright and lively, they'll probably survive. If their eyes are droopy and dull, they might not last more than a few days." Really, it wasn't Meng Jing who spoke, but Meng Chi-jian. He seriously pinched Mian's chin and looked carefully into her eyes. Mian blinked twice, quickly turned her head, feeling strangely scared inside. It was as if his eyes were a deep swamp, and anyone who wandered into them might be swallowed whole. Mian wondered if he was a monster with a heart that eats people. She didn't say anything and focused on finishing her 2 pancakes and eating 7 or 8 slices of pork. Seeing her pickiness, the monster even scooped some vegetables into her bowl. Mian ate until she was full, drank most of her milk, and her fear disappeared. With her stomach full and spirits high, she took Ado and headed into town. When they arrived at the market, passers-by kept looking at Meng Chi-jian. It was broad daylight, so why was this blacksmith not in a shop but instead at the market? Not only that, he was carrying 2 baskets filled with various vegetables and fruits. Mian was curious about everything. First, she watched Andy kill fish. The knife in her hand was so skillful that she could easily slice thin fish fillets that you could see through. Then she wanted to see a legendary talking bird, but Annie told her there were no such birds at this market, only at the flower and bird market. "Mian's sister, aren't we here to buy chicks?" Meng Jing quickly said. She suddenly remembered and headed straight to the stall owner's grandfather, who sold chicks. There was a lazy old hen lying down, next to a basket covered with a cloth. When she lifted the cloth, she saw fluffy little chicks inside. They were all chirping happily and looked very cute. "We'll buy 6, she decided. Mian picked them up carefully. She was quite skilled. She checked the wings and eyes, then lifted the chicks by their legs. "This one, chirping loudly, is a hen. The ones pecking are probably roosters." She chose 3 roosters and 3 hens. Just as they were about to leave, Mian noticed a small chick in the corner. It was very thin and being trampled by the other chicks, looking like it wouldn't survive. "It's just born with some issues, and the other chicks pick on it. Look, it's all soft and limp." The old man noticed her gaze. "If you want this one, it's only 5 won." Mian thought for a moment and nodded. That made 65 won in total. They also bought some seeds for 15 won. The 2 of them wanted to browse more, but Meng Chi-jian didn't allow it and told them to follow him. On the way, Mian looked around, feeling bored as they were dragged to the pharmacy. Why did they need her and her sister to come just to get medicine for Grandma? The pharmacy looked very prestigious from outside, with a gilded plaque hanging above the door, and the bricks were fine blue tiles. Inside, there were various wooden objects, and the people coming and going seemed well off. Mian held a basket of chicks and didn't dare go inside. Meng Chi-jian pulled her by the sleeve and led her in. "Brother Meng," the doctor behind the screen was a bit surprised. "Why are you here today? Lu Mian gathered her courage and looked. The doctor was a man in his 20s, with a gentle smile and a kind look, giving off the aura of a noble gentleman, if you ignored the fact that he was sitting in a wooden wheelchair. Why, not welcome. Wen Xiao, you stay cooped up in the shop all day. Of course not. They were reminiscing, while Mian looked up with her mouth open at the rows of small medicine cabinets. Who is this? Doctor, how do you plan to reach the top row of herbs? Both spoke at the same time. The doctor, Wen Xiao, was surprised and smiled. I have apprentices and servants who can help me. Seeing her still studying the small drawers, she dared not touch or move anything. She just looked foolishly and softly said, "This is your wife, right?" Meng Qi sighed deeply. I know, I shouldn't think that way. Back then, I took you and your brothers, talking about returning home in fine clothes and making great achievements. Later, my eldest brother passed away, and the fourth and Taisha are no longer here. In the end, only the two of us returned, just surviving until now. Brother Meng, why do you think like that? I've been wondering why you refused to marry. When Xiao's face turned cold. I'm a doctor. I've seen life and death hundreds of times more than you. Here's a piece of advice. The living should do what living people do. Meng Qi Jian said nothing. Is your headache acting up again? Or that nightmare illness? No, I didn't call you here today. Meng Qi Jian signaled with his eyes. Just look at that little person. She's of age now. Her daily life is fine, but she seems to act differently from ordinary people. Take a look. When Lu Mian was called over, she didn't realize she was specifically summoned to examine her brain. Wen Xiao looked at her complexion and asked her to extend her wrist. Lu Mian was even more confused. After checking her pulse for a while, Meng Qi Jian finally told them to put things down and go out for a walk. After they left, Wen Xiao looked at him with a smile, as if facing a great enemy. It's not as serious as you think. She's just fragile inside, empty, and needs nourishing with food to get better. I think she just hasn't opened her mind yet, doesn't understand the ways of the world. Her heart is very open and broad. She probably falls asleep as soon as she hits the pillow. That's true. Meng Qi Jian recalled and smiled, then frowned again. But she, how? Meng Qi Jian hesitated, pondering repeatedly, but not knowing what to say. Just then, other patients arrived, so he waited aside, exchanging glances with a small, wide-eyed chicken. After some time, the two who had been outside playing returned. Lu Mian carried a bag of chestnuts wrapped in lotus leaves, with a strand of hair falling on her cheek. Where did you pick the lotus leaves? Why are you looking at me like that? Your pants are wet. She ate happily, trying to stop his nagging, and quickly handed him the peeled chestnuts to eat. Meng Qi Jian was not easily convinced, but then he caught the warm, sweet scent of fruit on her body. After a moment he said, "Give it to me, I'll peel it." He also said, "You just buy food, and later we'll buy some cloth. Stay close to me." As he spoke, he casually tucked her loose hair behind her ear. Wen Xiao watched them for a while, feeling surprised. Suddenly, she understood that the person who was sick was not Mian, but Meng Qi Jian. When they arrived at the fabric shop, Lu Mian saw it was crowded with many people. Afraid the little chicks might get squeezed, she didn't go inside. She stood at the door, asking passers-by, "Why is it so lively? Isn't there a happy event?" "Yes. The young lady of the Lu family is getting married. I hear they ordered a lot of silk clothes." Lu Mian also joined in the fun, listening to the crowd. Seeing her rustic look, someone said proudly, "You don't know? The Zhang family spent a lot to marry the Lu girl. They even booked the town's banquet hall. They say the two have been childhood sweethearts and arranged marriage since they were young." Wow! Lu Mian listened like a storyteller, while the little chicks chirped happily. She had never been to a restaurant before and was eager to try the delicious food they mentioned. Since the shop was crowded, Meng Qi Jian turned to see Mian wasn't following, and he was about to pull her in. But seeing her so absorbed in listening, he decided to buy the clothes himself. Inside, a woman was inspecting samples, criticizing them, while a shy girl beside her seemed to be whispering something. Meng Qi Jian usually didn't care about others' affairs. He took the pre-ordered goods, checked them carefully, paid, and left. They weren't related before, but suddenly a clear female voice rang out. Lu Mian. What are you doing here? Mian turned to see Lu Weiwei, who was beaming with joy. Long time no see. Weiwei, I didn't know you were getting married. Mian suddenly realized that Zhang Sheng and Miss Lu were the ones they were talking about. At the same time, Lu Weiwei was also looking at Mian. She hadn't seen her for months, and Mian looked a bit taller, with a fair face. Her chest, arms, and cheeks looked a little fuller, but she was still wearing the old, torn clothes, looking very poor.
Yes.
I came to buy some clothes. I told them I didn't want to, but my mother-in-law insisted. She bit her lip, pretending to be reluctant. By the way, you're invited to the wedding banquet. It's at the big restaurant in town. In her dreams, she was very happy for Lu Amian, who had married well. Now that it was her turn, she was even more excited and proud, saying, You rarely come to town. Let me show you around a bit. No, I've almost finished my walk, Lu Amian sincerely replied. Congratulations on marrying into a good family. Her reaction made Lu Weiwei feel quite bored. Meng Qi-jian walked over firmly and said, It's about time we head home today. He was carrying an extra burden on his back. Lu Amian nodded and said, Then we'll go first. All right, I'll send a letter to your family another day, Lu Weiwei deliberately said loudly. These country folks' homes couldn't compare to the grand estate. Everyone burst into laughter. Lu Weiwei also saw Meng Qi-jian once, and she noticed he was as cold and dark as in her dream. She turned away silently and snorted. She didn't notice the tall man in front suddenly turned to look at her. On the way back, Meng Qi-jian asked, Who is the person you were talking to just now? That's my cousin. Are you close? Lu Amian shook her head. She doesn't like me. You know that? Lu Amian looked at him with a "Are you silly?" expression. We weren't very close before. A few months ago, she suddenly kept coming to visit me, but she said it was to see me. Actually, she was always looking for Zhang Yixing. But nothing else really happened. I see. Lu Amian couldn't quite explain why she didn't like Lu Weiwei. It was like the village's little stray dog, naturally bonding with some people and staying away from others. There was no real reason. When they got home, Lu Amian forgot all the petty worries of human relationships and eagerly took care of her chickens. If Meng Jingzheng hadn't stopped her, she might have even tried to feed the weakest chick some goat's milk. Luckily, she had prepared vegetable leaves and warm straw, and everything was arranged nicely in the water and food troughs. At first, because the chicks were small, she kept them in a straw-filled bamboo basket for warmth, with a small grass shed. The weakest chick was named Wu Qian, 5 coins. The villagers believed that giving a creature a name made it less likely to be taken away by the Grim Reaper. Wu Qian was different from its siblings. It refused to eat or drink at first. Lu Amian took a reed stick, gently put it in its beak, and every hour she fed it water and mashed vegetable leaves. After a long day of care, she finally put the chicks back into their nest at night. As usual, she bathed herself. Sitting in a wooden tub, she looked down at herself. It seemed like she had gained some weight. She raised one arm, and it was no longer covered with thin skin over delicate bones, but soft, white flesh, almost looking delicious. What are you doing? Are you going to bite yourself? Someone's annoyed voice came from behind. Lu Amian shivered and sank back underwater, only showing a pair of watery eyes steamed red by the heat. Meng Qi-jian looked down and said, These are the clothes I bought for you today. No one in our family knows how to do embroidery, and doing too much isn't good for the eyes. Like my mother. So my little sister hasn't learned much either.
You.
Try them on later. If they don't fit, you can have them altered. Amian obediently said, Thank you, third brother Meng. Meng Qi-jian was about to leave when he heard this title and frowned, then simply went back to build the fire. After washing, Lu Amian saw that he was taking a long time to leave, but she was hiding behind the stove, probably unseen. She dared to rummage through the pile of clothes. When she did, her hand felt as if it was burning, and she quickly pulled back. Satin fabric. Amian had never touched such soft cloth before, and she was afraid she might tear it apart. Inside, there were also small shirts and belly bands made of cotton. These close-fitting clothes she brought no longer fit her, but the ones she was wearing now fit perfectly and felt very comfortable, didn't scratch her skin or make her itch. Why use such fine material to make inner clothes? Amian asked curiously. Meng Chi-jian said, just wear it. But how do you know my size? Amian wondered. And why can't I tie it? The string at the back of the belly band was a bit slippery. How could that be? Meng Chi-jian stood up, paused, then casually helped her tie it. He poked her head twice and said, you don't even know how to tie your clothes. Lu Amian's face turned red. The belly band was embroidered with a pattern. Others' belly bands had flowers, birds, mandarin ducks, or wild cranes. Hers had a gold bowl and a gold spoon embroidered on it. Next to it, there were 2 lines of small characters. She urged Meng Chi-jian to read them aloud. Could it be calling her a glutton? He chuckled and, placing her on his lap, softly read, these 2 lines say, abandon and do not speak of it again. Work hard to eat more. Little Amian, work hard at eating and grow up quickly. Once, it seemed someone had said the same thing in her ear. Amian was lost in thought when suddenly she felt her companion's face turn cold and her whole body tensed. What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and get dressed to sleep. Meng Chi-jian threw her onto a wooden bench, scolded her twice, then pushed open the door and left. His sudden change left Amian very confused, and she couldn't understand why. She put on her inner clothes, casually picked a few stalks of straw, and dried her hair while beginning to braid a rabbit. When her hair was dry, Mian went to bed. Before sleeping, she curiously looked out the window. It was late at night, yet Meng Chi-jian was still awake and went to fetch water. Just as she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly felt a cold breeze enter, making her shiver. Kind-heartedly, Lu Mian offered him some of her blanket. Why are you taking cold showers at this time of night? Meng Chi-jian was silent for a moment and then replied softly, save some firewood. He gently tucked her blanket again, leaving only her rosy face visible, with shiny black hair spread on the pillow. Mian looked like a little shrimp curled up while sleeping. Seeing her sleep soundly, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. The next morning, Meng Chi-jian announced that in 3 days he would go on a village trip, likely for 10 days. Village trips are a tradition at the blacksmith shop, which Mian had seen before. When blacksmiths arrive in a village, they set up their anvils and hammer away, making a clang-clang sound. The villagers know the blacksmith is here, and broken pots, broken hose, and other tools can be fixed. This time, Meng's family wasn't just repairing things. There are about 40 or 50 villages nearby, big and small. It's spring planting season, and farmers are very busy, unable to go to town, and urgently need tools like hoes, sickles, and plows. So, on this trip, he plans to carry 10 flat hoes, 5 pointed hoes, and many sickles, shovels, plowshares, and axes to sell along the way. He also plans to take Mian's donkey, Ado. Mian was surprised to hear about something related to her. She was worried first, saying, don't bully Ado on the road. Ado loves to eat tender grass and soybean meal. But soybean meal was only leftover waste from making tofu at her family's place, and now they had none. Maybe she could find some in other villages? Meng Chi-jian looked at her with a neutral expression. Yes, I know. Your precious donkey is the most important. Hearing his strange tone, Mian felt a bit annoyed. She thought people would take care of her, but Ado wouldn't be, so why say that? Besides, if she used Ado, she wasn't asking for money. Even 10 coins a day, that's 100 coins in 10 days. So, she had already been very kind. When you're gone, won't second brother's family take care of us again? However, Meng Jing was crying about something else. This year, with Mian here, we don't need them to come, Meng Chi-jian said. I feel even less at ease when she's here. Once he left, only women and children would be at home, which was naturally not acceptable. I have arranged with their family to watch over you for 10 days. The neighbor, Uncle Wang's family, will also come during the day to deliver goat milk. Although the Meng family has split apart, they are not enemies and will still help when needed. Meng Chi-jian is always willing to lend a hand. Seeing that her protests were useless, Meng Jing whispered to Mian, My second brother is okay, but I really dislike our second sister-in-law. You wouldn't understand. Mian also whispered in her ear, "You're talking badly about the adults. If our third brother hears, he'll be angry. Humph, you'll see when the time comes." The two girls mumbled to each other. Meng Qijian was busy opening his shop. In the next few days, he needed to get the current batch of goods ready. After thinking for a moment, he asked Mian to buy food for 10 days. Since he wouldn't be home, no one could keep running to town for vegetables, meat, or fruit. "This is 1 or 2 silver coins. Go with Meng Jing," he said. "If you're thirsty or hungry at noon, go to the restaurant and have a meal. Do you understand?" Mian hurriedly shook her head. "We don't need so much food and drink." Meng Qijian suddenly became very kind and gently held her head to stop her from nodding too much. "Didn't you hear people say that the food at the restaurant is so good you can't walk straight?" He was very busy lately, or he would have taken her himself. Once, outside a fabric shop, someone boasted about the delicious food at the restaurant. Many people gathered around listening, but Meng Qijian didn't think so. He saw Mian, a little girl, listening to others talk about tasty food, her face full of envy, and she kept swallowing saliva. She looked so pitiful. Clearly, they were teasing her for not having seen much of the world. "This money is for buying vegetables and food. All for me, okay? Yes, when you get to the restaurant, just order whatever you want," Meng Qijian said. "If it's not enough, just say you'll pay later and put it on the blacksmith's account in the west of the town. When I'm not home, you are the head of this household, understand?" Lu Mian held the 2 silver coins carefully and nodded seriously. During the day, she fed the chickens, washed the clothes, and then the young ladies rode their donkeys into town. But when they returned, Meng Qijian was very surprised. Ado was carrying a cart full of goods. Mian hadn't gone to the restaurant. She was happily carrying back what she had bought, half a pig plus a bucket of pig blood as a gift. A roasted duck, 10 jin of fried rice, 10 flatbreads, 2 jin of tofu, 3 jin of radishes, a bunch of spring bamboo shoots, 10 large fresh duck eggs, 2 big cabbages, a jar of salt, and a bamboo basket of green beans. At last, there was a large basket of freshly picked shiitake and other mushrooms she gathered at the foot of the mountain. Meng Qijian helped carry them while joking, "I'll only be gone 10 days. Can you really eat all this?" Mian quickly wiped her forehead, sweating. "It's not just for us. I also need to prepare some side dishes for you." Meng Qijian was surprised. "I don't know what you like, so I bought according to my own taste." Lu Mian was busy, knowing she had to deal with these foods in the next 2 days, or they would spoil. "Xiao Jing, go cook dinner first." She had already started washing the mushrooms, and Mian picked out the ones she recognized. Others wouldn't know which are edible, but she was very clear. "Let them sun-dry for a day, then bring some along when they're dried. On the road, just boil some water, toss them in, and you'll have hot, tasty soup. No need to trouble yourself. I used to buy some flatbreads before I left." Meng Qijian looked at the wooden hairpin on her head, slowly moving closer. But Mian looked back with a puzzled face. "It's not trouble, I need to eat too, ... Tomorrow we'll be busy. I need to make smoked sausage, dried radish, spicy cabbage, stir-fried spicy green beans, and salted duck eggs. You can only eat these when you return, but take the roasted duck with you, along with fried rice and rolled pancakes." Lu Mian hurried to the kitchen again. "Tonight's dinner is chive stir-fried pig blood. Xiao Jing doesn't know how to make this. Do you know? To make pig blood solidify, you need salt water." Mian wasn't very skilled at cooking. At first, Meng Jing thought she was a great chef, but it turned out she was just asking vendors for recipes while shopping. Then she started trying enthusiastically right there. Lu Mian paid an extra coin for a bowl of salt water, poured it into the still liquid pig blood. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, she saw it had turned into a big block. She happily carried it back. She then used a knife to cut it into small pieces. She remembered her mother mentioning this dish before, stir-fried with chives. It had no fishy smell. It's a bit like eating savory tofu. That night, she also made braised meatballs and cabbage soup. Everyone was exhausted from the busy day. When the food was served, they devoured it like locusts. Meng's family used large blue porcelain bowls with faces painted on them. Didn't you go to eat lunch? Meng Jing was also eating, unaware of the rice grains on her face. Yes, Sister Mian is just too energetic. Later I rode back with the dough. My calves were cramping. Oh, Lu Amian ignored everything and refused to go to that shabby restaurant for a meal. First, if Lu Weiwei really sent someone to deliver a letter in a few days, she could go to the restaurant and eat for free. Second, the small clothes Meng Qi-jian brought could still be returned to him later. But the delicious food she ate, she couldn't return. If she had to pay him in cash later, she would feel heartbroken. Usually, she didn't mind eating because she did a lot of work for her family. Even in city households with maids, the master's family would still provide meals, so Amian ate with peace of mind. When she worked, she was very focused and paid little attention to outside matters. Meng Qi-jian called her twice, but she didn't hear him. He simply had to pull her back and ask, "Are you silly?" Amian stared blankly at him, not understanding what he said. Meng Qi-jian immediately held his breath and said after a long pause, "Don't work today. I'm not leaving tomorrow." Lu Amian said, "I need to prepare the pork, cut it into strips so I can stuff the sausages tomorrow." "You, a young lady, don't know how to cut meat," Meng Qi-jian said impatiently. He lifted her up and weighed her in his hands. "You probably haven't even lifted half a pig's worth. Go to the backyard and play with the dough. The ribs need to be chopped into pieces." Got it. After 2 busy days, everything was finally ready. Most of the sausages were hung high in the kitchen to keep mice from stealing them. Dried radish and spicy cabbage were stored in 2 clay jars, half of which was set aside for Meng Qi-jian to eat with pancakes on the road. In the afternoon, Amian finally saw Meng's second brother's family. After they split up, Meng's second brother still lived in this village, just moved closer to the fields. The 2 families usually took about 2 or 3 incense sticks worth of time to walk there. When the second brother's family arrived, they were lively and energetic. Meng Er was a cheerful person, slightly shorter than Meng Qi-jian, but with more flesh on his face and full of smiling lines at the corners of his eyes. The brothers looked very different. The second sister-in-law wore a bright, eye-catching colorful dress, and her appearance was even more striking. She looked like a willow swaying in the breeze, with fair skin and a pair of upward-looking eyes, charming and lovely. Meng Er was carrying his luggage, with a shoulder pole on which 2 children sat in bamboo baskets, one a 4 or 5-year-old boy, and the smaller one a girl over a year old, sleeping soundly inside the basket. Lu Amian was very curious and gently touched the girl's face with her finger. It was softer than the softest silk in the world. "Mom, we came to see you." As soon as the second sister-in-law entered, she happily called people over. She took turns holding the 2 children with Meng Mu, then sat in the yard with the elders eating peanuts. She also called out, "Little Jing, bring us some chrysanthemum sesame tea." Meng Jing pouted angrily and Lu Amian quickly said, "Second sister-in-law, I'll go." "All right, thank you, little sister-in-law." The second brother was quick to start working alone. Recently, they had been sleeping in the room where Amian usually slept, while Amian shared a bed with Meng Jing. This was because there were no extra rooms at home. Meng Jing, who was not married yet, kept her room private, and no one of the opposite sex was allowed inside. "Look, we're not her servants. She's just lazy and doesn't do any work at all," Meng Jing muttered. "It's only the second brother, that silly guy, who's obsessed with women." Lu Amian was a kind person who didn't like speaking badly of others. Hearing this, she just smiled foolishly and said, "You should go talk and eat peanuts too. I'll pour tea for you." She loved doing things but didn't enjoy chatting. Sometimes, she wondered how people could have so much to say. That afternoon, she first boiled hot water and then made a bowl of tea. This was a popular local drink made by sprinkling clean chrysanthemum petals, sesame, and salt into a clay jar. When drinking, you used chopsticks to pick out the ingredients, poured hot water over them, and for wealthier families, they might add peanuts or rock sugar. She placed the chrysanthemum teacups on the table and helped the second brother tidy up the bedding. At that moment, a little girl in a bamboo basket wet her diaper and started crying loudly. Meng Er hurried out to change her diaper, moving skillfully, which surprised Amian. Are little Mia Mia and the others hungry? Lu Amian asked loudly as she went into the kitchen. Can they eat steamed eggs? And porridge? Yes. Just chop the vegetable leaves and mix them into the porridge, Meng Jing replied, rolling her eyes. The little boy was very mischievous. Someone had given him a straight stick, and he held it as if he was practicing martial arts, hitting randomly everywhere. The usually quiet courtyard was now noisy and lively. Huzi, if you ruin your mother's clothes, I won't let you go easy. The second sister-in-law quickly grabbed his ear and slapped his, but when she saw him about to run over. Hey, dirty little kid. After making the steamed eggs and vegetable porridge, the second brother fed the older child, while Amian held the little girl. Once the food cooled a bit, she used a spoon to feed her slowly. The little girl looked very well behaved, with big round eyes and a delicate nose similar to her mother's. She ate happily. While eating, she kept her eyes fixed on Mian without blinking. Second sister-in-law covered her mouth to laugh, saying, My girl, just like me, when she sees someone good-looking, she stares eagerly without looking away. Mian's face immediately turned red. She's the pretty one. I've never seen such a cute girl. Second sister-in-law lazily supported her chin. Meng San's guy has a bad temper, but he's decent-looking, and he married you. The children you have will definitely be good-looking. When do you plan to have children? Hearing this, Mian was also confused. How do you even plan for children? She paused, carefully pointing at the small baby in her arms. Can I just have this one? That's right. I used to think he worked hard because he was a blacksmith and had some strength. I didn't expect him to treat his wife so badly. Luckily, I didn't introduce my sister to him at that time. Looking at him, he still seems pitiful. As soon as these words were spoken, the three dark-skinned men fell silent. The youngest one spoke, feeling it was not appropriate. I'm just saying, I didn't do anything wrong. Besides, who would want to mess with Meng San, that fierce guy? Although he said this, they were all worried about their reputation, so they laughed and walked away. Mian was covered in sweat, but wasn't as pitiful as they said. The blisters on her shoulders had burst, and after a few days, she felt her strength gradually increase. She could now carry 1.5 buckets of water instead of just one. She also picked up treasures along the way. There were many small crabs near the river, about the size of a fingernail, crawling everywhere. She also found some small shrimp guarding a hole, waiting for a moment to be caught. She found several pretty colored stones. She sold the one she had last time, but this time she kept some to play with. On the way, she heard the word, pear, and her eyes lit up. She hurried over to listen. It turned out that near the foot of the mountain behind the village, there was a wild pear tree that was now bearing fruit. Many children from the village went to pick some, but not many, and some pears were still very sour. Hearing this, Mian felt very excited. She thought that once she got home, she would work quickly and not waste time. She scolded her left hand with her right hand, twisting it twice. It doesn't hurt that much. I pretend to be sick and slack off every day. Then she told her right hand to hit her left hand. You're always saying I'm not flexible enough. I can't do any work properly. She then carried the water again and headed toward the Meng family. Along the way, she tried to persuade everyone. All right, tonight we'll go pick pears for you to eat. However, as soon as she reached the door, she sensed something was wrong inside. When she entered, she saw that Meng Chi-jian, who was supposed to leave for 10 days, had already returned after only 8 days for some unknown reason. I've been very busy these days, so I didn't notice these things. Brother Meng sighed with a bitter smile. None of us realized she quietly finished all the work. You don't need to pay us this time. Since it seemed to be a matter between brothers, Lu Amian didn't ask further. She went to the backyard to see a doe. After 8 days, a doe hadn't lost weight, and his fur was shiny and lively as he hummed happily. She looked into the bag. All the iron tools were gone, probably sold out. So, why was she feeling unhappy? Lu Amian filled a doe's water trough and carried a small jar with some shrimp and crabs she had caught. She wouldn't take the rice or flour without permission, but she grabbed 4 or 5 potatoes about the size of eggs, packed them into her basket, and happily headed out. Just as she left, Meng Chi-jian's face grew darker. She hasn't come home for dinner for several days. He believed he had no other feelings for Amian, just that his possessiveness was acting up. He had been raising her for over a month, trying hard to turn this wild little thing into a domesticated pet, almost like keeping a cricket in a bamboo cage. Before leaving, he gave half a tael of silver to his second brother's family to take good care of Amian. But when he returned, he overheard villagers talking about her at the village entrance. That was fine, but when he saw her, her appearance hurt his eyes. She was thin and dirty, gray and small like a mouse. Yet her face had been washed and wiped, and her eyes, crescent-shaped like moons, had a small mole at the corner of her right eye. Looking closer, she seemed innocent and lively, like a little wild girl. Meng Qijian glanced at her back and felt a surge of dark anger rising like a tide. Since she was so carefree and indifferent, he decided to ignore her completely from now on. The two brothers looked at each other in silence, while the second sister-in-law stretched lazily and instructed her husband to pack up and go home. The second brother whispered to her, "It's been a long time since the third brother got so angry. Since he came back from the military camp, he's looked half dead. Who knew he cared so much about these small matters?" The second sister-in-law laughed mockingly. "He's just taking his anger out on you, let him be." She thought for a moment and smiled. He'll have a hard time in the future. Meanwhile, Amian hurried to the pear orchard at the foot of the mountain. The sunset was fading, and there were no other passers-by. Amian first lit a fire, boiling fish and crabs into seafood soup in a jar, while she threw potatoes into the fire to roast. Cooking for her was like playing house. As soon as the fire was burning, she started picking pears. She washed one and ate it greedily. The pear was sweet and sour, very refreshing. She rolled up her sleeves and soon picked most of the basket. She happily took a handkerchief wrapped with salt from her sleeve and sprinkled it into the soup. Hot, hot, hot. Lu Amian grabbed a stick, pulled out a potato, and washed it by the creek before eagerly eating. The meat on the shrimp and crabs was not much, but it was very fresh. Amian's face was smeared with black ash from biting the potatoes, and she managed to fill her stomach with a rough, hurried meal. In the past, she would have felt very full. But in the past month, she had been eating foolishly at the Meng family's house and unknowingly had grown her appetite. After eating and drinking enough, she thought about picking a basket of pears when suddenly she heard loud barking behind her. Who was it? How dare they steal our pears? The owner of the pears had released 2 or 3 dogs to chase the thief. Amian was startled and, in a hurry, without thinking, she threw her basket on her back and ran wildly forward. A few rabid dogs charged fiercely, almost catching up. Lu Amian knew her 2 legs couldn't outrun 4 legs, and she broke out in cold sweat from the panic. She looked around and, regardless of danger, climbed up a tree. Just as her front paws crossed the trunk, one of her back legs was nearly bitten. She could only keep climbing up, and during the scramble, a few pears fell from her basket. Suddenly, a branch caught her clothes and tore her sleeve. Luckily, I was working outside and wearing old clothes. Otherwise, I'd be in big trouble this time, Amian sighed. She hid among the leaves, catching her breath, then snapped off a small branch, smashing it into pieces to scare the dogs prowling below. Why is this wild fruit from the mountain now belonging to your family? Soon, 2 old men arrived. One squinted his eyes, looking at the person in the tree, who was probably Meng's new wife, who had no friends or roots in the village, and was rumored to be harsh and without support from the Meng family. "Little girl, it's already dark, and you keep sneaking into the forest. Are you trying to meet some wild man from another family?" "Exactly. We've guarded these pears for days." "Are they yours or not?" Lu Amian, standing on the tree with her hands on her hips, took a pear from her basket and threw it directly at the old man. Oh. This is lawless. This is unjust. Someone from the Meng family is a troublemaker. Master Meng's wife isn't strict enough. The old man who was hit had dull triangular eyes and yellow teeth, but he grinned widely. "Fine. Then you stay on the tree for the rest of your life. I want to tell your husband to see how you are and to immediately divorce you if he finds out." He relied on his elders and status, then called his companions and dogs to guard the tree. He went back to the village to call people. Lu Amian heard this and suddenly felt nervous. It wasn't because she was afraid of the Meng family divorcing her, but because she hadn't raised the 5 coins and the other little chicks yet, and it would be a shame to lose them. That day, she was tired and unlucky. Sitting on the tree trunk, she felt very sad, nibbling on a pear and thinking about what to do. I'll just give you these pears, she thought.
Who wants them?
You little girl are too arrogant. You must be taught a good lesson, someone said.
Soon villagers came to watch.
The farmers had finished dinner and were relaxing. When they heard about the new thing in the village, they quickly came over. Hey, you're so young. Why are you stealing the old man's pears? You really have no manners hanging around under the tree all day and night. That's so unruly. Lu Amian saw everyone talking about her and felt even more helpless. She started climbing higher up the tree again. The old tree was a tall camphor tree. At first, the villagers just muttered, but when they saw her climbing to a frightening height, they started to feel nervous. While climbing, her shoulder wound was pulled, causing her pain. She wobbled and almost fell from the tree.
Ah!
Someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. I think this is going too far. A few pears, and Lord Zhao is walking his dogs. How can this woman just snatch pears from them? Suddenly, a clear, bright female voice rang out from the crowd. Lu Amian looked down and saw her second sister-in-law. The second sister-in-law secretly pinched Meng Jing, who looked pale with fear. Her crying sounded very real now.
Amian.
Third sister-in-law. I shouldn't have been greedy and asked for pears. I won't be naughty anymore. Please come down. It turned out that Meng's third sister-in-law was climbing the tree to pick pears for her little sister-in-law at home. Lu Amian blinked and realized she had already climbed very high. As the saying goes, it's easy to climb up but hard to come down. She was thinking about how to get down when the noise below started again. I was kindly persuading her. See? She just threw pears at me, and... Lu Amian was furious now and shouted loudly, I was the one picking the fruit. You all want to steal it from me. You dare to talk back? The old man saw her wobbling and shouted louder, Come down, or I won't forgive you. Even if the Meng family doesn't divorce you, they'll beat you to death. Say that again. Meng Qijian pushed through the crowd. The old man turned around, looking embarrassed. Meng Sanner, look at your wife. It seems she's about to climb onto your head. The crowd burst into laughter. Usually, these farmers are honest and timid when they are bullied or mistreated outside, not daring even to wipe the spit from their faces. But at home, they care more about their reputation than anything else. If someone points out that their status at home is lower than that of their wife and children, they often feel deep resentment. The old man has lived 60 years, and this trick is his secret weapon. Even though Mian didn't die from the fall, life after returning home wasn't easy. The Meng family would surely be in chaos, with a restless household. He thought about this, a faint, subtle smile appearing on his face. However, Meng Qijian's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't respond to him. Zhao Shi, I heard that you came from the north as a refugee. When you left, you had a family of 5, and now only you are left. Your wife and children are gone. Do you now want others' families to also be broken? His words hit like thunder, making everyone present see stars. My wife picked a few pears. Do you need to point fingers? When did it become your business to interfere in my family? Meng Qijian stood in front of him. Perhaps he had hurried over and still held an axe used for chopping firewood. I've been away for a few days, and you think the Meng family has no one here? Zhao Shi took a few steps back, trembling like chaff in the wind. It wasn't that Meng Qijian's gaze was so frightening, but that many old memories had been brought into the light of the moon. A cold, hopeless, and deadly atmosphere returned to his life. 35 years ago, there was a great drought in the north, and many villages had no harvest. The Zhao family was not a foresight family. Their food supplies were scarce. After they finished eating, they had to join the refugee groups. Hunger followed them like a shadow, chasing him, his elderly mother, wife, and 2 children. He hardly remembered many details of that journey. Only the night he strangled his children, when he exchanged their corpses with others, This was the last, numb way people survived in desperation. That night, under the cold moonlight, he saw his own reflection in the dried, shallow lakebed, like a beast or a ghost. Just like now, people, to escape hell, are willing to sacrifice their loved ones, yet every day they live, they realize they have never truly left hell behind. Zhao Shi suddenly burst into loud coughing laughter. Yes, yes, he had never truly hated Ah Mian deeply. But from the very first glance, he despised her from the bottom of his heart. Her smile was too sharp. Her running was too sharp. Her carefree attitude was too sharp. She is alive, but very striking. Zhao Shi's angry gaze was about to shift toward the tree when suddenly a loud cry of "Grandpa Zhao" erupted from the crowd. An older man, who was previously a companion of another man, looked just as surprised. "Dad, this is the godfather you told me about. Usually our families get along well. When we see him, we feel sorry for him, and we often send him some firewood." A man in his 30s stepped out from the crowd, looking angry. But he kept everything very secret. Another old man also slowly realized what was happening. 7 years ago, I went to town to sell vegetables. I saw a girl drop her purse, so I chased after her and returned it. Later, she came to buy vegetables at my stall several times. We got to know each other. She's pretty, her father works as an official, and her mother is a cook at the Warm House. We had a good connection, and the girl even wanted me to visit her family to propose marriage. As he spoke, the man's chest rose and fell. And then, do you know what happened next? Everyone listened carefully, holding their breath. Even Ah Mian in the tree was listening intently. Meng Qi Jian hurriedly reminded him, "Lu Ah Mian, hold on tight." After Grandpa Zhao found out, he somehow got the girl's birth date and time within a few days. He said we were incompatible and that she would curse me for life. Later, he told my father he had checked the girl out and said she was short, and that any children she had would also be short. Then he praised my looks and hardworking nature, saying I'd find a good girl someday. But he ended up ruining my perfect marriage. Clearly, since that girl 7 years ago, no woman was willing to marry him anymore. How can this be my fault? It's all you. Grandpa Zhao muttered a few words. You also thought I was right back then. Could I force you? You believed that the daughter of a minor official was sincere with you, but maybe a daughter of a high-ranking official would also look at you in the future. The man, who had been a bachelor all his life, was now furious. I told you not to interfere. I told you not to let others look down on me. He charged forward and punched Zhao Shi, knocking him to the ground. Suddenly, chaos broke out. Someone shouted to call the village officer, but everyone scrambled to break up the fight. Zhao Shi wanted to say more, but blood was streaming from his nose. He looked up and saw the crowd looking at him with both anger and disdain. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down 10 temples than to ruin one marriage. In the countryside, people like Zhao Shi would be cursed by heaven. Moreover, many people in the crowd were already gossiping. No wonder he always chooses me to argue with his daughter-in-law. When there's a quarrel in someone's family, he quickly runs to listen from the sidelines. Only that man who can't find a wife has swollen, red eyes and stares fiercely at Zhao Shi. You caused my downfall. I won't forget this. You won't have a good life from now on. The grudge is now fully settled. Zhao Shi's face turns pale, and he falls to the ground. On the other side, Meng Qi suddenly shouts, I don't want the pears. Drop the basket. Everyone looks up to see little Ah Mian stubbornly hanging from the tree, her arms trembling, caught in a difficult situation. She still clings to the basket of pears, struggling to move downwards. Looking at her now, though a bit clumsy, a little small, and a bit wild, she is still quite good. How could others say she should just give up? Besides, it's not a big deal. The farmers, simple-minded, start giving ideas. I'll go home and get a quilt. If she falls, she can land on that. Those are my pears. Ah Mian stubbornly refuses to let go of the basket. Meng Qi's voice turns colder. Drop it. Ah Mian ignores him, forcing herself to move a few more steps down, her arms and legs aching terribly, feeling almost like they aren't her own. She grits her teeth, and finally, at a height taller than herself. She can't hold on anymore and suddenly falls to the ground. Meng Qi catches her quickly, doesn't say anything, and sets her down before walking away. Mian feels things are really bad now and secretly follows him back to the Meng family. Meng Jing also stops crying and quietly slips into the kitchen, whispering for Mian to wish herself good luck. The second sister-in-law's family has already gone home. Meng Qi remains uninterested in Mian, packing up the few days' belongings he brought back. After packing, he goes into the kitchen to start cooking. He plans to teach Mian a lesson this time, so he decides to make hand-pulled noodles. He takes out flour from the bag, adds water, mixes, and kneads it into dough, then places it in a basin. While waiting, Meng Qi washes the cucumbers he brought back, slices them into strips, and puts them in a bowl. Outside the window, Mian watches him secretly, confused about how he can cook. She notices his skillful knife work. Then Meng Qi begins chopping meat, pounding heavily on the chopping board, the continuous sound making Mian feel a chill at her neck. She swallows hard and watches him start frying the meat sauce. When the oil heats up, he adds ground pork, and with a sizzle, the mixture releases a fragrant steam. He continues frying until the pan is free of water, then adds chopped ginger, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and salt, stirring constantly. At this point, there is no need to add more firewood. In a little while, add a small amount of seasoning, stir well, and the dish will be ready soon. Then, carefully cut the dough into pieces to make hand-pulled noodles and start boiling the noodles. During this time, Mian kept inhaling the fragrant aroma of the meat, and her already hungry stomach growled loudly. The smell was so tempting. Mian had to run to the backyard to sort the pears she had worked so hard to gather. The large, intact ones were packed into a basket, ready to be sold on the roadside in town tomorrow. The less attractive ones, which weren't good for selling, she washed and put in a basin, then carefully placed on the dining table for her family to eat. When the noodles were cooked, they were served steaming hot in large blue and white porcelain bowls, topped with meat sauce and shredded cucumber. Meng Qi Jian had 3 bowls of noodles, one with extra cucumber for Meng Mu, who loved that vegetable, and the other 2 for himself and his younger sister. Mian softly wondered why she didn't have her own bowl and stood quietly to the side, secretly nibbling her fingers. Mian, come here. Meng Qi Jian's eyelid twitched as he calmly asked, "Do you know what you did wrong today?" Meng Jing hurried to plead. Sister-in-law already knows she made a mistake. Just let her eat. I haven't punished you yet. What did I tell you before I left? Meng Qi Jian put down his bowl. I asked you to help Mian with the chores. What were you doing instead? Say one more word, and don't eat. You both will stand and be punished. Meng Jing ate her delicious noodles silently. Meng Qi Jian had decided not to interfere with Mian anymore. When he looked up, he saw her clothes had torn at the shoulder, revealing a bit of her smooth skin. If anyone saw, they might say the Meng family was being harsh on their daughter-in-law again. I shouldn't have caused trouble, shouldn't have climbed the tree, Lu Mian said nervously. I shouldn't have argued with others, or thrown pears at them. I shouldn't have been so greedy for food. She kept apologizing, but suddenly a big hand covered her shoulder and pulled her sleeve up. When did I say these things were wrong? Meng Qi Jian frowned. Tell me which is more important, pears or your life? Pears, Mian replied. That's a common thought nowadays. Even the village's simple-minded folks know that a porcelain bowl, an egg, or a few grains of salt are more valuable than a person. Sometimes, family arguments happen over a wife taking an extra piece of meat, and she might even threaten to jump into the river. Breaking a bowl or tearing clothes can cause a big fight at home, enough to make chaos and noise.
Meng Qi Jian sneered coldly.
Then continued to reflect. Lu Mian reluctantly cast one last glance at the dining table before slowly moving to the corner of the wall. Meng Qi Jian knew that Mian was still naive. He originally planned a small punishment to teach her a lesson, but saw her first lost in deep thought, then gradually her eyes became vacant, and her gaze drifted toward a doe, who was eating hay. Meng Qi Jian's right eyelid twitched sharply. Mian no longer had any intention of reflecting. She only thought that the hay looked very much like cucumber shreds and the longer pieces resembled noodles. She couldn't help but reach out to grab them, but Meng Qi-jian harshly slapped her hand away. Hearing the noise, Meng's mother couldn't sit still. "San Lang, what are you doing?" Meng Jing quickly chimed in. "Brother, a Mian isn't a soldier in your army. How can you discipline her like that?" Meng Qi-jian's breath faltered. "Nothing." A Mian rubbed her hand. "Third brother is a good person, not letting you eat noodles and making you stand as punishment. Is that also being a good person?" "Yes." A Mian smiled with squinted eyes. "It's okay, little sister. He was just protecting Ado's food. Look, Ado is so well taken care of." The three members of the Meng family fell silent for a moment. Meng Qi-jian looked up at the sky helplessly, quickly swallowing the food in his bowl. Then he deliberately put on a stern face and carried her back to the room. He realized that he hadn't really told her the family rules all along, so strictly speaking, it wasn't her fault. Lue Mian was struggling when suddenly a few words floated down from above her head. "I won't tell you too many big principles. You probably won't understand. Just remember what I say next. First, your life is very valuable, more important than a pear. Second, you must eat dinner at home every day at the latest, or you won't be allowed to eat later. Only watch. If you can't eat dinner at home, you must tell me in advance." Then he grabbed 2 buckets of hot water, threw a Mian into a wooden basin for bathing. As if inspecting his belongings, he looked at the skin on her shoulder, which was raw from carrying water. Meng Qi-jian took a deep breath and mercilessly poured medicinal alcohol over the wound, then wrapped it with a clean cloth. "You are not allowed to go out for the next 3 days." Using a firm, almost iron-like grip, he held down her struggling body from applying medicine to the wound. He no longer worried about frightening her and indifferently said, "Knowing pain helps you remember." A Mian was held in his arms. Because her shoulder wound couldn't get wet, she could only lift one arm and let Meng Qi-jian wash her roughly, like a pig being scrubbed. "Why can you be a little gentler?" Ai Mian trembled as she tried to escape from the big hand, but instead, she ended up in the arms of the person who caused all this. "I didn't use much force, and it turns out this is how they wash buns." "Buns? Who are they?" Ai Mian quickly changed the subject to avoid trouble. Her undershirt was soaked with water, sticking damply to her body, with droplets dripping from the edges, making her feel itchy. It was a dog I raised before. Ai Mian felt her strength to wash herself weaken, and she took a deep breath. "Clothes sticking to me are uncomfortable. Should I take them off?" "Be quiet." After washing, Meng Qi-jian handed her a set of clean clothes. She dried herself and put them on before leaving. Once dressed, Ai Mian felt refreshed after days of dirt and grime being washed away. The fire hadn't gone out, and she thought about sneaking some sweet potatoes to roast. Just as she was planning to slip out, the wooden door behind her was pushed open again. Meng Qi-jian placed a bowl of hand-pulled noodles in front of her. A blue porcelain bowl, topped with a generous layer of meat sauce and a fried egg, along with a large bowl of shredded cucumber. "Eat it all." Ai Mian suddenly felt like she had entered a fairy realm, her whole body soft and fluffy, as if walking on cotton and clouds. She picked up her chopsticks, tentatively grabbing a strand of noodles. The white noodles were kneaded just right, so tasty that she felt they might slide straight into her stomach. Without saying another word, she mixed the noodles and meat sauce evenly, then quickly grabbed some cucumber shreds and happily ate the mountain of noodles in her mouth. "I've never had such delicious noodles before." "Eat slowly." Ai Mian pounded her small fist on her chest, almost choking, and then declared bravely, "Third brother, whether it's climbing a mountain of swords or crossing a sea of fire, just say the word. My life is yours." A bowl of plain noodles was worth risking everything for. Meng Qi-jian gently touched her sweaty neck, then went to the kitchen to bring half a bowl of noodle soup. After finishing the noodles, Lue Ai Mian was so tired she couldn't keep her eyes open. She closed her eyes, feeling a warm fireplace in front of her, and clung to it without thinking much. Meng Qi-jian carried her into the bedroom, took off her small belongings, and tucked her into bed along with the soup cloth. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he silently watched her sleep peacefully. But her words still echoed in his mind. My life is yours. Once, many people had given their lives just to have a full meal. He slowly left home, walking into the mountains through thick fog. On the hillside, there was a graveyard with many unmarked graves. Meng Qi-jian sat beside them, a deep coldness seeping into his bones. On their wedding night, he also stayed here the whole evening. The Central Guard once wanted him to stay in the army as a captain, or even as a general. However, he chose to return home, content to be a simple farmer. I thought he would quietly live the rest of his life without much change, but then I met Mian. She was different from everyone else. Lu Mian didn't know any of this. She only knew she was forbidden to leave the house for 3 days. Originally, she wanted to sell the pears, but they wouldn't bring in much money. Maybe 3 or 4 coins at most. After all, wild fruits grow everywhere, and at the market, her basket of pears was worth only about 15 coins. After breakfast, everyone went their own way. Although Mian was told she couldn't go outside, no one seemed to be watching her closely. Still, she was afraid of Meng Qi-jian, so she pretended to be obedient and cleaned the yard at home. In the afternoon, Meng Jing finished washing clothes and came back, and Mian finally had a moment to herself. She brought a basin of clean water and sat on a small wooden stool, washing the pears one by one. Then she peeled the skins, cut them in half, scooped out the cores with a spoon, and chopped them into roughly equal pieces. Meng Jing looked curious. Mian, you really know how to make strange things. This will need your help later, Mian said as she looked for some dried red dates in the kitchen. She put the pear pieces and red dates into a pot, added more than half a pot of water, and then just covered it to simmer. After about an hour, a sweet and inviting aroma filled the air. This drink is also something my mother taught me. It's not only tasty, but also good for nourishing the lungs and easing dryness. Maybe your brother won't always look so serious. Mian was busy preparing. She first poured 3 bowls for Meng Mu and her younger sister. How does it taste? Meng Jing took a sip and thought for a moment. It's pretty good. Eating pears alone is a bit astringent, but this sweet drink isn't greasy and feels very refreshing. Then, Mian leaned close and whispered a few words in her ear, looking at her with eager eyes like a puppy that had just been born. Is it okay? Will I get scolded again? Mian shook her head.
No.
He only gave me 2 rules, and he didn't say I couldn't do business. As the sunset faded, people heading to the town for short-term work or to do business were returning home one after another. This dirt road wasn't a proper official road. It was worn down by pedestrians day after day. Still, because it was a dirt path, it became muddy and difficult to walk when it rained. When the weather was clear and windy, it turned into a cloud of dust. People hurried along, mostly feeling unhappy and just focusing on walking quickly. Meng Qi-jian carried a bag. He was tall, with neat, sturdy pants, and he moved faster than most other pedestrians. When he was near the village entrance, he suddenly heard a clear, cheerful voice. Good drink. Refreshing and relieving fatigue. 1 coin for a big bowl, pear and red date soup. He looked closer and saw his young sister still under house arrest. Her face was flushed, but her eyes were bright and clear like water. Next to her was a water bucket from their home, covered with an oilcloth. He didn't know where she got it, with a wooden lid on top. When someone bought the drink, she would open it and scoop out a bowl with a spoon, keeping it very clean. There weren't many bowls, as most people used their own water bags, which was cheaper. Their home was nearby, and many travelers from farther villages also bought the drink for just 1 coin, since they were thirsty and tired from traveling. Looking closely, he saw Mian had tied one of her feet with a hemp rope, with the other end attached to the water bucket handle. When she saw Meng Qi-jian, she confidently said, "This is also like being under house arrest. This is our family's water bucket, just like staying at home." Meng Jing, helping to carry the water bucket, nodded nervously. Meng Qi-jian first took a handkerchief from his bag, poured all the water from his water bag onto it, wrung it out, and then bent down to wipe her small, muddy, sweaty face clean.
Give me a bowl too, he said.
Mian gave him a bowl, without charging him. After all, the red dates and the bucket belonged to their family, though she didn't plan to tell him. Meng Qi-jian finished drinking, untied the hemp rope from her foot, and waited until they sold everything before carrying the water bucket and other items home. They sold drinks for 2 days, and all the pears were gone. Mian didn't make more after that. At first, people just tried it out of curiosity, and some even wanted to sell drinks themselves. Gradually, people stopped buying. At night, Mian counted her copper coins. Meng Jing didn't allow her to count on the bed, and after washing, she was also not allowed to count because he thought copper coins were dirty, so she washed them again with spring water. How can coins be dirty? Lu Mian whispered in protest, but she could only happily count her copper coins in the shed. 56. 57. Mian held her breath, getting more excited as she counted. 69. 70. In just 2 days, she earned 70 coins. Plus the coins she had hidden before, her total value was now over 100 coins. This made her feel very happy when having dinner and taking a bath. Even Meng Qi-jian, who still insisted that she stay at home, this time emphasizing that she must not take any belongings with her, smiled and agreed to a 3-day confinement. Actually, Meng Qi-jian found out that when she went to sell pear soup and carry water buckets, she accidentally reopened her shoulder wound. The next morning, while eating breakfast, Mian was snoring happily while eating corn porridge. Meng Qi-jian took out an object and placed it in front of her. This is a 9-link puzzle. Just solve all of them. It was a small toy he made during his free time outside. When he returned from the countryside, he wanted to give it to Mian to play with, but she kept fiddling with it. Now he just brought it out to keep her entertained while she was confined at home. This toy was quite rare, especially for someone like Mian who had never played with proper toys before. Meng Qi-jian added, "Your cousin sent an invitation to my shop. She will hold a wedding banquet at the town's restaurant in the middle of this month. Do you want to go?" Yes, Mian had been craving a banquet for a long time. In the morning, she fed the chickens. Her 5 cents now felt manageable, and she had grown a little taller with her siblings. After staying at home for a few days, Mian ate well, finished her chores, and played with the 9-link puzzle.
Now she could solve 3 of them.
Ado was busier than her now, often following Meng Qi-jian into town to transport goods. Before long, it was mid-month. On this day, Mian changed into a new dress she had bought earlier. Although she had no jewelry, she looked fresh and simple. Meng Qi-jian, standing nearby, wore a clean, well-ironed short shirt and had his leg binding secured. Although neither of them was wealthy, they both looked friendly and approachable. After tidying up, Mian sat on a dough to play with the 9-link puzzle, while Meng Qi-jian led the donkey into town. During the season, everyone was holding their wedding banquets at home. Wealthy families often invited people to their estates, so Lu Weiwei's wedding was held at a restaurant, which was the first in the town. When they arrived in town, there were many new sights to see. Mian stopped playing with her toys and squeezed into the crowd to join the lively scene.
Wow.
What a grand celebration! At the restaurant entrance, bright lanterns decorated the scene. The Zhang family relatives and people from Lu village had all come. The scene was lively and bustling. Sitting in a soft sedan, Lu Weiwei had a red cloth covering her head, but her nails were deeply pressed into her palms. She had married into the Zhang family as she wished, thinking it was a good place. She still remembered in her dream, seeing Mian dressed as a beautiful bride walking into the sedan, feeling envious inside. However, not long ago, she found out that the Zhang family's dowry was very small, even less than the traditional 4 gifts from rural families. Her mother-in-law held her hand and tearfully pleaded, "Our family works hard to send our son to school and for exams. Please understand and be patient." Lu Weiwei then relaxed her grip. These small details don't matter. When Zhang Sheng passes the imperial exam next year, that will be her turning point. So, when she saw Zhang Mian and her husband arrive, she was momentarily stunned. In terms of appearance, there was little change. But was she still the same Mian from her memory, always with a head full of straw, sleeves that looked old and torn, big eyes on a thin face, even a bit scary as a silly girl? Now, Mion looked healthy with a rosy complexion, her shiny black hair neatly tied in a bun, and her dress was new and clean, clearly a young woman living comfortably. At first glance, it was nothing special, but Lu Weiwei noticed her new husband, Zhang Yixing, also staring blankly at her. "Look at that girl downstairs, so naive and simple," Lu Weiwei softly teased. Her voice was gentle but clear enough for the makeup attendants nearby to hear. "Come see, that farmer family, probably here for the first time, causing quite a stir." Meanwhile, on the first floor, Mion was unaware of the crowd watching her from above. She was quietly clutching Meng Qijian's sleeve, eyes fixed on the scene as she prepared to set off firecrackers. A young servant took out a fire stick, lit the fuse, and quickly ran away. In an instant, the firecrackers exploded loudly, creating a lively atmosphere. Meng Qijian didn't stop her protests, not letting her get too close to watch, and covered her ears with both hands. At first, Mion was curious, but the loud noise startled her. Soon, she watched the fireworks calmly, smiling as she enjoyed the lively scene, feeling she had joined in the fun. Back inside the restaurant, Mion sighed. "Such a grand building. I wonder how much silver was spent on it. Waiter, how much do you earn in a month? And how many cooks does such a restaurant need?" Seeing her serious note-taking, Meng Qijian asked, "Do you want to open a restaurant?" "No, I want to open a tofu shop." "Oh." Meng Qijian casually glanced at the faint figures behind the second-floor window. "Making tofu requires early mornings and late nights, and it's hard work. The profit is small. How can you support a shop?" Just as Mion was about to reply, she suddenly became alert. "I won't tell you." Meng Qijian thought she was just dreaming during the day, saying childish things, and didn't argue. He casually replied, "I think I saw someone I know. I'll go say hello. You wait here and get ready for the meal, okay?" "Yes." When there is delicious food, Mion won't run around randomly, so he feels very at ease and leaves happily. This wedding feast is indeed very elaborate, with a grand opening. The dishes are served in pairs, including whole chicken, whole duck, whole goose, and whole fish. There are 4 main dishes plus 8 side dishes, each with its own meaning. Each time a dish is served, the little second loudly announces, "Dragon and Phoenix bring good fortune." For happiness meatballs, Mion listens confused, as there is a dish of sauce-glazed meatballs in front of her, along with boiled fish, cured duck, chicken soup, some cold dishes, and vegetables. When the dishes arrive, everyone digs in eagerly, chopsticks flying. Mion plans carefully. Since the cured duck is hard to eat and takes time, she quickly grabs a solid meatball first. She doesn't know how it's made, but it's not greasy or dry. When she bites into it, it's soft like tofu and melts in her mouth immediately. After finishing the meatball, she notices no one is fighting for the cold dishes, so she scoops a small bowl of preserved egg and tofu. Then she enters a tense phase, carefully picking out a piece of fish belly meat to eat slowly, to avoid getting a fish bone stuck. Finally, she eats rice soaked in chicken soup and leisurely nibbles on the sauce-glazed duck. Before long, the little second comes quietly to tell her that the kitchen has left her a small stew pot for her to eat secretly. Mion is puzzled. "Why is that?" The little second says, "You'll find out when you go." Mion hesitates, feeling as if a piece of flesh has been cut from her body, and she resolutely shakes her head. If it had been before, she would have gone without hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhang Yixing from the kitchen waits and waits, but no one comes, leaving him confused. Time is tight, so he quickly writes a few words on paper, asks the little second to pass it, and then goes back to entertain guests. But in all his busyness, he forgets one thing. Mion cannot read. When Meng Qijian finishes his work and returns, most of the feast is over. "I just want to greet the guests. It didn't cost much, just 20 copper coins. At a wedding, people often bring small gifts or some coins for good luck. The value depends on their relationship." "Oh," Mion, feeling a bit lazy after eating, suddenly whispers, "The little second asked me to go to the kitchen for the stew pot, but I didn't go." Her face shows a proud expression. "Praise me." Meng Qijian finds it amusing and just says, "Mion is so clever." "And this?" she asks. "Can you help me see what's written on this?" "I don't understand." She takes out the note. Meng Chi-jian opens it and sees 2 lines written in small script. He remains calm and casually asks, "What is the relationship between the groom and your family?" He's a neighbor. "So, what does it say?" Meng Chi-jian casually pinched the note and put it in his pocket. He said he was short of money for his wedding and wanted to borrow 10 taels of silver from you. What? Mian first slammed the table, then looked suspicious. Did the note really say that? Yes. He said that even if he can't borrow 10 taels, borrowing 8 is fine, and he will return it later. Mian covered her purse inside her clothes. Then let's leave quickly after eating, so he won't keep bothering me for money, okay? After returning home, Meng Chi-jian casually threw the note into the stove to burn. The note didn't actually mention borrowing money. It was vague, inviting Mian to meet him at a so-called old place in a few days. Although she didn't know what it was about, as someone married, secretly meeting another family's young lady was completely disregarding Mian's reputation. While everyone was celebrating at the wedding banquet, Meng Chi-jian kept hearing bits and pieces about Zhang Lu's family. The Zhang family had a childhood betrothal with the Lu family. It was said their children had been childhood sweethearts. But today, looking at the bride and groom, they didn't seem to have much familiarity or understanding from growing up together. Meng Chi-jian glanced at Mian, who was playing with a 9-link puzzle on a long wooden bench. He knew Mian was not very aware of romantic matters. Yet, there was a growing suspicion that couldn't be ignored, which made him feel uneasy and a bit upset. Initially, who was the Zhang family supposed to marry? Are you close with that Zhang family person? Why would he ask you for money? Mian believed him and honestly replied, "I find it strange too. He should know I have no money. But when we were kids, he couldn't read and was kept in the village shrine. I snuck a few times to roast corn and fava beans for him." "Oh, so you are quite familiar." Meng Chi-jian stood up, took away the 9-link puzzle, and silently went to fetch water. Mian was left confused, tilting her head doubtfully. Everyone knew that Meng family went to the city to attend a wedding banquet. But along with this news came some local rumors. People mostly said Mian's behavior was inappropriate, but when asked for details, no one could give a clear answer, so the gossip remained secret. Mian still didn't understand why she had angered Meng Chi-jian, but she took the matter lightly and forgot about it overnight. Now, it was the off-season, and the weather was getting hotter. The Meng family's meals became simpler. That day, Lu Weiwei saw that Mian's family seemed well off, but it was actually a complete misunderstanding. The Meng family has a blacksmith shop, but in fact, they have had almost no savings for many years. Unlike farmers who are usually frugal to prepare for natural disasters and accidents, Meng Chi-jian spends almost all the money he earns immediately. Life is just about working and eating. If they don't work for 3 days, the whole family might have to start eating thin porridge with just a few grains. During the hottest season, the blacksmith shop almost has no business during the day. It's hot and smoky inside, so only after sunset can Meng Chi-jian work for about 2 hours. Someone weaker might have already fainted from the heat. This shows in their food. Mian and her group eat pickled vegetables at every meal. Because of the heat, they have no way to keep food fresh, and they've stopped drinking goat milk for now. In early spring, Mian and Meng Jing planted some vegetables in the backyard, like cabbage, lettuce, cucumbers, celery, and some scallions, ginger, and garlic. Now, these have become their lifeline. Every morning, Mian runs to the backyard to see what vegetables she can pick, at least to get through the day. The chickens they raised have grown bigger, but they still haven't laid eggs. Should we kill one to eat? Mian asks, then feels a bit guilty. Maybe we should wait a few more days. Maybe they'll lay eggs soon. Meng Jing agrees. It's such a waste to eat now. And it's so hot. We probably don't want to eat much anyway. Mian doesn't agree. In these months, she has grown almost as tall as a half-grown cucumber. Meng Chi-jian even took a stone and measured her height next to the door frame, carving it into the wood. Still, Mian often suddenly kicks her legs in her sleep, as if she's about to fall into a deep, dark hole. When she wakes up from these nightmares, she sometimes feels her stomach still like a wild beast in the mountains, wanting to swallow everything in the world. But the family's food supply is limited, and Mian knows she doesn't work much, so she can't eat too much or she'll be driven away. One summer night, mosquitoes are numerous. Meng Chi-jian lights mugwort in the corner of the house and takes a large fan. Just then, Mian, clutching her stomach and with her eyes tightly closed, suddenly grimaces. What's wrong?
Meng Qijian asks.
Mian doesn't know either. Her stomach pain feels different from hunger. It's like her whole body has been beaten, and her back is sweating cold. She stammers and can't explain clearly. Seeing her face turn pale, Meng Chi-jian quickly touches her forehead. She isn't feverish. There are bloodstains on the bedding, and Meng Chi-jian thinks she has an injury. His eyebrows furrow deeply. Everything was fine, so how did you suddenly get hurt? He was thinking that since it was evening, rushing to town might be too late, so he decided to first find the village healer to check on her. When he arrived at the yard and told his mother about Mian's condition, the old woman couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This isn't an injury or illness. It's something else. But you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Mother Meng reached into a box and took out some cotton and cloth. Just remember, in about 4 or 5 days, your wife must not touch cold water and should eat nourishing food to restore her energy and blood. She then took out some cotton from the bottom of the box. I'll talk to her. You don't need to make a fuss everywhere. Meng Qi's face turned awkward, and his ears reddened. Mian was more shocked than thunder. She first thought she had a serious illness, and almost handed her savings hidden in the woodshed to Meng Jing. She was confused to learn that this would happen every month, but Mother Meng happily explained many things and gave her a new cloth menstrual belt, originally prepared in advance for Meng Jing. She then brought a bowl of ginger soup for her to drink. Mian only managed to fall into a daze and sleep late into the night. She was awakened by a fragrant smell. The aroma was strong, and at this moment, her stomach no longer hurt as much. She leaned against the window, gazing eagerly into the yard. Is it New Year's? Meng Jing giggled and came over. Third brother looked at all the chickens we raised. I offered 60 coins and picked a rooster. It was just slaughtered, and half of it is boiling for soup. Such a small rooster. It shouldn't cost so much on the market, Mian said, eyes wide. Besides, the shop has no money to earn now. Where did he get the money? There's no work at the shop, but there's always something at the dock. Doing some odd jobs can earn money too. Mian was a bit annoyed without knowing why. In this hot weather, those laborers who have no food from meal to meal wouldn't want to go out. How can you let him go? What if he gets heat stroke? When Meng Jing was scolded, she felt a little wrong too. I thought you'd be happy I sold it for a good price. Besides, third brother is as strong as an ox. What could possibly go wrong? Are you closer to him, or to me? This deep question left Mian speechless. She was struggling to think of how to answer when someone from the kitchen came out, looked at both of them expressionlessly, and said, Mian, come eat. The meal was simple, just a pot of goji berry and red date chicken soup, and a plate of stir-fried cucumber. But it was quite valuable, as the red dates and goji berries were medicinal herbs. The ingredients for the soup were definitely more than 60 coins. Where did the money come from? Mian asked. Meng Chi said kids shouldn't worry so much about these things. Mian felt uneasy. Could I have a serious illness? Was everything last night just a lie? Meng Chi-jian was too lazy to pay attention to her wild behavior. This pot of chicken soup was shared by everyone. The chicken drumstick was given to Mian's bowl, while the others helped themselves. Dr. Wen from the town said it was good for women to nourish their bodies, so he only took a few steamed buns and some pickled vegetables, then started eating happily nearby. Mian hesitated, picked up her bowl, and took a sip of the soup. Her eyes lit up because the soup had a perfect balance of sweet flavor and chicken aroma. Plus, after a rare afternoon rain, it was no longer so hot and stuffy. Mian held her bowl and ate most of it herself, like a little pig digging into a pot. After feeling full, her face looked much better, with rosy cheeks. When she dozed off on a wooden chair under the shade of a tree, Meng Chi-jian was satisfied, gently touching her round belly before heading into town. Just as he left, Mian suddenly exclaimed with great joy, probably because her friend's departure made the chickens feel threatened. Wow, 5 cents for an egg. Mian found a chicken egg from the henhouse and carefully placed it in a porcelain bowl in the kitchen. At first, she was upset and angry when she learned she had to suffer monthly stomach pains. But in recent days, her family's meals had improved. They had stewed chicken and sweet brown sugar water to drink. This made her feel a little better, as if things weren't so bad. Once her stomach pain eased, Mian went out to find food. She usually took Ado with her. When they arrived at the river, she saw the water level had dropped quite a bit, and clear water revealed swimming fish from time to time. She looked around. It was the afternoon, and no one was nearby. Mian felt safe, took off her shoes, and rolled up her pants. The local people believed there was a river god in the river and forbade catching carp there. If they angered the river god, a great drought could happen next year, bringing disaster. River god, I am Lu Mian. I have never done anything bad. I only want to do good. Mian knelt on the grass and sincerely prayed. My family has no food left, and I had no choice but to catch a few big fish to feed my family. I promise I didn't take more than I could handle. Please don't blame me. She bowed her head a few times, then took her bamboo basket and went into the river to catch fish. The fish here had never been caught before. They were slippery, but not very smart. Mian drove them toward 2 big rocks, slowly lifted her bamboo basket, and caught 3 or 4 fish. She released 2 small fish and covered the basket with large lotus leaves to hide what was inside. Just as I was about to go home, I suddenly saw a large dark object upstream. Curious, I went ashore, put on my shoes, and ran over to look. It was a man. He was dressed in strange clothes, and it seemed he had hit his forehead somewhere, bleeding heavily. It looked like he might not survive. I hurried over, struggled to drag him onto the shore, and gently slapped his cheeks on both sides. Wake up. After repeated slaps, he surprisingly slowly woke up, speaking with a strange accent, but I could still understand him clearly. Where is this? By the river behind our village. When he opened his eyes, they gradually focused. Your clothes. What year is it now? I thought he was a simple outsider, so I honestly told him the answer. His eyes lit up with joy as he said strange words. My boat crossed over. I really crossed over. The next moment, he tightly grabbed my sleeve. I frowned, feeling worried. Usually, I would just walk away. But I just told the river god that I was a kind person. Now that this person appeared in the river, I wondered if it was a test from the river god. I had only seen a simple-minded person once before, back in Lu's village. They are usually very strong but not very smart and stubborn. By the way, there's no gunpowder or glass yet, right? And who is making the emperor? Why are you looking at me like that? The man muttered softly, glancing at my face. You're quite pretty. You're probably the second lady, or maybe the main lady. Oh, my head hurts so much. Are you my wife? Quickly take me home. There was none in our village now, but there used to be in earlier years. Later, someone fell into the pond and drowned. Meng Qi-jian frowned and said, I should talk to the villagers and the village chief, just in case these mountain bandits come from somewhere else. Okay, finish your talk and come back, Mian said, clenched her fist. Tonight, we'll have cotton flour milk soup with carp. Meng Qi-jian nodded, turned to leave, then came back and pinched Mian's cheek before walking away. These days, the family doesn't always let Mian cook. Her cooking is like children playing house, mostly strange and unusual dishes no one else has heard of. She gathers her own ingredients, so others think she's just playing around, wasting some firewood. Sometimes her dishes are so bad that Meng Jing and Meng Mu refuse to eat, but Meng Qi-jian eats everything normally. When Mian tries something new, others don't criticize. They just think privately, can cotton flowers really be used in cooking? Mian removes the stems and impurities from the cotton flowers, picks the petals, washes them, and then cuts them into small pieces with a knife. Next, she slices green onions, cuts ginger into sections, and slices mushrooms. She heats the pot, pours in cooking oil, and fries 2 fish in an iron pan until the skin is slightly golden on both sides. Then she pours boiling water into the pan, adds the vegetables, and simmers until a milky white soup forms. Once it boils thoroughly, she adds the cotton flower petals. The aroma of flowers, fish, and deliciousness fills the air. Mian, it looks like you did a good job this time. I'm already craving it just smelling. The dinner is rare and hearty. Meng Qi-jian quickly returns, filling his plate while talking about what happened next. Everyone in the village went to see him. He's young, so it's nothing serious. After he fainted, they carried him to the village Dr. Huang's house. Once he's better, they'll report to the officials and see what they say. Mian said, "He doesn't look like a bandit. He's delicate and weak, and I don't know what he used to do. That's strange. But I saw his palms. There seem to be calluses from holding a brush for years. Maybe he's a scholar or a clerk. I think he's a bit crazy," Meng Qi-jian said with a smile. But when he tasted the fish soup, he was stunned. The soup was extremely sweet and fresh, the fish tender and smooth, and all his worries and heat from the day disappeared. He took a few more sips and felt even hungrier. Mian carefully removed the fish bones, smiling happily. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. "Oh, you're having dinner? No wonder it smells so good," said the strange man outside, wrapped in bandages. "Dr. Huang said I'm fine, just exhausted from traveling and starving. I asked him to tell me where your home is so I could thank my lifesaver. I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Yuan Hua." Yuan Hua kept his eyes fixed on the fish soup on the table while licking his lips. Yuan Hua had learned quite a bit at Dr. Huang's house. Originally, he was a recent graduate working at a small company, 6 days a week, earning 4,500 yuan a month. This was a big difference from what he had said in the dorm group chat. "After I graduate, I will find a job that pays over 10,000 yuan a month." But he had no choice. During the job search season, he sent out over 1,000 resumes. Some jobs looked ordinary, but many graduates from top schools also competed for them. He wanted to take exams for graduate school or government jobs, but after playing around in college for a few years and flipping through books for 2 months, he realized he couldn't focus. So, he had to find a job quickly. After 2 months, he argued with his boss and quit. Feeling beaten down by society, Yuan Hua's daily entertainment became reading novels, stories about dragons returning, a son-in-law turning his life around, a low-level college student actually being a powerful family head, and other heroic tales. When hungry, he ordered fast food. He wasn't picky about ingredients. For such little money, being able to eat was good enough. The problem was, after eating, he often felt very thirsty and had to drink several large glasses of water to feel better. When he crossed over here, he wasn't too panicked. After all, the people in front of him were uneducated locals. Yuan Hua believed it would be easy to fool them, a kind of dimensionality reduction attack. Although his starting point was low, he believed that someday he could become a noble or even establish a dynasty. After all, he was from another world. He also subtly inquired about Mian's family. Mian was a newly married daughter-in-law. The Meng family didn't treat her well, and her husband had no savings. Recently, he had been carrying heavy bags at the dock. In short, Mian was a pitiful and adorable lifesaver, and in the 21st century, she could be seen as a high school girl. Yuan Hua felt it was his duty to save her from her hardships. However, his plan to make her invite him to dinner by staring at the fish soup was ruined. Mian didn't understand his gaze at all. Instead, she scratched her head and said, "I didn't save you. I'm not your lifesaver. I was just passing by the river and saw you." Meng Qi-jian was standing nearby, not intending to invite him to eat at all. Right now, each family didn't have enough food. Who would invite a young man like him for no reason? Yuan Hua was not discouraged. He believed that his current patience and endurance would soon turn into a moment of revenge. These locals would soon come crawling to beg him. He sincerely said, "It's not like that. Actually, your family are my benefactors. If you hadn't discovered me, and if my older brother hadn't told the villagers to rescue me, I would have died for sure. I came from another village fleeing hardship. I can work. I'm not someone who just eats without contributing. Tomorrow, I plan to work with my brother, and I will definitely repay you with the money I earn so I can feel at ease," Blind Mengmu listened sincerely and felt a bit sorry for him. That's okay. Just eat your fill tonight, Yuan Hua immediately agreed and eagerly brought a bowl of sweet potato porridge to the table. As soon as he tasted it, he frowned. It didn't seem to have much flavor. He lowered his head and took another big sip. This time his eyes widened. The faint sweetness made his hungry stomach, which had been empty for a long time, rumble loudly, and even the small side dishes tasted very fresh. He quickly finished the porridge, then went to serve fish soup. Although he only managed to get a piece of fish tail, he carefully picked out the fish meat on top. The delicious flavor made him eat hungrily, forgetting the boredom of not having a phone to play with after crossing over. Every dish here has a simple, rustic charm. Unconsciously, after finishing, he no longer felt restless, but instead experienced a sense of fulfillment and happiness. Meng Qi-jian was quietly picking out fish bones, watching someone who wanted to pick out sweet potatoes. Mian didn't care for the overeaten sweet potatoes. She first ate the tender meat from the fish belly in her bowl, then finished the rice, and now she was about to stop eating. Meng Qi-jian placed a dish of sliced cucumbers in front of her. Mian had no choice but to continue eating honestly. After the meal, Yuan Hua asked about an old ancestral hall in the village, then repeatedly thanked everyone and left. As he left, Mian said she planned to go to the city tomorrow, as her family had a small basket of eggs to sell. It's too hot. I'll keep them for ourselves and not sell them, Meng Qi-jian directly rejected. He took a basket of dry grass to burn some ash. These chickens are ours. They eat a lot of the family's vegetable leaves. We finally got some eggs. We can exchange them for some money. You don't need to take me. I'll ride Ado to sell the eggs myself. Meng Qi-jian smiled, pinched Mian's left ear and lifted it, making her cry out, ouch, ouch. Then he said, "You're not allowed to go. It's too hot, and you might get heat stroke. Don't think I'll give you money to see the doctor then." Mian felt very embarrassed when her ear was pulled in front of Meng Jing. However, this is indeed a difficult problem. Staying under the hot sun for an hour or two might make her sick. She quietly goes to take a bath alone, and summer has its advantages. No need to boil water, just leave it in the sun all afternoon, and it will be ready to wash at night. After bathing, Mian lies on a bamboo mat, with wet hair, weaving grasshoppers from long leaves. When Meng Qi-jian enters the room again, he pauses, noticing Mian wearing an old, light-colored undergarment from before, just a small string tied on her smooth back because of the heat. He suddenly finds fault, saying, "Why do you put all this messy stuff on the bed and stuff it into pockets? Isn't it dirty?" Mian quickly climbs up, her big eyes full of stubbornness, saying, "I won't make you dirty here. I go to the firewood room and sleep with Ado." Meng Qi-jian turns away. "Just a few words from you, and you want to leave? If I don't say anything, wouldn't that be chaos? You don't need to go. I'll go to the firewood room myself." Mian gets upset. "You're not allowed to bully Ado. Do you think I'm like that?" Meng Qi-jian sneers coldly and then closes the door. Mian wants to explain, but she sees he's very angry. Clearly the one who started the trouble. Why does it seem like it's her fault? Besides, she only heard from Xiao Jing that Meng Qi-jian has been carrying heavy loads at the dock recently. So, she wanted to sell eggs to earn some money. After all, besides Meng Qi-jian, she's the one who eats the most at home. She was thinking of finding another way to make more money, but eventually, fatigue took over, and her eyelids slowly closed. In a semi-dream state, she feels the night breeze, and a bamboo fan seems to be constantly swinging, very cool. When she wakes up the next day, she finds only herself in the room. The long summer still goes on. Since the eggs at home can't be sold, they are simply boiled in plain water, cooled, and then kept in pockets to eat later. Lu Mian sometimes secretly tries to catch a few fish to enjoy. But it's not easy. The hotter it gets, the more people go to the river to bathe and play. She has no idea what to do, often holding a large lotus leaf over her head while playing outside. At least she's not foolish. She knows to stay under the shade when it's hot. Meng Qi-jian's good friend, Dr. Wen, knows that the young couple has been having a cold war. He chuckles and offers some advice. However, Lu Mian calms down, and then someone actively comes to her. "I've found a chance to get rich." Yuan Hua, with a dark tan, shows a big white smile. One foot quickly steps into the doorway, making it hard to close the door. Mian looks at him with some suspicion. "I heard that Yuan Hua said he was going to the dock to do hard labor, but he only went for 2 days. When he came back, he was crying and shouting, 'This is inhumane. Do you know what labor law is? Do you know about heat subsidies?' As a result, he completely annoyed the dock owner. Yuan Hua is also a hot-tempered person and managed to get his 2 days' wages back. It was only 150 coins, since he only worked half a day the second day, and he gave 50 coins to a Mian's family as agreed. Really, listen to me." Yuan Hua had been relying on his shamelessness these days, going around the village during meal times to beg for a bite to eat, feeling dizzy from hunger, while trying to figure out what kind of story this novel he had traveled into was. From what he saw now, passing the imperial exams was impossible. There was no teacher in the village. Trying to become a marshal general was also shattered after a day of moving goods. Now, he suddenly had an idea. With his modern business mind, he should aim to become rich and powerful. "So, what kind of business do you want to do?" Mian asked. She was about to start preparing dinner and was holding a large cauliflower. Seeing her, Yuan Hua's eyes lit up. "I have my own plan. I came to buy vegetables from your backyard. I want as many as you have, but you only have 100 coins, Mian said. Yuan Hua replied, "I'm just starting out. In the future, your yard might not be able to supply enough. So I'll give you 80 coins first. You go pick the freshest vegetables, I have a big use for them." Mian was willing to accept the money without question. She didn't ask what he was planning to do and took the coins. Then she went to the backyard, picked a basket of fresh cucumbers, loofahs, leafy greens, and so on, and told him, "You can borrow this bamboo basket for now. Remember to return it tomorrow." Yuan Hua was surprised and looked uncertain. This. It's just a basket. Don't you have any say in this?" He muttered softly, his voice growing quieter, and his gaze toward Mian became more compassionate. "It's okay, once I make money." He mumbled something nonsensical and then left. Mian watched him acting crazy and shook her head. But since she had earned 80 coins at home, she hummed a tune and went to cook dinner. Yuan Hua returned to the old ancestral hall as he did a few days ago. His mind was restless. This was the first time he had ever tried to do business. His idea would have revolutionary significance, something those ignorant villagers would never think of. He wanted to sell healthy meals. He observed that the diet of ancient people was very unhealthy. The men who did hard labor were not like modern bodybuilders. Most of them were short and hunched from carrying heavy loads all their lives. Their food was also very simple, mostly a bowl of unpolished wheat rice with leftover fat and a little bit of lean meat, which butchers called 5-flour pork, yet it was still quite expensive. A pound sold for 35 coins, so most workers pooled their money to buy food. Eating this every day, can their bodies stay healthy? Yuan Hua frowned, thinking it was no wonder that ancient people didn't live long. Eating such food might lead to high blood pressure and high cholesterol after just a few days. He picked many lotus leaves and carefully arranged each small salad to look nice. When he looked at the presentation, he was very satisfied. Healthy light meals with low cost and high selling price were the best way to start a business. Yuan Hua worked hard packing salads until late at night and finally made 30 servings. Then he went to sleep happily. The next morning, he heard roosters crowing. He forced himself to open his eyes and wanted to sleep 5 more minutes, but he was worried about missing the big group of villagers heading to the city. With a determined bite, he got up, washed, and prepared to leave. It was dawn, and the air was already a bit hot. The villagers hurried on their way. An old woman curiously asked, "What's in your basket?" "They look strange." Yuan Hua smiled slightly. "Salads." "Well, even without dressing, a little soy sauce should taste good." The old woman shook her head and said, "You won't sell these." Yuan Hua, already grumpy early in the morning, looked disdainful. "I told you, you don't understand. No one else can copy my business." The old woman looked serious and said, I'm just trying to help. Yuan Hua snapped back. No need. This is my original idea. Others can't sell it even if they try. Not wanting to argue further, Yuan Hua strode ahead. These salads weren't meant for the poor. His goal was clear. Once in the city, he asked around wealthy families and visited their mansions, but he couldn't see the owners. The guards all turned him away. Such snobs. You'll regret this someday. By midday, he hadn't sold a single salad. He was hot, hungry, and dizzy. Remembering he still had 20 coins left in his pocket, Yuan Hua spent 10 coins on a sticky rice bamboo tube on the street. After eating, he choked and bought some tea for 1 coin. The morning's efforts brought no success, and even the lotus leaves looked wilted. Better to give up on this and go back to my original plan. Yuan Hua felt a surge of strength and suddenly carried his basket, calling out to sell his healthy salads and tasty light meals. Boost your daily vitamins with fresh salads. He remembered that the idea came from the dock workers' hard labor, and since they earned 100 coins a day, he could sell his cheaper salads easily. He rushed to the dock, now only having 9 coins left, and didn't care about losing face. When he saw a passerby, he stopped him to ask if he wanted to buy his salad. Someone curiously asked, "What's inside that?" "Let me see." Seeing a chance for his first sale, Yuan Hua eagerly opened the lotus leaf wrapper and enthusiastically explained the benefits of eating vegetables. "So much, only 10 coins. The man scoffed. "Are you crazy? Selling a bunch of broken leaves? I wouldn't buy it even if you gave it to me for 1 coin. Yuan Hua angrily snatched back his lotus leaf, shouting, "If you can't afford it, go away." The man, who was passing by, also got angry and loudly complained to the people around. The dock workers looked carefully and suddenly shouted, "Isn't that the young master from a few days ago? Lazy and always complaining, now trying to cheat us out of our hard-earned money." Now they completely surrounded his stall, and his business was ruined. Yuan Hua couldn't fight off this group of strong laborers. After they left, he hadn't sold a single salad.
He was truly panicked.
Sell the salads cheap, 3 coins each. Now he just wanted to recover his costs, or else tomorrow he'd be forced to drink cold water again. That stomach acid kept rising, and the feeling of hunger with a rusty taste in his throat was terrible. But he lowered the price from 3 coins to 1 and finally sold 3 or 4 salads, about what he'd pay for vegetables at the market. In despair, suddenly a shadow as tall as a tower fell before him. Turning around, he saw Meng Qijian glaring at him with a very unhappy expression, staring at his bamboo basket. Meng Qijian obviously recognized his own bamboo basket, which he had made himself long ago. The basket had been used for years and wasn't worth much. He didn't know whether the stingy little guy at home had lent it to Yuan Hua or given it to him. Meng Qijian said nothing and turned to leave. Along the way, he shoulder-checked the group of laborers, causing them to murmur behind him. Did Meng-san take the wrong medicine today? Such anger. I guess his business isn't doing well lately. It's the off-season, and there's no work at all, but he shouldn't take out his anger on us. Didn't he just get married? If it were me, I'd think. The workers immediately exchanged mischievous glances. Most of them couldn't get married, and only a few had families. Since they had no land and few skills, and their work in the city made their standards higher, ordinary families wouldn't marry their daughters to them to suffer. They were about to make some teasing jokes when suddenly everyone fell silent, even Yuan Hua, who had been shouting to sell goods. At the end of the street, a young woman riding a donkey appeared. She wore a colorful lily-patterned dress, a big straw hat on her head, and was wiping sweat while holding a bamboo basket. She looked like a cool summer breeze, swaying the leaves of the trees, casting dappled shadows on the ground and shimmering light like a dream. "Lu, Mion." A gritted voice came from the blacksmith shop entrance. "You came out in this heat and didn't even bring a water bag." Mion had been extremely thirsty all along. Hearing this, she hurried into the shop, handed her lunch to Meng Qijian, and quickly took a blue porcelain bowl to drink 2 large bowls of cold water. Only then did she show her white teeth. "I was in a rush and forgot to bring it." The shop hadn't been open for a while. The forge was not lit, but it was still quite stuffy. Meng Qijian opened all the doors and windows to ventilate the place, then lifted the cloth covering the basket. Well, the next second, everyone outside the window swallowed hard. There was a bowl of spicy pepper stir-fried meat, oily and shiny, with thick chunks of meat, a bowl of cold lotus root slices mixed with small chili peppers, sauce, minced garlic, and scallions sprinkled with white sesame seeds, and 4 large, fat steamed buns. Meng Chi-jian looked at Amian. "Have you eaten?" She shook her head. "After I finished, I saved a portion for my little sisters. It's hot, and I was worried it would spoil by evening, so I came with Ado to deliver the food." Ado, at the door, snorted in dissatisfaction. It hadn't had water on the way here. "Then go wash your hands and face," Meng Chi-jian said, leading the sweaty girl to the well. He took off her straw hat and placed a bucket of water outside for Ado. Finally, they sat at the table, took buns and vegetables to eat. One bite almost made her swallow her tongue. "Smells so good. Especially after rushing all the way into town. It tastes better than usual." Mian, who usually ate only one bun, tore another half to eat. Meng Chi-jian kept silent, eating quickly without slowing down. He thought about the bamboo basket, moved his fingers slightly, and then put down his bowl. "That boy's bamboo basket. By the way, do you know where today's food came from?" Mian looked proud and crossed her arms confidently. "I made this meal yesterday at home. I sold some vegetables from the backyard to Yuan Hua and earned 80 coins. "I see." Meng Chi nodded firmly and scooped some meat slices into Mian's bowl. After eating and drinking enough, she felt a bit sleepy. She also wanted Xiaomingzi to fan her, but then she suddenly had a new idea. In a daze, she spoke. "I want to do business in the city. I have a plan. I want to sell food nearby. If you saw this meal on the street today, how much would you be willing to pay?" "No." "Yes." "We think it's fine." The men listening secretly outside the window got anxious and shouted loudly. Meng Chi quickly stood up, poured water from a bucket outside the window, and then slammed the window shut hard. "Damn, Meng-san, you think I'm afraid of you?" Mian shrank her neck. "Why are you angry?" "Nothing." But she clearly was. Mian had to say, "I won't sell it for much. A spoonful of vegetables with a little meat juice on top, only 5 coins. With meat, oil, spice, and salt, 5 coins was a good deal. If he was a dock worker, he might really buy it. This place is crowded and messy. If something suddenly happens, what should I do if I can't keep up?" Meng Chi rubbed his forehead. "Next month, when it gets cooler and the off-season is over, business will pick up. I'll buy some snacks for you then." Mian said, "I won't go far, just sell right outside your shop. And your stove will be burning all the time, so I can also boil some hot water. If they buy my food and come to ask for a sip of water, I won't charge them." Meng Chi felt relieved knowing she wouldn't go to the dock. There are no women at the docks now, and the only women doing business are not doing proper work. Mian didn't know about this. She just thought she could use the blacksmith's fire to make hot meals and water when it gets cold. "All right, then you come with me to the shop. Just sell food a few days each month. If business is slow, it's okay." Seeing that he was convinced, Mian happily lay on a bamboo chair and dozed off. What they didn't know was that outside the window, a hand was tightly gripping the window frame, with water droplets continuously dripping from her hair. Yuan Hua trembled all over, his eyes red and bloodshot, with an expression of deep despair. Meng Chi often was called a strange person throughout his life. However, when he woke up and saw Lu Mian jumping beside the chicken coop, wearing a green towel on his head and holding a long stick, he was silent. Lu Mian was hopping on one leg like a proud rooster, looking very serious and curious. Meng Chi first watched the little creature wandering near the coop, his face serious and eyes wide with focus, which was quite amusing. Then he glanced into the coop and asked, "What's wrong?" Meng Jing also looked serious. 5 Qian. "That's the hen that started laying eggs. It's missing." When he looked back, Meng Jing was dressed the same, but she was holding a few chicken feathers. At this moment, Lu Mian ran over, with a worried look, and began explaining in a tone that suggested this was a serious matter and probably part of a bigger plan. This morning at dawn, she heard some noise outside the backyard chicken pen when she went to the toilet. She thought the hens were just fussing and went back to sleep. When she woke up again, she did her usual first task, feeding the hens. After feeding for a while, she noticed 5 Chien was gone, and there were no eggs in the nest. She immediately started searching everywhere, but couldn't find her inside the house. She found several chicken feathers near the backyard wall. A hen that lays eggs can be sold for about 70 or 80 coins at the market, which was a significant loss for Liu A-mian. Someone must have stolen her, Meng Chi-jian said. You all look for her first. I'll go prepare breakfast. After eating, we'll search the village together. Everyone was in a bad mood during breakfast. Usually they could have egg drop soup in the morning, but now they could only eat plain buns. After finishing, Liu A-mian quickly grabbed her stick and went out. She headed straight to the house of Uncle Zhao Shi, who had previously argued with them. Before entering the dilapidated mud house, she smelled a foul odor. She knocked on the door, and after a long while, someone inside finally responded, "Don't come in. Don't come in. Are they really trying to drive me to death?" At this moment, a neighbor from next door came out and saw them, sighing in relief. Well, recently, many men in the village have come to scold him, especially the family of his former adopted son. They think he's ruined his marriage. So, they come to cause trouble every day. The house is almost empty now. Uncle Zhao slowly opened the door. In just a few months, he looked as if he had aged 10 years, limping and seeming exhausted, with more air leaving than coming in. If this continued for a few more months, he might just give up and leave. Judging by his condition, stealing chickens was no longer an option. A-mian continued searching along the dirt road, accompanied by a tall, strong bodyguard named Meng Bao. No one dared to challenge her. They walked all the way to an old, broken ancestral hall at the edge of the village. Thinking about it, the villagers probably wouldn't do such a thing. Everyone sees each other all the time, and this year's good weather means the harvest should be plentiful. So, it must be just the villagers who are idle, A-mian muttered to herself. Meng Chi-jian, walking behind, said to Meng Jing, "Do you think A-mian looks like a detective from the government?" Meng Jing replied, "Third brother, what are you always thinking about? A-mian is a girl. She can't be a detective." They entered the ancestral hall, which was surprisingly clean. Inside, 2 half-grown boys, who looked like beggars, saw them and cheerfully brought forward ceramic bowls. A-mian gently took out a coin and dropped it into one bowl. "Did anything strange happen last night?" she asked. Yes. Last night, my brother and I didn't sleep at all. If anything was strange, it was that fool. The one who was pulled out of the river. He didn't come back all night. Could it be that those things really sold? Do they have money to stay in that shabby inn in the city?" A-mian and Meng Chi-jian exchanged a look. They had seen that his business was not doing well yesterday. Just then, they heard slow, dragging footsteps. Yuan Hua had returned. "Why are you here?" Yuan Hua sneered. "Aren't you just here to see if I've starved to death?" His attitude was hard to read. A-mian didn't speak. She bowed again at the ancestral hall and then left directly. Back home, A-mian declared loudly, "He ate roasted chicken. I could smell it on him." Then, like a mischievous puppy, she sniffed around constantly. But after a night, the chicken bones must have been thrown into the river. If we go look now, we won't find anything. The 5 cents she had earned from raising chickens and laying eggs was gone. All her efforts of the day suddenly felt useless. A-mian considered herself a fair and hardworking person. Now, with no evidence, she felt helpless. "Did you eat roasted chicken?" Meng Chi-jian asked. "No," she replied gloomily, throwing her dirty clothes into a basin. She planned to do laundry later. "When I was a child, my mother took me to the city. I remember behind the roasted chicken stall, the smell was so good. But it was too expensive, so we bought baked buns from behind that stall instead. In short, just smelling the roasted chicken made even baked buns taste better." During the day, A-mian worked normally. At night, she lay in bed, and soon her eyes filled with tears. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, even regretting selling vegetables to Yuan Hua. If not for that, maybe he wouldn't have targeted her family. How could this happen? Meng Chi firmly believed he will eventually reveal himself, Right now, he was also at a loss and gently pinched the crying girl's face. "Tomorrow, I will go to the city and buy you half a roasted chicken." Mian shook her head, turned over, and hugged her quilt to sleep. The next day, Meng Qi indeed brought back half a roasted chicken wrapped in paper. Needless to say, the day's wages were inside. The roasted chicken had a crispy skin, tender meat, and rich juice. With one bite, her teeth easily tore through the chicken leg, and the crackling sound of the golden skin breaking echoed in her ears. On the table, there was a bowl of tender green stir-fried pea tips and steamed pumpkin pieces with a fragrant aroma. Mian ate heartily with wheat rice, and glancing at her face, her usual lively expression finally returned. Yuan Hua stayed quiet for a few days, cooking his unsold salad for every meal. The reality was so heavy that he had to accept a cruel fact. Someone like him, in any world, could never be a hero. In modern times, he could still work and support himself using convenient technology, but in this remote, backward village, even eating enough was a luxury. He was so ordinary that after more than 20 years, he was just a speck of dust blown by the wind. At 3/4 past midnight, Yuan Hua returned to the backyard wall outside Mian's house. Mian was awakened by a loud noise. "Mian! We caught the person stealing our chickens." She hurriedly put on her coat and a floral dress, rushing to the backyard. The quiet night was gone, replaced by villagers gathering to see what was happening. They saw Meng's third son holding a young man by the collar with his left hand, while his right hand was fiercely hitting the young man's back several times. Yuan Hua felt as if a train had hit him, but surprisingly, he was showing unexpected toughness. Aside from a few initial cries of pain, he bit his teeth and refused to beg for mercy. "I told you not to steal our hen. Last time we didn't catch you, and now you want to steal again," Meng Jing shouted loudly to encourage him. It turned out to be a theft, and the villagers who arrived didn't try to stop it. Moreover, he was an outsider. Stealing was a serious crime. If reported to the authorities, he could lose a hand or foot, or even his life if he was careless. The poorer the place, the more people despised petty thieves. Villagers cherished their belongings deeply. When they heard someone stole a hen that could lay eggs, they became even angrier. Previously, Lu Amian thought her life was worth only a few pairs, but she still squeezed into the crowd and saw Yuan Hua cough up blood. "Just kill me today if you want," Meng Qi said without blinking and punched him hard again. With each punch, the villagers' chatter gradually stopped. All that could be heard was Yuan Hua's labored breathing and the dull sound of fists hitting bone. No one dared to step forward and stop them. Meng Qi right fist was bloody, his face cold as ice, almost like a ghost. Was he really going to kill him? Suddenly, a child of about 7 or 8 started crying loudly. "Meng Qi, stop it!" Lu Amian shouted loudly. The villagers were surprisingly grateful for her shout, as if they had returned to normal life, and their voices of discussion, pleading, and complaints started up again. But Meng Qi didn't stop hitting Yuan Hua. Instead, he looked up with dark eyes. "If you kill him, no one will pay us back," he said. "The villagers. Is that really the reason?" Amian stepped forward and grabbed Meng Qi's hand, giving his knuckles 2 light taps. "Does it hurt?" she asked. Meng Qi finally released Yuan Hua, turning his face away. "No, it's not my blood.
It's his nosebleed," he said.
Amian replied, "You can't let him get away with this. Find a rough hemp rope soaked in water. Tie his feet, so he can only walk, not run. Once he's tied up, he can work to pay us back. During the harvest, he can even deliver food to our second brother's house to help. Our hen is worth 100 coins, and it can lay eggs for 5 years, hatch chicks, and earn us at least a silver in 5 years. He needs to work for us for a whole year." She was quite generous with her punishment. Basically, she was saying Yuan Hua would serve as a slave for a year. During the day, his feet would be tied with a piece of hemp rope, and at night, he would be chained in the firewood room. Hearing this, Yuan Hua suddenly shouted, "Just kill me now. Kill me now. Maybe if he died, he could go back to his world." At first, The villagers were afraid of Meng Jian, but now they saw that this seemingly innocent young woman was actually the real mastermind behind everything. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. They were so frightened that the criminal would prefer death. Meng Jian stopped hitting and obediently allowed Amian to lead him away to wash his hands. Yuan Hua's heart was as dead as ashes. He was tied up with his legs and hands and dragged into the firewood room. Unlike modern society, where scissors and knives are everywhere, sharp tools were rare. The ropes were soaked in water, so even a dull wooden knife needed some sharpening before it could cut through. During the day, they ate simple meals, mostly vegetable soup, sweet potatoes, and grains, which made their throats a bit sore. Yuan Hua was also renamed 5 coins. After eating, he had to clean the dishes and quickly feed the chickens and donkeys. He thought the donkeys' food was similar to his own. Then, Meng Jian would escort him to work in Brother Meng's fields. In summer, they carried water and sometimes pedaled water wheels. Hard, tiring work. At first, Yuan Hua wanted to give up, but he couldn't find a chance because of strict supervision. After more than a month of doing this, he surprisingly adapted. Sometimes he even managed to get an egg or a piece of tofu to eat. Human resilience is truly amazing. He also realized that the Meng family was not as he had thought before. Meng Jian was very kind to his wife. Whenever there was food, he would be the first to put it in Mian's bowl. When Mian had strange ideas, others ignored her, but Meng Jian listened carefully. Mian said she wanted to sell food, but she hadn't earned a single coin yet. So, Meng Jian made 2 small wooden buckets and a large iron ladle. The buckets were just right to hang on Do's sides because she was just starting to sell and didn't know if it would go well. Mian used her savings to buy the ingredients: 50 coins worth of mixed pork, 10 coins worth of herbs and spices, and a basket of wild mushrooms, which she stir-fried in a big pot. She also steamed over 30 miscellaneous steamed buns, spending over 80 coins in total. Luckily, the Meng family had some seasonings and supplies already, or they wouldn't have been able to afford it. When they reached the fields, Mian told Yuan Hua, 5 coins. Go to the dock and shout that there's fresh food for sale at the blacksmith shop today. Only 5 coins. During this time, Yuan Hua had thought about resisting, but where could he go? He was watched closely every day and had no chance to escape. Now, for the first time, he was allowed to go outside. Although the rope was still only long enough for small steps, if he really wanted to escape, he might have had a chance. Oh, take this steamed bun. I've put a spoonful of vegetables in your bowl. Finish eating before you shout and don't be lazy, Mian said as she sent Yuan Hua to the door to eat. Yuan Hua thought that eating enough would give him the strength to run away. Just as his lips touched the vegetables, he suddenly paused, then started eating quickly. The mushrooms soaked in meat juice did not overpower the dish. Instead, they had a unique and strange texture. They weren't meat, but they felt thick and satisfying, with a slight elasticity, making them very tasty. Moreover, 3 slices of meat were also pulled out, and Yuan Hua ate them eagerly, tears welling up in his eyes. This might be a natural reaction after not eating meat for several months. Wow, it smells so good when you eat. This is incredibly delicious. Look at him, the flavor must be great. A passerby approached and asked, "Young lady, how much is this meal?" 5 coins per serving, a full spoon of vegetables, Mian quickly said. There are also steamed buns to go with it, 1 coin each. The passerby looked again at the stir-fried peppers and meat, hesitating on his face. Yuan Hua paused. He originally thought this kind of dish would sell quickly. If it were him, buying 2 servings would not be enough. But he had overestimated the town's spending power. A meat bun costs 3 coins, and 2 would be enough to fill him. Why bother buying more? The meat buns also contain meat and white flour. Mian just smiled and answered when asked. She wouldn't insist on selling to those who didn't buy. "Give me one, I saw that brother eating so happily. Okay, I'll add more gravy." Mian worked quickly and efficiently. After the first customer bought one, more followed, and she sold 5 or 6 servings in total. As it neared mealtime, Mian hurriedly asked Yuan Hua to go to the dock to sell. Meng Chi-jian was originally chopping firewood in the shop, but upon hearing this, he came out and asked, should I go with him and watch over him? Mian didn't want to waste too much effort on her small stall. She shook her head. If you call everyone over today, I will sell out all my dishes. I'll make delicious food for you tomorrow. Yuan Hua clenched his teeth and nodded. Not long after he left, workers began arriving in groups. They asked about the prices and bought without hesitation. Wow, it's a bit spicy. Very tasty, young lady. And could you give me a spoon of soup? Some customers had already started eating eagerly. Will you be here to sell food tomorrow? Give me 2 servings, and can you also send a steamed bun? Meng Chi-jian was no longer chopping firewood but quietly sharpening his knife on the side. The strong men lined up politely, speaking in a respectful manner. Maybe I won't come tomorrow, but if I do, I'll have 5 coins to greet you at the dock. This steamed bun really isn't enough. I'll give you more soup. Mian was busy selling food and collecting money. She didn't trust Yuan Hua to handle the money. She was so busy that by noon, everything was sold out, even the steamed buns. Some strong men bought 2 or 3 buns at a time. They couldn't afford to eat at fancy restaurants, so they usually bought meat and cooked it themselves. Now, they were all happily eating, tearing the buns in half, dipping them in the meat and vegetable soup, biting into them, and nodding happily. Some even poured the vegetable and soup over their own rice, stirring it with small sticks they had torn from trees, and quickly finished their food, burying their faces in their bowls. Their eating manners weren't elegant, but Yuan Hua watched them in silence. When they had all eaten their fill and lay lazily in the shade, enjoying the hot sun, Yuan Hua just stared blankly. Why are you staring? Come and wash the dishes. Mian thought he was trying to slack off. Oh, I'm coming, Yuan Hua replied. Mian had more important work. She needed to count the money. She didn't do it in the street. She went into the shop and hid behind the stove, excitedly counting. A wooden bucket could hold about 35 to 40 portions of food, and there were over 30 buns. In the end, she counted a total of 212 coins. After subtracting costs of about 80 coins, she had made a profit of 125 coins. She was rich. Mian held her small money pouch, smiling so much she almost fell off the wooden stool. Money gave the poor confidence. With money, Mian felt more secure, even though she knew she had to share it. That evening, after washing everything again, Mian took out her small pouch and sadly handed it to Meng Chi-jian. He weighed it in his hand. Today's earnings? He asked. Mian turned her face away. After subtracting costs, I made 100 coins. I'm giving it all to you. Meng Chi-jian ran a shop. When he heard the amount, he smiled, but only asked, what are you going to do with it? I'm not just eating for free. The money paid for the pots, firewood, and the special treats and sweet drinks I made during those painful days before, Mian explained, feeling she had gained too much. Even Ado worked more than she did. Meng Chi-jian casually wiped her face with a towel and took the coins from her small pouch without hesitation. The little things on the bamboo mat turned around, yawned, and closed their eyes. After paying the household expenses, Mian felt more confident and proud, as if she had gained a new status in the family. Currently, her secret savings amount to 112 coins, which is the profit from this transaction. She has over 30 coins in her pocket. Although 5 coins were stolen, there are still 2 hens at home laying eggs, which are also her property. As she thought about these things, she had a good night's sleep. The next day, it rained after a long time. The rain made the weather cooler, and Meng Chi-jian went to open a shop early. Mian also prepared more ingredients, but she still sold meat for 50 coins. She didn't have enough money to make big dishes, so she picked some cauliflower from the backyard. That day was very busy, so Mian asked Meng Jing to help. Meng Jing boiled a pot of eggs in plain water. Yuan Hua was responsible for cleaning and carrying things, and Mian made simple steamed buns and stir-fried dishes. After a busy morning, they finally went to town before noon. Mian prepared a lot this time. Each dish cost 5 coins, steamed buns 1 coin each, and 2 eggs 3 coins. This time, they sold a bit longer than before. While Ah Mian was busy, she suddenly heard a soft voice. Ah Mian, you shouldn't do these things. She looked up and saw her childhood friend Zhang Yixing. It was the first time they met after he got married. Zhang Yixing had grown taller but was still fair and thin, dressed in a blue robe that made him stand out in the crowd. Please make 3 servings and 5 buns, okay? Ah Mian replied quietly, avoiding looking at him. Yuanhua was no longer dreaming of being a hero but realized that Ah Mian was a wicked witch, not the obedient wife from the story. He secretly chuckled. It smells like gossip. This was the most they had bought. Ah Mian was stacking buns when Zhang Yixing said, "Merchants are a low profession. Gentlemen, do not speak of profit. You are not one of those women with a greedy smell." His sincere words seemed heartfelt. The carefree girl who once sat by the fish pond, trying to see her reflection on the water, seemed to have disappeared. "Don't stand here disturbing my business." Ah Mian waved her arms, shooing non-existent flies. "Husband, you're here," a sharp female voice called from afar. It was Lu Weiwei, swinging a silver hairpin in her hair, pretending to be surprised. "Ah Mian, what are you doing here? Are you selling things?" Her words sounded harsh and unpleasant, causing everyone to turn and look. She was about to scold back, but suddenly a sharp wooden knife flew past and was stuck into the ground right in front of Lu Weiwei. Meng Qi-jian remained expressionless, and the crowd silently parted to make way. "Don't let me hear you say such things again." The workers who bought food also started shouting. "Yeah. How can you falsely accuse someone of being innocent?" Seeing this, Lu Weiwei's eyes turned red, and she lowered her eyelids. I just made a slip of the tongue. Said it too quickly. Just joking." This was her usual trick. She would gossip about others, but if the other person took it seriously, she would claim it was unintentional and that the other person was overreacting and being aggressive. People with simple minds were easily fooled by her. Meng Qi-jian sneered coldly. "Ever since your cousin married me, you've been going around the countryside tarnishing my wife's reputation. Do you think I'm dead? Constantly gossiping about others' families. Are your days so hard that you have to do this?" His words were firm and clear. The crowd immediately found his words reasonable and started discussing happily. Meanwhile, Ah Mian, who was guarding against someone stealing steamed buns during the chaos, looked a bit surprised. She had thought Meng Qi-jian was not talkative and had a dull mouth. It was like Ah Mian, if she was told to argue, she would get so anxious she couldn't speak logically, even her hands and feet would go numb. When she got home and lay in bed, she would regret not knowing how to retort properly at the time. Zhang Yixing also looked unhappy and scolded angrily. "You gossiping woman, what are you doing making a fool of yourself? Forget it, we're leaving first. I'll come back another day to apologize." Ah Mian glared at him, even more annoyed. Lu Weiwei's face was a mix of red and blue, and being scolded by her husband in front of everyone was more upsetting than any other insult. She was so angry, she felt her heart pounding. "Just let you be proud for a few more days. Don't you know, soon, you'll suffer greatly." According to her dream, in a few months, the Meng family would face a terrible disaster and be ruined. Would they still be so proud then? At first, her words sounded like a harsh threat, similar to "just wait and see," with no real meaning, just a way to vent her frustration. Neither Ah Mian nor Meng Qi-jian paid much attention to her. Instead, Yuanhua, who was watching from the side, felt something was off. Her words were too confident. Yuanhua looked away and silently glanced at the rope still tied around her feet, her mind moving. The food sale had only finished afternoon. Ah Mian carried a heavy money bag and felt she shouldn't prepare too much. Not every worker was willing to spend 6 or 7 coins on a meal every day. Today there was more money than usual. After counting to 200, Ah Mian kept getting interrupted by various things and couldn't finish counting. In the end, she came up with a simple idea: grouping every 50 coins into a pile. She counted out 7 piles of coins this way. This time, she decided to save all the coins herself. When she had 20 piles, Ah Mian planned to go to the money shop to exchange the coins for a shiny silver ingot. In the afternoon, the blacksmith shop was lit with a fire. Business was slow at first, but when Ah Mian sold food, many people gathered to watch. This brought Meng Chi Jian a big customer who ordered 60 horseshoes. The sound of metal clinking filled the street again. Very pleasant to hear. After counting the money, Mian was exhausted from a busy morning. She quickly packed the coins into her pocket and hid them inside her clothes. Meng Chi Jian silently raised an eyebrow and coughed, saying, "You can't hide money like that in front of outsiders, and you shouldn't take it out like that either." "I'm not stupid," Mian replied. "I keep the money hidden so others won't steal or snatch it." "I understand." Meng Chi Jian wanted to say more but held back. Then, Mian found a clean cloth, looked serious, and washed her face and hands with it. She also wiped her arms and back. Afterward, she lay on a bamboo chair, fanning herself to rest. At first, the blacksmith shop only had 2 wooden stools. But as Mian visited the town more often, she gradually added bamboo chairs, a folding screen, a small wooden cabinet, and a straw fan, creating a small resting space by the window. A tiny iron lock was hung on the cabinet, but there was nothing valuable inside. Mian kept small treasures she found: stones, cicada shells, buttons, and little toys made from leaves, like rabbits. Now, she had one more item, a short wooden stick with some carved lines, which served as her ledger. Amid the continuous sound of hammering, Mian, feeling cool, hugged her bamboo pillow and slowly closed her eyes. When she woke up, the setting sun shone westward, like a low-hanging egg in the sky. The room was quiet, with no more hammering sounds, only tiny bubbling noises, as if water bubbles were rising. Half asleep, Mian lifted a thin cloth, put on her shoes, and headed to the door. She saw that the kettle on the stove was gone and replaced by a soup pot, which was giving off a fragrant smell. Suddenly, she felt very hungry. Meng Chi Jian was leaning against the wooden door nearby, calmly grinding a small horseshoe with a whetstone. Mian noticed that he had very large hands, with distinct joints, long and flexible, capable of twisting iron or cleaning tiny burrs. "Are you awake?" "Yes." Mian spoke. "Can I learn blacksmithing from you?" Meng Chi Jian raised his face. Sunlight shone through his eyelashes, casting a faint shadow under his eyes. He smiled and said, "No. Blacksmithing takes a lot of strength, and sparks can hurt people. I can teach you polishing, though. That's easy. Come and watch." Curious, Mian leaned in. Meng Chi Jian wrapped her in his arms and showed her how to polish in circles with a grinding stone, guiding her in the right direction. "Why is this horseshoe so small? Are there really such tiny horses?" Meng Chi Jian explained. "Yes, there's a very silly horse. The herd runs forward, racing to see who can reach the destination first. But this horse always stays at the back. Suddenly, it turns around and runs the other way, and now it's in first place." "Really?" Mian scratched her ear and said seriously, "Why are you talking so close to my ear?" "It tickles. Here, take this." Meng Chi Jian handed her a red string tied around her. "It's a safety charm, like the ones elders in the city give for good luck." Mian immediately put it around her neck. It was about the size of a peace charm, meant to bring safety and smoothness in life. On the battlefield, soldiers believed horseshoes were lucky symbols. Legend said they could protect a general wounded by an arrow, help orphaned girls find safety, and bring good fortune and bright roads to those who wore them. But perhaps the first soldier to wear a horseshoe did so just in case he might be recognized after dying in battle, battered and broken.
Gulp.
Gulp, gulp. Meng Chi Jian glanced at the person looking at the necklace with his head down and used tongs to lift the lid of a clay pot. "Smells so good." Mian immediately leaned over. Inside, the soup was salty and fresh, with a milky white broth that made her mouth water. The soup was called snow vegetable fish roe tofu. Each ingredient was very cheap. Fish offal was not popular locally. It wasn't filling and was hard to prepare. So, a bright yellow fish roe from a freshly cut fish belly, costing only 3 coins, was bought cheaply. Meng Chi Jian also bought 2 large pieces of tofu for just 4 coins, and a small jar of snow vegetables from a stall, spending only 10 coins in total. "Go get bowls and chopsticks. Eat first, then go home. Mian stared fixedly at the pot. Is it okay for us to cook like this secretly? Meng Chi-jian saw that she was saying one thing but meaning another, and he felt both annoyed and amused. Since you're awake and hungry again, can you walk home? Mian couldn't pretend anymore and chuckled softly, holding out her bowl. Using a clean iron spoon, the one used for selling vegetables at noon, she scooped out a few soft, white pieces of tofu, along with 2 fish eggs. She ladled some clear broth over them, sprinkled a bit of chopped green onion, and with chopsticks, she carefully picked up the soft tofu and put it into her mouth. Delicious. So tender and fragrant. There's no fishy smell at all. How did you make it? The fish eggs were also tasty, soft yet with a unique texture, like eating firmer, more flavorful tofu. It's not hard to make. On the march, soldiers' meals were often cut back, so we had to find ways to adapt and eat whatever was available. Wash the fish eggs and cut them into pieces. Clean and chop the pickled vegetables. Cut the tofu into chunks about the same size as the fish eggs. Any pot will do. Add some water, bring it to a boil, then put everything in. Cook on high heat until the fish eggs are soft, add some salt, and it's ready.
Meng Qijian explained.
But only wounded soldiers can eat this. Many rely on it to survive. The rest of the cold pancakes, they can't eat those. Mian listened half-heartedly but was quickly scooping food into her bowl with her chopsticks. Her eating manner was charming, with the steaming white tofu going into her cherry-colored mouth, cheeks slightly puffed, reminding people of a fledgling bird waiting to be fed beneath the eaves. Meng Chi-jian took a small plate, placed a piece of fish egg on it, then used a tiny spoon to hold it near Mian's mouth. She trusted him and opened her mouth eagerly. He withdrew his hand and started eating himself. He felt both this strange emotion and also was glad that Mian was simple-minded and unaware of danger. Eat more fish eggs, you'll become smarter. Oh, Mian replied. After she finished eating, she packed up her bag, and the 2 of them closed the shop, strolling leisurely back home. Of course, there was a proper dinner waiting for them. Yuan Hua had been sent to water the fields of his second brother in the afternoon, and was now gobbling down his meal at the table. He suspiciously looked at Mian, who wasn't eating much, then at Meng Chi-jian, who was eating normally. Did you guys eat something delicious in the city before coming back? Mian has to go to the city to sell rice at noon. It's quite tiring, Meng Chi-jian said calmly. Yuan Hua, so I not only have to sell rice but also fetch water? What am I supposed to do? His appetite was big, and with 2 strong men at the table, everyone could eat enough, but it was impossible to eat well. Meng's mother agreed, saying, Yes, just like our little Jing with her round face. She's so adorable. Mian, last time I touched your face with my hand, it was so small, narrow, and delicate with a tiny wrist, so sad. San, you should make Mian's face rounder, and don't be stingy when it comes to food. I know, Yuan Hua replied calmly, muttering quietly to himself, wondering if this family was raising a daughter-in-law or raising pigs. Suddenly, Mian said, It's been 2 months. The 5 coins don't need to be tied with grass ropes anymore. You probably won't run away. If you try to run, the villagers will think you're stealing again and might beat you. Yuan Hua rolled his eyes silently, feeling there was nothing good to say to these rough locals. It was just a chicken, and she had been talking about it for so long. So, Mian persisted in going to the city every day to sell food, but every afternoon she managed to cook small meals. Sometimes she bought exotic fruits worth 100 coins, with a golden yellow surface, called pineapples, usually bought for worshipping gods and ancestors. Meng Chi-jian also brought one back when he saw it. She peeled it, cut it into small pieces, and dipped it in salt water to eat. The sweet and sour flavor of the juice and fruit was very good, but eating too much made her tongue a little sore. Sometimes she bought a bag of meat buns, and to her surprise, she only ate 2 and felt full, not wanting to eat more. In the past, she felt she could keep stuffing her stomach with endless amounts of food, no matter how much she had. But good times didn't last long. In just 5 or 6 days, several small stalls selling noodles and rice appeared near the dock. The workers didn't want to buy food outside anymore. Only a few still bought from the stalls. Mian prepared fewer ingredients each day, and by the sixth day, she still couldn't sell much. Why are these people so shameless? And that day when they came to argue, they even started selling food too. Manhwa shouted at the dock for a long time, but no customers came. To show he wasn't lazy, he loudly scolded his competitors. But his shouting didn't attract any response. To be precise, Mian just muttered, "It looks like we really can't sell anymore," then took her brush and went to the backyard. She wore a big apron, carried a bucket of water, and started brushing a doe's fur. Compared to talking to people, Mian preferred talking to a doe, whispering her secrets into the donkey's ear. "We've made quite a bit this time. We won't be selling food for long. But thinking about it, it's not a festival or holiday. How can we eat outside every day? Later, let's go out together and ask how much it costs to buy back my mother's old tofu shop." She cleaned a doe thoroughly, fed him water and soybean meal, then went inside to get the account book. There were already 17 scratches on the small stick. Recently, including the costs, she now has 850 coins. These copper coins are quite many and hard to hide. Mian spent the night stringing them into small bundles, each bundle holding 100 coins. She carried a small bag, led Ado, and approached Meng Chi-jian, who was working at the forge. Her face looked very serious, trying to seem confident and intimidating. "I'm going out to see how others are doing their business, and I want to visit some jewelry shops." "Don't follow me." Meng Chi-jian remained calm and said, "No, wait for me. I'll go with you in a little while." Mian got anxious. She was hiding the money in her small bag, and how could he find out? Usually it was fine, but now he saw clearly that her bag was full of coins. How could she go alone? A child carrying money into a busy market might face danger. Mian frowned and said, "It's daytime now, and there are many people outside. I'll go and come back quickly." Meng Chi-jian scoffed, "You're just going to exchange money. Why hide it from me? I don't want your money. After I finish this batch of goods, I'll go with you. Otherwise, if thieves or troublemakers steal your money on the way, you'll be crying and it will be no use. A spoiled little brat who doesn't know how to be grateful." The little white-eyed wolf's face turned red, and her eyelashes trembled as she said, "What are you talking about? I'm not that greedy. I just want to go for a walk." Meng Chi-jian felt a bit tempted and replied casually, But Mian was worried about carrying a large amount of money and being robbed. She thought she might cry if that happened. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Then later, you come with me outside. Wait for me outside the shop." Okay. Seeing his quick agreement, she felt a bit embarrassed, especially after almost revealing her secret. She tried to change the subject. "Why don't you save some money?" Everyone in the family knew Meng Chi-jian didn't save money. Besides the money kept in the shop for daily expenses and buying supplies, he spent whatever he earned. When he had extra, he exchanged it for grain and stored it in the granary. Copper coins are not for eating or drinking. What's the use? Saving up will be useful someday. Meng Chi-jian washed his hands with a big cloth, then roughly rubbed his head and playfully tousled Mian's hair. Someday, someday. But how many somedays are there? My older brother saved his entire life savings. He rarely ate or drank well. He would split a copper coin in half if he could. Before he left, he grabbed my sleeve and told me he wanted to drink lamb soup and eat big meat buns. That few thousand coins could only stay at home. When I bought them back, he was gone. He had never mentioned this to anyone before. Now that he spoke about it, he realized he had always cared about it. That winter night, he hurried into the city's breakfast shop. The hot lamb soup in his water bag and freshly baked meat buns almost burned his chest, turning it red and blistered. These foods are best enjoyed hot. Mian looked at him. Noticing her big eyes were very clear and pure, so much so that if you stared too long, they seemed to turn a little blue. "So, just spend the money then," he said. They temporarily closed the shop. Meng Chi-jian's eyelid twitched as he took the small bundle from Mian's hands. The two of them then headed onto the street together. The most important thing was to exchange money. At the money shop's door, Mian took back her small bundle and went inside alone. Meng Chi-jian wanted to remind her how to talk to the shopkeeper and warn her to be careful not to be cheated. But he had no time. Soon, AI Mion came back, smiling happily. She couldn't exchange a full tael of silver, so she first used 500 coins to get half a tael of broken silver. She secretly chewed on the silver bar to make sure its weight and quality were good. She kept the remaining 300 coins of copper for spending or future business, so she didn't exchange them. Was the fat shopkeeper easy to talk to? Did she bully you? Meng Qi-jian took the small bundle again. AI Mion shook her head. She's a woman shopkeeper, surnamed Yi. She's not fat, and she's very friendly and pretty. That's good. A few years ago, there was a fat shopkeeper called Old Qian. He was very stingy, always shortchanging customers. Sometimes he even tricked farmers who couldn't count well or used low-quality silver. He looked back. Because of these things, people stopped coming to this money shop. I didn't expect it's changed owners now. AI Mion whispered, gossiping. The shop assistant told me a few things. It seems she's a widow. She was supposed to marry to bring good luck, but her husband died before they even married. Anyway, she and her late husband weren't the same kind of people. She's honest in her business. Everyone can rest assured.
Meng Qijan smiled.
Good, I'll remember that. They continued walking down the busy street. AI Mion looked at the shops on both sides and asked Meng Qi-jian how much it would cost to rent a shop or buy one. Different shops vary a lot. The blacksmith shop nearby isn't expensive. Renting it costs about 10 silver taels a year, and buying one costs around 100 taels. But since there are so many pedestrians and food vendors here, it's probably more expensive, Meng Qi-jian roughly estimated. To buy one, at least 150 silver taels. AI Mion suddenly felt a bit discouraged. But she knew it wasn't easy to open a shop in the city, so she didn't feel sad for long. She waved her hand and generously bought 2 dried vegetable pancakes. I'll treat you. The pancake seller didn't have a shop, but having a steady stall on this food street already showed some skill. The uncle kneading the dough and flipping the pancakes was quite strong, while the auntie made various complicated pancakes and also handled customers and cash. Their small stall was busy all the time. The cheapest dried vegetable pancake without meat was 2 coins each, rolled up and wrapped in a clean torn lotus leaf, so you could eat it while walking. Why not use oil paper? You could buy a big sheet, cut it into pieces, Meng Qi insisted. Oil paper isn't too expensive, but it's still a cost. Many people in the city carry baskets or bowls so they can just put the food inside. And many men, with rough skin and no fancy tastes, just hold it in their hands and eat. They don't need all that wrapping. Mion listened thoughtfully, happy to hear others' business tips. After eating the pancake, she was finally ready to see those who were stealing her business. In just a few days, 3 or 4 food vendors had set up near the dock. The most popular was a noodle shop selling only 2 types: plain noodles for 3 coins per bowl, shredded meat noodles for 5 coins. It was run by a skinny worker from the dock. An older woman's stall was less busy. She carried a pole with eggs, zongzi, and boiled corn, all costing 2 coins. The worst was another small eatery selling rice and stir-fry dishes. Lu Mion looked at Lu Weiwei from afar and felt a bit angry. Why is she doing this? Does she look down on my business? It was fine if she did, since this place wasn't really a Mion's. Everyone earned money with their own skills. But Lu Weiwei copied a Mion's methods exactly, even selling her food for 1 coin less. Be a bit stricter. Stay behind me and don't speak. I want to ask her what she's trying to do, Mion ordered. She turned and saw Meng Qi-jian's face dark as coal. Mion. You don't have to be so fierce. Meng Qi-jian's anger wasn't just because her business was being stolen, but because Mion should have already eaten her fill and was lying on a bamboo mat, counting coins and yawning. She looked like a little pig holding a gold jar, very festive. However, Amian was about to step forward when suddenly he was pulled back behind a large tree. Look, isn't that 5 coins, he whispered. Close to Lu Weiwei's stall was Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua had been selling food here for several days and was quite familiar with the business. Recently, because sales were slow, he had gone early into the city to buy food himself. Could it be that he revealed those prices, betraying Amian and her henchmen? She listened secretly and muttered, not necessarily. After all, Finding out the food and meal prices from nearby people is easy. I just wonder what 5 coins really want to do. In her vague understanding, she could only catch fragments like poor life, disaster, getting rich. Words whose meanings she didn't understand, spoken intermittently. At this moment, Lu Amian was no longer anxious. Instead, he carefully examined the stall. Something strange. What? Look at her hair. Her silver hairpin is gone, replaced with a wooden one. And the items at her stall, wooden buckets, iron spoons, all look new. She even bought a new wooden stool and porcelain bowls. These things cost a lot of money. Even if 5 coins wanted to change owners, she couldn't afford to keep it. She wouldn't be able to hire another helper, let alone sell enough to make a profit. The main reason for the lack of customers was partly because Amian was used to regular customers, especially since the blacksmith's furnace could be kept warm to boil free hot water for customers when it was working. But the other reason was quite intriguing. Lu Weiwei had deliberately set up a small clean area at her stall, with shiny pots and pans and a vase filled with wild daisies. Yet, strangely, the workers didn't come closer. They just watched from afar, and then moved on to other stalls. Amian was puzzled. Why is that? How should I say it? Meng Qijian sighed inwardly. Workers are often looked down upon. They get dirty just working here. Even if the prices aren't high, they worry it's not worth it. When they ask the price and decide not to buy, they lose face. Having traveled around and run his own business, Meng Qijian understood social nuances and human feelings. He explained carefully, teaching young Amian the reasons behind people's behavior. If she opened a restaurant with this kind of setup, she might actually attract some customers. Amian hesitated. How do you know all this? I don't know for sure. I'm just guessing. Meng Qijian shrugged, playfully pinching Amian's originally angry face. I don't believe it. That's right. You should listen carefully to what others say, but also think for yourself. Consider why they say what they do. Moreover, imagine if you were the other person. How would you think and what would you want? Life is unpredictable. No matter what situation you're in, you must rely on your own mind. Amian had never been to school or seen much of the world. Her mother had left early, and her father was a bad person. For many years, she lived aimlessly, like a small wild animal. Hearing this, she felt as if she had been caught by hunters in the mountains and brought to a human village, both curious and scared. She quietly remembered these words in her heart, then suddenly said, I still can't think of anything right now. But since I'm free, let's just go eat. The two of them went to a food stall. Lu Weiwei looked ready to fight and said first, Why? Is it okay for you to do business, but not for others to trade? There are no rules like that in the world. Yuan Hua was a bit confused and decided to pretend to be dead. What's more embarrassing than trying to change jobs or send out resumes and having your former boss see it? Lu Amian shook her head sincerely. No, we're just here to eat. Are you closing now? Lu Weiwei was stunned. No, no closing. Just look at what you want to eat. Lu Weiwei gritted her teeth, selling food. Cucumber scrambled eggs, stir-fried with ear mushrooms, quail eggs stewed with pork belly. All for just 4 or 5 cents. You can choose your dishes, Meng Qi firmly said. You just bought me a pancake earlier, so I'll treat you this time. 2 scoops of each of the 3 dishes, plus 2 bowls of rice. The dishes they sold weren't like restaurant plates. Each portion was quite small. Yuan Hua looked at it and thought of small bowls or cheap meals from construction sites in later times. But eating so many dishes for less than 10 cents felt very worth it. The flavors were simple, just regular home-cooked taste. For someone who hadn't learned to cook or didn't study cooking seriously, it was mostly just about salt and saltiness, similar to Amian's skills. Meng Qi firmly disagreed. Your cooking is better. Amian helplessly said, When my mother was alive, she taught us how to cook together. If there was pork fat, she'd add some. It could fry any vegetable or eggs, just add salt. If not, she'd use vegetable oil. For meat dishes, we rarely ate meat all year, but if we did, we'd cut it into pieces, blanch in hot water, then fry and add salt. Most dishes follow these basic steps. Later, I started cooking myself. Sometimes I would just do whatever I felt like. As I was talking, some people saw that the items they bought weren't expensive and had plenty of vegetables, so a few more people decided to buy something. Lu Weiwei immediately shook off her gloom and got busy. She casually said, "Running a business isn't hard. I don't think it's that difficult." Lu Amian and Meng Qijian exchanged a look and no longer felt like arguing. It was clear that if they kept selling this way, Lu Weiwei's business might improve, but she would end up losing money instead. Amian worked all day, and by evening, she couldn't keep her eyes open. When she saw Yuan Hua return, she didn't bother to argue. "Well, we're not officials, and we can't keep you here forever. If you want to work for someone else, you can leave anytime." After finishing dinner, Meng Qijian carried a wooden bucket into the house. Yuan Hua felt a bit wronged. The past few months of hard work were tough, but recently, the Meng family no longer saw him as a bad person. They even ate together regularly. Now, suddenly, he was excluded again. Yuan Hua immediately thought about turning around and leaving, but in the end, he sadly said outside the window, "After you leave, Miss Lu sold out all her food and is packing up her stall." And suddenly, she started crying. Meng Jing was excited. She had been at home with her mother listening to plays these days and missed out on many gossip stories. Since the opera troupe was mobile and only came once in a while, she didn't want to go to the city with her brother and sister-in-law. "What happened? Tell me quickly." Inside, someone with a strong sense of cleanliness was fussing over a little wild child's hygiene. Meng Qijian wrung out a towel until it was half dry, cleaning Amian's face, neck, arms, and back as if he was doing a big spring cleaning, turning her skin red. His feet looked like they needed a scrub with a brush. Amian complained, "I'm sleepy. I told you to wash properly earlier." She just wanted to sleep. She usually liked to keep herself clean, but she was lazy just once and got caught. Still, her sleepiness was somewhat reduced after all the fuss. She listened as someone outside the window kept talking. After Miss Lu closed her stall, she counted her copper coins and found she had less than half her capital. She was stunned and asked me to help her count again. And it was exactly that amount, no mistake. The prices were too low. Amian's voice was muffled.
Yes.
She then complained to me about her husband's matter. Miss Lu's husband is a scholar, and everyone knows this. However, coming from a humble farming family, they appear prosperous outside, but inside they struggle financially. They even can't afford the tuition fees for his studies, what you call shushio. They simply can't pay. Despite this, their expenses are still high. Mr. Hua wants to study, and also spends money going to taverns and traveling with friends. Unable to bear the burden, she was forced to sell her dowry to start a business, hoping to make a living. But now it has turned out like this. Meng Jing pouted. It's not just about being forced. Can't she just control her husband and stop him from causing trouble outside? Yuan Hua continued. That's what I said too. Since your husband is irresponsible, why do you keep spending your own money on him? But guess what she said next? At this point, Amian became very curious. She looked at me strangely and suddenly smiled. She said that in a few months, her husband would become a successful scholar and would remember her support during tough times. Yuan Hua deliberately left out a seemingly ordinary remark. That was when Lu Weiwei also said, "It's strange, I've never seen you in my dreams before." At that moment, Yuan Hua felt a chill down his spine. Only he knew he was not from this world. His strange feelings grew stronger, so he couldn't help asking a few questions. Lu Weiwei had never shared her dreams with anyone before, thinking he was just a minor character, so she casually replied, "I was just trying to find out some information at noon." I didn't expect her to be so certain. She said, "Don't think you're safe now. In a few months, officials will come and say they found Meng San smuggling iron to bandits. Not only will Meng San be imprisoned, but the blacksmith shop will also be confiscated." Everyone looked shocked. Since ancient times, salt and iron were controlled by the government. In this dynasty, the methods of regulation were different. To open a blacksmith shop, one had to register at the government office, listing each customer and what they bought. Records were kept in a ledger, and officials would come to check every few months. But these rules were loosely enforced. Officials often took bribes and just skimmed through the records before leaving. Moreover, smuggling iron to bandits was absurd. Meng Qijian is not stupid. He is doing business in the city and nearby towns, where everyone knows each other. It's unlikely there are any bandits hiding among them. His words sound like a foolish dream, hoping their family will suffer bad luck. But his confidence makes Meng Qijian feel uneasy. The world is unpredictable. He used to not fear anything, living day by day without worries. But now, the situation is different. Amion, listening from the window frame, has a pale face and is unconsciously clutching his sleeve tightly. If that day really comes, if they lose their shop and land and Amion becomes a widow, what will she do? I will fight with them, Amion says. Though she is afraid, she still feels brave inside. Meng Jing, even younger, has 3 older brothers and has never suffered much. Her idea is, we should run away. Amion thinks this makes sense, but there's a problem. What about Ado? If we run to the back mountain, it's too steep for Ado to climb. They've already thought about the escape route, up on the mountain behind them. Once the officials leave and the danger passes, they can come down the mountain. We can ask our second brother's family to help take care of him. He will agree. They discuss further. But Meng Qijian is worried that if they keep talking, the plan might become real. He laughs bitterly, thinking, is the danger worse than a tiger? It hasn't happened yet. Yuanhua looks even more worried than them. Having read many stories, he is familiar with these kinds of tricks. Miss Lu. She's probably the main character in this story. Her dreams are like predictions, and you are her contrast family. The ending might be bad, he mutters nervously, teeth clenched. But the others are so caught up in their discussion, they don't notice. Suddenly, Meng Mu, who has been silent, slaps the table. She is usually quiet after dinner, enjoying the breeze, but now her face is serious. Having lost her husband and eldest son, she has a resilience born from storms. Meng-san, I only ask you, think carefully about your shop. Did you sell iron tools to the wrong people? Meng Qijian recalls carefully and shakes his head. When I went to the countryside, people from different villages bought from me, familiar faces, mostly farmers. In the city, there are deals with restaurant managers and hunters. Everyone keeps records. But, mother, you know many people can't read or write, so their signatures are just scribbles. It's hard to track each one. Mother Meng nodded and carefully took everyone's hands, including Yuanhua's. Since that's the case, as the old saying goes, don't cause trouble if there's no need, but don't be afraid when trouble comes. Xiao Jing, when you face problems, running away shouldn't be your first reaction. That's the last resort. Third brother Meng, from now on, record the name of each customer for your business and have them stamp their finger. For big deals, come back and ask me first to see if you should take them. For everything else, handle it as you see fit and take care of the necessary arrangements. Since they mentioned smuggling ironware, it was impossible that they only bought a simple iron pot, a spoon, or a sickle. Yuanhua. Surprisingly, Mother Meng remembered Yuanhua's real name from start to finish. Thank you for your reminder. Actually, you and our family are destined to meet. You caused some trouble over a chicken, and they also asked you to work for a few months, but deep down, they are not bad-hearted. I've heard your story clearly, so I must stay cautious. The Miss Lu you mentioned, you can still talk to her a little. Pay more attention to the details she mentions about this matter. Don't be busy tomorrow morning. Xiao Jing will call your second brother and his family over for a meal. Mian, I'll teach you how to cook tomorrow. Make a simple dish of pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli, with Mother Meng giving instructions one after another. Everyone's mood unexpectedly calmed down. Especially Mian, who now looked more lively, her eyes bright, clearly imagining tomorrow's feast. Although the dish of pork and cabbage stewed with vermicelli sounds simple, in the countryside, it's considered a special dish for the new year. Early in the morning, Mother Meng took out her own tools and asked Meng Qijian to go cut 2 whole pigs. There was cabbage in the backyard, which was a small advantage for Mian's family, and the vermicelli was brought by her second brother's family. This dish was very special to the Meng family. When Father Meng hesitated about whether to invest all his savings to open a blacksmith shop in the city, he had eaten it. During the draft, when every household was asked to send men to the front lines, they had eaten it too. Later, during the year when many men in the village passed away, women, children, and the elderly also ate it. It may sound ominous, but Meng Jing vaguely remembered that she was still very young then and didn't understand what was happening. She saw many people crying into blue porcelain bowls. The salty tears made the already delicious pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli taste even better. Living and being able to survive without being completely crushed by this cruel world, then please enjoy this dish of pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli. Early in the morning, the Meng family started to get busy. Amian soaked the rice noodles in clear water until soft. Following Meng Mu's advice, she learned to cut the pork into thick slices. She also chopped the Chinese cabbage into pieces and filled a big bowl. The second sister-in-law's family had already arrived and was quietly chatting in the yard. Usually, Meng Jing and the second sister-in-law would argue, but today they didn't. Meng Er and Meng San exchanged silent signals. Everyone discussed and agreed that all aspects had been carefully considered. About the meat, we should fry both sides in the pan until they release oil, then add green onions, ginger, and garlic. Amian was so tempted by the aroma that she kept swallowing saliva. She poured in some sauce and warm water, then started to stew the ingredients. After about 1 tea break, she added the noodles, cabbage, and salt, and continued cooking. Amian washed her hands and went to the yard to play with the second sister-in-law's children. The smell was so good. After a while, perhaps when even the children were so captivated by the smell that they were trying to put their fingers in their mouths, Amian went to the kitchen. She transferred the cooked dishes from the big pot into individual porcelain bowls. The children's bowls only had a few broken pieces of noodles, some slices of pork, and cabbage. The adults' bowls were filled to the brim, with at least a dozen slices of meat and plenty of cabbage. At first, Amian thought everyone would fight over the meat, but surprisingly, the most delicious part was the noodles. The noodles soaked up the soup, and when she picked up a bunch with her chopsticks and put it in her mouth, she couldn't help but say, "So smooth and bouncy. Such a wonderful taste." At home, they ate without fuss or pretenses. Everyone ate happily, and in the warmth of the meal, their hearts felt at ease. "If anything happens, just call me. Your second sister-in-law is strong. I won't let you suffer losses." After a lively meal, Yuanhua felt more satisfied than ever since her crossing. After the second brother's family left, Meng Qi-jian tidied up briefly and took Yuanhua to the city to open a shop. Amian's business stopped, and she stayed at home to take care of the donkey and do chores, washing clothes with Meng Jing. She couldn't help but ask, "Is the opera troupe good?" Meng Jing got excited. "Oh, you haven't seen it. There are so many people almost stepping on my shoes. Next time the troupe comes to our village, you must see it. The acrobats are incredible, like they can fly and disappear." Amian didn't believe it but listened with a smile. "There's also a big magic act. Have you heard of it? They use a sheet or something, and suddenly the person reappears right there on the empty ground, just like magic." Listening, Amian also started to want to see the show. That night, when Meng Qi-jian returned home, he saw a bright-eyed Amian ask, "Are there really magic acts? Have you seen them? Do you believe I can do magic? This way, I can perform tricks and earn some money." Meng Qi-jian smiled gently. "Then show me one." Amian stood on the bed, shook out a blanket, and muttered some vague spiritual words. Suddenly, she whipped the blanket a few times. Meng Jing, who was lying under the covers, hurriedly jumped out. "Tada!" Meng Qi-jian raised an eyebrow and threw 2 copper coins. "I'll give you these as a reward." Lu Amian and Meng Jing were very happy, giggling as they each pretended to have a coin, then tried to perform for Yuanhua. Yuanhua ignored these carefree villagers. "Pretend I didn't see the magic. What we do is called a trick. The most amazing trick can make a person seem to be cut in half, but after the trick, the person is fine and comes out to applause." Meng Jing said, "Just brag if you want." Amian's dream of forming a juggling troupe quickly faded because practicing was hard. They didn't understand the proper way, and once, while balancing bowls on their heads, they accidentally broke one. Amian felt very upset and was unusually honest for 2 days. On the 3rd day, Meng Qi-jian couldn't stay still. He pulled the young lady aside and promised, "In a few days, I'll take you to see a performance troupe, okay?" Mian grinned. "Okay. I want to go sell roasted sunflower seeds, but this plan also failed. We don't have land. Our second brother's land is used for growing grains, and no one plants sunflowers." Mian asked, "Is there any way to get a piece of land from the village?" Meng Qi-jian said, "There are many wasteland areas in the village, but you have to clear them yourself. Weeding and plowing are hard work. Even if you cultivate a piece, the harvest will be average. The best land is where second brother lives, and it's already cultivated. Even if we had a piece of land, no one would plant there. Relying only on you, and the donkey won't work. If you get too tired, it will hurt your health." He took some free time to find out which village the opera troupe would visit and bought some rouge and lip balm, placing them on the table. He didn't do any business, just went out to have fun. Early in the morning, Mian changed into a colorful dress, styled her hair, and excitedly opened small boxes and bottles. She played happily, applying bright red makeup on her face, looking like a peach from afar. She thought she looked very pretty, so she rode her donkey to watch the show. Meng Qi-jian remained calm and followed beside her. After they left, Meng Jing, who was forbidden to go, burst into loud laughter. "Just one time, and I bet many strange rumors will spread through the villages." As they hurried along, many people kept staring at Mian. "Am I drawing too badly?" Meng Qi-jian asked, pretending to be serious. The filter was heavy, but he looked again carefully. "Not bad, very good." She looked at him suspiciously and finally arrived at the village where the opera troupe was performing in the afternoon. Many people had already gathered to watch the fun. They stood behind, with Meng Qi-jian being tall and Mian riding a donkey. Both could see the stage clearly. While everyone was busy admiring the scene, Mian spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Zhang Yixing, chatting happily. Many people were complimenting him, saying, "Look at Zhang Sheng, he will definitely pass the imperial exam." The imperial exam was usually held in autumn. After passing, one would become a scholar. With this title, they could avoid forced labor and taxes, and even have the chance to meet officials or travel for study. Rumor had it the government would also give grain and rice. Farmers thought it was a very glorious event, a big joy that freed them from muddy fields. If a scholar could pass the next exam and become a successful candidate, it would bring great honor to the whole village. No wonder he's a scholar. Just by looking at him, you can tell he's different. He'll surely achieve great things in the future. Zhang Yixing politely said, "It's not certain yet. I haven't taken the exam, so I don't know. Your wife said you have a big destiny and you'll definitely pass the scholar exam." "Exactly. You've been smart since you were a child," someone added. Lu Mian stopped riding her donkey and quickly tried to hide in the crowd. Why, Meng Qi-jian didn't want her to go. Instead, he grabbed her sleeve. "Once the performance starts, you won't see anything. You'll only see people's backs." Mian nodded in response. "Are you very familiar with him? When you see him, you want to leave." "I saw last time in the city. He seemed eager to talk to you." Hearing this, Mian found it strange. Her tone was different from usual. "So, he's your neighbor, right?" "Haven't I told you before?" Meng Qi-jian coldly said. "You shouldn't like men like that. They look good but are useless. They only fool naive young women. He's already married. How could he be interested in such a girl?" Mian asked. "How do you know he's useless?" Meng Qi-jian raised his hand and turned her head away, his voice calm. "Of course, because he's so thin and weak. He looks like he can't do any work. He can't even lift a water-filled bucket with one hand. Naturally, he's useless. Oh, don't talk to him. He has a bad heart. Oh, don't even look at him, okay?" Meng Qi-jian stubbornly made several rules, and seeing Mian obediently agree, he finally relaxed. However, Mian promised not to talk to Zhang Yixing, but Zhang Yixing kept approaching her and starting conversations. To be precise, Zhang Yixing's face was twisted with a strange expression, full of unreadable emotions. "Mian, what are you putting on your face? From afar, I can't even recognize you. You look like that red-bottomed mountain creature and your lips are so shiny. Did you just chew rabbit meat?" Mian was very angry and loudly defended herself. You don't understand. This is good-looking rouge. When words didn't work, Mian simply waved her hand. Why are you blocking my view of the show? Move aside. Meng Qi-jian stepped forward and stood directly in front of her like a solid wall. Zhang Yixing looked very disappointed and walked away, looking lost and dejected. Then, a lively performance began in the countryside. An old man let out a clever little monkey that was walking around. The monkey was smart, adorable, and even mimicked human gestures, bowing repeatedly to the audience. Mian watched excitedly, clapping her hands non-stop. Soon, the little monkey started performing other acts, jumping between several benches. The main event was coming. The old man took out a round ring made of an unknown material, spraying alcohol onto it repeatedly. Then he lit a match and the ring caught fire. He placed the fire ring between two benches and the little monkey was supposed to jump through it. Animals are usually afraid of fire, so the monkey hesitated on the bench, afraid to jump. The audience cheered, shouting, "Jump quickly." Mian was sweating nervously. Just then someone grabbed her hand. After much hesitation, the old man took out a whip and struck the ground a few times. Finally, the little monkey jumped through the fire ring smoothly. Many people cheered, but only a few tossed coins into the hat. Mian leaned close to Meng Qi-jian and asked, "Will he hit the little monkey when he goes back?" Meng Qi-jian didn't know for sure and didn't want to lie to Mian. He just shared his thoughts. It's hard to say. After all, it's their livelihood. He'll probably scold it a bit, but if he really hurts it, where would he get a new monkey? Still, Mian was worried. She was afraid the little monkey wouldn't be loved and might get into trouble. She was about to take off her shoes and hide 2 coins in her sock. Wait. Why do you always hide money on yourself like that? Meng Qi-jian hurriedly stopped her. Although there are many rules in the world, the custom that women's feet should not be seen by outsiders is mainly popular among wealthy families. Rural people do not follow this trend. Having a pair of straw sandals is already good enough, and many women need to go to fields to work. So, his interference was just to stop Mian from performing difficult tricks on the donkey. Instead, he took out 2 coins from his pocket and gave them to her. Mian, who is usually very stingy and rarely spends even 1 coin, quickly threw the 2 coins into a small bowl and shouted, "Nice. Little Monkey's performance is the best." After the show, Mian wanted to talk to the performers. To do that, she had to ask Meng Qi-jian to leave. He was a bit annoyed and said, "I've been following you and not saying a word. What's the big deal? Why should I leave?" Mian patiently explained, "I want to go quietly. You're so big, and if you go in first, you'll be noticed. Going quietly would be even more dangerous. And she shouldn't go alone." Meng Qi-jian frowned and said, "The people who perform tricks are the lowest of the low, always wandering without a fixed home. If something happens, finding someone would be like searching for a needle in the sea. These traveling performers often cheat and steal when they have no livelihood. If there are 1 or 2 bad guys among them, what should I do then?" "Why do you think I want to do that?" she asked curiously. "Why bring up being ruthless and cruel? Aren't you going to steal the monkey? I don't do that kind of thing. I've never stolen anything." Mian crossed her arms fiercely. She only picked up things nobody wanted. Anyway, they argued and finally agreed that Meng Qi-jian could follow with the donkey, but only from far away, so far that Mian looked like a tiny black. The village was quite big, with many farmers living there. Mian asked around and found out that the performers were staying in a broken temple. "They've been performing in our village for 3 days. Now they're probably packing up to leave." Mian quickly ran to the broken temple. She hid behind a large tree and peeked out carefully. The performers were chatting and packing their things, talking about how much money they made recently, planning to go to the city to buy wine. She didn't see the little monkey at the door, so she circled around to the back. That's when she saw the old man, who looked more hunched than during the performance, sitting by the doorframe. Mian moved closer and finally saw the old man holding a bowl filled with millet porridge mixed with some sand. Next to him, the little monkey had taken off the string around its neck and was sitting properly, copying the old man. The monkey was holding a bowl filled with food like millet, peach slices, and chestnuts, piled high. When it was happy, it threw chestnut shells everywhere. Don't throw things around. Do you know there are gods here? Surprisingly, the monkey seemed to understand, and it obediently threw the shells at its feet. Chirp.
Squeak.
Wah. Suddenly, it jumped and ran around a big tree nearby. When it was noticed, Amion scratched her head and stepped out. The little monkey ran to her and tilted its head, looking at her carefully. Grandpa, I just watched your show. The little monkey is so cute, I couldn't help but come back to see it again, she said, already prepared with her words. The old man looked at her and smiled, asking, Do you want to eat some chestnuts? She bravely nodded. She turned her head and saw that the person who was supposed to be far away was actually right in front of her. One was Meng Chi-jian and the other was a doe, both very noticeable. No wonder the monkey spotted them immediately. There was no choice. Both of them and the donkey went over. Amion had chestnuts to eat, but Meng Chi-jian did not. He just said, I'm her husband. The old man looked them over and started to chat. Do you have children? No. Amion asked, Can I touch it? Yes, but be gentle. If it gets annoyed, I won't be responsible, the old man replied. Amion gently patted the soft fur on the little monkey's head. The chestnuts were crackling in the fire as the old man talked about the monkey. He had found it once when he went into the mountains and saw it trapped in a snare. He spent a lot of money treating its injuries, and after it recovered, he started having it perform. Actually, jumping through fire hoops wasn't hard for the monkey. It wasn't afraid at all. It just pretended to be scared to make the show more exciting and suspenseful for the audience. How do you train the monkey? And what's that whip for? The old man smiled. The little monkey is just like a child, with its own personality. It's very smart because it spends a lot of time with me. The whip is just for show, to scare it a little. Otherwise, it can be quite mischievous. My doe is also very smart and understands what I say. That's different, very different. The old man sighed. Then he told a story about a young man born into a wealthy family. The young man was full of dreams and spent his days doing what he loved. When he finally looked around, he found that his relatives had divided up his inheritance. As he grew old, he took on a few apprentices, but they all left, some because of money, others to start families. In the end, he was only accompanied by a small monkey. Sometimes, when looking back on life, he wondered what was truly important during such a long time. After hearing the story and petting the monkey, they knew it had not been mistreated, so Amion's family returned home. That day was full of new and interesting things. As soon as Amion got home, she had many things to say, and her and Meng Jing's voices filled the house. She had already forgotten the story, but Meng Chi-jian found it quite interesting and thought about the question carefully. Unknowingly, he imagined himself old one day and was surprised to see a little old lady reaching into a water jar to catch a big fish to eat.
Meng Chi-jian suddenly stood up angrily.
Hurry and take a bath. It's already dark, and you're not asleep yet. Hearing someone get angry, Amion wisely shrank her head and quickly went to the firewood room to boil water. Days passed by in chaos and noise. 3 months later, the whole city was shocked by a piece of news. Is what you said true? Did Zhang Sheng not pass the imperial exam? Impossible. Did you see the list wrong? I'll go check again. I've looked at it 3 times. Someone did pass the exam, but the name isn't Zhang Sheng. At first, not many people paid much attention. Not passing the exam was normal, and only a few could pass. But recently, rumors had been spreading secretly that Zhang Yixing was sure to pass. Everyone was secretly making moves, giving gifts early, trying to build connections with Zhang's family. That's why the news of him not passing attracted so much attention. Meanwhile, Zhang's family was also gloomy. Lu Weiwei couldn't believe it and kept recalling her dream. In the dream, Zhang Yixing really passed the exam, and Amion became the wife of a scholar. Her hairpin's little bell jingled happily, and she smiled so brightly. What went wrong? Over at the Meng family, everything was calm and peaceful. In the first few days, Amion's family was still a bit worried, afraid that something bad might happen. Yuan Hua often went to ask about the Zhang family's situation and brought back a lot of gossip. The Zhang family looked very gloomy. They had lost face and stayed indoors for several days. Outside the wall, passers-by could only hear intermittent crying from women, which lasted for several days. Mian found this very confusing. Zhang Yixing didn't pass the exam. I don't think he's that upset. But Lu Weiwei is so sad. What does that have to do with her? If you were his wife, wouldn't you be very sad if your husband failed? Yuan Hua asked after asking around and drinking a big cup of tea. Mian replied, that's his business. But if I were his wife, I would make him teach me to read. That would really be my concern. The Meng family was not like the Zhangs. They didn't have serious scholars. When Meng's father was an apprentice blacksmith, he learned about 100 common characters and later taught his children. This method was not systematic and was quite muddled. Meng Da and Meng Er knew some characters but couldn't write. Meng Qi Jian was a bit better, but instead of really writing, he just remembered and drew characters from memory. At that time, Meng Jing was too young and very playful when she grew up, just like Mian, only knowing how to count. The whole family couldn't find anyone who could properly teach Mian to read, and most people also thought learning to read was useless. Women couldn't take exams, so why bother? Yuan Hua said he could read, but when he wrote Arabic numerals and simplified characters, everyone laughed, saying he looked strange and couldn't be understood, just thought he was bragging. In short, this was just another of Mian's wild ideas. Do you want him to teach you to read? Meng Qijian, who had been quietly picking beans nearby, suddenly said. There are more people in the world who can read than just him. Besides, he's so stubborn and failed the exam, so his lessons probably aren't good. He might just be leading others astray. This afternoon, I'll go to the city and ask if there are any female teachers. Mian decided not to mention it, but when she did, she felt the idea was quite good. She didn't want to become an official, but knowing how to read and understand was definitely beneficial. Maybe it would even help her become smarter. No, that's like throwing money into the water, Mian opposed. She had heard Zhang Yixing talk about the cost of studying, and it was definitely too expensive for farming families or small artisans to afford. Ink, paper, brushes, they are all consumables and quite costly, like devouring gold. Investing so much with no guarantee of return was not worth it. Meng Qi Jian lowered his eyes. He must also find a way to get Mian to learn to read. Anyway, it will definitely be more useful than that useless scholar. Meanwhile, Mian and the others have already shifted the topic to the upcoming autumn harvest. The weather has been very nice lately, no longer so hot, and the grain prices after harvest are generally quite affordable. Maybe we will be able to eat plain rice and white rice then. As they were discussing, suddenly the wooden door was knocked loudly, making a bang-bang sound. Next door, Aunt Wang hurriedly said, Hey, Meng-san, everyone in the village is talking. They say a group of officials went straight to your shop. Everyone's heart started to beat faster, and they looked at each other in worry. All right, thank you. We will go see what's going on. In their panic, everyone followed their previous plan. Meng Jing was sent to notify her second brother's family, to give the valuable belongings to Mian, and to have her take Do to hide at the foot of the back mountain. Yuan Hua and Meng Qi Jian went to the city to deal with the officials. They were gone for a long time, and by nightfall, they still hadn't returned. If something really happened, just take the money and go to the Wen family in the city. Mian remembered the instructions and kept stroking Do's back fur repeatedly. About an hour later, Meng Jing ran over panting. Mian, it's okay. Let's go home and eat. Under the moonlight, she hurried back home. Meng Qijian and Yuan Hua had also returned, both looking very tired. Nothing serious, it's not what we thought. The officials urgently need a batch of iron swords and bows and arrows. Half of the deposit has been paid, but the deadline is very tight. They need everything finished and delivered to the nearby town by the day after tomorrow. After explaining briefly, Mian finally relaxed. She put the valuable items back in place and found that Meng Mu, who was alone at home, had already made dough, rolled out many thin dumpling wrappers, and boiled soup with fresh ginger and pig bones. Mian hurried to the chicken coop, took 3 or 4 eggs, and combined them with a small basket of eggs she had saved earlier, quickly making a fragrant scallion and egg filling. Meng Jing followed closely, starting to fold dumplings. Then she took out a small jar and washed the pickled vegetables inside. Meng Jian rested for a moment to catch his breath, then took a piece of pork hind leg from a grass basket. Since they went late, the market had already closed, and only this lean meat, which was hard to sell, remained. It was not very oily or tender if stir-fried alone, but it was perfect for dumplings. He picked up a knife and began chopping the pork into filling. In no time, the dumplings with scallion and egg filling and those with pickled vegetables and pork were all in the pot. We won't be able to sleep tonight. After we finish eating, we need to go back to the city to work again. Later, second brother's family will come over to watch you. This time, Meng Jing didn't throw a small tantrum, and Mian nodded obediently. Handling official matters is serious. If done poorly, one could lose their head. Meng Jian had his own thoughts, wanting to suggest bringing Mian to the city too. The shop had bamboo mats to sleep on, so working together wouldn't be so dull. But he also worried about the tiring travel and not sleeping well at night, which might affect his health. In the end, he didn't say anything. Meanwhile, the pot that had been boiled twice with cold water was already boiling, and the dumplings were rolling like little gold ingots. Mian, feeling greedy, used the biggest bowl to hold the dumplings, carefully bringing it to the table. She picked up a dumpling, blew on it repeatedly, then eagerly put it into her mouth. She didn't know why, but living at the Meng house, whenever something bad or troublesome happened, the food seemed to get even better than usual. "It's pickled vegetables," she exclaimed happily. "It's not too salty, and it tastes really good. It must be the salt. There's no bitter taste of green salt at all." Meng Jian was not to be underestimated either. His bowl was big enough to be a basin. Sitting next to Mian, he ate as if he was just playing, and in no time, he had finished more than 10 dumplings. Manhwa thought to himself, what kind of gluttonous couple are they? But now wasn't the time for arguing. If he didn't grab some food quickly, he might really miss out. Manhwa hurriedly filled a bowl, took a bite, and praised it highly. This was much better than the handmade dumplings he had ordered from takeout before. Not only was the wrapper thin, but the filling was fresh and appetizing. This meal lifted everyone's spirits. Meng Jian packed up a bundle and called Mian over. "You ate a lot at dinner, so don't go to sleep right away. I saw that the chicken coop hasn't been cleaned properly these days. After you finish sweeping, go boil some water. Second brother is coming. He'll do the water fetching. At night, make sure to cover yourself well with the quilt. If Xiao Jing tries to take your quilt, just go to the cabinet and get that pale yellow quilt cover." Mian felt overwhelmed and quickly pushed him out the door. "I know. Can you stop being so nagging?" Meng Jian looked at her deeply, making her feel uncomfortable. He then said, "Just for 2 nights. Besides, I'll go into town during the day to bring you food." He looked very earnest. Meng Jian smiled faintly, patting the little dog's head. "Lock the door properly." Then he left with Manhwa. During the day, Mian kept her promise and brought some delicious food to the blacksmith shop. As soon as she entered, she saw both men were bearded and rough-looking. Meng Jian looked better, with only some tiredness on his face. Manhwa, who had been working by the fire all night, was so exhausted he almost fell asleep right there. Mian saw Meng Jian for the first time, looking very dirty. She felt curious, but also a bit disgusted. "Your face is all dusty and your eyebrows are black. Don't come closer, it's very dirty here. This work was really not suitable for anyone. It was tiring, demanding, and paid little." Meng Jian was too busy, so he told Mian to put down the food and go back. The work came suddenly, and now that she thought about it, it seemed a bit strange. In a flash, Meng Jian suddenly remembered what he had said earlier about mountain bandits. Could the officials be imposters? But at that time, he had indeed seen official documents and badges. While he was thinking, Mian now felt a little pity for him and stopped looking down on him. She took out some steamed buns, fried pork liver, a few cucumbers, and mixed salted duck eggs with soft tofu. She used a clean handkerchief to wipe the dirt and dust off his face. "Why are you daydreaming?" she asked. Then she took some seaweed and eggs from the basket and made a simple seaweed soup. "I was thinking," Meng Chi-jian whispered. "Could it be that the officials are fake?" Mian gasped and immediately caught the key point. "Among the officials, do you recognize any familiar faces?" 1. Ordinary villagers rarely go to the Yamen government office, so not recognizing some people was normal. But if they suddenly went to the Yamen to ask questions, it would seem strange. If they really were officials, this misunderstanding could lead to more trouble. If they were fake, there were also many strange and dangerous things involved. Mian thought for a moment and said, "You all keep working. I have a plan." Meng Chi-jian shook his head. "I also have a plan. When we deliver the goods, Yuan Hua, a dough, and I will go personally. If anything seems off, we won't deliver and we'll come back quickly. Don't worry, it's not dangerous." "I just want to ask." Mian peeked out, then used coal ash to smear her face. She called a little beggar and paid him 1 coin to buy his torn clothes.
Meng Chi-jian was shocked. "There might be fleas on that."
"Don't wear it." Mian was clever and ignored his fuss. She brushed the clothes over the fire a few times, then changed into the dirty clothes, looking like a beggar. She ran out the door. Mian dressed up very well, holding a bowl, and reached the Yamen gate. Soon she started talking to the gatekeeper. She didn't say much, just begged and flattered, saying that a few days ago, an official gave her money, and she wanted to repay him no matter what. The gatekeeper initially wanted to chase her away, but when he heard her speak nicely and became curious, he asked several people if she was the same person. She said she wasn't. After chatting for a while, Mian left again. She quietly slipped back to the blacksmith shop and asked about the people she had inquired about, trying to see if Meng Chi-jian could match their features. In the end, it turned out that this batch of goods was indeed ordered by the government. However, the government said they needed to transport it to the neighboring county. Time was tight, and there was little time left to think. Meng Chi-jian worked through 2 nights, carefully forging each piece of ironware. Once everything was packed, he was ready to deliver the goods. "This is probably the last trip. As long as we get through safely, it will be fine," Yuan Hua said optimistically. "It's okay. Stories can always be changed." "Even that scholar didn't pass the imperial exam," he added with a strange tone. Originally, the officials said they would handle the transportation, but Meng Chi-jian suggested they go together. If the recipient was unhappy, he could fix things. They agreed. Mian also insisted on going. The first reason was that she had never been to the neighboring county before. The second was that even Ado could go, so why couldn't Mian? The third reason was that more people meant more ideas. If something went wrong, they would have more options. So, the group set out on a cloudless afternoon. The road along the official route was smooth and felt like a little adventure. "Wow, we've only walked this far, but I can't understand what the passers-by are saying," Yuan Hua said helplessly. "That's because you're riding a donkey, so it feels like a short trip." "Oh, now I feel like I can't even walk after eating a sesame cake," he added. Meng Chi-jian called out to the person on the donkey. "Do you want some?" Mian firmly replied, "Yes." The first part of the journey was cheerful, with talking and laughing. But things got strange when they entered the mountain trail halfway. Meng Chi-jian asked around and learned they were taking a shortcut to arrive the next afternoon. As soon as they entered the mountains, trouble erupted. "This mountain is mine to open. This tree is mine to plant. If you want to pass, you must pay a toll." Suddenly, a group of masked men with large knives appeared out of nowhere and surrounded everyone. Usually, when such a shout is made, travelers are so frightened they scream and run. But this time, after shouting, there was an eerie silence. The mountain bandit's face twitched under his mask. "What? No reaction at all? Aren't bandits supposed to be shameless? You're risking your lives. These goods are ordered by the government. No matter how many of you there are, you can't cut enough heads to stop us." A small officer drew his sword from his waist and shouted. "Oh, government people, aren't they just freeloaders? Ha ha ha, Third brother, tell them that the blacksmith shop owner in the county is the one we cut down. These bandits are professional criminals, not desperate farmers turned bandits. Otherwise, they would be easily scared off. Each of them carries multiple lives, and as long as they are caught, they face death. That's why they are fearless. This is the most troublesome group of bandits in the neighboring county, which is why they are urgently requisitioning more weapons. Meng Chi-jian calmly blocks the bandits' view. He is standing in front of a Mian. Fortunately, because he had to go on a long trip, a Mian dressed up a bit, wearing a light blue round-neck robe, with her long hair tied up behind her head, pretending to be a young scholar's servant. If these bandits saw a woman among the group, they might attack immediately. However, Meng Chi-jian thinks that even if the servant is a man, looking so delicate and cute, it could be very dangerous. So he just places his hand on his waist, silent. Actually, he is overthinking. These bandits are not interested in men. Their goal is clear. They are after the big box on the cart. It is filled with swords and arrows, and if they get it, they will become stronger and harder to defeat. After taking the goods, they will also eliminate everyone in the group to leave no evidence. The bandits seem to be about 5 or 6 in number, while the people transporting the goods, including some officials, total 10. Hide well, and if things go wrong, take a dough and run quickly. There are more of us, so we should be safe, understand. Yes, a Mian is also prepared. She has a weapon, a long iron rod. She can't use swords or knives and isn't skilled at killing chickens or fish normally. The advantage of this iron rod is that its reach is much longer than a sword. She is strong and can ride a donkey, swinging wildly. She can only hit others loudly, but as long as they can't get close, they won't hurt her. Also, she has a small dagger with a sheath strapped to her right calf for surprise attacks if needed. On the other side, Yuan Hua is in a worse situation. His weapon is a double-edged sword he specifically chose. It looks cool when he holds it, but using it is another story. The locals prefer knives for a reason. They are easier to handle. Swords require skill, and their thin blades can break easily, while knives can still be used even if dull. If you refuse to hand over your goods peacefully, don't blame us brothers for being rude. As soon as the words fell, a young official surprisingly panicked, turned around and ran away. He was quickly caught and finished off by the approaching bandits with a single strike. The others immediately broke out in cold sweat, feeling trapped and unsure whether to fight or flee. Realizing they had no choice, they decided to fight, hoping for a chance to survive. Someone shouted loudly and grabbed a weapon to join the fight. Meng Chi-jian was stuck between a tree, Ado, Mian, and the cart. Whenever someone approached, he would wave his sword without hesitation. Mian remained calm, but the bandits let out fierce screams that startled the birds in the forest. He saw his own right arm, holding the sword, fall to the ground. The smell of blood filled the air. Unexpectedly, Ado, usually gentle and obedient, was now frantically digging at the ground with his hooves and howling at the sky, driven mad by the scene before him. Ado, don't be afraid. Mian almost fell off the donkey's back, clutching Ado's neck tightly. But Ado was beyond listening now. After rushing around wildly a few times, he resolutely turned and ran back into the forest. Mian, came a worried voice amid the howling wind behind him. Jump down. Then suddenly, the voice stopped abruptly. Mian wanted to look back to see what was happening but couldn't leave Ado. Caught in a dilemma, he hesitated. This hesitation made Ado run even further away. This simple donkey, who had lived in the countryside all his life, used to circle around the millstone endlessly. He had grown up and migrated with the primates, eating only soy meal and tender grass every day. He had never seen such a terrifying, bloody scene before. He kept running with all his might, much faster than usual. He knew the small primate on his back was probably terrified because she was clutching his neck tightly and making much louder noises than usual. She must have been scared. Ado, usually slow and clumsy, was now surprisingly quick and brave. He wanted to carry her to a safe place, no matter how far it was. Mian, unable to control Ado anymore, lowered himself to avoid the tangled branches. When they finally stopped, they had run into a completely unfamiliar place. Before them was a clear stream and a patch of grass. Ado was satisfied. He had found a perfect spot. You really didn't listen today, running around everywhere. But it's okay. We'll find our way back by following the footprints, Mian said cheerfully, still optimistic. After all, it was still broad daylight, and he had the strength to tease. Cowardly Ado. She got off the donkey, checked herself for any scratches or injuries, and found she was fine. Ado was also safe. So, they each drank water by the stream. After resting for a moment, Mian went to look for footprints. She found a trail but then lost it again. She became anxious and looked more carefully. That's when she noticed some sections had many stones, and neither the donkey nor people would leave any footprints there. Ado, what trouble have you caused? How are we supposed to go back now? Mian said. Ado nudged her with his head and looked at her with a silly face.
Amiens Siged.
She faced two choices. Try to guess the way back, which might be a lucky guess, or follow the stream, which would surely lead to a village or people. After thinking for a moment, she decided on a third option, stay put and wait. If she ran away soon, Meng Qi and the others might start chasing her, and they wouldn't be far apart. If she kept walking back and forth, it would be harder to find her. There was another important reason: she was hungry. The sesame cake was gone, and she only had cold water in her stomach. She looked around and saw some bamboo. She rolled up her pants and pulled out a small dagger. Now was the time to use it. She jumped up and broke a short bamboo stalk, dragging it to the grass. Then she took off her shoes and socks and bent down to fish in the stream. The fish here had never been caught before. They were numerous and simple-minded. Quick as she was, Mian stabbed 2 fish with her dagger and threw them onto the shore. Next, she started a fire. She tied Ado to a tree and collected dry leaves, dead grass, pine needles, and other materials. She climbed a tree to break off some branches. Then she struck a metal rod with her dagger about 20 or 30 times until sparks flew and ignited. If she hadn't had a large stone in her heart, Mian would have been jumping and dancing with joy. In the mountains and fields, Mian felt like she had found a treasure land, completely happy. But she didn't know someone was desperately searching for her.
Mian.
Mian, Yuanhua cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted while walking. Beside him was Meng Qi Jian, dressed in blood-stained clothes. This all started after Mian was taken away by the rushing donkey. When Meng Qi Jian turned his head to look, a mountain bandit saw the chance and slashed at his left shoulder. He had no choice but to keep fighting. In his panic, he fought fiercely. Earlier, he only cut off the bandit's hand, but now he was stabbing repeatedly. His moves were simple and straightforward, each strike aimed directly at causing harm. After 3 attacks, the bandits who had been shouting earlier suddenly called out loudly, "Hero, with such skill, why not join us? Gold, silver, treasures, and fine silk are all yours to choose." Meng Qi Jian, who had a family and a job, was crazy to follow them in robbing and looting. A flash of cold light, and only 2 mountain bandits remained able to stand. Seeing the situation was bad, and they had encountered tough opponents, the 2 immediately turned and ran. Some guards wanted to chase, but others stopped them. As the saying goes, don't chase desperate enemies, because they still didn't know how many people were in their main camp, and it wouldn't be wise to risk their lives. Meng Qi Jian didn't care about anything else now. He wanted to go into the mountains to find someone. The young officer and the guards discussed briefly, pulled out the cart, prepared their fallen comrades' bodies, and decided to return to the main road and rush to the neighboring county without delay. Before they finished speaking, Meng Qi Jian already looked grim, holding Yuanhua firmly, and told him to find footprints immediately. Then he tore open his clothes and hurriedly bandaged the wound on his shoulder. The 2 followed the footprints, calling out Mian's name desperately, but there was no response. As it grew darker, Yuanhua's voice became hoarse. He gasped and asked, could she have stopped after running for a while and taken another route back to the main road? Meng Qi Jian looked pale and silently glanced at him. The footprints are still here. She must have gone further into the mountains. Yuan Hua supported his forehead and said, "The main problem is that it's getting dark soon, and we don't have torches or anything. How can we find her in the pitch-black night? It's better to return to the main road, gather some people, light torches, and then search the mountains." Meng Qi Jian replied, "We're unfamiliar with this place, and not many people would follow into the mountains at night. If you want to go back, just turn around and leave." "No way. I can't leave a Mian alone in the mountains." Yuan Hua thought about her walking alone and suddenly felt it was better to stay with him. Meanwhile, a Mian had already used a small knife to carefully scrape off the fish scales. She had collected a lot of wild scallions and stuffed them into the fish's belly, then placed the fish and vegetables into a fresh bamboo tube, filling it tightly with bamboo leaves, and skewered it on a branch to cook over the fire. This was her makeshift bamboo-baked fish. There's reed sprout. During the wait, she also found a familiar aquatic plant, reed root, which is very sweet and crisp when eaten raw. She picked and ate at the same time, still gathering a large handful. After cutting the fish into small pieces with a dagger, she packed them into another bamboo tube, added some creek water, and placed it over the fire to roast. Once nearly cooked, it was already dark. The mountain forest at night was not like during the day. Tonight, there was no moon, and everything around was pitch black, which was quite frightening. Amian only realized this later and felt a bit scared. She could only keep adding branches to the fire to make the flames bigger, hoping to chase away the cold and fear. "Adieu. If no one comes to find us by tomorrow morning, we'll have to go down the mountain ourselves." Now that things had come to this, she decided to eat the roasted fish first. She pulled out the branches stuck in the ground and placed them on the far side of the fire. After letting them dry a bit, she used her hand to take down each bamboo tube. She split the bamboo with her dagger to get the fish out. Since she had no utensils, she washed her hands and ate directly with her fingers. She tore off a piece of fish and put it in her mouth. Surprisingly, it tasted good. It had no strong fishy smell, but a faint bamboo aroma. The fish was tender from roasting. As she ate, she suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from the woods behind her. Amian immediately bristled with fear, trembling all over. There were wild animals in the mountains, and their eyes are different from humans. They can see in the dark. Suddenly, a small deer's head appeared. She relaxed a little, realizing it was attracted by the smell. She quickly finished the 2 fish, threw the bones on the ground, and drank the boiled reed water nearby. Rustling. Amian put down the bamboo tube. Rustling. She held her dagger tightly and slowly turned around. Standing before her were 2 mountain bandits' faces. Well, who do we have here smelling so good? "Isn't this that young servant?" one of them sneered. "Your master is quite capable, killing so many of our brothers." "Too bad." Amian's voice trembled. "What? People are made of flesh." One slash, and they're cut in half. Amian stepped back several paces, her limbs trembling, her mind blank. It wasn't until she bumped into Adu that she suddenly snapped out of her fear and clenched her dagger tightly. "This is really bad luck. You're lucky I'm letting you live." One bandit sat by the fire. "We're starving and want to eat donkey meat." The other bandit also approached, eyeing Amian suspiciously. When closer, he noticed that he seemed to have no Adam's apple and was very pale, not quite looking like a man. But because it was so dark, they couldn't see clearly, so they still headed toward Adu. "This donkey's quite big. It should have a lot of meat. You hold its head down over there." How could Amian agree? She quickly thought of a plan. "This is too complicated to handle, and there will be blood everywhere. If some wild animals like tigers or wolves are attracted tonight, it will be hard for us to survive. I just made bamboo 2 baked fish, which doesn't take much effort. I'll go now and prepare some for you." Hearing this, the 2 bandits understood the dangers of the mountain and exchanged glances. The man sitting by the fire said, "All right, mountain ghost, you watch him catch fish and make sure he doesn't run away." Reluctantly, Mian had to go into the river to fish under the pressure of the mountain ghost. The night was colder than daytime, and the water was often hard to see through. She kept trying again and again to catch fish. During this time, Her mind kept replaying what the bandit had said. Did Meng Qi really get killed by them? Thinking of this, her eyes turned red, and she felt like crying. Although he was usually fierce and talkative, he was also hardworking and capable, just like Ado, and had never done anything bad. Why does heaven treat us so unfairly? On the other hand, another thought appeared in her mind. Listen carefully to others' words, but also think more on your own. Consider why they say what they do. Moreover, imagine if you were in their place. What would you think and what would you want? Life is unpredictable. No matter what situation you face, rely on your own mind. Splash, she finally caught another fish again. Mian thought. If they really killed Meng Qi and his group, they would definitely steal their goods. But right now, there are only two of them, and they don't seem like they want a battle. Besides, Meng Qi fights like a mad dog. He can't be easily stopped, so he probably didn't die easily. She caught two more fish and was about to go ashore when suddenly the mountain ghost whispered in her ear, "Are you a woman?" Shocked, Mian tried to keep her face calm. "I am a servant following the master's family." The mountain ghost let go of her, still smiling strangely. "Is that so? You can go now." Mian had a dagger with her. If she suddenly attacked, she might have a chance, but if his companions arrived, she wouldn't stand a chance against two people. So she responded vaguely and started to cook slowly. The two bandits sat by the fire, whispering to each other now and then, occasionally glancing at Mian. It was a cloudy night, and the moon was hidden behind dark clouds. Mian had an animal instinct. She felt that if she stopped moving, something bad might happen. So she kept busy, roasting fish and gathering wild vegetables and scallions. "Enough. Are you never done? What are you pretending for? Marry me and I won't treat you badly. When we reach our mountain stronghold, you'll never have to worry about food or drink. It'll be much better than suffering down here," the mountain spirit sincerely advised. Aside from that, why did they all want to become mountain bandits? Naturally, farming was too hard, and being a farmer's wife was even worse. They often went hungry, worked hard, and had to endure their honest husbands coming home and hitting them. After a few years, with children to feed, even the prettiest faces would look worn out, and their bodies would become thin and fragile. In the end, they just endured life day by day. "Don't look at me like this. I have over 1,000 taels of silver and some banknotes, but I haven't exchanged them yet," the mountain spirit said, moving his hands with a dark gaze. "I also have clothes and jewelry. I never hit women. If you want, come with me. If you don't want to." The mountain spirit was now 20 years old, at the age people usually marry and have children, but everyone in his line of work was a monk. They lived on the edge, constantly risking their lives. Besides the boss, who had a woman he robbed from the roadside, the rest of them were just in their underwear. The boss's woman, however, committed suicide after a few months. These young mountain bandits had been growing stronger for nearly a year. After solving their food and clothing problems, some clever ones wondered. They had stolen so much money, but had no family or children and couldn't really spend it all. When they died, everything would be gone. Wasn't all that money just stolen for nothing? 1,000 taels of silver. Mian was shocked. Really? How can it all fit? The mountain spirit was pleased to see her eyes wide open. He relaxed his hand that was holding his big knife at his waist. Naturally, he liked to boast in front of women. "Of course. It's more than that. We build a house with blue bricks, and we eat meat every day. That's how we stay so strong. After work, we share the silver fairly among my brothers. I dug a hidden cellar where I can store a lot of silver." Another bandit, who knew the truth, said that they had definitely earned money. Several hundred taels of silver, but most of it went to the boss. "If you're willing, tomorrow you can come with me. Come sit here." The mountain spirit had now gone to get a bamboo tube, split it open, tasted it, and smiled happily. "The food is delicious." Mian hid her dagger in her sleeve and sat beside him. She asked, "How do you plan to spend that silver? And how do you plan to invite people to build the house?" The mountain spirit noticed she wasn't desperately seeking death or running away. His mood improved even more. "What can we do?" "Steal, of course." steal from the workers. Wait until they finish their work, then. He didn't want to scare her off, so he left out the rest and simply said, "Anyway, besides the boss and the strategist, everyone else in the gang is not as capable as I am. Follow me, and no one will bully you in the future." He considered himself one of the top 3 in the gang. Mion lowered her eyes. "Oh." The mountain spirit scratched his head and kicked his companion. "Hey, go fetch water. Stay out longer, and don't come back to ruin my good mood." The bandit snorted and stood still. "Did you forget the gang's rules?" I know. No messing things up because of a woman. My brother's family is off limits." "What's wrong with me? Didn't I find her first? Isn't she my wife? We didn't steal anything on this trip. Have you thought about how to explain to the strategist when we get back?" The mountain spirit grew impatient. "Just get lost, go away." The bandit finally stood up reluctantly and headed toward the stream. He didn't try to steal but watched coldly as they faced their fate. Only the boss had ever had a woman in the gang. The others hadn't. Was that just a coincidence? After a year of stealing, there were surely many women along the way. The real reason was simple: a bunch of outlaws. If any of them had families or children, how brave could they really be? How much fighting spirit would they have? The boss definitely wouldn't allow such things to happen. Even the boss's own wife, whether she committed suicide or was killed, no one knew. But he was truly clever. Real clever people often pretend not to be smart. He walked to the stream, idly tossing stones to skip across the water. "What are you doing?" Mion suddenly grabbed his hand and was pulled into an embrace, making her scream. The mountain spirit, freed from her grip, looked confused. Mion just wanted to avoid being beaten or killed, so she kept struggling. But when the mountain spirit suddenly tried to hug her, she felt puzzled. "Aren't you still not married?" The mountain spirit licked his lips. Mion didn't answer and kept retreating. "What are you afraid of? This will make you happy, not painful at all." Before he finished, he suddenly lunged at her. Her instinct kicked in faster. She threw her dagger and kicked off the ground, quickly climbing a tree. The mountain spirit instinctively dodged the flying object, but he couldn't avoid it entirely. A sharp cut appeared on the side of his face. He wiped his face covered in blood and angrily smiled, saying, All right, this is interesting. I wonder if you can grow wings and fly now." The mountain ghost also started climbing a tree. But in the next moment, a very loud and tragic scream came from the direction of the stream. Mion, sitting on a branch, saw the mountain ghost suddenly leap to the ground without even looking back and ran into the forest in the opposite direction. What is brotherhood? Is it tasty? He quickly decided that whether it was a person or a beast, there was no need to save them anymore. Making noise would only reveal his position. The reason the mountain ghost could stay alive among the bandits wasn't because he was especially skilled or clever. It was simply because many of his companions had already died, and he was the only one left. Just as he was about to leave, Guisha stepped out of the darkness, walking closer. His foot left a deep bloodstain, caused by him grabbing the bandit's long hair and dragging him. "Meng Chi Jian." A surprised voice came from the branch. Mion jumped down, tears streaming down his face as he smiled broadly. "You didn't get killed. That's great, Mion. And me. I'm still alive too." Yuanhua appeared suddenly, somehow tripping and falling. One of his legs seemed to be lame, and he could only hop on one foot. Meng Chi Jian loosened his grip, feeling exhausted. He wanted to scold Mion and Ado for running around without permission, but he was also afraid that what he saw was just a hallucination. He couldn't speak a complete sentence for a long time. He quickly carried Mion to the fire, checking if she was hurt. Mion said, "I'm fine, and one bandit was scared away by you guys." "I understand." Meng Chi Jian pressed his forehead against Mion's, staring without blinking. "So, you ran up the tree, right?" "Yes, that bandit is called Mountain Ghost." "By the way, how did you find me?" Mion didn't feel ashamed or shy about crying. She just cried naturally. After crying, she wiped her tears with her sleeve and curiously asked, "We followed the footprints. After a while, we found they disappeared, so we went the wrong way. Later at night, we saw smoke from a fire in the distance. Thinking it might be you, she lowered her head and said, "They wanted to eat Ado. I stopped them. But then they forced me to catch fish for them. That mountain ghost said you were killed and even asked me to marry him, saying he had 1,000 taels of silver." After speaking, she felt something was wrong. She looked up and saw Meng Qijian's eyes filled with red veins, looking almost furious. "I didn't agree to that." Meng Qijian caught his breath. "I'm not stupid. Their money was stolen."
"It's bad money," he said.
Mian thought if her broken silver was stolen, she would feel heartbroken. But he said he hid all the money in a cellar. Meng Qijian gritted his teeth. "Are you thinking of going to find that money?" he asked. Mian shrank back. No, I know. I'll follow you down the mountain at dawn," she replied. "Are you two done? Can't you notice there's a hurt person here? Mian almost got bitten by a poisonous snake trying to find you. I fell on a very slippery stone and hurt myself," Yuanhua said, looking at them painfully. Meng Qijian had just experienced a close call and now wanted to tie Mian to his side with his belt. Worried that the mountain ghost might cause more trouble, the three of them decided to stay together and not split up. First, they threw the body of another mountain bandit across the stream to avoid attracting wild animals. Then Meng Qijian checked Yuanhua's leg, casually saying, "The bones are fine, just twisted," pretending to be a folk healer. They couldn't sleep all night, but nothing else happened. At dawn, they headed down the mountain. Yuanhua rode a donkey to avoid delaying the trip because of his injured foot. They hurried back and arrived home in the afternoon. Everyone had gone 2 days and nights without sleep. When they saw the returning group, Meng Jing, Meng Mu, and the second brother's family all cried. This morning, second brother went to the shop. Officials brought silver, saying it was the remaining money. "We were all scared and begged them to tell us what happened, why you didn't come back." Meng Qijian broke a willow branch and insisted on scolding Ado. The foolish donkey was frightened and took Mian into the mountains. "We searched all night before finding her," he explained. Everyone was scared and thankful for the protection of various gods and spirits. Meng Mu knelt on the ground, tears flowing. "Good thing she's safe. Good thing she's safe." The second sister-in-law patted her chest and checked Mian, seeing she was safe and sound. She sighed, thinking Mian was very lucky. Mian gathered her courage and asked if she could avoid punishing Ado. Meng Qijian didn't mean to scold a silly donkey. Probably it still didn't understand what had happened. He was waiting for Mian to come and plead, and this time he threatened harshly. "If you encounter danger, even if it's just a donkey, you must abandon it if necessary. Nothing is more important than your life. Do you understand? If this happens again, it won't just be your donkey that gets beaten." Mian argued. "How can you say that? Ado and I are just like you and me. If Ado gets lost in the mountains, I will definitely go find him." Ha, second sister-in-law laughed. Haha, Mengsen really is just like a donkey.
Meng er Schul des trembelt unkontrollably.
Even Meng Jing, who was crying and blowing big snot bubbles, turned away and secretly chuckled. Meng Qijian had just pretended to hit Ado. Now he truly wanted to hit him. Yes, he always knew Ado was very important to Mian. But these days, livestock are considered very valuable to a family. After all, they cost quite a bit of silver. So, he hadn't paid much attention. However, when he realized that in Mian's heart, he was almost like a donkey, he felt very upset. Who would have thought that after all the precautions, the rival was a donkey? Ado leisurely used his front hoof to scratch the dirt, giving a somewhat provocative, in Meng Qijian's view, look at everyone present, then trotted off to the backyard with Mian leading him. You must be hungry and tired again." Second sister-in-law sat heavily at the table, giving commands with a remote voice. "Young master, go boil some water for them to bathe. I'm not saying there's some strange blood smell. Xiao Jing, don't just sit around. Hurry and cook. Huzi, don't bother your sister, understand? If you make her cry, I'll have your father beat you," Meng Jing angrily said to Mian. "That's why I dislike second sister-in-law." Mian quietly asked, "How much money did the government send?" 20 taels of pure silver. Meng Jing understood immediately, Don't worry, once it's returned, it'll be put in your room. Meng Jian frowned. Why is it double? Rewarded for fighting bandits. While taking a bath in a wooden tub, Mian suddenly heard loud noise outside the window. Then she lowered her voice, and the sound became unclear. After finishing, she found she was already very hungry, but didn't feel hungry at all. She closed her eyes and rolled onto the bed. Meng Jian was worried she would be starving, so he insisted on holding a small bowl of millet porridge and forced her to eat more than half of it. Only when the little one in his arms, with eyes closed, refused to open his mouth anymore, did he let her sleep. Second sister-in-law teased, being hungry for a few days won't hurt. I think you've been raised like a little calf. If you keep bothering her to sleep, I'll slap you. Meng Jian felt a bit helpless. It's hard to raise. Meng was puzzled. When do you plan to have children? Anyway, raising one is the same as raising a whole bunch. Meng Qi sneered. Do you think you're raising pigs? After hurriedly finishing his meal, it was Meng Qi's turn to take a bath. It took him about 3 times longer than Mian to wash, finally shaking off the sticky feeling. Still, he suspected there was a bloody smell on him. He shook his head and then went into the room. Mian was sleeping peacefully, her face rosy like a pure lamb. Meng Qi wasn't very sleepy at first, but when he lay down, he carefully draped an arm around her waist. The scent of soap and grass lightly filled the small bedroom. His eyes blinked slower and slower until they finally closed. When he woke up again, it was dawn. He sat up and found himself alone. Outside, Mian's voice came through. Last night, I had a bad dream. There was a big mountain pressing down on me, and I ran and ran but couldn't escape. When I looked back, I saw I was carrying a big rock on my back. She was making breakfast for the family, pumpkin porridge and egg pancakes. Mian, very diligent, finished her chores and then went to feed the chicks, muttering about her recent adventures. After breakfast, Meng Qi called Lu Mian and Yuan Hua over, giving each a silver ingot. Both were confused. It was originally only 10 taels, but since our guards did well and delivered the goods on time to the neighboring county, they gave extra. You too helped along the way, so this is for you. Mian held the fat silver ingot in her hands, bit it lightly to check the quality, then quickly hid it away. Yuan Hua, who was also suddenly wealthy, surprisingly no longer felt pain in his leg injury. The government is probably still cracking down on bandits. You should travel together when you go out, especially Mian. Some of those mountain bandits have seen you before, and if they come back for revenge, it would be bad. The village was still relatively safe. New villagers were cautious, and the bandits didn't know where they lived. Still, Meng Qi kept reminding them a few more times. With money in hand, it was natural to spend it. Yuan Hua was generous and invited Lu Mian and Meng Jing to a restaurant in town. When they arrived, they saw notices posted all over the city wall. Mian studied them carefully and realized they were wanted posters. The posters showed pictures of several mountain bandits. After looking at them for a while, Mian said to Meng Jing, "They don't really look like them. I've seen that bandit with thick eyebrows, and his face isn't as long as this." However, Mian still hopes the government can quickly eliminate that group of bandits and find the 1,000 taels of silver hidden in the cellar, returning it to the victims and their families. Stop looking and come quickly. Yuan Hua bought medicinal wine and plasters at the clinic, then happily went to the restaurant. He looked at the menu and already had a plan. Let's have 2 servings of fish, phoenix stomach and dragon liver, shrimp and chicken slices, braised winter bamboo shoots, osmanthus-flavored sausage, 3 plates of peach blossom pastries, and then a good pot of wine. 5 coins, you're really generous. Not at all stingy. Mian smiled happily and immediately flattered him. Of course. I already heard that these 2 fish dishes are famous here. One is spicy, and the other is a fish soup with half a fish, mixed with fresh vegetable slices. It's a perfect match for rice. Soon, the waiter arranged dishes on a table. Meng Jing saw 3 wine cups and hesitated, asking, "Is it okay for us to drink? If third brother finds out, what's he going to do?" "He never said we can't drink." Mian took the lead, pouring wine into a cup. The wine was made from grains and was very expensive, so she definitely wanted to taste it. So spicy. So bitter. It's like cutting the tongue. Ugh. Amion took a sip, her face scrunching up. Yuan Hua chuckled. Wine isn't meant to be drunk like that. It's best enjoyed with food, eating and tasting at the same time. The three of them ate and drank together. Soon, Amion also started to enjoy the taste of the clear wine. Her alcohol tolerance was surprisingly good, unlike Xiaojing, who would turn red after a sip, her whole face blushing. But after 3 rounds, Amion sensed something was wrong and said, "It's better if third brother doesn't find out. If he asks, just say we only ate." Yuan Hua said, "No worries, just these 2 cups. When the evening breeze blows, it'll be fine, but I feel like someone is watching us." Meng Jing almost cried. Amion stuck out her tongue. "It's okay. You only took 1 sip." Today, Yuan Hua, who had drunk too much, was unusually talkative. He said he came from a very distant world, lived in a place called Rented House, and went to work every day. But he had no friends there and didn't know who to talk to. Although life was much better than here, he was tired of the routine of 2 points and 1 line. When he spoke, no one listened, and Amion was happy to hear him talk nonsense, which meant she could eat a little less. Before graduating, I thought to myself that since I had studied for so many years, I should find a job that pays over 10,000 a month after I graduate. That doesn't seem like too much to ask, right? I don't know how things turned out this way. Yuan Hua was the best drinker among the 3. After dinner and paying the bill, the 3 of them strolled back to the village. Meng Jing took a few sips of alcohol. At this moment, there were no pedestrians on the rural road. She hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm really not lying to you. Since we started at the restaurant, I've felt like someone has been watching us." Amion waved her hand. "Look around, there are only the 3 of us on the road." She was in a good mood and hummed a little countryside tune.
Ah!
Meng Jing suddenly grabbed Amion's arm tightly, trembling like a leaf. The person who suddenly jumped out from the bushes had thick black eyebrows, a narrow face, and was holding a sharp knife. He was covered in dirt, looking like the most pitiful street beggar. This was the mountain ghost Amion had seen before. The mountain ghost looked fierce. Since that day he fled into the woods, and when dawn broke, he returned to the mountain top only to find it surrounded by officials. Many of his brothers had already been caught. He dared not go back and couldn't get the money he hid inside. Seeing that the wanted poster didn't look like him, and the city gate searches weren't strict, he boldly sneaked into the city. In the restaurant he saw Amion and her friends. A thought occurred to him, and he quietly followed them. In the usual scene, there were only 2 tiny black dots, like 2 flying insects before a candle, swirling and dancing a deadly dance. Yuan Hua was not a very noble or brave person. A few months ago, he never thought he could do such a thing. He was just going through daily life, accepting that he was not a dragon Aotian. Perhaps many people in this world can never achieve fame or success and can only find meaning in everyday life. Yuan Hua suddenly thought he looked pretty cool for thinking this way, but unfortunately, Amion couldn't see it anymore. Luckily, he had just enjoyed a very satisfying meal today. He couldn't help but smile, singing softly, if only the host could make the guests drunk, not knowing where his hometown is. Actually, studying is really a wonderful thing. At the city gate, a clumsy Amion was gesturing excitedly with the guards, saying, "Bandits are coming! Bandits are coming!" Just outside the city, the news spread quickly, and soon everyone in the city heard about it. The guards gathered their troops, and a large group hurried along the rural road. People were surprised to find bloodstains on the ground and the body of a bandit lying there. The bandit's eyes were wide open, showing a very frightened expression, as if he had seen something terrifying. He still tightly held a wooden knife, but whose blood was on it? There were no footprints or blood traces indicating anyone else had been there besides the bandit. "Where is Yuan Hua? Why is he gone?" Panting, Amion looked shocked. "I clearly saw." She carefully checked again and found that Yuan Hua seemed to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Where could he have gone? She felt dizzy and rubbed her eyes, only to be shocked to see 3 unfriendly-looking Meng Qi Jian standing in front of her. "How is that possible, Lu?" "Mion. Mian felt very uneasy, as if a big disaster was about to happen. Without thinking, she pretended to be drunk and collapsed. People around shouted, "What's going on? Call the doctor quickly." Someone else said, "It's just a bit of alcohol smell. I think the young lady drank too much and is drunk." Mian buried her head and pretended to sleep, ignoring everyone's calls. She kept pretending until she really fell asleep. When she woke up again, she smelled sandalwood and medicinal scents. Mian felt a slight headache and tried to sit up, but then lay back down. After a while, she opened her eyes again and saw that the bed beneath her was very soft, with layers of beautiful bed curtains around her. Mian thought to herself, could it be that she had arrived in heaven? What a wonderful feeling. Wife, wake up. I will go call someone. Mian rubbed her head and then sat up again. Soon, she heard the sound of wheels turning on wooden planks. She remembered. Dr. Wen, standing nearby, was Meng Qijian. His face looked, well, just one glance was enough to make Mian feel like she didn't want to go home. It was just a drunken mistake. As long as you're fine, that's what matters, Dr. Wen patiently asked. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? No, just a bit of a headache. Such a kind person. This is a good doctor. Mian's heart filled with tears. I see. When Jiao said with a gentle smile, immediately a maid brought a bowl of herbal medicine. Mian struggled a little. It seems my headache is gone. Still, drink it to strengthen yourself, she said. Gritting her teeth, she had to drink the bitter medicine. It was so bitter it hurt her heart. She kept coughing and her tongue felt numb. From now on, she didn't want to see Wen Jiao again. Meng Qijian coldly said, serves you right. He took a small piece of candied fruit and fed it to Mian, who then calmed down, tears in her eyes, holding the candy. She lifted the quilt and saw that one of her feet was bandaged. You ran yesterday and hurt your foot on a stone. It's not serious. Just keep the wound dry and avoid water for a few days, he said. Mian was carried back home like this, and she was puzzled to find that Yuanhua hadn't come back in several days. Meng Jing also went to the ruined temple to look for him. Everyone said they hadn't seen him since. This is so strange. It's said that later, the mountain bandit's body was taken to the yamen. The coroner examined the body and found no knife wounds at all. Only a large purple bruise on the chest. Perhaps he was kicked hard by a ghost. Meng Jing whispered mysteriously, you say, who exactly is Yuan Hua? Could he really be a spirit from the mountains? Maybe because we did good and took him in, he's repaying us by saving us. That's impossible. He doesn't look like a fox or a rabbit spirit. If he really was a monster, what could he be before he became human? Mian carefully reasoned, I think he might be a snake demon. After killing the bandit, he transformed into a small snake and slipped into the bushes. That's why there are no footprints or bodies. But no matter how they reasoned, the story was spreading all over the town. The story was that the mountain bandits caused chaos, disturbing the peace of the people. A celestial being from heaven couldn't stand it anymore and descended to the mortal world. The people saw her as very unremarkable, often mocking and insulting her. Unexpectedly, one day, mountain bandits threatened to attack the city. Everyone trembled like chaff, crying out to the heavens. But he stepped forward and quickly turned the tide. People wept bitterly, realizing they had underestimated him and shown such disrespect to a hero. From then on, the bandits were so frightened they disappeared forever. Mian was stunned listening to this. After a while, she suddenly said, actually, he always said he came from a very faraway world. Maybe he has already gone back. I really don't know what kind of world that was. After Mian's foot healed, she thought everything was fine. Not only that, she really wanted to go back to the restaurant. Maybe because the Lu family has this tradition. After drinking, they forget many worries and feel tiredness vanish, as if walking on clouds. They also become very excited, full of energy. Lu's father used to not drink at all, but after Mian's mother died, he started drinking every day. Young Mian used to dislike her drunk father, who would wave his arms around and shout, "You little rascal, what do you know?" Now, She considers herself no longer a child. She's grown up and has worries, needing alcohol to forget. But on the third day of secretly buying wine, she felt something was wrong as soon as she got home. Meng Jingfei quickly gave her a look that said, "It's not me. I didn't tell. Good luck," and slipped out the front door. Meng Qi Jian sat firmly behind the table, with a line of items on the wooden surface, hidden wine pouches, receipts from the restaurant, some broken silver, and a ruler. Mian forced a laugh. "Haha, what a coincidence. Why are you home during the day?" Meng Qi Jian smirked. "Waiting just for you." Before he finished speaking, Mian darted like a rabbit toward the door. Meng Qi Jian blocked the door in a few steps, and she quickly ran to the backyard, only to find it was locked. "It's not your own money, so you don't care about spending it, right?" Meng Qi Jian picked her up and set her on a bench, holding her arm to prevent her from escaping again. "I'll give you 1 or 2 silver coins to buy wine. I can only take it back if I want to," he said. Hearing this, Mian felt like a beggar who had just lost the last coin in her bowl, heartbroken. "You already gave it to me. How can you take it back?" Meng Qi Jian replied, "I gave it to you so you could buy food, clothes, or jewelry. I didn't mean for you to come back every day smelling of alcohol."
What kind of person does that?
Mian felt so regretful that her intestines seemed to turn green. Because of these 1 or 2 silver coins, she hadn't even started spending properly. She only drank wine twice. If she had known it would turn out like this, she should have bought the food, clothes, and jewelry that Meng Qijian mentioned first, then gone to drink wine. That way, she wouldn't have lost so much. "Stretch out your hand, and remember this. From now on, you are not allowed to buy or drink wine outside," said Mian. She only had half a tael of silver and over 300 copper coins left, which she couldn't bear to spend on wine again. She opened her palm, and Meng Qijian took a ruler, giving her 3 neat hits right in the center of her palm. Then, he let go of her. This punishment was not as effective as before. Although he used about 40% strength, her palm turned red, but she didn't care much. Meng Qijian once again thought about making her learn to read, because hitting her clearly had no effect. Most rural children grow up like this, being beaten and rolling in the wind, so they're used to it. But Mian was angry and bitter, talking to herself while feeding the donkey in the backyard. She seemed determined to remember today's grudge. "Once I have money, I will give him 1 or 2 silver coins, and then take them back after a few days." Otto, I tell you, Meng Qijian is a really, really bad person. Don't be fooled by him. He's so fierce, with a mouth that's so mean, and his heart is as hard as iron. No wonder no one likes him. Otto looked as if he understood but was unsure, twitching his donkey's ear. "I used to say he's just like you, but now it seems that's not true.
He's not even half as good as you."
He's just a... Mian tried hard to think of a curse, a pig's head. In the backyard, the pig's head finished moving the hay, climbed up a wooden ladder to the beam, and replaced some broken tiles on the roof. Only then did she wash her hands and go out to the shop. At this moment, Mian's anger was gradually turning into sadness. 1 or 2 silver coins. If I bought 2 meat buns every day, I could buy them for more than half a year. I could also buy cloth shoes, rouge. Even if I didn't want any of those, I could go to the bird and flower street and buy a talking bird. Actually, Mian didn't want to spend all her money on wine. It was just that she couldn't decide on other things. She was hesitant and reluctant. Buying wine was easier because she didn't have to think much, so she drank first. Now, with her hopes dashed, Mian painfully decided to weave straw sandals. Yes, her old straw sandals were lost, and she had a pair that was too small to wear comfortably. A new pair would cost 5 or 6 coins. Mian also has a pair of cloth shoes, but she only wears them on special or formal occasions, like attending a wedding banquet or watching a play. At those times, she wouldn't want to spend money on new ones. Mian holds Ado's hand and goes to pick grass at the foot of the back mountain. The straw used for making grass shoes is chosen carefully. It needs to be tough, like reed or bulrush. She finds a large pair of scissors and a big awl at home and starts making the shoes eagerly. However, whenever it comes to sewing, Mian's hands become a bit clumsy. Meng Jing, who is finally back home and can't stand watching, helps make the sols. Why do you make them yourself? Let third brother help you make 2 pairs. He knows how, she says, as he is skilled at this. Mian pouts and says, I don't want his help. Alright, my sewing isn't perfect either. Just wear them as they are. Meng Jing replies casually, then excitedly talks about a strange story she heard in the city. Did you know? The daughter of our county magistrate had a big incident. No, Mian replies, because someone like the county magistrate isn't usually someone she would meet. Listen to this. The magistrate's daughter is very precious. Now she's of marriageable age, and her family has arranged a few good matches. But she refuses all of them. It turns out she already has someone she loves. Meng Jing lowers her voice mysteriously. It's the eldest son of the provincial governor's office. They've liked each other for a long time, but who would have thought? That guy suddenly turned cold and refused her. Recently, he married a noble lady from a wealthy family. Xiao Jing, you speak so poetically, Mian says. Oh, that's just what storytellers say. It costs only 5 coins to buy a pot of tea and a small plate of green bean cake, and you can listen to stories all day in the tea house. She pauses, then continues, anyway, the magistrate's daughter was so heartbroken that she jumped into the lake one night. Mian quickly grabs Meng Jing's sleeve. How could she? Her mother must be so sad, she says. It's more than that. The servants hurried to rescue her. Who would have thought? After she was saved from the lake, her personality changed completely. Today, the storyteller was talking about Liang Shanhua and Zhu Tai. She arrived just in time and started listening eagerly from the first part. She kept listening for 3 or 4 days. One day, she came home with eyes swollen like walnuts, looking very pitiful. How can it end like this? They all died and turned into butterflies. Who wrote this play? Why can't they give the characters a happy ending? If I knew the writer, I would throw big stones at their window. Mian sat on a wooden stool, holding her head. In heaven, I wish to be a pair of wings on earth. I wish for what kind of branch? Meng Qi-jian, do you know what love really is? Meng Qi-jian was chopping wood and looked amused. I don't understand. Tell me. She hesitated for a long time and then said, It's about passionate things. People jump into lakes suddenly, cry and laugh, and in the end, both die and become butterflies. Forget it. You wouldn't understand, even if I told you. It's very touching. Mian couldn't explain clearly, so she stood up, kicked her homemade straw shoes, and went inside to take a nap. Sitting by her bed, she suddenly saw a pair of finely woven straw shoes. She took them out, noticing they were decorated with small flowers. She tried them on and they fit perfectly. Mian was so happy she rolled around on the bed a few times before calming down and falling asleep. A few days later, when she went to the city to sell vegetables, she heard about the county magistrate's daughter. Her name was Mo Man. Oh, I really don't know what's wrong. Could she be cursed? It's hard to say. Maybe there are water ghosts in the lake. Mo Man was once a very polite girl who kept a strict vegetarian diet. After being rescued, she changed her crying habits and started eating meat at every meal. At first, she ate fish and chicken, then gradually began eating lamb and pork. Isn't that strange? It's said that the county magistrate's family quietly held a ritual, and a shaman danced vigorously for half a teacup's time. Mo Man remained calm, even as blood was sprayed out. Such a strange person. Mian saw her near a herbal shop not far from the street corner. Mo Man was very fair-skinned and quite tall, but her body was still a bit weak. She didn't sit in a carriage like the wealthy ladies, rushing past people like Mian. Instead, she sat under a makeshift shelter, wearing a strange white cloth on her face. The cloth had 2 small slits with strings that went behind her ears, covering her nose and mouth. Next to her, there was a large piece of paper with 4 big characters written in lively calligraphy. Standing nearby were 4 or 5 strong servants. The scene looked quite grand, but no one knew what she was selling. Still, no one dared to get close. Mo Man bravely asked, What do these words say? One servant glanced at her lazily and replied, Women's Free Clinic. I have heard of free clinics before. Usually, the county magistrate's duties include keeping order, teaching the people, and improving their lives. When the harvest is poor, the city organizes charity porridge. If things are better, they often hold free clinics with medicine shops. These clinics are simple shelters with good ventilation, so only men usually go. Even if they don't take medicine, listening to the doctor talk is enough. I have never heard of women having free clinics. It's even harder for women to see a doctor, because most doctors are men. Married women, no matter how tough, don't like to undress in front of strangers. There are also many times when they feel very shy just talking about their problems. Mo Man's mother was like that. When she was young, she often had chest pains and said, "It feels like there are small stones inside." How could she tell the doctor that? Even if she did, there might be no medicine for it. Later, her mother kept coughing, even coughing up blood, and eventually had trouble breathing. Thinking about these things made Mo Man feel weak and unable to eat. She thought endlessly that if her mother were still alive, she would bring her here, even if the servants looked fierce. She wouldn't mind if they scolded her or even hit her. Is Miss Mo crazy? Being a doctor isn't a game. If something happens, it will be terrible. Yes, I've never heard she studied medicine before. If she wants to do good, she should donate incense at the temple, said some important city folks. What is all this? So much white cloth. Who is having a funeral? Asked someone who couldn't read. Mother, I'm scared. The scary men, a child cried and pulled his mother away from the fierce-looking servants. In the end, Mo Man's first free clinic didn't have a single patient. But when she took off her mask, her face showed no regret or disappointment. She remained calm. Maybe that's a basic skill of being a doctor for 10 years. Mo Man's story is simple. She was born into an ordinary working-class family and is an only child. At home, only Grandpa had ever worked as a barefoot doctor. After the college entrance exam, she enrolled in medical school and began a long journey of studying medicine. Unlike people's usual ideas about doctors, she wasn't very interested in people. She only liked the act of curing illnesses. Moreover, her expression always looked like, "Stay away from strangers," even more so from acquaintances. Because of this, she often felt out of place in life. She didn't marry in her middle age and had few friends at work. To patients, Mo Man's appointment times were always hard to get, and she didn't seem very kind or caring, giving off a somewhat aloof vibe. No one knew that Dr. Mo loved listening to silly novels during her commute. Stories like, "My family mistreated me in my past life, but in this rebirth, I want to take back everything that belongs to me," or, "On the first day my true daughter arrived, her fiancé wanted to cut out my heart and organs to save her." Although the doctors and surgeries in these stories were exaggerated, Mo Man found them very entertaining. It was like she appeared calm on the outside, but inside she was shouting, "Do you know how hard it is to get my appointment? My consultation costs 90 yuan. And now, it's free, but no one comes." The next day, when Mian visited again, Mo Man's free clinic stall was set up once more. This time, she boldly walked in amid everyone's watchful eyes. "I'm here for a consultation," Mian said loudly, as she often exaggerated her fears. "Okay." Mo Man looked at her face, which was rosy and bright-eyed, not at all like someone who was sick. But since there were no other patients and she had come all this way, she carefully asked her questions. "Age, 17. Mo Man looked up at her again. "Not your lunar age." Being stared at made her feel very guilty. Mian quickly recalculated. "In a month, I'll turn 16.
Montakma nodded.
"Are you married? Have you had children? Or given birth?" She took some time to adapt to the social pace of ancient times. People in her era married and had children early because life expectancy was short. Living to 50 was considered old. Mian nodded first, then shook her head, naturally saying, "No children. I can't have children.
I'm not here about that.
I've been feeling some pain here." She pointed to her chest. "All right, come with me." Mo Man nodded and took Mian into a quiet, empty room of the pharmacy. The door and windows were tightly shut, with 2 curtains blocking any view. Mian didn't know what to expect, and felt her heart pounding. Mo Daifu took out a strange object from a wooden box. It looked a bit like a farming tool called a plow, but it was hollow in the middle, with one end attached to a flexible, new-looking rope. At the end of the rope was a round iron weight. "What's this?" Mion asked. "It's a stethoscope," Mo Man replied. Before coming here, she was working late in her clinic. When she realized what had happened, she saw many of her things had come along. She took one end of the stethoscope and placed it on Mion's chest. Mion was so nervous her heart was beating very fast. Mo Man said, "Take a few deep breaths, slowly inhale and exhale. This can help you relax and stay calm." Mion followed her advice a few times and found she was less scared. She started to believe in Mo Man's medical skills. Then Mo Man, feeling bored, decided to examine this little patient more thoroughly. She used a thermometer and a blood pressure monitor, measuring Mion's temperature and blood pressure one after the other, even using a tongue depressor. Mion held her breath and focused, feeling dizzy from all the numbers she saw, which seemed astronomical. She looked at Mo Man as if she were a fairy. "Yes, you stand back there. Can you see the symbols on this device? Which way is the notch pointing?" Besides drawing blood, Mo Daifu checked Mion's entire body. The result was that Mion was very healthy. After finishing the exam, she told Mion, who looked nervous, "There's nothing wrong. You're just going through normal development. It's your biological growth period. You should eat more meat and eggs. Wear loose, comfortable clothes. You're doing very well." These days, women usually wear bras, but Mion didn't like it because it felt uncomfortable. "Wait, who told you that you can't have children?" Mo Man asked seriously. "Having children isn't just your business. It's a matter for both husband and wife. Actually, it's not necessarily that you can't have children. Maybe your husband can't either." "How is that possible?" Mion was confused by this new idea. In the past, having children was always considered a woman's matter. What does it have to do with men? Seeing her complete lack of knowledge, Mo Man sighed quietly. Women in this era have not received any sexual education. Some, like Mion, see others get pregnant just a few months after marriage, but she herself has been married for a long time without pregnancy. She thinks she might be unable to have children, which is quite common. Mo Man paused for a moment and asked, "Do you know how to have children?" Mion looked confused. Mo Man felt that explaining biology was a heavy task, so she didn't go into too much detail. She worried it might shock Mion's view of the world, and she might not be able to accept it. She simply said, "You're very healthy, no problems. But if you want children, you should ask your husband to see other doctors in the city." Then, Mion left the shop. Soon, many people gathered around, asking questions. Feeling overwhelmed, Mion covered her ears and said, "If you want to know, just go inside and see for yourselves." Seeing the hesitation of the passers-by, she loudly announced, "Free women's clinic. No charge, female doctors. Don't miss out. No bitter medicine needed, and you can see the doctor in a small room." After shouting like this, quite a few people started lining up. Seeing Mo Man look over, Mion scratched her head and smiled, then hurried back to the blacksmith shop. She told the blacksmith about her strange experience today. "There's a little stick that you can put in your armpit and wait a moment to measure your temperature." Meng Qi listened carefully and wondered if it was some kind of magic or evil spell, as he had never heard of such a way to check health. He asked, "Did that woman do anything to you? Did she ask you to write your birth date or take your hair?" Mion shook her head. "No, she didn't." Meng Qi felt a little relieved. "I think she's not a bad person, and she's a daughter of a county official. Why would she want to hurt me?" Mion said, "She told me I am still developing and should eat more meat and eggs. That way, I won't have chest pain after a while. She also told you to see a doctor, saying you might have a problem." Meng Qi looked confused. He glanced at Mion, whose recent small clothes seemed too tight now. He quickly turned his face away. "Got it. Tonight, we'll make lotus leaf steamed pork." A few days passed peacefully. One evening, after closing time, the two prepared to go home. Mion looked around and saw that the free clinic still had a long line. Most women were dressed simply, some even wearing veils. When they left, many had red eyes, and some, with more delicate feelings, were tearful. "What's wrong?" Myeon hurriedly asked, pulling one woman aside. "Don't make fun of my wife. This is her first time seeing a doctor. I don't know why, but just talking about my illness and pain makes me feel a bit better." Even the doctors in the pharmacy wouldn't want to hear so much. This female doctor doesn't mind our messy situation. She even asks about unpleasant things without avoiding them, and she asks very carefully. The old woman paused for a while, unable to find the right words to express her feelings. She smiled and waved her hand, then slowly walked away. Mo Man's free clinic lasted for 7 days. She roughly understood the health conditions and medical situation in this county and nearby villages. Most women suffered from common illnesses of poor people at this time, such as mild or moderate malnutrition or lingering effects from childbirth. Some women had long-term gynecological problems, showing signs of sadness and hopelessness. Because of this, Mo Man planned to hold a special health class. She told everyone who came for treatment about it. Those interested could come directly at the scheduled time. The class would teach useful health knowledge for women. Myeon also heard about it. She only knew a little about the concept of hygiene, but she was very interested in going to the health class. She didn't care what others thought. Once Myeon decided something, not even 10 oxen could pull her back. She made a new small basket, neatly packed a few pieces of hemp paper, and found some straight small branches. She broke them into lengths about as long as a brush, but of course, these branches couldn't write. Myeon didn't mind. They could still scratch marks in the dirt. When Meng Chi-jian saw her preparing like this, he felt strangely sorry for Myeon. He had planned to spend 19 taels of silver to send her to learn literacy and arithmetic properly. If she learned, she could work as a bookkeeper, and even if other families didn't want female bookkeepers, she could at least work in her own home. But in the city, no proper school would accept girls. Instead, many people mocked and ridiculed her. They thought she was crazy. Why spend money on that when she could go drinking wine? Don't ask anymore, forget it. Myeon was also angry. Everyone else is a man, and I'm the only girl. It's uncomfortable. She was determined to go to that strange-sounding health class. Moreover, under the pretext that thinking hard at school might be tiring, Myeon also planned to make zongzi, sticky rice dumplings, to take and eat. "Today, I won't go to the shop. I want to pick reed leaves." After eating breakfast, Myeon happily went to the river at the foot of the back mountain and picked a whole basket of things. Meng Jing volunteered to help and cheerfully asked, "Can I also go to the school to play?" "Of course, as long as we go early." Great. So, the two of them saved up 20 coins and bought glutinous rice, green beans, red beans, and cut half a piece of cured meat from the kitchen. Myeon asked, "Should I put meat in the rice dumplings? Will they taste good?" Meng Jing was a bit worried, as she had never heard of putting meat inside dumplings. Usually, sweet fillings like dates, bean paste, or dried fruit were used. But Myeon, who loved to eat, wanted to add meat to everything after hearing that. She wasn't sure but thought it should be fine. With cured meat, how could it not taste good? Meng Jing soaked the glutinous rice and beans in water. Then she cut the reed leaves, washed them thoroughly, and let them dry. Myeon boiled the cured meat, cut it into small pieces, and fried it again. She also soaked the string in water, so it would be stronger and less likely to break. In the evening, everything was ready, and the family started making the dumplings. The 3 members of the Meng family knew how to make dumplings, and their shapes were all the same, triangles. Myeon, who had never made dumplings before, learned by watching and then created a new long, strip-shaped dumpling to hold more filling. They made about 30 dumplings in total. When Myeon's back and waist were sore, they finally finished. They divided the dumplings into 2 pots to cook. Soon, the aroma filled the air. Myeon stared at the pots for a long time, seeming to struggle inside, and said, "We can't eat them now. We should wait until the day we go to school and take them with us." Meng Chi sternly said, "But we should taste one to see how it tastes." "What if it's not good?" Myeon gritted her teeth and said, "Then you try one and see if it's good." Meng Chi was surprised that she wasn't swayed, showing how important this was to Myeon. He chuckled and said, Let's eat them together tomorrow. On the day they went to the school, Amion woke up early, packed the dumplings, and went to the city with Meng's siblings. When they arrived at the pharmacy, they realized they were the earliest. Amion asked, "Will it just be us, or will others come too?" Meng Jing hesitated. "That's fine, it will be spacious. And maybe we can invite that lady doctor to eat dumplings with us." However, her worries soon proved unnecessary. Mo Man's method was very simple, but very effective. After she arrived, she announced that the first 30 people to arrive would each receive a boiled egg. Throughout history, few people from China could resist the temptation of receiving an egg. Mian and Meng Jing both received one. Mo Man then declared that everyone who took an egg must eat it immediately and return the shells to her. Mian didn't understand why, but thought the school was worth it, so she peeled and ate her egg. Others did the same. After about an incense stick's worth of noise and chatter, when Mo Man began her first lesson, the room suddenly fell silent. Her first words were, "Now I will tell everyone about women's monthly cycles and some important health tips." Although everyone knew about this, hearing Mo Man openly talk about it felt strange and uncomfortable, yet also made people want to listen more. She said, "It's very important to wash your hands often and keep them clean. Clothes close to the body should be changed and washed frequently. I heard many locals think these things are unlucky, so they only wash secretly and dry them by fire, which is very troublesome, so they don't change often. But really, it's just a piece of cloth, nothing different from other cloths." Mo Man spoke calmly, mostly sharing basic knowledge for middle and elementary school students. But the native people were shocked. Mian was also surprised because she didn't know about these customs. She usually just dried her clothes outside. When Mo Man mentioned, women shouldn't have sex during their period, and if they feel stomach pain or notice unusual bleeding outside of their period, a furious voice suddenly shouted out, "I thought you were a wise woman doctor, teaching these unverified things in front of everyone. And talking about having sex. Is that something a good girl should say? How embarrassing." Exactly. What nonsense is this? The small room where Mo Man was teaching could barely hold 20 women. Most latecomers gathered near the window frame and door, listening in. The crowd erupted into lively arguments. "You're shameless. Did that noble young man from the Zhizhou mansion abandon you? So now you're talking nonsense and blaming all men in the world?" Mian looked over and recognized a familiar face, Li Weiwei. "Go home, go home." Many women, blushing, started to leave. A few husbands also arrived, pulling their wives away. With a loud bang, someone in the crowd casually picked up an egg from a vegetable basket and threw it. "Get lost? We don't want your eggs. Are we leaving or not?" Meng Jing gently tugged Mian and whispered. Mian shook her head. "We only ate her eggs, and just listened to her say a few words." What's so important about that? She had a simple sense of good and evil and couldn't bring herself to pick up a bowl to eat and then curse loudly. Gradually, many people left the room, leaving only Mian, a nervous Ah Jing, and some older women. The younger women with delicate skin had already gone. To Mian, Dr. Mo showed the demeanor of a great general. Even after being publicly insulted, she didn't seem angry or sad. She calmly said, "If you don't want to listen, you don't have to." Then she continued with the planned speech. Many of the topics were things Mian had never thought about before, making it as interesting as listening to a story. The most useful knowledge was the concept of private parts. Mian suddenly understood why she shouldn't hide her small coin pouch in her chest, as it made it inconvenient to take out money. When class was over, Mian looked out the window and saw Meng Jian standing outside calmly, holding a paper kite. Nearby, Dr. Wen looked disappointed and lost, muttering to himself. The Compendium of Materia Medica says, "Women entering the moon, with foul and greasy fluids, so gentlemen should stay away," and many other sayings have been passed down. Dr. Mo, could the Compendium of Materia Medica be wrong? What do you mean by bacteria and viruses? Seeing that he was a fellow doctor, Mo Man, who was in a bad mood after being egged, couldn't help but laugh wickedly. He turned around and went back into the room, took out a scroll from the drawer, and suddenly unrolled it in front of him. It was a diagram of human body organs. When Xiao looked at it carefully, horrified beyond words. Is this really the inside of the human body? How is that possible? Impossible. The body and its skin, given by parents, should be laid to rest after death. Even doctors, in such cases, only rely on old medical books and their experience to judge the internal structure. This single diagram could drive all doctors in the world crazy. Seeing him lose composure, Mo Man's bad mood from earlier eased a bit. She put away the diagram and prepared to leave. Dr. Mo Mian sat obediently in her seat, looking up and asking, "Will there be classes tomorrow?" Mo Man thought for a moment and said, "Not sure. If only a few people come, there's not much point in giving a lecture. I only prepare lessons when there are more people, or if there are specific common regional illnesses I need to address. Otherwise, I don't know what to talk about." Oh, Mian took a zongzi from her basket. "Dr. Mo, please have this. We made it ourselves at home." Mo Man took the zongzi, untied the string, and immediately smelled a light aroma of leaves and sticky rice. Although it was cold, the taste was slightly salty, not as overwhelmingly greasy as before. Moreover, the red bean filling was delicate, and the cured meat had a proper firm texture. She initially just wanted to try a bite, but now she was eating it eagerly. Her usually expressionless face showed rare excitement. Delicious. Truly, salted meat zongzi are the best. Mian nodded and decided to go to the street to sell her fresh, salted meat zongzi, priced at 3 coins each. That sounds good. If you're willing, in a few days, come dressed in suitable clothes for activity, and I will teach you Bajuanjin and health exercises. Mo Man found the little local girl quite charming. "What's your name?" "I'm Lu Mian. If you need anything, you can send someone to the blacksmith shop in the west of the city. I often go there." "Okay, I'm Mo Man," the girl she was talking to shared her name. Mian also found it quite amazing. She had rarely spoken or made friends with anyone since she was young. Only Ado had always stayed by her side and listened to her. Now she had made a new friend. "Why are you here?" Meng Chi Jian took her basket. "Just passing by." When Xiao finally regained her composure and said with a forced smile, "Yes, I happened to be passing through from the west of the city about half an hour ago. Is this for me?" Mian's attention was already on the beautiful large paper kite. "I can tell. It looks like a tiger." "Yes." Meng Chi Jian shot a quick glance at Wen Xiao. He had hurriedly closed his shop and come to pick her up after hearing rumors that the county magistrate's daughter was spreading wild talk. But after listening for a while, he didn't think there was anything too alarming. Most of the people today were from the city, and if they were to give a lecture in the countryside, it would be fine. Rural folks often speak quite plainly, with coarse language, and married uncles and aunts don't pay much attention to such things. Later, when the topic of how women love to keep clean came up, Meng Chi was eager to let Mian learn more. Usually, he didn't feel comfortable talking about many facts, especially since Mian's mother had died early, so no one had taught her these things. Also, when Xiao was there. At first, he thought if this woman spread some strange healing methods, he would expose her immediately. After listening for a while, his old friend remained silent, probably realizing there was some truth to it. Meng Chi didn't think much more, and simply followed Mian as she walked away. Selling rice dumplings. Big and fragrant salty meat dumplings, 3 for 1. Mian called out as she untied a dumpling string, nodding happily while eating. "What should I do? I feel a bit reluctant to sell them. Just 20, save some for ourselves." Mian hesitated. She often didn't do chores and spent her days outside going to school, which her family might not like after a while. But even a little money was worth earning. "Salty meat dumplings? Are they tasty?" a passerby asked curiously. "Very fragrant and filling. If you're going far or working, you can bring some hot water to warm them up. It's a perfect lunch." Seeing Mian enjoying her food and speaking sensibly, the passerby decided, "Then I'll take 2 dumplings." After a short while, all 20 dumplings were sold out. A nearby person who had just finished one and wanted to buy more was disappointed, saying, "Why didn't you make more? Is this just for a little family gathering?" Mian quickly replied, "I'll make more later. Today is just a trial. All right, I'll come back to buy more then. The 60 coins couldn't be used as her secret savings. The money for vegetables was shared with her younger sister, but the whole family helped make and cook the dumplings, and they used the kitchen fire and cured meat directly from there. So, Mian obediently handed all the coins to Meng San. Lu Weiwei, who was at the fabric shop, saw this scene and felt a bit better. After the Zhang family's big scandal, she had been gloomy for a while, unable to lift her head around others. But now, her husband had decided to study hard, aiming to pass the exams and clear his shame, which gave Lu Weiwei new hope. She was determined to prove she married better than anyone else and that her choice was right. Her mind raced as her eyes stayed fixed on the dumplings being sold. The next day, Mian agreed to make more dumplings. However, when she reached the riverbank, she was stunned. The reeds had been completely harvested by the villagers. Now there was no way left, so she could only play with the paper kite. The kite was very big, and after several tries, she couldn't get it to fly. Mian ran hard, finally seeing the kite sway and soar into the sky. So impressive, she played for most of the day, sweating all over, then happily went home. As soon as she entered, she saw her second brother and sister-in-law talking about something. Meng Chi-jian, who had sharp eyes, pulled the little one in front of him. Let's count her this time. Mian didn't know what was happening and blinked, looking around. Will she be scared? This job needs quick eyes and hands or it's all for nothing. I can do it, Meng Chi-jian said. Don't worry, she can even catch fish. He took a clean cloth, soaked it in water, wrung it out, and wiped Mian's face and hands. He also removed the grass from her hair before letting her go to the backyard. After dinner and some washing, Mian looked at the stars in the backyard and soon felt sleepy. She didn't know what they were planning. It all seemed secretive. In the middle of the night, Meng Chi-jian pinched her face. There's money to be made. Get up quickly. Half asleep, Mian made a sound and turned over. If you don't get up, I won't take you. I want to go. Mian tried hard to open her eyes. Next to her, a simple short shirt was laid out, an old one of Meng Chi-jian's, but very clean. After changing, they set out under the moonlight. Mian held her breath and followed quietly behind. Few people know about this job, and it's like gold panning. But it doesn't sell for much in Jiangdong. Here, we believe rare things are precious, and not many families have water fields. Most people don't know how to do it. When you see, don't be afraid. Mian's face was serious, showing she wouldn't fall behind. When they reached the land of Meng Er's family, there was a water field. Meng Er handed a torch to Meng Chi-jian and also gave Mian a small basket that could hang at her waist and a pair of tongs. Watch how I do it. These things are tricky. It turned out they were catching eels. We can't raise these ourselves. They're all wild. Meng Er led the way, but he was a bit confused. Normally, Meng San kept Mian very clean, so why was she now muddy and dirty after stepping into the mud? How much do you think we can get for catching one? Meng Er asked. Depends on the size. At noble banquets, this is called a full feast, and a small one can sell for dozens of coins. Larger ones can sell for 50 coins, or even 100. Mian listened with shining eyes, looking around cautiously with small steps. This job isn't easy. Whoever catches them gets the money. Meng Er slowed down his pace. Meng Chi-jian held a torch, pointing at a hole. See that? That's a eel's nest. Eels eat worms, and you can also fish for them with worms. But now, we just wait for them to come out to breathe. Mian quickly used tongs to catch a slippery eel, but she didn't control her strength well, and the eel twisted and escaped. After catching it, you need to throw it quickly into the basket. Okay. Mian kept trying. Got one. Soon she caught 3 or 4. Meng Chi-jian also caught some, using his hands directly, and threw them into Mian's basket. Eels look like snakes. Yes, they are also called little snakes. Mian's eyes shone brightly as she waited silently at a hole that hadn't yielded anything. When there was a slight movement, she acted very quickly, and this time she caught a big, fat eel, which could be called the king of eels. They worked like this all night. Mian's basket held about 20 eels, and she couldn't catch any more now. Everyone finally came ashore. Second sister-in-law yawned happily and greeted them with a smile. Let's have a meal at home. We've been busy all night, Meng-er asked. Did the kids bother you? They slept soundly. Tonight, we won't bring them. We'll cook a special meal. Meng-er's basket was also full of eels, and they had a good harvest tonight. Let the men kill the eels, second sister-in-law said, surprisingly willing to work. I've heated some water. You go wash up first. I want to cook some plain rice. Mian looked puzzled. Aren't we going to sell them? Yes, the big ones will be sold. The small ones are for us to enjoy. Do only the wealthy get to eat eel? Mian, you haven't tried eel yet, have you? Is it really that delicious? Second sister-in-law said. To me, it's a delicacy of the world. Mian still thought about earning at least 200 coins in one night, which would perfectly match her savings, over 300 coins and half a tael of silver. Now, she was worth about 1 or 2 taels of silver. Meanwhile, Meng-er was slaughtering eels and looked toward the house. What are you thinking? You could just go catch them. Meng Chi-jian kept silent and quickly used a kitchen knife to remove the bones. After a while, he said, she's very capable. She learns quickly, but she hasn't had the chance. If I can teach her now, one day when I'm not around, she can still live well. Meng-er said. Why talk like that? Just live a good life. Have you finished killing them? Auntie Second urged. Don't dawdle. The meal is almost ready. She claims to have a secret family recipe, so no one else is allowed in the kitchen. First, she marinated the eel with salt and sauce, then heated oil in the pan and fried the eel pieces until golden on both sides. Only after that did she place the fried eel on rice and cook everything together until the rice was fully done. When Amion finished washing up, a plate of eel rice was already in front of her. She picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and was amazed by the tender yet bouncy texture of the fish, completely boneless and without bones.
Wow, such fish.
So tender and springy. She then took a spoonful of perfectly cooked rice. You're right, this is truly a delicious dish. This was Amion's first time eating eel rice. She accidentally ate a whole bowl of rice that was overflowing. It's not polite to eat so openly when visiting others. Farmers often serve their own precious foods to guests, expecting guests to understand and just taste a little. This was what Amion's mother taught her when she was a child visiting others. After finishing, Amion blushed and mumbled. Second auntie giggled and patted her shoulder. Oh, Meng-san, where did you find such a lively girl? Meng Chi-jian also looked up. It's okay. When the 4 of us visit, we always eat and drink as much as we want. Second Annie crossed her arms. Those 2 little ones can eat a lot of your food. Honestly, you're so stingy. If Amion stayed at my place, I'd make her face round in just 2 months. Meng Chi-jian couldn't argue with her, so he simply pulled Amion back beside him, handed her a clean pair of chopsticks, and added 2 more slices of eel for her to eat. After they finished eating and drinking, she rode on a donkey back home and fell asleep on his back. She hadn't gone to the city for several days and had played happily at the foot of the back mountain. What Amion didn't know was, that person you mentioned didn't come. A rough-looking thug with triangular eyes wandered bored around, chatting with people in the city alley. You said her family is wealthy and could be extorted for a lot of money. I just arrived. But it's all a waste of effort. The thug pulled out a bag of dead flies, speaking harshly. You delayed me for days. How do you want to settle this? Lu Weiwei gasped and jumped back, finally giving up. What settlement? I just said a few words to you. Did I promise you anything? If you're unhappy, go report to the authorities yourself. The thug, experienced in bullying, had never met someone more unreasonable than her. He threatened her for a while, then finally took 50 coins and left with a snort. Lu Weiwei's eyes turned red, feeling very upset. She knew that Amion mostly did food-related business, which gave her this idea. However, she was not someone who intentionally did bad things, and plans often changed unexpectedly. Zhang Yixing returned home from the academy and frowned when he saw the scene. What happened again? Lu Weiwei, at this moment, also looked annoyed. If you hadn't failed your exam, things wouldn't be like this. Talking to you is useless. I was blind to marry someone so helpless. Me? If you hadn't persuaded Uncle Lu to change the marriage agreement to you, Lu Weiwei stomped her feet. What? Am I inferior to Amion? Fine, you're willing to be a servant, but look at how she treats you. How can you speak so harshly? Zhang Yixing was so angry, he smashed his teacup and stormed off, leaving a mess behind. As he left, Amion was busy cleaning the chicken coop with a broom. 2 more eggs. Meng Jing carefully picked them up. The 3 hens they bought had grown and started laying eggs. Every month, they would give 10 eggs to the family, placing them in a blue ceramic bowl in the kitchen. The rest could be saved and sold in town, with the 2 of them sharing the money. The remaining 2 roosters had also grown big and were now very aggressive, pecking at anyone nearby. Amion couldn't let them be free to cause trouble, so she grabbed her straw sandals and chased them, making them scatter in all directions. After the harvest, I'll slaughter them. Meng Jing took the broom and joined in chasing the bad-tempered roosters. Amion, let's keep one. Maybe it can hatch chicks, but when winter comes, the chicks might not survive the cold, Amion reasoned. After the harvest and New Year's dinner, they planned to eat one each. A few days later, Meng Qijian came back and said, Dr. Emo sent someone to the shop, asking you to learn Bajuanjin tomorrow. All right, this time it was for learning martial arts. Amion changed into her old outfit for catching eels, tied her hair tightly, packed 2 sets of clothes and 2 salted duck eggs into her basket, and happily went to the pharmacy. As she arrived, she overheard people chatting. Miss Emo must be very upset now. Not necessarily. I think Miss Emo has truly let go. This is really ruining her reputation. Amion entered and asked, I'm here to see Dr. Emo. Oh, Dr. Wen, why are you here too? Since seeing the anatomy chart that day, Wen Xiao couldn't forget it and wanted to read more medical books. But as an outsider man, he couldn't casually visit the county magistrate's family, so he came here from time to time. I came to learn medical skills. Wen Xiao saw that she was dressed very strangely and was curious about what they were doing. They walked to an open space in the yard, where Mo Man had already arrived early. Only a Mian, a student, was there. Mo Man first led her in warm-up exercises, then began teaching her the basic standing posture and breathing methods. Today, we'll start with simple movements. Watch me do it once, then repeat 3 times. Remember, Bajuanjin is a slow but powerful health exercise. A Mian learned carefully and confidently. Wen Xiao had heard of Bajuanjin, but she felt that Dr. Mo's method seemed different from what she had heard before. However, from a viewer's perspective, it was graceful and elegant, showing a special kind of charm. Every half hour, they could rest. A Mian took out a salted duck egg to give to Mo Man. Seeing this, Mo Man was not curious about her own romantic gossip but instead felt playful and teased her. Was the person who came to the school that day your husband? Yes. How is he? Very good. He asked me to raise chickens at his house. Wen Xiao chuckled and shook her head. What kind of story was this? Just then, a commotion and noise came from the door. Young master, Our Lady is not inside. Please don't make things difficult for us servants, but this was just a show. Clearly, the visitors had a bigger entourage. Soon, a handsome man dressed richly and with a noble air burst in. Mo Man, how long will you hide from me? A Mian quietly looked over and saw that this man had black hair tied up, fair skin, and was very handsome, exactly the kind of beautiful man that is highly admired. Mo Man didn't expect him to find her here, so she was a bit helpless. After a few days of being here, she realized she seemed to be playing a role of a second female lead in a tragic romance. The original owner fell in love at first sight with this young master and even jumped into a lake to stop his wedding. But after she arrived, she learned that his beloved had a very rare and complicated illness, needing blood from another woman every day to make medicine, which could cure her. Surprisingly, everyone believed this bizarre remedy. The other woman had to match his birth date and time, and Mo Man was that unlucky girl. How can you bear to watch her die? You. How can you have such a cruel heart? Did I misunderstand you before? Such a story with no medical knowledge was written by some ignorant author who loved to write nonsense. It was exciting to read, but when it happened to her, she felt speechless. Mo Man said, I refuse to accept unverified, untested remedies. Agreeing to such a prescription would insult my professional integrity. Wen Xiao, what prescription is this? I am also a doctor. May I take a look? The young man only then noticed others nearby, but they were just a poorly dressed young woman and a crippled person in a wheelchair. He impatiently said, none of your business. Don't interfere here. Ai Mian saw that he still brought many guards and looked intimidating. She stepped in front of Mo Man and said, if you don't explain clearly, how can you speak so recklessly? After shouting, Ai Mian felt a bit scared. She looked around and knew she couldn't win a fight. The other side clearly had powerful backing. If that person got angry and ordered his guards to attack wildly, she wouldn't have any way to argue. Heart pounding, she suddenly shouted loudly, caught in an affair. Someone come quickly. This place was near the busy market, and everyone was attracted by the commotion. Hearing such exciting news, they rushed into the small yard and even leaned over the wall to watch. The young master from the prefect's mansion was named Zheng. Usually, he was familiar with well-educated, gentle, and modest ladies from prominent families. With his status and good looks, he was almost unbeatable among the courtesans. Before coming here, he didn't plan to cause trouble. He thought he would just persuade and sweet-talk a bit. But Ai Mian's wild and bold tricks were completely unexpected. Under everyone's watch, Zheng, confident in his status, didn't dare to order his men to attack. After all, if this love affair reached his father or wife's family, he didn't know how they would react. Young Master Zheng, are you here to ask a doctor for treatment or to seek revenge? Please clarify. Mo Man said, having some experience with families causing trouble before treatment. She quickly signaled to the young local. Ai Mian smartly darted into the crowd, hurriedly pulled the clerk from the pharmacy to notify the county magistrate, and gave 2 copper coins to a street beggar to join the fun, telling him to stir up the atmosphere. As long as they made the scene lively, everything would be fine. Justice would be on their side, and any issue could be openly discussed. Ai Mian then climbed a tree and plucked a loquat. She wiped it with her sleeve, chewed it curiously, and watched the scene in the yard. By now, Wen Xiao had received the prescription and was frowning as she looked at it. She said, let me speak. I am a member of the Wen family. Using human blood as a lure is very rare in classical texts, and most of it is unverified nonsense. Your newlywed wife is a person, yes, but Dr. Mo is also a person. Why sacrifice her to save your wife? The Wen family is a well-known medical family in this area, reputed for producing imperial doctors in the past. However, Wen Xiao's branch is a smaller sideline, with only a large pharmacy in the city and another in Lin County. Young Master Zheng frowned and said, this was told to me by the divine doctor who came to our house. It's not about taking her life. Just a few drops of blood. The crowd immediately began to murmur. Someone shouted, if you really care about your wife, why not use your own blood as a medicine guide? Exactly, young Master Zheng lowered his eyes, looking sad. They say doctors have a kind heart, but it seems I was wrong. His words sounded a bit pitiful, making many hesitate, while some watched Mo Man with interest. After all, being called a heartless woman by her loved one must have been a heavy blow. But they were disappointed. Mo Man looked calm and relaxed. There are no special medicinal ingredients in human blood, so everyone shouldn't try this at home. It could even cause hepatitis or other diseases, which basically means a hopeless condition. People discussed among themselves, what about chicken blood or pig blood? Wen Xiao was silent for a moment. We are doctors, not waiters at a restaurant. Do you think we're cooking pots? The crowd burst into laughter. From afar, Mian saw the county magistrate's family rushing over. Seeing no more excitement, she quickly slipped back home. When she arrived at the shop, Mengqi was puzzled about why she went out to learn martial arts and came back with a bag of loquats. But then, a good thing happened. Your basket of eels sold for over 300 coins. Count them, someone said, tossing a heavy small purse. Mian happily sat on a bamboo mat, counting and stringing the coins. But the real good news came 2 days later. Notices were posted along the city wall, and soldiers read them aloud. praising the kindness of the county magistrate. A new policy was announced, exempting dozens of shops, blacksmiths, textile workshops, bean curd shops, and others, from some forced labor. These artisans could focus on their work. Usually, forced labor was a yearly burden during the autumn and winter farming off-season, where able-bodied men were conscripted to do unpaid work for the government, such as repairing city walls, waterways, and roads. This was hard physical work, with no pay, only a bowl of thin porridge with a few grains of rice. Hearing this, every household's man was disheartened. Those who were weak physically were often exhausted and even injured. The Meng family has split up, which has caused them great trouble. Last year, Meng Er and Meng Sen both left, but fortunately, they only went to nearby villages to build roads. However, this year is different. It is said they will be working on water projects. This is even harder than building roads, especially in the cold winter months when the river water is icy. Still, they must do it because recent years have been good for farming and the irrigated fields need more water. Meng Qijian finished reading the notice, then went into a fabric shop to pick out 2 sets of well-fitting clothes and some small garments. He also visited a rouge shop. Most customers there are women, so he stands out a bit, but Meng Qijian acts as if he's not noticed. He bought some red paper for lip color and some clam oil for face and hand care. Early this spring, they got engaged. After buying the supplies, Meng Qijian was about to go to the market when he suddenly saw a group of bricklayers gathered around a big drawing, frowning at it. "What's being built here?" he asked.
"We don't quite understand."
"This is a plan from the county magistrate's daughter. She wants to build a bathhouse where you can stand while bathing. But how to build something like that? There's no example to follow." Meng Qijian was very interested in this matter because his family still had to heat water in the kitchen and carry it to the woodshed in buckets, which was very inconvenient. "Can I borrow this drawing to look at it for a while? I'll return it later," he asked. "It's not a big deal. Just take a look," they replied. He took a stick, drew on the ground following the plan, thought for a moment, then returned the drawing to the bricklayers. That evening, Mian was busy eating cold cucumber salad when Meng Qijian put down his bowl and announced, "This winter, we won't need to do forced labor. I plan to build a new bathhouse for the family." Meng Jing disagreed, saying, "It would be better to renovate the house and build a room for Mian. Maybe with blue bricks." Mian looked confused and asked, "What is a bathhouse?" Meng Qijian only said, "You'll find out when the time comes." Time quickly passed to the autumn harvest. During this period, Mian often went to learn Bajuanjin, feeling her body stretch like willow branches, becoming more graceful and spirited in her ease. One day, after practicing martial arts, Mian returned to the blacksmith shop and kept staring at Meng Qijian. He had been very busy lately, and the shop was so hot he couldn't even wear a short shirt. Meng Qijian was confused and asked, "What are you looking at? Why aren't you white?" Mian asked while lying on a bamboo mat. Meng Qijian's skin color is a light tan, somewhere between the snow-white skin that is currently the most popular beauty standard and the dark, blackish hue common among farmers. It is very even and slightly pale. He remains silent, sweat beads rolling down his face, and after a while, he asks in a husky voice, "Who do you see as white?" Lu A. Mian mentions a young man she saw that day, Zheng Gongzi. He is even whiter than pear blossoms, and when he speaks, the ladies all stare at him. "Do you like that kind of person?" Mian shakes her head. "No. If you were that white, many young women would like you." She thinks that Meng Qijian married late partly because of his personality and partly because of his skin color. Mian hadn't paid much attention to men's looks before, but now, thinking carefully, she feels that if the man dressed up, he might be even more handsome with deep features than the picture-perfect Zheng Gongzi. Meng Qijian ignores her rambling, and seeing that he is not sleepy, he simply calls someone over to wipe his sweat. After a busy day, he returns home in the evening. During dinner, Mian notices others eating sweet potato porridge, but in front of her, there's a plate of plain noodles with a fried egg on top. Meng Jing had prepared it for a long time and now takes credit. "Today is your birthday. Although third brother told us, I personally cooked these noodles for you." Mian hasn't celebrated her birthday in many years and doesn't even remember it anymore. Eat up and you'll be a year older, Meng Chi-jian says calmly. Mian responds with a soft and lowers her head to eat. Since coming here, she feels that the Meng family has always been kind to her, but she hasn't really repaid them. Moreover, she is secretly saving money to open her own tofu shop after paying off her debts. When she returns to her room, Meng Chi-jian sees her eyes are red and her head is lowered, silent. He can't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Mian speaks with a nasal tone. "I miss my mother. Since she got married, she hasn't returned to Lu Village. She knows no one would take care of her mother's grave, nor would anyone talk to her mother anymore. That's the trouble with marrying far away. Her father once told her before her marriage that once married, it's not good to keep going back to her parents' house, so she never mentioned it." "Thank you for celebrating my birthday." Meng Chi-jian frowns, seeing she seems unwilling to say more, so he stops speaking and remains silent. Little does he know, Mian has already been brewing a new plan. During the day, she rides a doe, carrying 2 bamboo baskets, into town, bringing along 200 of her private savings. Mian first bought 2 packs of yellow paper, a fire starter, several sets of paper clothes and paper houses, a bag of cookies, a bag of apples, and many incense sticks. She also packed a delicious peach blossom pastry from a restaurant she liked and had eaten once. All this cost her a few coins. Then she went to the countryside and picked many wild daisies, carefully wrapping them in slender grass leaves and placing them in her basket. She didn't tell anyone about this. While her home was quiet in the afternoon, with only the blind mother Meng present, she hurriedly organized her donkey and other small items. Mian's plan was simple. She wanted to sneak back to Lu Village during the dark, windy night without her father noticing and return before dawn so that Meng Chi-jian wouldn't find out. As night fell, she pretended to be sleepy and extinguished her candle early, lying quietly on her bed. Soon after, Meng Chi-jian finished washing and lay down. Not long after, Mian heard his steady breathing and quietly sat up. Under the moonlight, she looked carefully and confirmed he was already asleep. She tiptoed past him, took her straw shoes, and quietly left the house. Once outside, she quickly put on her shoes, went to the backyard woodshed, took out 2 of the 3 baskets she had hidden, hanging them on either side of Ado. She carried one on her back and led Ado out through the backyard gate. Luckily, tonight there was moonlight, so Mian reached the familiar village path quickly. But then she hesitated. Last time she left Lu Village to get married, she wore a red veil and only peeked out a few times to see the scenery outside. She wasn't very familiar with the road from Qingshan Village to Lu Village, but she had a plan. She could go along the main road to the city edge and then head toward Lu Village from there. She remembered passing by selling tofu once, so she knew that route. However, this route was longer, and she worried about running out of time. She chose a path based on her instinct, thinking it was the right direction. The countryside at night was very quiet, with no one around, quite different from the busy daytime. "Ado, don't be afraid," Mian said softly, seeing the shadows of trees flickering in the moonlight. Her heart was anxious, and her teeth chattered. "Haven't we known all along? There are no ghosts in this world. If there were, Mother would definitely come to see us." Ado moved more slowly at night because its eyesight wasn't good in the dark. Mian added, "Don't be scared. We should visit Mother more often in the future." She kept talking to herself to stay brave, not daring to look back. She was worried she might take the wrong path. As she walked, she gradually saw a crooked tree she remembered from a year ago. Now, Mian suddenly gained confidence. "It's almost here. Do you recognize it too?" Ado ignored her and focused on walking quickly. It was now deep night, and only one person and a donkey moved forward in the darkness. They had been walking for a long time when a familiar village entrance appeared faintly ahead. She covered her chest and felt overwhelmed with emotion. It seemed like nearly a year had passed, but it felt like a lifetime ago. Mian didn't go into the village, but instead took a familiar detour around a dirt path into the woods. She reached a pile of weeds-covered graves and suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart, tears falling nonstop. "Mother, Mian and Ado are here to see you," she said. Seeing scattered offerings and incense ashes at other graves, she hurriedly took out her prepared items. Mother, Mian is capable now. I haven't done anything bad, and I earned many copper coins. She carefully arranged the offerings and food, lit the incense with a fire stick, and then burned paper money and paper cloves. Mother, don't worry about us. Oh no. Mian saw a thin, pale face floating out from behind the woods, with messy, greasy hair curling around. A foul smell hit her face.
You.
Don't come near. She was so frightened she lost her soul, trembling as she ran behind Ado. What are you afraid of? I will eat you, a hoarse voice with a strong alcohol smell said. TSK, it's only been a short time and you don't recognize your father? Such unfilial behavior. He staggered forward a few steps, looking like a ghost, and reached for an apple on display, taking a big bite. Mian looked carefully and saw that this person, somehow limping on one leg and looking 10 years older, still vaguely resembled her father. Her fear turned to anger. She snatched the apple back and stood up. This isn't for you to eat. Lu Dad let out a harsh laugh. Mian, I heard everything. You're earning money now. I raised you all these years, and you should repay me. I would rather throw my money into the water than give it to you. Mian said angrily, smashing a branch and hitting him randomly. Get out of here. Leave me alone. Lu Dad, seemingly unaffected by pain, still leaned against the grave with a crooked smile. Little Mian, you've grown up and become capable. Don't need your father anymore. Just give me some copper coins. Your father is about to die.
Haha.
Soon I'll be with your mother. If you don't give me some, I'll go to your husband's house to ask for it. At this moment, Mian was no longer the same and was not easily frightened. You think you can climb for 3 days and nights and still not reach me? I'll have someone carry me there and say, I am unfilial. Even my own father and father-in-law don't care anymore. Since Mian got married, Father Lu had become a complete loner. Every day he idled around, eventually selling the house deed. During the day, he would go out drinking, and at night he either lay on the roadside unconscious or wandered here to sleep. He no longer visited the gambling houses because he never won big, often too drunk to see the cards clearly, and losing too much made him lose interest. In a hazy state, he felt that little Mian had grown taller and that life should be going pretty well. No one will carry you. Look who would bother to care for you. Father Lu sighed strangely. Then just let me die. When I am found all alone, I will break your backbone. Humph. You sneak out at midnight, and if your husband finds out, he will surely beat you to death. This remark made Mian realize she was running out of time. She quickly burned the remaining yellow paper. Father Lu, standing nearby, casually said some cold words. No one is here anymore, so why spend money on this? Better give it to me. Little Mian, give me the money, and I will pray for you later. After burning the paper, Mian, feeling constrained by Father Lu's presence, wanted to tell her mother many things but could only say, Mother, we are all well. If you need anything below, tell me in a dream. I will come back to see you someday. Just then, Father Lu twitched all over, trembling like a dry leaf. He curled into a ball, making strange, painful sounds. Ghost. The ghost is coming. Father, scaring me like this won't help. I'm not a 3-year-old anymore, Mian said while packing her things. Suddenly, she had an idea. And when I leave, you're not allowed to eat these offerings. I put laxatives inside. If you get sick from eating them, don't blame me. Really. In the next second, Father Lu was lifted like a rag and then thrown in a parabola to who knows where with a loud splash. Mian stiffened and turned her neck. The man before her looked cold as iron, with a sharp gaze full of hostility. Lu Mian, do you want to explain something to me? He asked as he stepped closer. Am I really that bad to you? If you told me, would I stop you from visiting the grave? Why did you leave secretly in the middle of the night? What do you think I am? Or, do you think no matter what happens, others won't be hurt? Mian had never seen such a stern Meng Qijian. It was different from when he was angry and wanted to punish her. He looked extremely calm, just staring at her with deep eyes. Stammering, Mion said, I was planning to go back soon and it's not. It's not a big deal. I'm not running away from home. I saw you sleeping. You don't need to be afraid. I never had the right to control you. I am not even half as important as your ado. You're willing to bring him to see your mother, but you don't tell me anything, Meng Qi said calmly. It's just me meddling. When morning comes, you can go wherever you want. Mion felt like a thunderbolt struck her heart. She was devastated. She regretted sneaking out at night, or coming quietly during the day, or maybe. She wiped her eyes with her sleeve, not wanting to argue at her mother's grave or worry her. She just softly replied, "Oh." Slowly, Mion pulled out the weeds. As dawn approached, she saw her father lying on the grass, snoring loudly. "Good wine," she sighed, mounted a doe, and started back to Qingshan village. Meng Qi said nothing and disappeared after following her for a while. When Mion returned to the Meng family, she saw Meng Jing with tears in her eyes. "Mion, where did you go?" Third brother was so worried and angry last night. "Why didn't you tell us where you were?" I didn't think much." Mion knew she had made a big mistake. She didn't dare look at her and quietly packed her belongings. Meng Jing said again, "What are you doing? It's good that you're back safe. Don't do this again. I'll come to see you again. I still owe your family a lot of silver," Mion whispered. Third brother is angry. "I'll go hide for a couple of days." Meng Jing suddenly exploded like a firecracker.
Why?
How can he do this? You have nowhere to go, and you say such things. "No, I'll tell mother and get him to leave." "No, don't. If you do, he'll just get angrier." Mion took several deep breaths to steady herself. "I made a mistake. I'll find a way." Meng Jing was frantic. "What way?" "Mion, I don't want you to leave." "If you go, who will braid my hair?" Mion said, "There will definitely be a way." Her mind was in chaos. She packed a few sets of clothes, realizing they were all bought by Meng Qi and she shouldn't take advantage of him again. She took them out. Then she went to look at the fat hens in the chicken coop. She couldn't take those either. She asked Meng Jing to take good care of them. Finally, Mion looked around, carefully packed away her mother's old wedding dress, and went to the firewood shed to retrieve hidden silver bars and copper coins. She then made a small bundle to carry on her back. At dusk, Meng Qi returned home. The yard was silent. He called out, "Mion," but no one answered. He quickly went to the back courtyard and saw that the donkey shed was empty. Meng Qi stood silently for a moment. Meng Jing was about to complain but saw his back still upright, which strangely reminded her of a winter when the mountain was covered with snow. "You found a fierce-looking sheep on the mountain, brought it home, and took care of it daily. But one day, you released it outside, and it ran back up the mountain without looking back. Did she leave?" Meng Jing, still a bit tearful and unhappy, asked in a muffled voice.
He replied.
Third brother, why did you chase Mion away? She knows she was wrong. She said she would only come back when you're not angry. I didn't chase her away, Meng Qi said as he returned to the house. He believed his heart was already hardened enough. Even if Mion left, it wouldn't matter. Sometimes, living means watching the important people in your life leave one by one. He entered the house and saw a few newly sewn small shirts still on the bamboo mat. He sat beside them, smoothing out the wrinkles with his hand. He didn't even want to take his clothes with him. His long-standing headache, which hadn't flared up in a while, had persisted for a day and a night, as if someone was hammering his skull open and stirring his brain. Meng Qi coughed dryly and took a few pills from the bottom drawer. Only then did he stand up and go outside, leaving a sentence. I'm going to see a doctor. After dinner, lock the door. If you're worried, go find Meng Er's place. Meanwhile, Mion's steps were heavy. She first went to the old guest house in town to inquire. She learned that staying one night would cost 20 coins. It had individual rooms and a place to tie up donkeys. The shop assistant would help take care of travelers' donkeys or horses, with free breakfast, dinner, and hot water. Staying at the feather bed, it only cost 10 coins. But when Mion looked inside, she saw a large shared bed with a strong smell of sweat and foot odor. Men's rooms and women's rooms were separated by only a thin wooden board. The feather bed inn also had no place to tie up donkeys. After some thought, Amion decided to stay at the inn. It wasn't because she was seeking comfort, but mainly for safety. She worried that someone might steal her money while she slept. Also, she was reluctant to lie on those dirty, smelly beds, unsure if they were infested with lice. But all her savings combined could only last for 5 days. Amion paid for 1 day first, planning to find a job with accommodation within those 5 days. However, this was her first time staying at an inn. After putting down her bag, she looked around the room and checked if the bed linens were clean. Based on stories she had heard, Amion also examined the window paper carefully, making sure there were no tears, so no one could put any confusing or magical scents on her. She was a bit paranoid, but luckily, this was a well-known inn, so there were no real problems. She ate a simple dinner, feeling indifferent to the taste. She called the waiter to bring 2 buckets of hot water, washed up as usual, then lay down on the bed. She wondered if Meng Qijian was still angry. She turned over, held the horseshoe necklace around her neck, closed her eyes, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. She had stayed up all night the night before to visit a shrine. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. Amion hurried to get up. After eating at the inn, she carried her bag and headed straight to the food street. She didn't want to sell herself into slavery, so she had only one choice. When she arrived at the food street, it was still crowded with people. She listened carefully to the conversations to identify the shops. Granny Zhang's vegetable soup, Wang Xiaogui's pancake and bun shop, Mama Li's tea house, and the very affordable tavern. Amion gathered her courage and entered each small eatery one by one, asking if they were hiring. The first 2 shops didn't need workers, and the affordable tavern thought she could do chores but didn't offer a place to stay. After a whole day, she had no luck. She had to spend more money to stay at the inn again. Maybe her first day's failure was because she wasn't prepared. This time, she asked the shop assistant which shop in the food street is the most popular and has the best taste. It's always so busy that they can't keep up. I want to try it. The shop assistants in these inns were skilled at gathering gossip and knew how to read people. Yesterday, he saw that this young woman was tall and straight, dressed in slightly old but clean and simple clothes. He guessed she might be a young girl from a local shop, sneaking out to have fun because she was upset at home. She seemed like a good traveler who shouldn't be offended. He answered kindly, "That must be Sister Lu's fish soup. It's very famous." It's said that when the emperor was secretly visiting the city, he passed by that shop and was attracted by the unique flavor. After eating, he praised it highly. That's why many people line up there, and the 2 shop assistants are often overwhelmed. Is that shop big? Does it have a place to stay? There is always some, and that shop opens from morning until night, even doing late-night business. Amion thanked the shop assistant, and then started asking around about where Sister Song Lu's fish soup was. It turned out to be in a quiet corner of the food street, and now there was already a long line of customers. Amion was amazed and thought, how much money can they make in a day? They might even sleep on piles of coins. She decided to wait nearby. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the shop had few customers at the door, and the staff inside were sweeping and cleaning. She went inside, feeling more confident because of her experience yesterday. She introduced herself. "My name is Lu Amion. I live in Qingshan village. I can catch fish, clean tables and wash dishes, run errands, and work at night. Do you need anyone here?" Inside, a middle-aged woman with her shoulders drooping looked at her and asked, "Does your family agree for you to work outside?" Amion lowered her eyes and nodded. "Have you done this kind of work before?" "Yes, I have. I used to sell food at the dock, and I also sold drinks and rice dumplings. I did well." The woman examined her carefully, noticing she looked pretty, not enough to spoil the food, healthy and energetic, suitable for work, and polite and well-spoken, not a simple fool. Seeing her experience, she smiled and said, "My name is Song. I own this small eatery. Come with me to the back room, and we'll talk more." Amion's palms sweat because it was her first time discussing her wages with someone. "In the first month, I can pay you 1 or 2 silver coins. If you stay, your monthly pay will be 2 silver coins. Mion's eyes lit up, and she was about to agree when suddenly some common sense popped into her mind. Dock workers earn about 100 coins a day, totaling 3 silver coins a month. Blacksmiths earn 300 coins a day, totaling 9 silver coins a month. She hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is that for daytime work? What if I want to work during the late night hours and at night? I can stay here and watch the business." Song's owner smiled and said, "Then, in the first month, I'll pay you 1.5 silver coins. If you stay, your monthly pay will be 3 silver coins." Mion happily agreed, "Master, I can start working today." "Good, no rush. Today, just follow them and watch and learn." Mion took a light blue apron, put it on properly, and seriously started learning in the shop. Opposite Sister Song Lu's fish soup shop was Li Mama's tea house. On the second floor of the tea house, someone leaned by the window, watching everything below with almost greedy eyes. In just a few days, Meng Chi Jian had become much thinner. He sat by the window, drinking cold tea nonstop. If the shopkeeper had touched his forehead at this moment, he would have felt an astonishingly high temperature. Meng Chi Jian did not go to see a doctor as he had said. On the first night after Mion left home, he searched the entire city all night. He knew deep down that she didn't care about him, but when he saw the donkey behind the inn that she was taking care of, he finally relaxed. These days, he felt like a ghost, going through the motions like a walking corpse. Only by looking at her a few times could he gather enough strength to eat something. Mion didn't understand the meaning of marriage, but he did. At home, Mion worked so hard every day, thinking and worrying, and her savings probably added up to just over a silver tael, because she also had chores like laundry, cooking, and feeding chickens. But at the restaurant, she could earn a silver tael, or 2 in a month. She wanted to earn money so badly that once she left, she wouldn't want to come back. Meng Chi Jian couldn't force her to return. Doing so would make her despise him even more. She probably wouldn't even want to see him. So, he could only sit by the window, watching her every move, sometimes smiling, sometimes frowning, sometimes frightened, sometimes feeling proud and happy. Over the past 2 days, Mion had moved to the backyard of the fish soup shop. The backyard wasn't big, but there was a water well, which allowed them to prepare proper meals. Near the well, there was an apricot tree. Mion looked around and saw her sleeping place, a small room with 2 wooden beds, used by the shop's helpers. One bed was already made up with bedding, the other was empty. She had asked, and the people working in the shop didn't sleep there at night. Their homes were in the city. Mion was stunned. She had no bedding of her own. That day, she wanted to find some straw to sleep on, but surprisingly, she couldn't find any in the city. Strange, the countryside is full of it, she thought, puzzled. She cleaned the wooden bed thoroughly and borrowed someone else's quilt to cover herself at night. When she woke up the next day, everything was back to normal. She had only been there a few days and wasn't allowed in the kitchen yet. "Our shop is doing well," said Song Dongjia, fanning himself. "There used to be a rival shop and they wanted to send a young helper to learn our secret recipes." He shook his fan. "But I caught them and drove them out. Our fish soup has a special recipe. No one else's tastes the same. Mion, if you work hard, in 3 months I will send you to the kitchen to help out." Currently, Mion's daily task is to go to the market each day and pick up a net of live mandarin fish as ordered by her employer. The fish must all be alive. If any are dead, she must pick them out. Back at the shop, another cook is responsible for killing the fish, while she cleans them. The cook is skilled and quickly removes the fish heads, slices the fish along the backbone into 2 fillets, and takes out the bones and insides that can't be eaten. Her movements are smooth and careful, not wasting any fish meat, which amazes Mion. Then, Mion also needs to wash other vegetables like bamboo shoots and mushrooms. When it's mealtime, she goes out to serve dishes and greet customers. This routine continues for several days. Mion, the little helper, calculates that if she can earn 3 taels of silver in a month, then opening a shop in the food street would cost 300 taels. Which means she would need to work for 100 months without eating or drinking during that time, roughly 8 years. Mion, How could it take so long? She sits cross-legged on the bed, holding her head, and calls out, "AAA," twice. She decides to save money first and think of other ways later. From her recent experience, working outside is less free than working at home, and the pace is faster. At home, Mian has plenty of time to play, and when she doesn't want to sell, she can rest. But outside, she has to work every day, with only 1 day off per month. Still, she feels it's pretty good for the silver ingots she earns. In the afternoon, when the shop is less busy, the helpers take turns eating lunch. The shop doesn't provide meals, so Mian is reluctant to buy food outside every day. She spends 50 coins at the grain shop to buy rice and eats plain rice for lunch, and has porridge at night, which still keeps her full. Today, something good happens. The cook says, "We're introducing a new dish today. Everyone go try it." The fish soup is really delicious, very fresh. Mian also gets a bowl, which she has never tasted before. The fish soup is topped with shredded cooked ham, mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and a layer of egg flowers. She scoops a spoonful and finds it very fragrant, with something jumping on her tongue, making her want to eat more. Delicious. What spices are in this? It seems spicy, but there's something else too. Song Dongjia proudly says, "This is freshly bought from the market, worth a fortune, top-quality Sichuan pepper powder." Mian also tastes the fish meat, which is tender and tasty, without any trouble finding faults. She scoops some rice into the fish soup and holds her bowl as she walks to the alley outside the back courtyard to eat. While eating, she looks around and sees the branches trembling slightly. She quickly calls out, "Tan Lu, come quickly, I saved a big fish head for you." A black-backed, white-bellied raccoon dog peeked out from between the leaves, its 4 paws also white, and let out a proud meow. Mian took out a bowl containing a sliced fish head, chopped fish gills, fish gallbladder, and broken fish skin, left over from cleaning, placing it on the ground. The raccoon dog leapt down and started eating. Mian squatted nearby, watching and eating her lunch with great enjoyment. "No, this is my food. You can't eat it," she said firmly, holding her bowl to protect her meal. The little raccoon dog, eating from its own bowl, kept trying to see what Mian was eating. She covered her bowl and said bravely, "If I give you some, you'll get sick." What she didn't know was that someone was watching from afar at the tea house. Meng Chi Jian licked his dry lips, noticing that her hair was loose today with a few strands falling on her face. Sometimes he wanted to pull her to the dining table so she could sit properly while eating. He thought squatting to eat looked like begging, which made him uncomfortable. Sometimes he suspected the raccoon dog was scheming, pretending to be cute and pitiful on purpose to get her to pet and touch it. He was worried she might give her food to the raccoon dog, and his heart was tense for a long time, but thankfully she didn't. After finishing her meal and washing the dishes, Mian went into her shop and disappeared from sight. Meng Chi Jian looked around for a while longer, then reluctantly returned to the blacksmith shop. Unexpectedly, he saw Wen Qiao inside. His old friend, seeing his state, could only shake his head helplessly. "You not only refuse to see a doctor, but you also want to give up the shop? You haven't even gone home all this time. Do you know how worried your mother and younger sister are? You've made yourself like this, and Mian definitely won't come back now. I have nothing to do with her," Meng Chi Jian said coldly before grabbing a hammer. Seeing his expression, Wen Qiao, who was in a wheelchair, almost wanted to kick him. "Your mother wants to talk to you. You should see her," she said. Meng Chi Jian nodded to show he understood. That evening, he finally returned home, placed his money pouch on the wooden table, and was about to go back to the city. Meng Jing stopped him. "Third brother, stay home tonight and go to the city tomorrow." Meng Chi Jian shook his head. "I'll sleep at the shop." He couldn't sleep at home. "Stop," she said. He turned around and saw his mother trembling as she came out. His mother already knew what had happened at home. Over the past few days, she often silently cried inside. She had already lost one child and didn't want to lose another. "Third brother, I know you're anxious. You're a man, and there are many things you don't understand. If you keep stuck in a dead end, what should you do?" Mother Meng gently grabbed his arm. "Before, When the matchmaker came to our house to propose to Mian, did you seriously learn about her family situation? Meng Qi was silent. At that time, he only had a brief encounter with Mian at the market, where she was acting chaotically, and he stopped her to prevent any trouble. I think I know a little. Her mother passed away early, and she has an old father who drinks a lot, which probably isn't good for her. She doesn't talk much about her family. Since she doesn't mention it, you can just ignore it. Maybe you also think that Mian doesn't like her father, so she doesn't visit home to avoid trouble. Meng Qi was not thinking that way. Mainly, at that time, he wasn't very interested in marriage. He didn't even go to his new wife's house on their wedding night, let alone visit her family later. If you don't understand, why get so angry that she won't trust you? Meng Qi paused. What exactly was wrong with Mian's family? That night, he took some medicine for fever and calming, and ate half a bowl of sweet potato porridge. The next morning, he hurried to the matchmaker's house. She looked at him like he was a ghost. What are you trying to do? Aren't you already married? I want to know what happened in Mian's family before she got married. Oh, you're quite the curious one. This is like a farmer entering the imperial city, your first time. You didn't ask before the wedding, and now you come asking after the wedding? Why not wait until she has 3 kids? Meng Qi remained calm. Madam, I just want to know about Mian's past. Anything is fine. Seeing that he wouldn't leave, the matchmaker decided to tell him what she remembered. Mian is from Lu village. She's a very pretty girl. Originally, more than just your family wanted to marry her, but your family's gift was the best. Her father, you probably know, loves drinking and often gets drunk, and he owes money. Mian isn't very well liked in the village, but if you think they've always been like that, you're wrong. Many years ago, Mian's parents were considered a perfect couple, admired by many women in the village. Some women complained about their own husbands, wishing they could be like Lu's family, able to earn money and take care of the home. I remember hearing stories about her mother. She was the daughter of a tofu shop owner in the city. Her father worked hard, got up early and stayed late, saving money just to be with her. He bought tofu every day for a whole year. The matchmaker has seen many couples and grew more emotional as she spoke. These two truly care for each other. Their love back then was genuine and sincere. Meng Qi Jian listened quietly without speaking. After they married, life went smoothly. Mian's mother was the backbone of the family, and things got better and better. When Mian was born, she was a lively child. At night, she wouldn't sleep and would bother the adults. If not held, she would cry. Her father, to avoid disturbing her mother's sleep, would carry little Mian and walk more than 10 miles outside. Did she get to enjoy the breeze? No. The matchmaker rolled her eyes. Don't interrupt me. A few years later, Mian's mother's health started to decline. Her father was no longer the same. He still did some work but often drank wine and liked to watch people play cards in his free time. They tried to see doctors and take medicine, but she never got better. Mian's mother was very proud and stubborn. The couple argued a few times, and in the end, she decided to focus on making tofu herself. When Mian's mother passed away, Mian was about 11 years old. Meng Qi Jian closed his eyes slowly and asked, why did her father change so much? Could it be because he found someone else outside? That's hard to say, the matchmaker replied. As far as I know, it wasn't the case. If it was, I wouldn't have missed it in this village. She considered herself quite skilled at gossiping about relationships. But why did it happen like that? The young man asked, puzzled. Actually, such things are quite common. Few people marry expecting pain and misfortune. After her mother died, her father fell apart and became a complete drunk. That's when Mian's life started to get difficult. She remembers how her family used to be happy, and that's when her personality started to change. The matchmaker glanced at Meng Qi Jian's face. And her reputation in the village also worsened. It's said that sometimes Mian would throw tantrums, and no one could control her. Some even say she once swung a kitchen knife at someone. Later, her family moved out of the village. Meng Qi Jian always felt something was strange, but this wasn't like a scandalous story, and the matchmaker didn't know the details either. He thanked her and hurried home. He took a hot bath, changed into clean clothes, shaved his beard, and forced himself to look presentable. Then he drank a bowl of bitter medicine from the stove and headed to Lu's village in the afternoon. He looked around but couldn't find Lu's father. At home studying quietly, Zhang Yixing saw him through the window. Zhang Yixing put down his book, walked out, and asked with some confusion, "Where is Amian? Why didn't she come back with you?" Meng Qijian didn't even look at him and simply walked past like air. "When I wanted to talk to you, I was thinking of Amian." Zhang Yixing suddenly remembered something and smiled broadly. "Haha, could it be that she doesn't want you anymore? Trying to find someone here is useless." Meng Qijian didn't bother with him and punched him twice. "If you dare say another word to her, I swear you'll never pass the exams in your life." His mood was very bad, and he kicked him. Zhang Yixing, a scholar, was naturally weaker in fighting, so he looked miserable and angry. "If you have the guts, don't run away. Just wait for me." After saying that, he limped away. Meng Qijian wanted to check the place where Mian used to live, but after a few steps, he saw Lu Wei. She was wearing old clothes, different from a few months ago. Her face looked sad and very tired. She thought Zhang Yixing hadn't prepared well for the exams before, so if he just tried hard this time, it would be fine. But now her husband was really working hard, and many family issues had fallen on her shoulders. The expenses for studying were very high and unavoidable. The academy cost 10 taels of silver a year. Buying books was not cheap, and with ink, paper, and brushes, at least 1 tael a month. After the county exam, there was the provincial exam, with travel and accommodation costing at least 1 tael. Each exam fee was also 1 tael. All these added up, costing 24 taels a year or 2 taels a month. This didn't include daily food and living expenses. All the money in Zhang's household was managed by Zhang's mother. The family received only 1 tael of silver a month, and there was hardly any extra money. That's already good. Please understand that my little son is still studying. If you think it's too little, you can find a way yourself. Zhang Yixing was the favorite at home. When he ran out of money, he would go happily to ask his family for some silver, but he spent it all on himself, not a penny on others. What could Lu Wei do? Thinking back to that premonition dream, she was at the blacksmith's house. Although everything was going badly and they argued every day and still do, it was all about social conflicts, not about worries over livelihood. Moreover, the food was quite good. At this moment, Lu Weiwei suddenly realized that in her dreams, she had seen many fleeting, blurry images that she hadn't paid attention to before. In those images, Mian often returned to her own home, just next door, to make tofu. Her gaze often fell on the gentle man who helped her mother clean up after selling. But now, Lu Weiwei couldn't do the same. First, she had no donkey, and second, she didn't think much of that kind of business. A block of tofu only sold for 2 coins, earning only hard-earned money. Now Lu Weiwei found Zhang Yixing really annoying. Her idea of gentle was weak, and caring was indecisive. Seeing him get beaten up made her even more dislike him. This weak man was useless. Looking again, Meng Qijian was tall and handsome, with a natural aura that made people want to rely on him. Although he was a bit cold and didn't speak nicely, he was generous with money for the family. He was her husband after all. "Are you looking for Mian's house?" Lu Weiwei brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. It was right next door, a neighbor to the Zhang family. "I'll take you there." "No need." Meng Qijian went straight to Mian's house. Inside, it was empty, clearly sold to someone else. Only an unmovable stone mill remained in the yard. The door was still open, not yet cleaned up. When he entered, he saw a collapsed donkey shed, as if he could still see little Mian playing there. Then he checked the empty house, which should have been tidied up, with no signs of recent use. There's nothing special to see. Uncle Lu sold the house a couple of months ago. The price wasn't high. Lu Weiwei didn't leave. She followed and quietly explained. "Did something happen to Mian? I haven't been to the city recently, and I've been worried about her." Meng Qijian looked at her suspiciously, then decided not to say anything and left. He waited a long time before meeting Lu's father near the woods. When Lu's father saw him, he mistakenly thought he was a debt collector. He hadn't clearly seen who had thrown him out that night, and waved his hands. What are you here for again? Didn't we pay back that money? We tore up the IOU. Meng Chi-jian said, I'm a Mion's husband. I'm here to ask you some questions. Hearing this, Lu's father immediately wanted to act like a father-in-law. Think carefully and answer properly. Meng Chi-jian took out a wine jar. Here, this is for you. Lu's father smelled the wine and smiled. All right. When did a Mion become like this? Huh? What are you saying? Wasn't she always fine? Uncle Lu brushed his hair, which looked like a chicken's nest. I haven't settled accounts with her yet. How can a daughter treat her father like that? Meng Chi thought for a moment. What was Ah Mion's situation when her mother left? Uncle Lu's expression changed, and a hint of sharpness appeared in his eyes. He was silent for a while. Then he relaxed his face and leaned against a tree. Anyway, I won't return the bride price to you. Let me think. That time I went home, everything was very quiet. I found it strange that the millstone and donkey made no sound. When I entered the house, I saw that Ah Mion's mother had already left, but Ah Mion was still lying nearby, sleeping. I didn't know how long she had been there, so I woke her up. After Ah Mion woke up, she said her mother asked her to make a block of tofu because she was going to sell it later. The old drinker thought he should have forgotten all this long ago. He had been drunk for years, probably to avoid those eyes. Her pupils were very dark, like ink that had been ground for too long, deep and bottomless. Later, I found out her mother had been gone for 2 days. When the funeral was about to happen, and they were going to bury her, she was nowhere to be found. Only then did I realize she had secretly hidden inside the coffin. Meng Chi said firmly, Why didn't you come home for 2 days? I was busy all day, and at night, everyone in the village went to watch the leaf-throwing game. Everyone was there. Don't you usually have no social life? Have you seen cicadas? When they are larvae, they live underground for over 10 years. When they become adults, they use all their strength to sing loudly, just to attract females. Then they die within 10 days. Don't look at me like that. You don't understand now because you're still young and don't know the luck of cicadas. Nothing can withstand the long passage of time, not even love. Meng Chi put away his wine jug and ignored Uncle Lu's shouting behind him. He didn't give the bottle to him. He walked to the grave, glanced at the offerings, which were still a few short, and then arranged them again. He bowed several times. From now on, I will take good care of Ah Mion. Ants carried a grain of wheat and moved in groups under the tree. Lu Ah Mion, the master invites you to eat ice cream. Someone shouted from the shop. Oh. Lu Ah Mion stood up and ran over quickly. In front of her was a bowl with small green and white balls, with a tiny thin wooden piece inserted on top. Ah Mion saw the white vapor rising from it, just like people outside on a winter day. But the vapor from the ice cream was cold. This one is sugar green bean ice, and this one is snow cold yuanzi. I want one too. Hurry up and eat, or it will melt. Did you hear? There's a new ice drink shop on the street. Song Dongjia has been in a very good mood lately. First, he gently patted Ah Mion's face. It's only been a week, but she already likes this hardworking and quiet helper. Everyone shares the ice drinks, but others only get 1 scoop of their favorite flavor. Ah Mion, however, has 2 scoops. She's just a little girl, and she doesn't eat everything like you do. It's normal for me to be a bit favoritism, said Song Lu's wife as she leaned back in a bamboo chair. The other helpers laughed and teased. Ah Mion is indeed the youngest in the shop. Since the boss is paying, it's not her money. She held her bowl and used a small wooden piece to scoop out a big chunk. Wow, so cold. My teeth are trembling. Her small face scrunched up from the cold, then she opened her eyes wide. It's so sweet and smooth, with no icy bits poking. I wonder how they make it. Song Dongjia watched her eat happily, fanning himself and saying, It's more than that. Summer is almost over, and the shop just opened. Isn't that missing the busy season? And what will they do in winter? If the shop is rented, that's bad. Rent has to be paid every month, no matter how well the business does. Ah Mion asked, How much is the rent for a shop per month? It's hard to say. It varies for each place. Probably around 5 taels of silver a month. Renting for a few years might be enough to buy the shop. If the landlord is greedy and sees your business making money, they might raise the rent next year. If you don't pay, they'll kick you out and run the shop themselves. If you pay, you'll work so hard, but there's not much left for you. Mion's eyes widened, and she quietly remembered this. So that's why buying a shop might be better. While she was eating, Song Dongjia poked her. Is someone here to see you? Mion looked up and saw a tall man outside the shop, carrying big bags. It was Meng Chi-jian. How did he know she was here? Okay, I'll go out and see. But since Meng Chi-jian seemed to have calmed down and wasn't angry anymore, she gathered her courage and stepped outside. What a coincidence. Meng Chi-jian looked helpless. Yeah, why are you eating so much ice? You'll get a stomach ache later. Your friend, Dr. Mo, sent someone to ask why you're not learning Bajuanjin anymore. I'm here to pass on her message and bring you some clean clothes. But I don't have time now. I have to work every day. Mion froze in place. You, come with me for a moment. After speaking, she ran to the backyard. Soon after, she happily handed him something. This is what I made for you. But, I'm not very good at embroidery. Actually, I've been saving money to buy you a nice pair of boots, but I haven't saved enough yet. Mion spoke softly, feeling very shy. Meng Chi-jian was surprised. He held a small round blue pouch with rough embroidery of 2 chickens. You embroidered this very well. This is my embroidery of 2 bats, Mion said proudly. The word for bat, fu, sounds like blessing, symbolizing good luck and happiness. Such a nice wish. I know I was wrong. I won't run away secretly anymore. Before I run off, I will talk to you first. Please forgive me. She hurriedly admitted her mistake. Then she made promises. I won't do it again. And look at how I'll behave in the future, acting like a loyal little dog. Meng Chi-jian put the pouch into his pocket, feeling mixed and a bit dry-throated. He held the little dog's leg in his arms. I've already forgiven you. I was just worried and scared you. Seeing that he forgave her, Mion felt relieved and very happy. Meng Chi-jian said, You're getting smarter. You're giving people gifts now. But don't save money to buy me boots anymore. I don't need more shoes. Why should I take money from a child? But you don't even have a good pair of boots, Mion said, shifting her position. She seemed different from usual and started to be picky. Why have you become so thin? It's uncomfortable leaning on you. Have you been eating well? Meng Chi-jian was speechless. He could only say, Mion is right. She no longer wanted him to hold her and brought up her previous words. People at the shop say that shoes are very important for men. A good pair of shoes can take you anywhere. You look very impressive wearing them. Why would I want to look so impressive? Meng Chi-jian decided to get to the main point of this trip. It's good that you work at the shop, but Do is always tied under that tree. He has nowhere to go. He must really want to go home. The tied-up Do was digging the soil with his front paws. How could that be? Mion turned to look at Do, eyes wide in surprise. That's natural. Just a couple of days ago, Do had a dream. In the dream, he was shouting and crying, missing the tasty grass at the foot of Qingshan village and everyone brushing his fur. Meng Chi-jian slightly smiled, barely noticeable. Anyway, Do couldn't speak human language. I will never fall behind again. When Mion heard this, she immediately felt she had also caused Do trouble this time. She quickly grabbed his hand and begged, He must be feeling very uncomfortable to say that to you. Take him home first. Let him eat grass and play on the back mountain for a while. If I don't have to work late tonight, I will go see him. Okay. Don't work tonight. Not sleeping will make you grow taller and is bad for your health. If you promised the other family earlier and find it hard to refuse, I can help you talk to them. Mion hesitated. Working at night earns more. No, at most you should take shifts, Meng Chi-jian said firmly, restoring his usual self and suppressing her resistance. He put down his bag and decided to talk to the other family himself. Mion couldn't stop him and simply strolled over to Do. Why do you want to send him a dream but not me? You bad Do. Do. Mion would go home in the evening. Not only that, she also found a job at a city restaurant that paid her monthly silver coins. News spread quickly, and the Meng family was filled with joy, clearing away the clouds of gloom from previous days. When Mian returned in the evening, the villagers had already started talking about how she earned more than 10 taels of silver in a month, dressed in gold and silver jewelry. The reason she hadn't been in the village these days was because she was now successful and planning to leave her poor husband, the third son of the Meng family. The poor husband led his donkey home, and along the way, people discussed loudly. Why does he look like that? Doesn't seem like Mian wants to divorce him. Exactly. Brother Lu, you said a few days ago that Meng San is no longer young and is quite fierce. It's hard to believe he married a wife only to have her leave. I heard Meng San was secretly crying at home. Is that true? Brother Lu's eyes shifted to the side and he shrugged. That's what your aunt told me. Who knows so much? He didn't look like he was about to divorce. The donkey was already brought home. Maybe they reconciled. Meng Qi-jian returned to the courtyard, called Xiao Jing to take Ado to eat grass, and hurriedly went inside to change the bedding and pillows. He also carefully arranged Mian's handkerchiefs and towels he had previously stored in the cabinet. Then, he carried a basket of vegetables into the kitchen, where there was half a jean of sliced marinated pig ears, which vendors said children love to eat. Although there wasn't much meat, the price was the same as front leg meat. There were also 2 long silver fish, rare for mountain people. The rest was ordinary: a bunch of amaranth, soaked dried bean curd sticks, and a piece of pork belly. When Mian arrived home, the Meng family was no longer the cold, empty house it used to be. On the wooden table, there were dishes like stir-fried pig ears with chili, braised fish, stir-fried amaranth, bean curd with pork, and egg drop soup. This meal was almost like celebrating the new year, and even Meng Jing, who had just returned from her donkey ride, felt a little amazed. Mian, who had been eating plain wheat rice, without any vegetables for several days, was also smiling happily and eagerly went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. She doesn't like vegetables if there's meat, but amaranth is an exception. When she stirs fried amaranth with sauce and pours it over rice, it turns the rice a beautiful purple-red color, which looks good and tastes delicious. Then she eats pig ears, which she has tried once or twice before. She loves them because they make a crunchy, crackling sound when she bites into them, which is fun. Meng Qi-jian sits nearby, eating as if he's wolfing down his food. After his fever went down, he hadn't been able to eat much for a while, but now he suddenly feels very hungry. Even Xiao Jing didn't have time to chat with Mian. She was stunned watching the two of them, and then hurriedly started eating too. Meng Mu didn't eat much, smiling happily as she sipped her soup. What kind of fish is this? Why is there only one big bone? This is called knife fish. It's born like this, making it easier for us to eat. I see. After the meal, Mian and Meng Jing enthusiastically exchanged gossip about recent days in the backyard. Mian, you're so brave. You dared to ask someone else's shop if they needed workers. Meng Jing listened to her adventurous story and felt very inspired and admiring. Thinking back, Mian found it hard to believe she actually did that. I was really forced into it. The inn was too expensive, and I couldn't afford to stay there. What's it like working outside? It's tiring, but every day there are many new things. The boss is very kind to me. In the future, if I can open my own shop, I'll invite you to come. Mian declared boldly. Really? Meng Jing excitedly grabbed Mian's arm. She felt she wouldn't dare ask at someone else's shop. Being rejected would be too embarrassing. But if it's Mian's shop, she would definitely dare. What kind of shop do you want to open? The person brushing the donkey with a brush slowed down his movements. I want to open a tofu shop. Not just selling tofu, but also dishes related to tofu. Like butterfly tofu, fish tofu in clay pots, lotus leaf steamed tofu, tofu hot pot. Maybe I can even make iced tofu. Tofu is cheap, so it's hard to run a shop just selling tofu, and if only selling tofu, a stall would do. That's why Mian came up with this idea. She also plans to sell soy milk and tofu pudding. Meng Jing also agreed. That's good. I like eating tofu too. The two of them fantasized about how they would spend their money if they ever earned a lot. Mian said she would buy land and cattle, while Meng Jing said she would buy endless candied hawthorns and peach blossom pastries. By the way, do you still plan to work at that shop in the future? Meng Jing asked an important question. Yes, I go there every day. I work during the day, and every 4 nights I take turns with the night shift with 1 day off each month. But next month, I will only work during the day. My third brother won't let me work at night anymore. Even just working during the day, I can earn a little silver each month, Mian answered honestly. That's quite a lot. Once I get my first month's wages, I will treat you all to a meal, Mian said with a smile. Suddenly, the yard filled with excited cheers. On the day off, Mian hurried to find Dr. Mo to learn new martial arts. She had already finished learning the 8 pieces of brocade. Meng Chi-jian said it was a good chance, so he took her to the pharmacy. When they arrived, they found Wen Xiao was also there. Seeing that master hadn't arrived yet, Mian went to the yard to move around freely. You're quite interesting, Wen Xiao teased. I told you to see a doctor, but you didn't come, and when I talk to you, I feel like forcing you to eat bitter medicine. Now you're rushing over to see me? Meng Chi-jian's face was thick-skinned. He remained calm and said, Do you know that some illnesses, though they don't affect the body, still make a person seem a bit strange? It's like being stuck in a certain time. Can this illness affect normal life? It has some impact. But life goes on. Then it's not really an illness, Wen Xiao said. Could it be that something is wrong in the heart? Wen Xiao was even more confused. On this vast land, besides love sickness, what other heart-related illnesses are there? Sometimes, people suddenly go crazy, act foolish, get possessed, jump into lakes or wells, or even become lazy and refuse to eat even the big pancake hanging around their neck. What you're describing might be a kind of trauma-related disorder called PTSD. Mo man, who hurried over, had been listening for a while. I once read about a similar case in a book from the Western regions. Basically, after experiencing some disaster, a person can suffer psychological trauma. Their mind often flashes back to those moments, making them feel the pain again. To avoid this pain, some patients unconsciously use avoidance or numbness, staying mentally stuck before the disaster happened. Trauma? What kind of trauma? Meng Chi-jian and Wen Xiao both looked confused. Mo man was not a professional psychologist before. Now, he could only briefly share his understanding. What you described is actually a form of self-protection for the patient. If the situation is mild, it's something everyone experiences. Wen Xiao was once again shocked. Could this also be considered a kind of illness? If the condition worsens over time, such as hallucinations or delusions, and if the person's awareness remains faulty, like having an adult's body but still thinking like a child, there can be dangerous situations. Meng Chi looked serious. Where's the book? I want to buy a copy. Mo man replied calmly. Why? That was many years ago. It might be hard to find now. Wen Xiao now vaguely understood that Mo man was from the fairy world and chose not to reveal his identity after coming to the mortal realm, to avoid trouble. He also added, Meng-san, things might not be as you think. If the person you mentioned is Lu A Mian, then you can rest assured. Mo man was a bit surprised. The young native girl looked lively and obedient. Though she sometimes showed innocence, he thought it was just her natural simplicity. I remember the first time I saw Mian, she looked like a little kid, speaking and acting very much like one. But every time I see her now, I feel she has learned more. Now she can even work in shops. Mo man nodded. Although I don't know what happened in the past, a Mian situation might be, because she was too closed off before. Now, with new things and experiences stimulating her mind, she is gradually changing. That's a good sign. Such cases are rare in PTSD. Usually, symptoms include flashbacks, nightmares, frequent breakdowns, uncontrollable emotions, excessive guilt, and pessimism. Wait a minute. Wen Xiao suddenly clapped her thigh when she heard these symptoms. Isn't this what Meng-san has? What? Does he have an illness? Mian, who was waiting to practice martial arts in the hospital, overheard the last 2 sentences while waiting for Dr.
Montauk.
She quickly approached and said to Mo man, whom she believed to be a divine doctor. He hasn't been eating well, and he took a lot of bitter medicine to reduce his fever. Could he be sick again? No, Meng Qi was unsure how the conversation shifted to him. Seeing that both doctors said Mian was fine, he relaxed. I'll go back to my shop to work. When you finish your studies, come find me there. This time, Mo Man plans to continue teaching modern health exercises for various body parts, including a special breast nodule exercise for women. Mian follows along, imitating each move, and can't help but say, actually, he's a bit strange. Why? Sometimes he seems to wake up suddenly from a dream, covered in sweat, calling out but not responding, then falling back asleep. Also, he has some very scary scars on his back. If someone asks about them in the shop, his eyes look strange, almost like he's going to eat someone. Mo Man, I can't be sure if it's that illness because there's no diagnosis or confirmation now. But based on your description, it might be possible. Mian hears this and becomes excited, talking nonstop, even mentioning how Meng Qi Jian always arranges her straw sandals with one facing outward. She says, he's really strange. He has to arrange everything from big to small, or he will start over. And there's more. Mo Man had never realized Mian was so talkative. Since this isn't her specialty either, she can only give a few general suggestions. In short, if he really has that kind of mental illness, the most important thing is support and understanding from family and his own mental change. What does that mean? Many patients with this illness often think, if only I had done this or that at the time, maybe the disaster wouldn't have happened. Holding on to such thoughts makes it hard to forgive oneself, and they keep recalling the past over and over. Mian looks somewhat confused but then frowns, thinking hard for a solution. After finishing a set of full-body health exercises, she says goodbye to Mo Man and returns to the blacksmith shop. Mian first puts down her basket, then washes her hands and feet at the door with cold water and changes into a clean pair of straw sandals she had left in the shop. Everything's on the table, help yourself, Meng Qi Jian says as she turns her head, then continues talking to a customer. That iron pot is about this size. She skillfully pours the cooled boiled water into a bowl, then looks through the vegetable basket on the table, which contains 2 tea eggs and a corn. It seems the old lady at the dock is still selling food there. From her observations, only she still goes to the dock daily to sell tea eggs and corn. The stall that sells noodles goes once every 2 days, then sells noodles elsewhere on the other days. The dock folks are only willing to spend so much money. After finishing her martial arts practice, she feels very hungry, eating all her snacks and drinking half a teacup of water. Only then does she notice an object beside the vegetable basket. It's a jump rope. This rope isn't ordinary. Jump ropes are common now, but most are made of hemp rope. Now, the surface of this rope is smoother, with some elasticity and toughness. It is also very light to hold. Additionally, each end is tied with a wooden handle, making it easy to grip. This is animal hide rope, made from sheepskin. Meng Qi Jian has already settled the matter. Mian tries jumping a few times. Each time she jumps, the rope hits her feet, and if she swings her arms first, she can't jump at all. She has never played this before, and doesn't know how. It's not like that. Come here. Meng Qi Jian takes the rope and asks Mian to stand opposite him. When I say jump, you just jump, understand? After trying twice, Mian quickly understands. Meng Qi Jian no longer needs to say, jump, and she can follow the rhythm. She suddenly realizes how fun it is. Her hair bounces as she smiles happily. What a lively young girl. You give it to me. I've got it now. She plays with the jump rope for about half an incense stick's time, then finally exhausts all her energy and stops messing around, lying on a bamboo chair and falling into a deep sleep. When she wakes from her nap, the sun has already set. Mian smartly helps close the shop. Meng Qi Jian counts the remaining materials in the shop, locks the money box and the ledger, and she sweeps the floor, throwing away trash, mainly leftover food she ate. Then, they work together to put the wooden planks into the door and secure them with iron rings. In the fading daylight, they head home together. On the way, Mian earnestly says, I want to help you cure your illness. I have an idea. Meng Qi Jian really wants to tell her that all mothers in the world treat their children the same way. There's no secret to it. However, at this moment his body is stiff, and he forces a smile, saying, Thank you, but these are old wounds. They don't hurt anymore. It doesn't take bitter medicine. What are you afraid of? Meng Chi-jian puts down his clothes. Stop fussing, go play somewhere else. But Mian still wants to speak, but seeing his serious look, as if he might get angry again, her voice becomes softer. All right then. Actually, I washed my hands very clean. She thought he was upset about her being messy again. Meng Chi-jian turns his head and sees the little girl sadly hugging her bamboo pillow, lying with her back to him, curled up. I don't think you're dirty. If you want to treat your wounds, just do it. Really? Mian immediately turns around happily, her eyes shining.
Meng Qijian nods stiffly.
This time, the little girl climbs onto his back, and she starts kneading, touching, and patting like making dough in the kitchen. Meng Chi-jian buries his head in the quilt, feeling that he can't go on like this anymore. So he tries to distract her with words. Do you know how these scars came about? Are you talking about this one? Mian notices the scar in the middle of his back. Is it from when you were in the army, cut by someone? No. It's from when I was little back then. My father was still around. You might not know what it's like to have 3 boys in the family. Basically, from the moment my parents wake up, there's always noise of roofs being torn off or us fighting. My father has many wooden sticks. He'd break one almost every 3 days. Afraid? Mian shrinks back. Your father must be even fiercer than you. More than that, he'd even hang us up and beat us, Meng Chi-jian silently recalls. Some of the scars I don't remember, but this time, the beating was worse. My older brother, second brother, and a neighbor had a quarrel, and they secretly took me to step on someone's rice plants. When they found out, they beat us with water-soaked hemp ropes, and the whole village came to watch. Mian feels conflicted. She knows this was a big mistake. Rice plants are the livelihood of farmers, and no matter how much she might dislike someone, she shouldn't have done that. But seeing little Meng Chi-jian being beaten around like a spinning top, as she imagines, her heart feels uncomfortable. My older brother has always been a very loyal kid. He thought his younger brother was insulted first by the neighbors, so he only went to take revenge. No matter how much my father beat him, he didn't cry. Then my father came to beat us, and he cried immediately, stepping in front of me, saying he was the leader, and if they wanted to hit someone, hit him instead. Mian asked, and then, my father said, you're the eldest brother. You still took them to do bad things and deserve a beating. Meng Chi remained silent for a moment. Apart from the first strike, he was hit by everyone else. Later, we weren't allowed to eat dinner, and had to go work for the neighbors. It took us 7 or 8 days to be forgiven. Punishing you for 3 or 4 days is enough. What about this? Mian poked her waist.
Let
me think. Mian looked carefully. I know. This must be where you fell. It seems so. Later, our family got a little sister, so sometimes we had to go up the mountain to find food, or there wouldn't be enough to eat at home. One time, you probably fell from a tree and hit a rock. That must have hurt a lot. Mian touched it a couple of times, looking like she thought, you're the most pitiful little one in the world. Meng Chi was secretly sweating.
Is it healed? Almost.
And this. She pointed to a fresh-looking scar on his back shoulder. That was from an arrow. Removing the arrowhead would also tear into the good meat nearby. After healing, it looked like this. Mian originally came to treat his injury, but as she asked, she ended up feeling sad herself. Heaven is ruthless, tossing people into this mortal world to be roasted and boiled. What kind of person are they being forged into? All healed now. It won't hurt anymore. Asleep now. She took her quilt. Meng Chi remained silent, finally replying with a hoarse, I hear some movement in the woodpile. Probably mice. I'll go check. Mian waited a while, but he didn't come back. She wasn't sure if he caught the mice or not. In a daze, she heard the soft sound of the wooden door opening. Did you catch one? Did it steal our cured meat? At this moment, Meng Chi was fully awake. He simply hugged Mian and her quilt together. We caught a very big mouse. Mian closed her eyes and hummed, I'm not a mouse. Yes, you didn't steal any cured meat. Hearing that the meat wasn't stolen, she relaxed and was about to drift into deep sleep. But a mosquito kept buzzing in her ear. Actually, if the enemy shot arrows, why would they only shoot one? In the dark night, the man sighed and traced his finger over the woman's eyebrows and eyes. Amion slept very peacefully, showing a completely different face from when she was fierce and wild, like a child sleeping carefree without worries. My older brother stood behind me that time. He has always been like that, feeling he is the big brother and needs to take care of his younger siblings from a young age. His words were like a whisper, barely audible. I couldn't bring him home.
Mian.
If only something silently dripped onto the pillow among his black hair. He is gone, many people are gone, I earned military honors. After I returned, my father regretted every day. He said if he had known it would be like this, he wouldn't have beaten him. He was always strict with the big brother, had high hopes for him, and wanted to pass the shop to him. After a while, the man took a deep breath and gently kissed the forehead of the person in front of him. You should be like yourself, always. Look forward. When someone is sick and even the doctor can't cure them, there is a simple way, praying to gods and Buddha. This was the second method Mian thought of to treat illness. After receiving her first month's wages, she specifically asked her employer for a day off. That evening, she celebrated earning money by taking out gifts one by one in the moonlight. Ado's copper bell, 160 coins. Meng Jing's hair ribbons and wooden hairpin, 20 coins. Meng Qi Jian's boots, 100 coins. And Meng Mu's new walking stick, 80 coins. Her big expenditure this time broke the rumors that she was a stingy person and a white-eyed wolf, and everyone in the village praised her. Envying her greatly, Meng Mu immediately went to the village entrance to show off. Mian happily nodded, feeling very proud and capable. During dinner, she also shared her idea. She wanted to go to the temple to burn incense and pray, and anyone free could join her. On the other side of Qingshan, there was a temple with a lively incense offering, where 4 or 5 monks lived. They usually took turns going down the mountain to beg for alms and buy supplies. The shop's Wang told me that the temple is very effective, and they also offer free vegetarian meals, Meng Qijian said. Tomorrow, I will go with you. The blacksmith shop had a relatively flexible schedule. Most people ordered goods and only came to pick them up after some time. Even if the shop was closed when they arrived, they could come back later. After all, there was only one blacksmith shop in the small town. I want to go too. Meng Jing was very excited. Meng Mu's eyes were not very good, so she hesitated and didn't speak. Mian said, then everyone go together. Mother can ride Ado, and we will walk up the mountain road. The mountain path to the temple was built by monks over generations. Usually, pilgrims walking there made the road very flat and wide enough for a cart to pass. Early the next morning, the small courtyard of the Meng family was bustling. Everyone changed into their nicest clothes. Mian also wore a pretty floral dress and cloth shoes. This time, she didn't use makeup, just pressed her lips with red paper. Because she needed to give Meng Qi Jian medicine, she reluctantly took out 200 coins, which she planned to use for incense offerings later. After all expenses, Mian only had about 900 coins left. Previously, she spent half a tael of silver on a hotel stay and meals. Her monthly wages were 1 tael of silver. She also bought gifts costing 360 coins and paid 200 coins for incense offerings. Still, she felt reassured because she would receive her monthly allowance next month. At this moment, Meng Jing was dressing up with a new hair tie and had picked many wildflowers, which she carefully braided into her hair. Seeing this, Mian also went to pick flowers. Eat your breakfast first. Be careful with your clothes. Meng Qi Jian packed up the items needed for the trip and carried a basket of food and drinks, then went to the firewood shed to find several straw hats. Little Jing, watch over Mian and make sure she doesn't step into the mud. Then bring her back. Once I finish eating, we'll set off. Meng Jing obeyed and went out, showing off her outfit. After some chaos, they finally set out. 2 girls, one big and one small, wearing straw hats, led the way, while Meng Qi Jian led the donkey behind them, occasionally chatting with her mother about what happened on the road. This family usually didn't follow any particular religion seriously, but like everyone else at this moment, they believed that perhaps there really were spirits or gods somewhere. As long as it could be useful, they thought, believing in anything was fine. Halfway there, Mian felt tired walking in cloth shoes, so Meng Qijian took out a pair of straw sandals from his bag. After a while, Meng Jing called out that she was thirsty, and Mian said she was hungry. They found a grassy spot to rest. Meng Qijian took out 2 water bags from the basket, one for him and Mian to drink, and the other for the rest of the family. He marked them so they wouldn't be mixed up. Then Mian took out the cooked rice balls from the basket and handed them out to everyone. She had learned to make these rice balls from a street stall, using cucumber, corn, and rice, steaming everything together and shaping it into round balls. Although they were cold and plain now, everyone was hungry and tired, so they ate happily under the blue sky and white clouds. After resting for about the length of an incense stick, they continued for another half-hour and finally arrived at the temple. Mian gave Meng Jing a signal, and Meng Jing understood and helped her mother, walking slowly behind to pay respects. Meanwhile, Mian pulled Meng Qijian aside and started treating his illness again. She looked at how others did things and started to imitate them. Whenever she reached a statue of a deity, she would kneel and bow a few times, clasp her hands together, and softly voice her wishes. Goddess Guanyin, my humble self, Lu Mian's husband keeps having nightmares. Please heal him. He is a very kind person. I also wish you good health and smooth days. Then she used a burning candle to light the incense stick she brought into the temple and dropped some coins into a wooden box. Meng Qijian held her hand and joined her in worship. Why don't you say your wish out loud? What if the goddess doesn't hear it? Mian asked halfway. Meng Qijian looked at her thoughtfully. The next time they bowed, he said, Great wisdom Manjushri Bodhisattva, I am Meng Qijian from Qingshan village. Please bless our family with health and happiness, and everything to go smoothly. There's also someone I need to worry about, this young lady beside me. First, I hope she grows taller. I bought her a toy called Tua Su, but she doesn't seem to have changed much lately. Second, I hope Mian isn't bullied by rude customers at her workplace. Third, I wish her wish comes true. Mian quickly tugged at his sleeve. Why are you nagging in front of the Bodhisattva? Meng Qijian replied, It's rare to come here. You'd better just think it in your heart, or the Bodhisattva might get annoyed. All right. People from nearby villages came one after another to pay their respects, but some looked disdainful. These foolish men and women, do they really think heaven will favor ordinary folks like them? Dream on. Zhang Yixing fanned himself. Our group originally came to pray for good exam results and success. But before entering the hall, he saw 2 people shoulder to shoulder, whispering intimately. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Weiwei was worried she might accidentally offend the Bodhisattva and cause her husband to fail again. Let's sincerely pay our respects. When they reached the front of the hall, both looked somewhat resentful. They had traveled from Lu family village, tired and hungry, looking quite worn out. One of them wondered in his mind, how come these 2 seem to have made up so quickly? Once I pass the imperial exam, I'll make Mian regret her choices. If I rise to fame later, I'll also teach that reckless man a lesson, have him beaten until he's crippled, to avenge those 2 punches and kicks that day. Mian's family had no idea. After praying, they went to eat vegetarian food. On the table were small wooden bowls filled with mixed grains, and the worshippers lined up to receive their portions from the young monk. The rules for eating here are to keep quiet and eat peacefully. Mian closed her mouth tightly and looked around carefully. There was sesame oil vegetarian chicken, pickled radish, mushroom gluten, stir-fried broad beans, cabbage with wood ear mushrooms, and mixed mushroom soup. Both rice and soup could be served by oneself, but they had to be finished without waste. Only 2 dishes could be chosen. Mian wanted 3, but after some hesitation, she chose pickled radish and cabbage with wood ear mushrooms. For some reason, the monks in the temple made these vegetarian dishes very tasty. The ones she cooked at home were not as good. Meng Qi chose sesame oil vegetarian chicken and stir-fried broad beans, which happened to be different from Mian's choices. The sesame oil vegetarian chicken was also something she wanted to eat. Even though there was no meat, it made her feel peaceful and calm. Mian started eating quietly, The vegetarian meal was very delicious. After eating, she strolled around the hall, listening to people talk about how the temple often took in children from nearby farms who couldn't be supported. Amion also learned to say Amitabha a few times and donated 10 coins. After returning from the temple, everyone felt more energized and protected, and even Meng Qi felt more restful when sleeping. 2 months passed, and it was now the month of November. Amion was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen when the owner, Wang, hurried back with his assistant. "What's going on?" Song Dongjia, who was experienced and knowledgeable, looked pale as paper. "We were supposed to go to Lin County to buy mountain goods, but when we arrived, we found the city gates closed. No one was allowed in or out. We thought about going straight to the prefecture city, but on the way, we saw many people running in all directions. They said there was a disease in our county city. I didn't dare to get close and hurried back." "What did you say?" Even the diners gathered around. "I don't know if it's true, but it seems our county still doesn't have it. They say those infected have high fevers, vomit a lot, and their necks, armpits, and waists swell up badly. In just a few days, they die. This means they'll probably close our city too." Yes. Song Dongjia was worried. She closed the shop early and sent the helpers home. She told Amion, "Your family lives in the countryside. If the city gates are closed, you don't need to come. When the situation improves, you can come back. Don't worry, there will still be work for you. But if this wave is serious, we might not open the shop for 10 days or half a month." Amion nodded. She had heard about such things since she was young. Once, someone in the village had a rash on their face, and another year, the chickens raised by villagers all fell dead one after another. In short, epidemics happen every few years, but no one knows why. Amion quickly ran back to the blacksmith shop, gesturing excitedly as she told Meng Qi Jian about it. Meng Qi Jian listened carefully and became concerned. His family had no land, so if a big epidemic occurred, food prices in the city would surely rise sharply. Without much discussion, he said, "Go bring Ado here. I'm going to the grain shop now. We should carry some grain home, just in case." Amion hurried home, but suddenly remembered something. She took a detour to the small pharmacy, where she was learning martial arts. Mo Man was giving free medical consultations. Although she wasn't queuing, her anxious face showed something serious was happening. "Dr. Mo, I want to tell you that it seems there's an epidemic in the city." Amion described the symptoms. Mo Man's face stayed calm. She said, "I understand. Go home now. Stay indoors as much as possible." "Oh, look at her worrying. The city is 10,000 miles away from here," a passing merchant shouted. "It's not that serious." "Exactly. It made me nervous, but I haven't heard anything about it," said a young lady wearing a veil. "Girl, stop talking nonsense." Go away," someone shouted. The city was far away, and since there were no patients in town, others thought Amion was just confused. They didn't pay much attention to her words and instead hurried to deliver bad news, as if shooing away a plague spirit. Amion wasn't angry. She said seriously, "I just hope our city is safe. I hope it doesn't spread here. But who can say for sure?" Strangely, even though she didn't argue with them, the people who had just sworn nothing would happen now started to feel uneasy. She sighed, "I hope all I said is nonsense. When I first heard, my heart was pounding with fear." Amion left, and the others looked at each other in silence. "Oh, I just remembered there are some urgent things at home," someone said. "Yes, even if she's talking nonsense, listening won't hurt. My sister got married in the city. I wonder if she's okay. Today's free clinic ends here. Don't go near sick or suspected people. Stay away from crowds and keep clean." Amion ran quickly down the road, riding Ado in a hurry, trying to get back to the blacksmith shop before sunset. Meng Qi Jian, being cautious and wanting to be prepared, carefully considered every purchase he made. In the yard, there are 3 stones of rice, 360 jin, for large burlap bags, bought at a fair price, costing about 1 tael of silver and 200 coins. With some stored grain at home, it's enough for their family of 4 to eat for 2 or 3 months. They also bought a cheap type of bran, which only cost 10 coins. This stuff is filling, but has almost no nutrition. Mixing it with their main food can replace part of their grain, often bought when farmers are short of supplies. Meng Chi-jian thought that if nothing serious happened, it could be used to feed chickens and donkeys. He didn't buy other food because he was worried it might attract unnecessary trouble. Their backyard has some vegetables, pickled vegetables, and a few laying hens, so they can manage. The rest are miscellaneous items: a bag of mugwort, a jar of pig fat, 150 coins, a small jar of honey costing 2 taels of silver, and some medicinal herbs from Dr. Wen, including chai hu, blue-green leaves, and patchouli. Amion saw how much he bought and felt a bit anxious. If my news isn't right, will you blame me then? It's not a big deal. It's stuff we need to eat and drink. Besides, if we don't buy now and the city doesn't let us in later, we'll be in trouble. When that time comes, buying grain from other families might not be easy. But it seemed their worries were unnecessary. For several days, the city remained peaceful and calm. In the first few days after the news spread, cautious families prepared some rice and flour. Meng Er's family sent over a bag of rice. These two families had always had disagreements, which is why they split up. They argued a few times during the separation, and there have been small conflicts since then. Meng Jing looked at the bag of rice and said, "It's strange. Second brother isn't busy with his lazy wife, and he thought of us." Meng Chi-jian was checking the city wall and casually replied, "It was delivered this morning. Next time you go far away, can you not bring them along? Every time they come, we end up busy and overwhelmed." "That's not possible. If only the 3 of you are at home, what if 2 bad people break in? If they're here, even if they don't work, at least it's a big family. Others will think twice before attacking. Even if relationships are bad, in times like this, everyone helps each other. Meng San, even if he dislikes it, can't just watch his family starve." Meng Jing knew she couldn't change his mind, so she muttered softly, "Amion has learned martial arts. Besides, who in the world has so many bad people? There's nothing we can do. It would be great if Big Brother were here. He is always reliable, and that's why I worry about you all the time." Meng Chi-jian said calmly. Meng Jing was stunned for a moment and then said, "Yes, I also miss Big Brother." As they were talking, suddenly they heard Meng Chi-jian shout angrily, "Lu, Mion, why are you holding your bag on your head? Come down from the wooden ladder right now." Mion also called out, "I'm practicing. It feels faster this way." Meng Chi-jian turned around to catch her, but at that moment, the gate creaked open. It was Aunt Wong from next door. She said, "Oh, everyone is home. These days, everyone has been feeling uneasy. I just wanted to tell you, everything's fine now. Everyone is rushing to get talisman water because they say it works really well." "What is that?" "It said that people in the city are rushing to buy it now. I thought you had some too. My uncle has already gone to the city to buy some, and I wanted to let you know. If you go too late, you might miss out." Mion grew curious and pulled Meng Chi-jian to go into the city in the afternoon to see what was happening. They saw Lu Weiwei dressed like a Taoist nun, holding a few talisman papers. She lit the talisman and immediately threw it into a bowl of water. In an instant, the water turned red, like blood. "This talisman was given to me by a passing immortal. It can suppress evil spirits and monsters. No matter if it's a plague ghost or a wraith, it can drive them away. It costs only 500 coins per set. After bringing it home, soak the talisman in water and drink it. You'll be immune to all poisons." "How is this possible?" Mion was very surprised. Could she really catch the plague ghost and turn the water into blood? But she had never heard of Lu Weiwei having any reputation or skill in ghost catching before. 500 coins was not cheap. Many farmers and farm women worked hard all year and only saved 2 or 3 taels of silver. Workers and shop assistants in the city earn more, but in the end, they only saved 4 or 5 taels. Many of them had to support aging parents, feed their children who were always hungry, and buy clothes for all seasons. Everyone was careful and frugal in their daily lives. Most people at that stall could only afford 1 talisman, not for themselves, but for their children or family. When they thought of their 5 or 6-year-old daughter who finally stood steadily without falling ill, or their silly little boy who was as lively as a monkey. It felt like they were cutting off a piece of flesh with a knife. Adults could tighten their belts, hoping that this outbreak would pass without harm to their families. That was the greatest luck. In just half a day, Lu Weiwei had collected dozens of taels of silver. I also want to buy a set of medicine, a Mian suddenly said. Meng Qi-jian kept frowning, but he couldn't explain this strange phenomenon. I always feel like something's wrong here. A Mian thought of an idea. Let's buy a set of them. We tear one apart and toss half into the river and half into the well. Then everyone in the world can drink from it, and no one will get sick. People won't have to spend money buying it one by one. Okay, Meng Qi-jian thought for a moment and nodded. I'll buy 2 sets. You take one, he decided to buy with confidence and squeezed into the crowd to say to Lu Weiwei. I'll buy 2 sets. Lu Weiwei looked up and softly asked, Brother Meng, who will you give it to at home? Meng Qi-jian became suspicious again. Why do you ask that? Lu Weiwei glanced at the man who couldn't squeeze into the crowd and said kindly, Brother Meng, I'll tell you more later. Your family's health is different, and they need special charms, which cost a few silver coins. We know each other, and for your sake, I'll give you a cheaper price. Before she finished, Meng Qi-jian turned and walked away. Outside the crowd, a Mian saw him empty-handed and felt a bit disappointed. Could she be not selling to us? But, she was about to go back and talk to Lu Weiwei herself when 2 guards at the end of the street knocked loudly on drums. Soon, a group of officials surrounded the small stall. Shameless. How dare you spread rumors and sell fake medicine? One tall constable shouted loudly, leading the charge. Arrest them all. Why are you arresting me? Who says I'm selling fake medicine? Lu Weiwei straightened her back. Fine, if you don't believe me. Then when you get sick, there will be nowhere to cry. She kept muttering and ignited a few talisman papers in one breath, performing another act of clear water turning into fresh blood. A Mian tightly grabbed Meng Qi-jian's sleeve, a little scared of the seemingly omnipresent plague ghost, but also curiously wide-eyed, watching the ghost catching. The crowd also said, Officials, you can't catch them. This is trickery. Mo Man, who was tired of riding a slow sedan chair, hurried over, catching his breath. Everyone, don't be fooled. This is just coating paper with some alum. After burning, the alum evaporates, and the cinnabar residue on the paper turns visible in water. This stuff has no medicine effect at all. It's just a scam to take people's money. People still looked confused. They knew about alum, sometimes used in wells to clarify muddy water, but didn't understand how burning the paper could change the water's color. Amion's mind was racing quickly. I have an idea. Someone kind-hearted brought yellow paper. Let her try it and see if she can really do it. Turn clear water into blood. Suddenly, some people in the crowd quickly handed her pieces of paper, passing them to Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei bit her lip, swayed for a moment, then steadied herself. I told you, this is a gift from a fairy. Only the paper given by a fairy works. If you don't believe me, I won't set up my stall anymore. You can fend for yourselves. Really? You think only you can do this trick? Amion looked over when she heard the voice. She saw a Mo Man take a large knife from a tray, apply something to it, then suck some water and spray it onto the blade. Then she sliced her arm with the knife, and the crowd shouted in alarm. Mo Man thought to herself, I've gone from being a doctor to a street performer, but I still look serious. Blood seemed to appear on her arm. At this moment, Amion also began to understand vaguely. Sure enough, Mo Man wiped her arm with a white cloth, and it looked perfectly fine again. Then she repeated her magic trick with Lu Weiwei. The crowd grew angrier and louder, demanding their money back. Lu Weiwei looked panicked, still stammering her story. I swear, this was taught by a fairy. It's different from her. She's the real weirdo. If the officers hadn't stepped in, Lu Weiwei might have been beaten to death. She couldn't have come up with this alone, said the swift and decisive officer. He quickly took control of the scene and ordered Lu Weiwei to return the money on the spot. Lu Weiwei was heartbroken. Standing before the large knife, she could only tearfully return the coins one by one. She earned so much yesterday, more than 20 taels, someone shouted. Got it. We'll search her house later. Another added. Amion watched the lively scene and went to ask Mo Man. Dr. Mo, how do you know so much? Mo Man shrugged. Let me tell you a secret. I've studied for over 20 years. That's older than Amion herself. She was skeptical but sighed. Your father is the county magistrate. Of course, if he's home alone, he can easily find a teacher for you. There will be a chance, Mo Man said, unable to resist patting the little native girl's head. This outbreak of disease. I suspect it's the plague. You know, don't eat rats or field mice and also get rid of fleas. Don't go near wild animals on the mountain lately. Amion was surprised. The farmers have had a good harvest these years. Why would anyone eat field mice? She never thought about eating mice when she was very hungry. In the past, she caught cicadas, removed their wings, and roasted them over a fire. Biting into them made a crispy sound, but they didn't taste very good or flavorful, probably because they lacked seasoning. If she saw someone with a high fever, she would run away and not get close. In the future, she might not have time to teach you exercises. After discussing with her father, she decided to leave for the town. Mo Man said a few more words, sounding a bit sad. Before traveling here, she had worked as a doctor for many years, seeing many patients and witnessing many life and death moments. Sometimes, as a materialist, she would think about fate. People today still don't understand how diseases work, so they often hope for some mysterious spiritual power to cure them. But one day, people will realize that even knowing the cause of a disease doesn't explain why some are chosen to get sick, while others are not, like why some people smoke or drink, but only certain individuals fall ill. She still remembers, before crossing over, at age 43, opening her cancer diagnosis report and calmly thinking, why me? At that moment, Mo Man realized she had already spent most of her life working hard, through college, master's, doctorate, training, and earning titles. The next day, she still went to work. That's how Mo Man lives. Once she starts something, she must finish it. Dr. Mo, do you really have to go? Mion took note of her words. Don't worry, I'm not going to my death. But if it really is this disease, I know how to handle it to control the casualties, so I must communicate with the local officials. It hasn't reached us yet, but it's hard to say. The incubation period is about 3 or 5 days. Mion tightly held her arm. Are you a reincarnation of a bodhisattva? That was the only explanation she could think of. Her knees suddenly weakened, and she was about to kneel. Mo Man helped her up and chuckled. It's not what you think. You don't understand. Finding something you truly love to do in life makes you happy. That thing is called an ideal. Little Mion, see you again. Mo Man left. The confused Mion and the villagers had to continue struggling to survive in this world. The next day, city constables searched Zhang's family and found 45 taels of silver. Furthermore, a little-known travel journal was found in Zhang's house. This journal clearly described a trick where clear water turns into blood. Lu Weiwei couldn't read. Although Zhang Yixing denied that he came up with the idea and both of them blamed each other, they are husband and wife, sharing joy and suffering together. Because Zhang Yixing was just a scholar, he was only whipped 20 times instead of being imprisoned. Lu Weiwei, being a woman, received 10 lashes. This incident completely humiliated the Zhang family, and sometimes people came to curse and spit at their door. For a while, the family shut themselves inside, silent and gloomy, with no crying at all. Cornered and desperate, the Zhang couple gave up their plan to make quick money and only saw one way to turn things around. After 4 or 5 days, news spread that the first person in the city was infected at the chicken feather shop. The person was already foaming at the mouth and swollen in many places. All shops closed overnight, and every household kept their doors shut tight. Meanwhile, in the Meng family's small courtyard, things were lively. Third brother, now we've even blocked the drainage hole so no mice can get in. Mian nodded, busy spreading bamboo mats and clothes in the yard, pouring boiling mugwort water over everything. And there were no lice in the house before. Meng Qi was determined, like a brave general facing a big enemy, lighting mugwort to fumigate the insects. He had been doing this at the hottest part of the day, dressing very warmly, even wrapping his neck in cloth, to avoid exposing any skin, especially when fetching water. Meng's mother, tired of his constant fuss, joked, "You used to look half dead all the time. Now you're more eager to live than anyone else." "Mother, this is a serious matter." All right, I won't say more." The old lady was too tired to bother with such trivial things. The rural residents lived relatively scattered, and no one was known to be infected. However, news from the city grew more alarming each day. The beggars, servants, and maids who had stayed at the chicken feather shop all fell ill one after another. Soon, even people who had never been there started showing symptoms. At this moment, there was also news that Wang, a worker at Song Lu's fish soup shop, had a high fever. These stories were heard by Meng Qi on his way to fetch water. Farmers obviously can't stay home every day. They still need to go to the fields daily. Otherwise, poor harvests next year would mean slow death. However, there's a rumor spreading that has sparked a craze for catching mice in every household. Many people are thinking about raising a little raccoon dog as a pet. Wang wouldn't get into trouble, right? The shop closed early. Mian is worried. Wang is her good partner for work, the one who used to fillet fish. And I used to stay with Wang all the time. She starts to suspect something, and at night, she hugs a bamboo pillow to sleep in the firewood room. What if I catch something? What if I pass it to you? The firewood room has dough and lots of dry rice straw. Meng Qi Jian holds the child's arms from behind. Mian's feet kick in the air. He finds it funny, but quickly puts on a serious face. We've been together so many days. If something was going to happen, it would have already. And don't think you can use that as an excuse to avoid bathing. Mian's trick is seen through. Bathing in the countryside is really troublesome. Boiling water, washing long hair, drying off. Each time takes hours. She used to take a big bath every 3 or 4 days and just wash her face and feet on regular days, which was okay. But now, since the weather isn't hot, she has to take a full bath every day. Even pigs would get their skin rubbed raw. That's what she secretly complains about, but she dares not say it aloud. Her black hair now reaches her waist, thick and shiny, with slight curls at the ends. Meng Qi Jian says, "I'll boil some mugwort water. You soak in it and you won't get sick." Mian nods and quickly runs to the kitchen. She first grabs a basin of rice washing water, then a handful of soap beans, and a basin of cucumber slices. When the water is ready and the stones blocking the drain are removed, she carefully starts her bath. She pays special attention to behind her ears, her neck, and elbows. Then she uses soap and rice water to wash her hair. When she's done, she uses a towel to dry herself and puts on clean clothes and undergarments. Only then does she call someone to help dry her hair. When Meng Qi Jian comes in and sees Mian lying awkwardly on a wooden bench with cucumber slices on her face, he asks, "Are you hungry?" Mian says, "I heard from the master that this is good for the face. It keeps it moist and makes the skin fair." She doesn't really know if it works, but she heard about it and wanted to try herself. "I'll put some on you too." I cut 2 cucumbers. Meng Qi Jian looks confused, but lets her do it while he helps the child wash their hair. After taking a shower, I felt very thirsty. Mian couldn't help but eat some remaining cucumber from the basin. We stayed at home for 5 or 6 days. Mian had nothing to do, so she played jump rope with Meng Jing every day. After the initial chaos, some different news gradually spread. The first 3 days were very chaotic, causing many deaths. Yesterday, a quarantine station was set up outside the city. Anyone with a high fever was sent there. This kind of practice was not new. When residents found someone infected, they wanted to quickly send the sick person away. If the patient refused to leave, force was used. If the infected person died, they would not bother with proper burials. Instead, they were hastily taken outside the city and burned. What about Wang? She was sent outside the city. Isn't that a death sentence for her? Mian thought hard. Let's send her some medicine and food. We can toss a bag from afar. It should be safe, Meng Qi firmly said. That's not how it works now. It's not like before, when people were simply driven out to fend for themselves. That couldn't control the disease and only made it worse by spreading it. Now, they built 2 rows of small huts with earthen walls and thatched roofs, where the patients are kept. Someone delivers medicine and food regularly. There's also a hut filled with quicklime, meant for those infected. This must be Dr. Mo's idea. AI Mion guessed. At first, there were no staff. Only doctors risking their lives outside the city to prepare medicine, then leaving. Only patients with mild symptoms took their medicine and, by chance, brought a bowl back for the more seriously ill. Even so, only 1 in 2 patients survived. The survivors were usually healthier beforehand and could do short-term work for 250 coins a day, either caring for the sick or helping with funeral arrangements. More than a month passed. When the quarantine station was empty, everyone who was still alive felt relieved. Only those with wisdom and cleverness could see the hidden details. Why did the outbreak cause so many deaths before? Because in the past, people panicked and resorted to strange methods. When the situation became uncontrollable, they tried to calm the anger of the heavens through sacrifices. This time, a secret message spread quickly among the people. The disease came from rats and fleas. Just this one sentence was enough to save many lives. About a month later, people gradually realized it was safe again. Gradually, the shops in the city reopened, and the city gates opened again. Farmers busy with carrying loads came into the city to sell vegetables, and the blacksmith shop reopened. At this time, Mion, who had almost gone stir-crazy at home, finally got to run around and jump. She listened to people talking about important events from afar in a tea house. I tell you, this time there's an outbreak in the provincial city, and it all started at the governor's office. Have you heard of young Master Zheng? How is this related to him? He caused a lot of trouble. Rumor has it he fell in love with someone and got a rare illness that couldn't be cured, with chest pain. But actually, his beloved wasn't sick. She was just jealous of his wandering among the flowers, so he took drastic measures. Yet, young Master Zheng truly believed it and searched everywhere for divine doctors and folk remedies. Someone named Xiao Er said bitterly, "I remember he once caused a fuss in our county, demanding blood from people, yes." After that, he believed in many so-called divine doctors and tried all sorts of things: bat blood, roe deer blood, and even mouse blood. The situation got so bad that his wife dared not tell the truth anymore. A few days passed, and the servants in the household all developed high fevers. At first, they tried to hide the news, just burying the little servants outside the city hastily. Hearing this, Mion's heart pounded with fear. She never imagined such dark and dangerous things could happen in the world. Suddenly, the tea house erupted with curses. These wealthy young masters spend all day chasing flowers and moonlight, and now they do such foolish things. Exactly. They probably think they're acting in some drama. But such a disease can't be hidden forever. It's so pitiful and hateful. That whole family is almost wiped out now, completely ruined. I also heard from my sister that the lady was weak and had a high fever for 2 days, hiding it all along. On the 3rd day, she couldn't hold on anymore. And young Master Zheng, what happened to him? Tell us quickly, everyone eagerly shouted. He's alive, but he's in a worse state than death. His face is swollen, blackened, and he's disabled. His hands and feet are necrotic. Now, he probably can't even think of ending his life. Thinking back now, Mion felt that the handsome young Master Zheng she saw that day looked like a ghost behind a painted mask. Who remembers that a woman, in unbearable pain, jumped into the cold lake on a dim moonlit night? That was the first life he took. She listened to storytellers and then ran off to her old herbal shop. Inside, she did not see Mo Man's figure. Xian felt a bit disappointed and began practicing a martial art she had learned before called 8 pieces of brocade. Are you waiting here for Dr. Mo? A cold male voice came from the corner. She turned her head and saw Wen Xiao, looking tired. Xian quickly said, Dr. Wen, thank you. When the city was struck by the plague, your family donated many medicinal materials. We all know that. Wen Xiao smiled gently. It's just a small effort. I did what I could. Your expression is very understanding. Dr. Mo won't be coming back, and you probably noticed that too.
She
is different from us, born to achieve great things. If her leg were fine, she would surely swear to follow her, because there, She would find everything a healer strives for in life. As an outsider, Xian couldn't grasp the depth of it and felt regretful, but I haven't finished learning martial arts yet. The storyteller said that those martial heroes in the Jianghu, when Xiao, speaking in a confusing way, didn't understand what she meant and simply said what he wanted to say, she once told me that my leg can be cured. It needs surgery and rehabilitation, but right now there are no conditions for that. If I rush into surgery, I might not even survive. I was thinking about it, but then this happened suddenly. Then she won't come back ever again? This is her home. When Xiao sighed bitterly, you probably don't know. She made great contributions during this plague, and even the current emperor specially summoned her to the palace, saying he wanted to see her. He only found out through connections his family had inherited after asking around. These important people were too distant from Xian. She listened like a storyteller, stunned. I've been practicing medicine for years, often flipping through ancient books. Sometimes it feels like groping in the dark at night, but I just can't find the way. Or you could practice martial arts too. Isn't there always a story about a hero falling off a cliff and finding a secret manual, then practicing and becoming strong? When Xiao casually picked up a feather duster and waved it around, pretending to dust the non-existent dust. He was too lazy to explain his delicate and profound spiritual insights to her. Xian was just as confused and ran away with a few sighs after she left. When Xiao put down the feather duster, but images from the past slowly appeared in his mind. From hearing about someone impersonating a doctor spreading rumors in the city, to the later free clinics exposing witchcraft and then risking everything to go to the plague zone. If his leg hadn't been injured, he might have had a different life. When Xiao's gaze fell on his knee, and suddenly he smiled bitterly. Even if nothing went wrong, he would never be able to stay with her. He looked at the small courtyard, where plum blossoms slowly fell onto his shoulders from the branches. A skilled fighter does not seek fame. In the future, it might even be hard to find out any news about her. After Song's Six Sisters fish soup reopened, business was no longer as good. Wang recovered from her illness, but after she fell sick, she was sent to the quarantine station. Since she was young and healthy, she didn't have other aftereffects, but her left leg was still lame, and she walked with a limp. Still, it didn't affect her ability to fish. However, once customers knew someone in the shop had been sick with the disease, they dared not come in to eat. Mian was stunned. Wang didn't get out immediately after recovering. She was observed by a doctor for 7 more days to make sure she wouldn't infect others before being allowed out. I will go out and sell fish. Someone will come, she said, seeing the shop was gloomy. She volunteered to go out and attract customers. Song's Six Sisters fish soup, delicious fish soup. Even high officials praise it. But the customers still avoided the shop. On the 5th day, Wang went to tell Song Dongjia she was quitting. Song Dongjia was silent for a long time, then sighed and paid her a month's wages. After Wang left, Mian was called to the kitchen. Mian, you've been here for a while now. The shop is short-staffed, so I think it's time to teach you how to make fish soup, said Song Dongjia. She had heard many bad news lately, full of hardships she didn't share with others. But as the owner, as long as the shop was open, she had to act like a proper owner and take care of the staff. Mian washed her hands, leaned her head close, and carefully imitated what she saw. Our fish soup uses only mandarin fish, you know that. The ingredients are 3: ham, shiitake mushrooms, and bamboo shoots. The key is in steaming the fish. Song Dongjia guided her step by step. The broth is also our secret. It's made from chicken, ham hock, and pork bones, simmered for over 4 hours. Never boil it vigorously. Keep it at a gentle simmer. Seasoning is very important. A little salt, a bit of sugar, and just before serving, you must drizzle this Sichuan pepper powder along the edge of the bowl and add a splash of Zhejiang vinegar. This keeps the flavor balanced and enhances the taste with a slight sourness, she explained. Mian was trying to figure out how much a little of each spice meant when she suddenly saw water drops on the chopping board. Actually, Wang said she wanted to leave voluntarily. I feel relieved, she thought. I know I shouldn't think this way. Wang, with her attitude, What will happen to her in the future? She has also lost a leg. How can I tell her about good marriage prospects? Ah Mian. Song Dongjia hugged her, tears flowing freely. That day, the fish soup at Song Lu's house seemed especially salty. Ah Mian was working in the shop, and before she knew it, she had saved 6 taels of silver. Usually, she didn't have to spend money on food, drink, or lodging. This was the first time in her life she felt so wealthy. This money was quite a lot. It made her think about many things. Should she build a stone mill in the backyard, or use it as capital for her next business? She asked about the price of making a blue stone mill and learned it would cost at least 15 taels. If she wanted to open a small stall on the food street, she would need to pay a monthly fee of 500 coins. Moreover, competition on the food street was fierce. Without real skills, she wouldn't last even a month. As a shop assistant, Ah Mian had big dreams, but reality was harsh. While she was running errands, she suddenly overheard some customers talking and shaking their heads. It's hilarious. The old-fashioned folks at the academy have completely abandoned their rules to make money, the morals of the world are declining, and people's hearts are no longer pure. Exactly. Last time there was an epidemic, several students died, and it looks like the academy might have to close. Curious about what was happening, Ah Mian finished her work and took a detour to the academy. At the gate, a group of people was gathered, discussing loudly. Ah Mian stepped closer and asked, "What's going on?" A middle-aged man replied, "This is outrageous. Even the academy has been tainted with greed. Now they accept anyone to make money, women and even criminals. Women can also come to study." The man turned around and saw that she was a young lady. He spoke earnestly, "Don't be fooled. Women in this area can't take exams or join the imperial court selection. What's the point? It costs 10 taels a year. Even if you have some savings, buying a few fancy clothes or adding some meat dishes to your family's table is more practical." His words weren't entirely unreasonable. The people nearby listened and agreed, since even men didn't know how to read much. The tuition for women and men was the same, but most families couldn't afford it. Ah Mian asked, "What if the academy runs out of money to keep going?" She scratched her head. "You make a good point. If they don't want women to study, why don't you contribute 50 taels so the teachers won't worry about their livelihood? 50 taels, why not just go and snatch it?" The man immediately puffed out his cheeks and glared. "You little girl, don't know your place. How dare you speak to an elder like that?" No wonder the ancient said, "Women and petty people are hard to raise." Ah Mian didn't understand and looked sincere. "What do you mean?" "Why, it's..." This phrase comes from the Analects, talking about the state of Wei. Although he felt she wasn't intentionally provoking him, he felt a bit embarrassed. If he explained further, it would seem like he was teaching her to read. He stomped his foot in anger. "Forget it. Forget it." Seeing him walk away angrily, Ah Mian was puzzled. Why did he get so angry just from talking? She could only ask others. The old gatekeeper at the academy smiled kindly. "Yes. The academy now accepts anyone who can pay. But they don't teach the 4 books and 5 classics. Instead, they mainly teach 1,000-character essay, 100 family surnames, and 3-character classic. 10 taels of silver a year. Do I still need to buy books? Yes, 10 taels must be paid all at once. If you withdraw halfway, you won't get any money back." After learning this, Ah Mian felt that going to the academy was as far away as a stone mill. She wasn't too disappointed. Instead, she took out 3 copper coins, bought a meat bun, and ate it while walking. When she got home, she rummaged through her cabinet. She was tired of flying kites and found a small wooden sword about the size of her palm. She held it and imagined herself as a mysterious hero in the martial world. Naturally, Ado was her loyal steed. She led her donkey to play at the foot of the mountain, unaware that trouble was coming. "Teacher, look, this is her own way of keeping a record." Meng Chi Jian was showing the academy the account book Ah Mian created. This mark represents 50, very clear and smart, definitely not an ordinary person. And this 9 linked rings, she solved it in 2 days. The teacher at the academy. In a few days I will bring her here again. When that time comes, you can tell her that because she is very clever, she is excused from tuition and can stay here. Just ask her not to tell others. The teacher nodded, since the money had already been paid. As long as she has a desire to learn, we will teach her equally. Meng Qi-jian said, "Thank you very much, sir." The money was originally from the silver the mountain bandits earned from a shipment, including one tael of silver recovered from Amian. It had not been used yet. After leaving the academy, Meng Qi-jian went to the money shop, which was now run by a woman named Yi. He repeated the same story about Amian being a genius child, saying she is very good at doing business. Many people buy her food, and she can calculate costs and selling prices herself. No one has ever told her these things. At first, shopkeeper Yi thought he was here to exchange money, but as he listened, he was speechless. Was he here just to show off? Meng Qi-jian then clarified his purpose, saying he wanted to bring Mian to the shop as an apprentice to learn how to use an abacus, since using an abacus is the shop's specialty. Shopkeeper Yi wanted to refuse, but Meng Qi-jian said, "Once you meet her, you'll see. You'll want to take her as an apprentice." He also left 1 or 2 silver coins. After making these arrangements, Meng Qi-jian went home that evening and called Mian over, his eyes shining with something she couldn't understand. "Tomorrow you will go to the academy and register your name. After the teacher's lessons, you will go to the money shop to learn how to use an abacus for an hour. After that, you will return to your own shop to review your lessons. You can't go around playing anymore, understand? Mian. But going to the academy costs 10 taels of silver, and buying books and brushes also costs money. Also, I need to work during the day. You've already worked for a few months, so you should learn to read and write. Don't you want to learn? Once I learn to write and use the abacus, I can find a better job," he said, seeing her hesitation. "And the academy has secret exams. Those who pass don't need to pay 10 taels of silver and can study for free." Really? Seeing such a big benefit, Mian was as excited as a donkey being led by a bright red carrot. "Then I'll try. If I really don't have to pay to study, I'll quit my job first." She was very happy. "You're amazing. You managed to find out this secret news." When I asked in the afternoon, the old man at the academy said the tuition costs a copper coin. That night, Mian tossed and turned, worried she wouldn't pass the academy's test. But the next day, she went to the academy and found out the test was just solving a puzzle called the 9 linked rings. She spent about an incense stick's worth of time and solved it. Meanwhile, the villagers in Qingshan village had already heard about this and caused a big stir. Everyone thought Meng's family was crazy. Could he have lost his mind? Usually, he seems fine and not like a wife-controlled man. If Mian had insisted on going to school to force Meng Qi-jian to agree, people might have understood better. They also thought Meng-san was just a show-off, tall and impressive-looking, but actually manipulated by his wife. However, Mian was not seen as a very assertive young lady in everyone's eyes. After all, people often saw Meng-san grabbing her ear or heard him loudly calling her full name at home. So, the idea of going to the academy to study was something only Meng Qi-jian came up with, driven by some strange obsession. Still, they couldn't push Meng Qi-jian away because he already had a bad reputation and usually kept to himself. Everyone expected that, in the end, his wife would become wild and run off with some wild man, leaving him with nowhere to cry. Meanwhile, Mian successfully passed the academy's test and would start studying there tomorrow. "I need to tell my master, and I also need to buy pens, ink, paper, and inkstones," she said. She was reluctant to leave her chores, but Meng Qi-jian took some free time to run around with her. First, they went to Song Lu's fish soup shop, where Mian told Song Dongjia about her plan to learn to read. Song Dongjia patted her shoulder and said, "That's good. Business has been slow lately. I think it's time to renovate the shop and improve our dishes." Since opening, the small shop had been busy, but now it was quiet, and they noticed that the walls, counters, tables, and chairs were all old. Next, Mian needed to buy supplies. She would pay herself, but Meng Qi-jian felt awkward. "No, that's not right. Without an adult, children shouldn't pay. Just ask around. Where in the world does that happen?" Mian pushed him away. "Why do you keep following me? The road isn't built by you. I can go wherever I want," Meng Qi-jian replied stubbornly, not caring about her protests. He was quite stubborn himself and believed he must do what he set out to do. They first went to the bookstore. Amion asked the clerk for a copy of the 1,000-character classic, a neat handwritten version on rice paper, costing about 1 tael of silver. She wanted to buy it herself, so they argued, but she finally won. Meng Qijian was sent outside, feeling annoyed. Then, they went to the stationery shop. Amion picked the cheapest wool and bamboo brushes, 10 coins, bought some poor-quality ink, 15 coins, 2 stacks of rough paper, 30 coins, and a small inkstone, 20 coins, totaling 75 coins. After bargaining, she bought everything for 70 coins. Finally, she bought a simple wooden abacus for 100 coins. Amion spent her money determined to learn no matter what. On the second day, she carried a basket on her back and eagerly ran to the academy early in the morning. The city's academy was built with donations from local scholars and gentry. It was the largest academy within 10 miles. However, a corner of the study building on the west wall collapsed during the last unrest, and it has not yet been repaired due to lack of funds. Here she comes. She actually dares to come. The scholars inside the study room crowded by the window. The sharp-eyed scholar said, dressed plainly, with a rough attitude, not even fitting for a small household girl, just a farmer's wife. Are you sure the head of the academy isn't here today? Someone hesitated and asked, Zhao Fei, if you're afraid your father will scold you, you can just hide now. A teasing male voice came from the back. The speaker wasn't at the window. He had his black hair tied up with a delicate hollowed-out jade hairpin and wore a flowing white silk robe with subtle dark patterns on the hem. Around his waist hung a piece of white jade that looked quite valuable. This person was Ji Hengji, from the most prestigious family among the scholars. He was born into an official family, a branch that still held high positions in the court. The other scholars included a few from wealthy merchant families whose businesses had expanded to the county seat. The rest, from farming or impoverished backgrounds, had wisely gone to lecture halls, libraries, or ancestral halls. Why is she looking around? Why isn't she coming over? Are all the supplies ready? Hurry up and hide everything. Amion admired the Grand Academy, with its connected courtyards and varied height buildings, which looked refreshing and pleasant. After a while, she saw a large study hall that seemed empty of students and went to check. As she pushed the door open, a red ball suddenly flew out. Amion was quicker than her mind and tilted her head to dodge it. She looked carefully and saw it was an embroidered ball. The next second, everyone burst into laughter, and someone loudly recited a humorous poem. The academy is a place of sages, yet a young lady dares to step in. Don't say studying in cold windows is hard, just to see the red candle glow on the dressing table. Are you here to find a husband, or should you give up and go home to farm? The people who made this playful scene watched the young lady eagerly. Compared to the rough, wrinkled farmers from the countryside, she looked very different, so the scholars were even more eager to see her reaction. But to their disappointment, her delicate face did not turn red, nor did she burst into tears behind her hands. She was not as weak and delicate as a willow or a petite lady wearing embroidered shoes. Her face showed no signs of sadness or worry. Although Mian couldn't understand poetry, she could sense the hostility from their words. She took off her basket and placed it in front of her, remaining silent, and sat down in a corner. This action made the others feel bored. Ji Hengji let out a sneer from the corner, implying that they couldn't even handle a little girl. He gave a meaningful look to the boy serving as a scribe nearby, who understood and took out a scroll. He walked to Mian and suddenly unrolled the scroll, revealing a spring painting. The picture showed a young girl with no clothes on, acting freely, with spiral-shaped horns on her head like a ram. It was clear they had already checked on Mian and knew she couldn't read, so they used this way for her to recognize her. Meng San, your wife beat everyone at the academy. You should go see for yourself. With a loud clang, the hammer missed its target, and Meng Qijian hurriedly closed a shop and rushed to the academy. On Mian's first day at school, she pulled out the fire tongs from her basket and smashed the painting with a wave. She was a brave girl, and now she carried the fire tongs straight to Ji Hongji, attacking him wildly. Ji Hongji had been trained in martial arts since childhood. When she charged at him, he sensed danger. Without any weapons, he knew he would suffer if he fought back.
Wait. Put that down first, he shouted.
But when a scholar meets a soldier, reason doesn't help much. Besides, he had no reason now. Ji Hongji leapt back to avoid her attack and shouted loudly, "Zhao Fei, what are you looking at? Hurry and stop her." Zhao Fei and his helpers, including the boy scribe, were at a loss. Mian was quick and slippery, always managing to dodge when they tried to catch her, and she often hit them unexpectedly, making them cry out in pain. Just take away her weapons, then she won't be so tough. At this moment, the servant boy from the Ji family was focused on protecting his master, which slowed Ji Hongji down. He dodged left and right, feeling sharp pain in his arms and back. This finally angered the young master, who pushed the servant aside and decided to face Mian directly. After 3 moves, he realized that her seemingly wild fighting actually followed a strange, but ancient pattern. When Meng Qi and his people arrived at the academy, they were shocked by what they saw. Many scholars' robes were torn and damaged. Mian was leaning against a pillar with her hands on her hips, while Ji Hongji, with a swollen nose and face, shouted loudly, "If you have the guts, come down here." Mian said, "You tell them to take off their clothes and jump like frogs on that open ground. Only then will I return this jade pendant to you." At that moment, the dean also arrived, looking furious as he watched the chaos unfold. Ji Hongji's jade pendant was a treasured item of his. Now they had failed to steal it and suffered a loss instead. His face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "What are you looking at? Jump now." Mian shouted again, "You jump too, or I will break this jade." Ji Hongji replied, "Fine, if you dare offend the Ji family, just wait and see. Then I can't control you anymore? You're just using the Ji name to scare people." The dean picked up a torn scroll from the ground. "Your bad behavior has gotten you expelled from the academy in the city. If your father were here, your days would be even harder." Among the crowd, Mian saw a tall man, her eyes suddenly turning red with tears. Meng Qi waved at her. Mian jumped down from the pillar, placing the jade on the ground, and ran over in a few steps. "They call me a sheep," she exclaimed. Ji Hongji, who was about to pick up the jade, hesitated. The scholars looked on silently. When she reached the group, she lowered her head and whispered, clearly ashamed, "They laughed at my family being poor and having no clothes." She felt she had caused a big trouble and didn't know what punishment awaited her. She hid a pair of tongs behind her back. "Did they hurt you?" someone asked.
"No," she replied.
With the tongs, she dared to get close to others. Meng Qi lowered his voice. "We'll settle this later. When we go back, pretend to feel dizzy or have a stomach ache. Understand?" Mian felt nervous, worried she might be forbidden from studying or that she would have to pay a large medical bill. Her private savings might be confiscated. Now she regretted ignoring them, but she was really angry at being called a sheep. Her name, Anyong chose it, hoping she would have a gentle character like Tofu, soft-looking but tough and resilient after being tempered. Ado was stubborn, named after a phrase meaning a pea that cannot be steamed, boiled, hammered, or fried, loud and shiny like a copper pea. Her mother often said, "Little Mian must take care of little Ado, and little Ado must protect little Mian." Meanwhile, Meng Qi approached the dean to talk. Mian, clutching her stomach and holding her head, lay on the ground and groaned, "Ouch, ouch." Ji Hongji, who had been scolded and beaten with 3 sticks, saw this and suddenly exploded in anger. "Who hit your head?" he shouted. "Are you trying to fake it? People are bullying me. Is there no law left in this world?" Mian cried loudly. "So many of them, bullying just one little girl like me. Is this what scholars are supposed to be?"
Wah!
Wah. The reputation of scholars is very important. The more they care about their future, the more they avoid such disgrace. But Mian didn't care about studying. She rolled on the ground, making a fuss, which made the scholars present so angry they couldn't speak. This girl is truly unreasonable. Yes, yes. We shouldn't pay her any attention. Among the onlookers, someone was moved by Ah Mion's dramatic performance and threw a copper coin. Seeing this, Ah Mion cried even harder, her face turning red and her body twisted like a caterpillar. She rolled over to the coin and quietly covered it with her hand. Ji Hengji, Zhao Fei, Lu Ah Mion. The head of the school recited a long list of names. All of you come here. At this time, people showed great respect and admiration for the teacher, which is why there are sayings like, one day as a teacher, forever as a parent. Everyone lowered their heads and dared not make a sound. As a result, all the scholars were punished to clean the eastern toilet for a month, and each was required to copy the Analects 10 times within 7 days. If they didn't finish and submit it, they wouldn't be allowed to return to the academy. Lu Ah Mion was also punished to sweep the classroom for a month, since she couldn't be made to clean the men's toilet. Why doesn't she have to copy anything? Ji Hengji couldn't help but look up. It's because you all provoked others first. The head of the school frowned. Ji Hengji, you must copy the Analects 20 times. It wasn't because he argued with the teacher. The head of the school thought this student was too foolish. What else could it be? He couldn't even read a single character now. After this incident, Ah Mion was taken by the head of the school to a smaller classroom filled with children. The youngest looked about 4 or 5 years old, and the oldest no more than 10. They were just beginning to learn how to read and write. Ah Mion looked around and saw no other girl. Not only that, despite her age, she seemed somewhat out of place here. The children all looked at her curiously. Ah Mion appeared unaware and took out paper and brush from her basket. The teacher began the lesson. All right, today we continue learning the 1,000-character classic. Follow me and recite. Heaven and earth are dark yellow. The universe is vast and ancient. The sun and moon wax and wane. The stars are arranged in rows. The children all recited confidently. Ah Mion tried to imitate them and recited along. When it was time to use a brush, she was panicked. She quickly memorized the character, heaven, in her mind, but when she tried to write it on paper, it looked terrible. Ah Mion listened to the lesson, her eyes spinning in circles. Finally, when class was over, she finished cleaning the schoolhouse and hurried straight to the money shop. The shopkeeper, Yi, recognized her and remembered she had come to exchange money once before. But she was very busy and didn't have time to help others with their children. She calmly moved the counting beads, telling Ah Mion to watch and learn herself. That day, Ah Mion was so busy she hardly touched the ground. Her mind suddenly felt full of things, making her want to lie down on a bamboo mat and sleep for 3 days and nights. Dinner was made by Meng Jing. Recently, she felt more distant from Ah Mion. Since Ah Mion started working at the shop, Meng Jing rarely saw her during the day. But in the evening, after Ah Mion returned home, they still cooked and talked happily. Now that Ah Mion was going to the academy, she came back even later. Will Ah Mion still be her good friend? Meng Jing carried a small stool and sat beside her, tilting her head to watch Ah Mion write big characters by candlelight. Is the academy fun? It's okay. I got into a fight with them, Ah Mion replied. Really? How did you fight? Meng Jing exclaimed, glancing quickly at the person washing pots in the kitchen and lowering her voice. Does your brother know? Did you win? Ah Mion wrinkled her nose. The rough ink stick smelled bad and didn't have a nice ink scent. She sighed. Yes, he knows. He was called away. But I won. Are the people inside always mean to others? Mostly because they have many people and I have few, Ah Mion said, slapping the wooden table. Here's a good idea. You practice the 9 linked rings at home for a few days. That way, you won't need to pay tuition, and you can go to the academy too. Then we'll definitely be able to beat them. Meng Jing thought the academy was a scary place, but she also wanted to stay with Mion. After a mental struggle, she finally nodded firmly. Okay. I'll learn to solve the 9 linked rings in the next few days. The two made a private agreement. This is the character heaven, see? Today, I only learned this one character. Ah Mion's writing was crooked on the paper. I need to write 3 sheets. Can you help me write one? Meng Jing also took a brush, curious to try writing, mimicking a Mion's grip, but my hand keeps shaking, and it looks very ugly.
It's normal to start like that.
Lu, a Mion, come inside. I have something to tell you, someone called. A Mion immediately slumped her shoulders. Meng Jing looked at her with sympathy and whispered, A Mion, you can't let my third brother control you so tightly. How can that be good? In my home, it's the mother who manages the father. And look at the second sister-in-law's family. Those who live well in the village are all like that. Mion, you need to be brave. I wasn't completely defeated by him. Mion replied.
Mion?
Someone inside the house called again. Coming. Meng Jing saw Mion put down her brush, then ran into the room with both hands and feet, pretending to be serious like an adult, shook her head, and sighed. Over here. Mion peeked out from the doorframe and saw Meng Chi-jian flipping through her small basket on the table, showing no emotion. Why are you taking these to the academy? Meng Chi-jian spoke first. Her basket had not only tongs but also hemp rope, torn cloth pieces, a bamboo tube, and some small round stones. I want to make a sandbag with these torn cloth pieces. The bamboo tube is for my pens. The small stones are for playing when I'm bored, like this. Mion sat beside the table, demonstrating. She held a stone, threw it into the air, and quickly caught another stone from the table, flipping her palm to catch the falling stone. They're all taken away. You need to study well at the academy and not think about playing. Oh, Mion's head was almost touching her chest. Meng Chi-jian knocked on the table. What happened today? Tell me everything from the beginning. To avoid punishment for fighting, Mion exaggerated everything by several times. As soon as I entered the academy, I felt a cold wind blowing, like there was a trap. The whole academy became very quiet. Meng Chi-jian listened carefully. I was about to go to the classroom. Suddenly, from the woods, no, from the trees, a few students jumped down, each holding a machete. I knew something was wrong, so I ran towards the study room, but I fell into the enemy's trap.
That
person named G or something waved his hand, and several of his guards surrounded me. Then, in front of me, he unfolded a huge painting. The painting was full of ghosts and monsters, and looking at it a few more times seemed to suck out a person's soul. Mion gestured excitedly. So, I didn't dare to look anymore. I quickly took out the tongs and smashed the painting to pieces, and then Meng Chi-jian noticed that the head of the study hall was holding a rolled-up scroll, but it was already torn apart, so he didn't see what was painted on it. That G or whatever shouted, "Stinky sheep, I'll take your life. Today, I swear I won't let you leave this study room alive. I am a noble son of the G family. I can handle a stinky sheep like you easily." So, I fought with them. I defeated more than 10 of them alone. They all knelt down, shouting, "Lady, spare my life. Lady, have mercy." Meng Chi-jian nodded thoughtfully and asked, "But according to you, I haven't seen their knives." "They hid them all secretly when they saw outsiders coming," she replied. "Then why didn't you get hurt?" he asked, worried. Wounds soaked in water can cause a high fever. Meng Chi-jian wanted to check her, but Mion hesitated and hurriedly said, "I heard Dr. Mo say that private parts can't be shown to others. Don't worry about me. I haven't even checked you yet." Meng Chi-jian was silent for a long time and said, "I'll call Xiao Jing in to check. If you have serious injuries, you definitely can't go to the academy." Mion was stunned. "There's still time to tell the truth now," she hesitated. "Swear that you'll believe me, and you absolutely can't stop me from going to the academy." Meng Chi-jian took a deep breath and said, "Speak." She thought carefully, but had no other choice. He grabbed her left arm firmly, and Mion had to say, "Swear." "Okay, no matter what I see, I will never stop you from going to the academy. Otherwise, I will be struck by lightning and reborn as a pig, horse, dog, or cat, and I won't be human again." Only then did Mion loosen her clothes, showing him her back, though she didn't know how serious her injury was. Meng Chi-jian clenched his teeth as he saw a purple bruise on her fair back near her waist, with enough force behind it to leave a large shoe print. The person named Zhao Fei hid in the corner and ambushed me. When he saw me fighting with that man named Ji, he kicked me from behind. she explained. Meng Qi-jian said slowly, "You are not allowed to go to the academy tomorrow or the day after. But you just promised me." Meng Qi-jian found some medicinal wine from the cabinet and angrily poured it on her wound, roughly massaging it without mercy. "May heaven strike me dead right now if I let you get angry with me," he said. Mian cried out in pain. "Let it heal first, then go," she said.
Oh.
"Be gentle. So you do know how to feel pain." Meng Qi-jian finished applying the medicine, estimating her back would look worse tomorrow. Mian lay like a turtle on the bamboo mat, tired and exhausted, and finished telling her story. "I realized I couldn't fight anymore, so I stole the jade pendant and climbed onto a pillar. Then you all arrived." The next day, Meng Qi-jian took 2 days off from the academy to care for Mian at home. She was bored and decided to teach Meng Jing how to solve the 9 linked rings puzzle. Meng Jing saw her injuries and looked worried. "Why did they use such heavy force?" "Mian, I'm a little scared. If I go to the academy, what if they come to bully me too?" "It's okay. We just need to bring some weapons," Mian confidently said. "I was attacked once, so next time we'll bring bamboo sticks. But are we going to learn characters?" "Why do we fight every day?" Mian couldn't answer clearly, mumbling, "Maybe that's just the rule of the academy." Meng Jing felt a bit hesitant, but thinking that Mian was weak and that she would have a helper if she went, she nodded in agreement. In the evening, Meng Qi-jian came home carrying a basket of vegetables and found the house unusually lively. Half the village's children and Mao Mao too were gathered in the yard, listening carefully as Mian told the story of the academy battle. In this story, the enemies had grown to hundreds. Mao Mao too, a brave kid, loudly shouted, "Aren't they bullying our Qingshan village? Let's go to that bad academy and settle the score." Yeah, or else they'll think no one from Qingshan village can stand up to them." Local pride was strong. Villagers believed only their own people could bully them, and outsiders weren't allowed to do so. Mian was lying on a bamboo chair, bragging loudly. When the adults returned, she hurriedly dispersed the children. That's enough.
Go home now."
"I'm going to eat dinner." The children whined and wiped their noses as they left. Mian wanted to get up and help, but Meng Qi-jian told her to stay lying down. "From now on, if anything happens, tell us first. Don't rush to fight alone," he said. Today, he went to the academy and several students had come to skip class. He thought Mian was injured and should eat something nutritious, but he didn't tell her, worried she might think being hurt meant she could eat good food. So he cooked goat milk, giving each person half a bowl. Mian pinched her nose and gulped it down. Meng Qi-jian wasn't well off now. The family's expenses for studying were quite high, and he brought some gifts for the teacher today to get more care for Mian. When buying vegetables, he considered both cost and taste, carefully choosing. First, he went to the pork shop. It's the season to add some fat, so pork prices had slightly increased. He thought Mian needed a bone soup for her back, so he only asked about the price of pork bones. The bones were very clean and cheap, only 5 cents per jean. Then he bought some white radishes and half a jean of chives from the vegetable stall, spending 2 cents. He also cut some green onions from his backyard to make scallion oil with shredded radish. There are 4 eggs in the kitchen, all beaten and scrambled with chives. The pig bones have been cut into pieces and cooked into soup. Meng Jing had already steamed the rice early in the morning. When everything was ready, she called everyone to eat, carrying the 1,000-character classic in the yard, pretending to study hard. Mian, smelling the delicious food, had long stopped reading. Now she was busy helping set the table and moving chairs. When everyone sat down and started eating, Mian also ate heartily. After the meal, she quietly scooped some soup from the pot, only to find it was full of bones with no meat left, which made her feel a bit confused. Could the blacksmith shop be closing down? She drank 2 bowls of bone soup, then sat under a tree. As the sun was still setting, she seriously started reading her book. When night fell, she practiced using the abacus by the moonlight. Mian thought she must work hard to learn, so she could leave home quickly to find work. After 2 days of resting her injury at home, on the 3rd day she went to the academy and asked Meng Jing to come find her at noon. They went together to see the teacher for a test. This time, the academy was peaceful, and no one bothered Lu Mian anymore. There was also a surprise. The academy provided a meal. Some students disliked the food at the academy, but a servant from home delivered the meals, which was very convenient for Mian. She ate until she was full, and even pocketed 2 boiled eggs. Mian, over here. Meng Jing waved at her at the gate of the academy, glancing around nervously as if 2 bandits with big knives might jump out at any moment. Mian handed the boiled eggs to Meng Jing. Did you bring the 9-link puzzle? I'll take you to find the head of the school. Excited, the 2 hurried to the library to find someone. The head of the school listened to Mian and, seeing her bright eyes and innocence, remained silent for a long time before explaining about the silver coins Meng Qi-jian had paid that day. What? Mian was surprised, her mind in chaos. She always thought she was admitted because she was clever. But that was 10 taels of silver. Even if Meng Qi-jian wanted to send someone to school, wouldn't he send his sister Meng Jing?
Why?
Was he so kind to her? Mian, don't worry. I just fear you might be bullied at the academy, Meng Jing said gently. Mian shook her head hard, holding Meng Jing's hand, and asked the head of the school, is this 10 taels of silver for studying open to anyone? Could she also use it? The head nodded indifferently, seeing their argument, and said calmly, go back and discuss it. I only allow one change. Knowing characters brings worries. Sometimes knowing how to read and understand doesn't mean happiness. But this path cannot be turned back, like swimming. You learn and then you know how to swim. He has been a teacher for many years but has never had any talented students. The resources in this small town are limited. The last time someone took the imperial exam and became a scholar was over 10 years ago. He has seen many people spend half their lives trying for fame, but end up with nothing, even going mad or suffering deeply in the end. Mian and Meng Jing couldn't understand and watched as the teacher gradually walked away. After the day ended and they returned home, Mian found her secret savings in the firewood shed, more than 4 taels left after buying calligraphy supplies last time. Meng Jing didn't expect things to turn out this way. She accidentally revealed her 3rd brother's secret plans. Now she worries the family might fall into chaos. Mian felt guilty, as if she had stolen, and even Meng's mother wouldn't look at her. If others found out she spent 10 taels of silver from the family, she might be scolded by the whole village for being a wasteful wife. She became very anxious and hurried to prepare dinner. After cooking and cleaning the house, she wiped away the dust, sweating on her forehead. It's okay, Mian. As long as we work hard to save money, we can go again someday. The house was quiet, but someone was causing trouble. Meng Qi-jian sensed something was wrong as soon as he got home. Mian was busy washing clothes like a little servant, never resting. She had 2 small silk shirts, which would fade after washing, and they had already faded but remained soft and comfortable. Usually, Mian and Meng Jing washed the clothes together, but since Mian fell ill, she couldn't get water for days. So, her undershirts and small shirts were washed by Meng Qi-jian, who did it casually. He started to suspect she wasn't cleaning well. Suddenly, he saw his younger sister making eye contact with him. Today, I went to the academy with Mian. Mian knows you paid the silver, Meng Jing said. Oh. Mian dried her hands and explained her confusion. Why did they lie about not needing money to go to school? Why didn't they ask Xiao Jing to go instead? Did her intelligence also mean she was being tricked? Why did she have to study? She didn't think studying was very useful, just for fun like picking wild fruits on the mountain or catching fish in the river. Meng Qi-jian brought out a bag of wild vegetables, a big plate of cabbage, green onions, eggs, mountain mushrooms, and pickled vegetables, and made a final decision. There's no reason. We are husband and wife. I want you to go to school, so I work hard for that. If you want Xiao Jing to go to the academy, or if she wants to go herself, you'll have to find a way. But what? I'm the older brother, so I should pay for this? Should second brother also pay to send me to school? What about my nephews and nieces? Meng Qi-jian knew she lacked social awareness, which was one reason he was eager to send her to school. Do you all know what a married couple is? Meng Jing quickly answered, I know. It's when you live in the same house, eat together, and have lots of children. What does a Mian think? A Mian, who is 5 or 6 years older, had her own insights. Becoming a couple is because life is too busy. One person can't handle everything, so they find someone else. Having children is the same. When the kids grow up, they can help with chores at home. For example, Huzi from the second sister-in-law's family, when he's about 4 or 5, will help watch his sister, light the fire, and feed the chickens. When he's around 11 or 12, he can go to the fields with others. Meng Chi-jian had a different opinion. If you earn money but don't spend it, is it really earned? A person can't spend that much alone. When you're married, you can use the money to take care of your wife and children. Meng's mother smiled happily while eating a steamed bun. The old lady said, "You're all right, but hurry and eat, or it'll get cold." As the sunset fell, the family was eating dinner under the tree. Distant smoke rose from the village, a simple, everyday scene. After dinner, a Mian and Meng Jing went to feed the chickens and talk. "A Mian, you go. I'm too scared to go alone. I have an idea. We shouldn't let those 10 taels of silver go to waste." The silver felt heavy on a Mian's shoulders, inspiring her to think boldly. "We can pool our money to buy some lamps and candles. After dinner, I'll teach you what I learned during the day. Do you remember the character heaven?" A Mian casually broke 2 small branches and let Meng Jing trace them in the dirt. It was easier than a brush, using sticks. Meng Jing practiced writing a few times and could recognize it. This character means sky. What we look up at every day is the sky. That's great. Then I don't need to go to school. I can learn to read at home, and they would save 10 taels of silver right away. Not only that, a Mian's eyes shone brightly. "Little Jing, for the past few days, you can go to the village and ask if any little kids want to learn to read from me. I won't charge them, and they can bring anything they want. Will anyone come? Let's try." Even teaching one person is good. "If I have questions, I'll write them down and ask the teacher at the school later." They each took 50 coins to pay for the candles. In the first few days, Meng Jing called out, but no one came. On the 4th day, among the children who came to listen to stories, there was a girl who always had a big runny nose. She came to play and brought half a small basket of green beans. There was also a boy about 7 or 8 years old, missing some teeth, who caught small fish and shrimps. When the second brother's family heard about this, they called Huzi to join the fun and even brought 2 copper coins. These coins weren't worth much, but Mian still felt very excited. She thought that being a teacher was much more fun than being a student. During the day at the academy, Mian was the last in her class. When the teacher tested her, she would answer questions, but always caused some quiet, private giggles among the students. Although Ji Hung and his group didn't openly associate with Mian, they sometimes played tricks on her behind her back. They threw caterpillars into her basket and collected many fallen leaves to scatter in the study hall, making her spend more time cleaning. They also made many silly poems about her, calling her stupid as a pig and saying she would never learn. "Wait until the next monthly exam, and you'll see. She'll definitely be at the bottom again." The students' gossip made Ji Hung feel both satisfied and uncomfortable. In a way, he was even thankful for Mian. Because of her, he was no longer at the bottom, and his family thought he was making progress in his studies. As for Mian, she would casually throw away the caterpillars she saw in her basket, which made others scream in fright.
She didn't care much about the rest.
After all, she was only punished to sweep the study hall for a month, and later it was taken in turns. Plus, she was indeed the last in her class in the last monthly exam. But when she arrived in Qingshan village, her situation changed completely. "Lady Mian, are you telling stories today? My child kept talking about it last night when he went to bed. By the way, my spinach is ripe and very tender. I asked Meng San to bring some home for you." Meng San's popularity surprisingly improved. Originally, many people in the village wanted to see him embarrassed, and some even cursed behind his back. The main reason was that they worried Meng San would spoil Mian's heart, and that other women would also become interested. If that happened, their own families might start demanding to go to the same school, and life would become difficult. But since Mian taught the children to read, everything changed. They still had some vegetable leaves at home, and the children often ran around outside playing. Learning a little was not a bad thing. When the girl with the big runny nose and the boy missing teeth went home and used a crooked stick to write, Yaya, and big head, and then read aloud, many people changed their minds. They never thought they would be farmers in their lives, and their children could read a few words without having to be blind like themselves. Who says Mian is wild at heart? Mian is wonderful. A pumpkin, 3 or 4 eggs, a bunch of wild daisies, a bag of green onions and ginger. Every day when they open the door at home, they often find strange and interesting things. As for any ideas from Mian, Meng Chi Jian doesn't really agree. As long as she doesn't make the house dirty, he treats these young kids as if they're not there. But everyone is still a bit afraid of him. Whenever he appears often, the children scatter like birds and animals. So Meng Chi Jian can only watch from outside the window as Mian nods and shakes her head, giving her lessons. Although Mian only has a little knowledge in her belly, she acts like a teacher with confidence. She even has a ruler. If anyone is too naughty, she'll tap their hands. But she found that being too strict makes the kids stop coming, so she came up with another idea. Before each lesson, she tells a story about her adventure at the school, then weaves in a few words she's learned over the days, and finally talks about how she defeated some people and monsters at the school. When a candle burns down halfway, Mian finishes her lesson. The children go home, and Mian and Meng Jing quickly tidy up the front yard. Only then does Mian, feeling sore and tired, go back inside. Did anyone bully you at the school? Meng Chi Jian hands her some cold water with a spoonful of honey, saying, drink more. Talking all the time can hurt your throat later. But compared to before, Mian now interacts more naturally with others and doesn't always stay silent, talking to herself less. Mian shakes her head and takes a few sips. No, I'm not in the same class as them. After resting for a while, Mian goes to count what she received. Recently, the family's vegetables have been plenty. Whatever they get, Mian and Meng Jing split evenly. Since Mian spent 10 taels of silver from the family, she conscientiously gives her share back to the family. Although it's just some vegetables, adding up little by little can be worth 100 coins. Mian knows that compared to 10 taels of silver, this isn't much, but if she really returned her secret savings to Meng Chi Jian, she would feel heartbroken. She lies on the bed, turning over a few times, then suddenly says, you said before that a husband and wife are together for spending money and such. Then why doesn't my father want to spend money to treat my mother's illness? That shows you were wrong. Because your father is foolish. Otherwise, what? As a result, your mother left early and the children didn't want to stay.
What's the point of keeping the money then?
If spending money on treatment can cure the illness, it's hard to say whether it will be successful. Even if it doesn't work, at least she tried her best, and in the future, she can find peace. You will often visit her. Instead of living like now, where she feels lost and neither alive nor dead. Mian turned over and said, I miss my mother.
Yes.
Next time the academy has a break, let's go see my mother. I won't tell her I've gone to the academy and that you spent 10 taels of silver on me. Otherwise, she wouldn't recognize you. Meng Chi looked into her eyes and said, okay, maybe I will earn a lot of silver in the future. Mian didn't want to pay back the money now and felt guilty about making big promises.
Sleep now, no talking. Okay.
The next day, when they went to the academy, there was a surprise. Wong Wong. Mian's little dog ran around next to the new students. It's really you. You're also here to study. Wong Wong held back a laugh. Yes. Everyone at the food stall is talking about you. They bet when you will stop coming to the academy. It's been over a month now, and they've all lost. Did you bet? I won 30 coins. Wong Wong couldn't help but pinch her face. No wonder the master used to love pinching you. There must be no noise in the classroom. Hearing this, they quickly shut their mouths and pretended to study seriously, both feeling very happy inside. After class, Wong Wong finally found a chance to talk about what had happened recently. Since she got sick, her life changed completely. She is the eldest sister in her family, with many younger brothers and sisters. The family was very poor, relying on her work at the fish soup shop to support everyone. She worked in the shop killing fish and preparing dishes, much longer than Mian. She earned 2.5 taels of silver a month. Because she was hardworking and capable, many families came to propose marriage. In the end, she chose the son of a seafood shop owner in the city, and they were engaged. But now, that family canceled the wedding, and Wang Wang has no work. She felt very depressed at home, even losing hope. Then she heard that a farmer woman was studying at the academy. Upon learning this, she found out it was her old co-worker, Mian, a minor servant. I don't mean to look down on you. I just thought since we know each other, and since you can learn to read and write, why can't I? I taught you how to kill fish and prepare dishes at the shop. But she also learned about the 10 taels of silver. If it weren't for supporting her family all these years, she would have saved enough to go to school. And since this was her first attempt, her family argued about it, but the trouble caused by Mian seemed to be calming down. Wang Wang finally took her own secret savings of about 5 taels of silver. The family also managed to gather some money and called her to the academy. This was their last effort. They hoped Wang Wang could find a reliable suitor there. By the way, how has the master been lately? Mian asked. She's renovating her shop. She comes from a wealthy family and has always hired teachers for her children. Without that, she might have come to join us. Mian said happily, excited to share her news.
Oh.
I'll take you to see something fun. It turned out to be a shop selling goat milk. Now, many people had gathered in the backyard. Mian squeezed in, saying, in a few days, the mother goat will give birth. Everyone held their breath, and Mian secretly cheered for the mother goat. The mother goat was in pain for a long time. Using all her strength, Mian was worried and anxious. What should we do? She wondered. The shop owner, confident, first used leftover wheat bran mixed with water to feed the mother goat. After a while, the goat gained strength. When the kids had appeared, the owner gently pulled it out. The little goat was covered in mucus. The owner used ashes to clean it, and the mother goat licked it happily. It was very adorable. Mian was very happy and asked, how much is this little kid worth? 6 taels of silver, replied the shop owner. Mian thought it was expensive, but it was a bit cheaper than her own worth of 10 taels. Meanwhile, at the money shop, shopkeeper Yi waited a long time, but didn't see the usual apprentice come. He sighed, thinking Mian could hold on a little longer, but unexpectedly, she had run away from school. When Mian returned home, she remembered this matter. Meng Chi-jian had wanted to meet her at the money shop but waited in vain. Usually, he was very strict with Mian, especially about her studies. Many people thought girls shouldn't go to school, but he carefully planned a future for her. Once she learned to read and write, he intended to set up a small stall for her to write and read letters for others. No matter what happened in the world, Mian would always have enough to eat and wear. Managing accounts was even more important. It could help her run a bookkeeping business or check accounts for others. Later, if she wanted to open a tofu shop, it would be very helpful. When Mian was about to reach the door, Yaya and a group of children rushed out to warn her. Mian, run quickly. Third Meng has a big broom, Dajo said. If it's really bad, we'll fight him, Yaya said. You go ahead. We'll hold him off. Mian's face showed a brave expression, but she also wanted to run away. She tried hard to control this urge, and, because she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of the children, she pretended to be fearless. I'm not afraid. She entered the house, and Yaya stared in shock. Lady Mian, you're so bold. After closing the door, Mian hurried to hug Meng Chi-jian's leg, her eyes filled with tears, looking very pitiful. I didn't mean to. I just forgot, by accident. I took Wang Wang to see the little lamb. Seeing her sincere apology, Meng Chi-jian was very pleased and felt that his money was well spent. Then go and copy page 3 of the 1,000-character classic 5 times. Tomorrow, go and apologize to shopkeeper Yi. You also need to practice the abacus for half an hour every day. Mian said, that will make my hands sore. Hurry up. Meng Chi-jian, tired of bargaining, took out his freshly made broom and went to clean the donkey shed. Days passed by day, and soon it was time for a rest day. They planned to return to Mian's mother's house, so they prepared a few days in advance. Meng Qi Jian hung 2 baskets on either side of Ado, and Mian changed into a colorful dress and shoes. She rode the donkey, and they set off together. What if I meet my father? What if he asks us for money? Meng Qi Jian shrugged. Throw him again, but this time throw it farther. They chatted casually and stopped for a rest midway. In the afternoon, they slowly arrived at the entrance of Lu Jia village. The two of them looked quite noticeable, attracting the attention of many villagers. In everyone's eyes, this was probably the first time Mian returned to her parents' house since she got married.
Wow.
Is that really Mian? I can't even recognize her. Look at her life now. Mian's father must be enjoying his happiness. That's right. She used to be so silly and quiet, hardly saying a word. Now she looks lively and energetic. Could it be that Qingshan village raised better people? But when she's lost in thought, she still looks a bit like before. Although Mian wasn't wearing gold or jewelry, her cheeks looked soft and plump, like half a small pear, and her bright floral dress was real. Not only that, she was riding the donkey, while her husband was leading it beside her, which didn't seem like mistreating his wife. Among the crowd, Lu Weiwei said nothing, feeling as cold as being splashed with icy water on a winter day. Lu Mian had taken away her happiness and good luck. She knew much more than other villagers. She had heard that Meng Qi Jian even sent Mian to a school, spending 10 taels of silver, while she, at the Zhang family, was scolded just for adding a little oil and salt to the pot. What hope was there for her life? She was holding back her anger, secretly sneering.
What good was Mian?
She was just pretending to be innocent and naive. In this day and age, who still acts like that? As if anyone would believe it. Watching Mian and her group head into the woods, probably to visit the grave. Lu Weiwei hurried home to change into a new outfit and carried a bamboo basket. When they arrived at the grave, Meng Qi Jian was busy moving things, burning paper and carefully wiping the tombstone with a cloth. Mian felt that Meng Qi Jian was much more diligent than usual, his back showing a silly and happy expression. Mom, I brought my husband to see you. His name is Meng Qi Jian. You can call him Jian or Meng. Mian knelt in front of the grave. Since it was daytime and she wasn't in a rush, she wanted to talk to her mother for a while. I'm going to the academy now, and I spent a lot of money. I've learned to write now. Look, I brought some paper I wrote on, and I burned some for you to see. It has my name on it. Meng Qi Jian also knelt beside her. Mom, Mian is a capable and good wife. If it weren't for her, our family wouldn't have avoided disaster, and things wouldn't be so good now. Suddenly a sharp, piercing scream came from the woods. Help! Help! Someone help! Meng Qi Jian and Mian turned their heads. They saw Lu Weiwei dressed plainly in a hemp dress, her sleeve hem wet, lying on the ground with tears in her eyes. There's a snake. I just wanted to see Andy, and I looked up to see a snake in the tree branch. She widened her eyes, trying to look innocent and naive. If a snake bites you, it must hurt a lot. Meng Qi Jian stood up, casually grabbing a stick and looking around. Snakes are dangerous, but this wasn't in the mountains. Even if it was a snake, it was probably a harmless flower snake. Mian, be careful. I'll protect you, he said. Mian looked at her strangely, her face full of questions. This scene felt very familiar. Before she got married, when she talked to Zhang Yixing, Lu Weiwei also came over like this. It seemed like she was talking to Mian, but her eyes kept drifting to others. Back then, Lu Weiwei started talking to her, and as they spoke, she became very close to Zhang Yixing. Mian wondered what was going on, so she told Ado at home. Ado was the best. When they were little, Lu Weiwei was not allowed to ride or hold Ado. Even when she got close, Ado would lift its back legs and kick her. Later, Mian found out why. It turned out that sometimes, when Mian wasn't around and Ado was tied to a tree, Lu Weiwei would throw stones at Ado. Ado was very vengeful. Even if Lu Weiwei later brought carrots and waved them in front of it on purpose, Ado wouldn't eat them. Currently, Ado was facing Lu Weiwei with his donkey's backside, his tail flicking back and forth. Meng Qi Jian looked around and saw no snakes or even any traces of snakes crawling. This interruption broke his conversation with a Mian, making his face darken with displeasure. Lu Weiwei noticed no one paying attention to her or helping her, but she did not get discouraged. After all, it was always like this at first. Initially, Zhang Yixing also ignored her. After a few words, he would say, "I want to see what a Mian is doing," or, "We have been childhood sweethearts since we were young. Our bond is different from others." But what was the result? She visited a few times to deliver food, exchanged glances with Zhang Yixing a few more times, and gradually they became more familiar. Lu Weiwei climbed up on her own, took out some green bean cakes from the basket, and said, "A Mian, you must be hungry after your journey back. Here, have some." A Mian didn't take them but said slowly, "Are you trying to get my husband to be nice to you?" Lu Weiwei didn't expect this fool to notice, and even more surprised that she said it so openly. Even if he noticed, how could he say it so plainly in front of everyone? Lu Weiwei felt extremely embarrassed, her big toe scratching her straw sandal wildly, and she forced a smile. "What nonsense are you talking? I am also married. I just came to see if you are doing well. Why are you saying such things? Isn't that damaging my reputation? You see, I'm just worried about your husband, thinking all the young women in the world are coming to snatch him." She hurriedly brushed off some grass from her clothes. "If you don't appreciate my kindness, I'll leave. Honestly, you shouldn't be so controlling over your husband. You should give him some face in front of others. As a wife, you should be gentle and caring." Meng Qi said firmly, "It's not your place to say such honest words here. You've been spreading bad rumors about a Mian in the village, and when she was selling food, you made her embarrass herself publicly. You even learned from her and started selling food yourself, which hurt her business. During the epidemic, you also tried to sell fake medicine at high prices. Our family doesn't welcome such relatives. Don't appear in front of us again. How could such a petty and vengeful man exist?" Lu Weiwei's face was thin and delicate, and she was so angry she was about to explode. She decided to give up and said, "Look at your pettiness. People say a real man can carry a boat in his stomach, but I see your mind is only as small as a needle's tip. You're not a real man at all." After saying this, she angrily left. A Mian said, "You have a good memory." Yes, this incident did not affect the two of them much. A Mian talked with her mother for a long time. Meng Qi was very polite and kept praising a Mian, which made her a little shy. When leaving, a Mian suddenly remembered something from the past. "Actually, when my mother was alive, we did eat snake once. It was probably right after winter. My mother was healthy then and found a snake in the backyard. She caught it quickly, chopped off its head with an axe, skinned it and cut it into pieces. Then she sliced some ginger and cooked the snake meat into soup. Snake meat is quite tough. I couldn't chew it the first time. But after cooking it for a long time again, it became very tasty. It tasted similar to ribs and was very fragrant. We also ate snake, but in a different way, skewered on a stick and roasted over fire, then sprinkled with salt. It was convenient to eat this way in a wild. She didn't encounter Lu Dai that day, who was said to have gone to the city for drinks. Returning home was quite tiring, and the next day, a Mian almost overslept. Luckily, she hurried and managed to rush into the academy before her teacher arrived. The next moment, Ji Hengji, who was outside the academy, had a vein bulging on his forehead. "Just a little more time. If it weren't for these boots blocking me, I could have run faster than her. You shouldn't have come at the last minute anyway, and what day is today? Rest day isn't for you to play around. Have you been at home preparing for the monthly exam?" The academy held a monthly test, mainly involving reciting and annotating classic texts learned during this period, writing essays, and composing poetry. There were 2 sets of questions, but a Mian's class only had to do the dictation part. All students' rankings were listed on a sheet in order, A, B, C, D. Last time, she was ranked D. When she received the test paper this time, she looked over the questions and found she could answer most of them quite well. Confident, she carefully filled in her answers with a brush. After finishing, she handed the paper directly to her teacher for grading, and she could find out her score immediately. The teacher, while grading, glanced at her and said, Not bad. This time, you got a B. In 2 months, Amion had learned over 1,000 characters and could recite the three-character classic from memory. She wasn't a prodigy who never forgot anything, but she was quite clever. Moreover, her answers in this exam had no mistakes. Her handwriting was still not perfect, so she couldn't get an A. Really? Amion took her test paper back. I'm not at the bottom anymore. She wanted to take her paper home to show everyone. In the study room just a wall away from her, the atmosphere was completely different. Zhao Fei, C, Ji Hengji, still D. After school, both of you stay behind and memorize this essay before you can go home. After posting the grades, the students discussed among themselves. No way, even the girl next door didn't pass. They've been studying for many years, starting from when they were 4 or 5. Although the test questions are different, it's more than that. The rules of the study hall say that if a student in the beginner class scores first class, they will be transferred to our class next time. Ji Hengji, who had fallen back to the last place, looked seriously at the grade list on the wall. He pulled Zhao Fei aside and asked, "Did she cheat?" "Use a cheat sheet." "Probably not. You know, that's just what kids learn." "We already knew that long ago." Ji Hengji clicked his tongue and said, "Look at you, so proud." Zhao Fei didn't want to upset him and thought, "You haven't even passed, brother." As a typical spoiled rich kid, Ji Hengji usually doesn't care much about studying. His family always has someone who can pass the exams. But what annoyed him was that the silly poems calling others stupid as pigs now turned into him insulting himself. "Look at how happy she is." Zhao Fei decided to flatter him a bit. Ji Hengji coldly said, "In 2 months, she will transfer here. If she doesn't pass us in 2 months, what will the whole academy think of me then? Everyone would think he's just a lazy good-for-nothing, a useless parasite." They wouldn't say it aloud, but they would definitely think it.
But
actually, there's no need to wait for Mian to take the exam. Everyone is thinking the same thing now. Zhao Fei considered and said, "Then, should we just leave? That old man told us to stay and study. But weren't we supposed to go play football today?" "Play what?" "I don't believe it." Ji Hengji picked up a book. Although his grades were poor over the years, the teacher's comments were generally gifted and clever, just not focused on studies. Outgoing personality, destined to be a remarkable person, not just look at the present. Not yet enlightened, but as he grows older, he will catch up quickly. Ji Hengji used to be unwilling to study seriously. Now, when he studies hard, Mian definitely can't beat him. On the 3rd day after Ji Hengji made up his mind, a new transfer student arrived at the academy. The visitor wore an extremely strange and somewhat glaring outfit, with faintly visible characters on it. Tong X Bing Red Tea. Bing Red Tea also had unusual hair. Some strands were dark red in front, and others were green at the back. Mian saw someone like this for the first time and didn't know how he managed to dye his hair. "Is this a beggar?" Wang Wang whispered to her. "Look at the broken bowl he carries. He probably used to be a beggar outside the city." The man was about 14 or 15 years old, very thin, with most of his hair covering his eyes. He spoke 2 sentences to everyone inside the study room. "Hee, is this what hell looks like? God bless my Prince Xian." After saying this, he clasped his hands together, suddenly started spinning his head quickly, and twisted his body from side to side. Not only that, strange sounds were coming from his clothes, and a lively drumbeat filled the room. There's a game that makes you look younger the more you play. It's Mobile X Ping Elite. No one here calls you little brother because everyone calls you elementary school kid. Come on, Wealth.
Come.
Come on, Wealth. At this moment, the study was in chaos. No one had ever seen or heard such magic tricks before. The sounds were especially harsh, hurting everyone's ears like magic spells. The timid scholars were so frightened they trembled and fell to the ground. Wang Wang was panicked because the scene in front of her was unbelievable. How could a person's body produce such sounds? And the sounds were so loud and non-stop, like a continuous magic chant. Mian, let's run. If we listen any longer, our internal organs will explode. We won't have time then, she shouted. Mian was also dizzy and scared, with no strength to move. The teacher standing near Prince Xian covered his ears with both hands, his eyes wide. shouting something, but everyone couldn't hear him clearly. Gradually, Mian calmed down. She tore 2 long strips of paper, crumpled them into balls, and stuffed them into her ears. Seeing this work, she quickly did the same for Wang Wang. Others followed suit. Don't be afraid. Mian stood up. He doesn't know our names, so he can't hurt us. She had heard stories about the Monkey King, where the Golden Horn and Silver Horn King had a magical gourd. If someone called out the name inscribed on it and answered, they would be sucked into the gourd. This person must have that gourd and hide it on himself. She wondered how many people he had swallowed to produce such loud sounds. Just a petty trick. Another person stood up. It was Ji Hung, whose face was very pale. He said, I saw a trick like this before in the city. It's a ventriloquist who uses his stomach to pretend he's singing or talking. After Prince Xian finished a smooth combo, he looked up and saw chaos below. He then smirked mischievously, took out a small, brick-like object from his clothes, and poked it with his finger. The strange voice disappeared. Listen to me carefully. From now on, this academy is under my control. Remember, my name is Wang, King Wang Wang. I am the school bully, Prince Xian. Prince Xian, 15 years old, had been in this place for several months. In the silent surroundings, he quickly checked his phone battery. Only 74% left. Since arriving here, his phone showed no signal and no internet. Calls couldn't go through, and messages all failed to send. Only videos cached earlier could still be played normally. A few days after opening his eyes, Prince Xian found himself in a forest with a few small houses, but no one was living or appearing there. He thought he had been kidnapped and waited anxiously for help. After 3 or 4 days of hunger, he felt desperate and decided to fight for survival. His rural childhood helped him. He picked some wild fruits from a tree and then checked the food in the houses. The people seemed to have left in a hurry, leaving behind half a bag of rice and flour. He lit a fire, fetched water from a small stream, and cooked a bowl of coarse wheat porridge, which was a bit harsh to his throat. He ate it quickly and greedily. Then he noticed his fake Nike backpack was still with him. He opened it and found the same items inside: a power bank, a baton, a steel pipe, a school uniform jacket. Many places didn't allow students to wear uniforms, so he often kept it in his bag. A bottle of iced tea, a pack of cigarettes, mostly cigarette butts, a lighter, and a notice about a half-year suspension from school. Prince Xian tore the note into pieces and threw it into the stream. He was very confused because he usually didn't read novels or anything with words. It annoyed him. So, he didn't know what was really happening. After solving his stomach problem, he quickly fell into boredom. When his phone had no signal, it was very dull. He even read all the books in his reading app. His head hurt from thinking, so he ate and slept. But he quickly realized a problem. His power bank had a capacity of 10,000 milliamp hours and could only fully charge his phone 3 times. At that moment, he was absolutely sure there was nowhere to charge his device, since there was no electricity even for the lights. So, after the second charge, he switched his phone to power-saving mode and set the brightness to the lowest level. No one was talking, his friends weren't around, and he couldn't bring his cool, modified electric scooter that he had just bought. Now, he didn't know who benefited from that. Around the 10th day, Prince Xian noticed that the soil behind a tree looked a little different. Bored, he dug around a bit and surprisingly found a hidden cellar. He didn't go down immediately. After a day and night of wind, he turned on his phone flashlight and went down to check. He was amazed to see rows of boxes filled with shiny silver coins. These could buy many electric bikes. Prince Xian eagerly remembered the silver prices and finally decided to leave the mountain. He packed some wild fruits and food, and after a day and night, he reached the nearest village. Then the villagers thought he was a monster. They all grabbed hoes and sticks, almost beating him badly. He hurried back to the mountain in a sorry state. After this, he regrouped and prepared to try again. Whenever he reached a new place, he used his phone's loop playback and flashlight features to scare others. These were the 2 most effective tricks he had discovered. The people at the academy also realized what was happening. They didn't need to understand what school bully meant, but Prince Xian's way of acting like the boss clearly conveyed the message. Previously, Ji-hung was most annoyed by the girls from the academy, but now his anger was burning fiercely. Who do you think you are? Just a beggar, pretending to be something special to scare people? Ji-hung opened his fan and said, "Fine, I'll teach you a lesson, country bumpkin." Prince Xian found that these people weren't completely scared. Even the scholar in the study frowned. "If you keep this up, I'll have to kick you out of the academy. I won't return the 10 taels of silver to you." Prince Xian lifted his head proudly. "Whatever," he said, then walked to the back row, glaring at Ji-hung. "If you're so brave, don't leave after school." His commotion disturbed many students' focus, and even the teacher dismissed the class early. Only a Mian felt sorry for Shu Xiao and sat at her wooden desk, opening her rice paper to copy the 10 or so characters they learned today twice. She then planned to recite her lessons as usual, but when she looked up, she saw Meng Qi-jian leaning against the doorframe, waiting there for a long time. "Why are you here?" she asked. "You all finished school early today and are outside making noise. I saw you haven't gone to the shop, so I came to check." He came in to help Mian pack her basket, carefully putting away the written notes. Mian leaned in secretly and whispered in his ear. "Today, a very strange person came. Their hair is colorful. Maybe someone from the western regions. Their eyes are a different color besides black. No, you'll see for yourself." The two left the academy and immediately saw a group of young boys gathered in the alley behind. Ji Hingji, along with some guards and helpers, surrounded Prince Xian, clearly having planned to catch him easily. Prince Xian suddenly flicked his bangs and stayed calm in the face of danger, holding a steel pipe with both hands and swinging it, making it hard for others to get close. From a distance, Mian looked on from the wall. "Won't someone get hurt?" Meng Qi frowned as he looked at the strange hair color. "No swords or knives, so it should be fine." Ji Hingji's men had prepared early, stuffing cotton in their ears, and the steel pipe was quickly taken away. What followed was a one-sided fight with punches and kicks. Prince Xian, who had been so arrogant before, was now rolling on the ground, kicked and battered, but he used his arms to protect his head and vital parts, showing some experience. Ji Hengji gritted his teeth and said, "Still so arrogant? Do you dare to act as the head of the academy now?" Prince Xian clenched his teeth and said nothing. "Keep hitting him," ordered the servants. They didn't hold back, and Prince Xian kept rolling side to side, soon covered in bruises and swelling. "Zhai leader. Constables. It's that alley." Mian pinched her nose and shouted sharply. Ji Hengji quickly glanced at the end of the alley, then kicked hard and waved his hand, leading his followers away. "Why is he so mean? Just because someone came, he bullied them?" Mian muttered. "That strange person is so thin, they might really get beaten to death," she said as she walked over to look at the person lying on the ground, about to ask something. "Is this body just too weak?" Prince Xian slowly supported his forehead with his right hand, blood streaming down his nose, and let out a duck-like laugh from his broken voice. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. By the end, he almost covered his face with his hands, trembling like a leaf in autumn wind, and then slipped away along the wall. "Hey!" Meng Qi shrugged. "He ran away. Looks like he's a refugee who escaped from somewhere. How could he pull out 10 taels of silver?" Mian's sharp eyes suddenly caught a dark, brick-like object on the ground. "What is this?" Meng Qi-jian was more cautious and quickly grabbed Mian. "It looks strange. Don't pick it up first. This is the magic sound device he released. It's a treasure." Mian was anxious and reached out to grab it. Meng Qi-jian felt that the object had an indescribable strange aura. He casually broke a branch and poked at the black brick-like object. Mian hurriedly looked at it closely. However, the brick showed no reaction and made no sound. "I told you it's fine. I will go rescue those people." Mian swiftly moved over. This time, she picked up the brick, feeling it was very mysterious. The surface of the brick was very smooth and flat. She patted it and then held it to her ear to listen. Those people were kept inside this box and singing, but now why is there no sound at all? She explored further and pressed on a part that seemed like a secret compartment. Suddenly, the brick lit up brightly. Crack! Mian was caught off guard by the light and felt as if a face appeared instantly on her eyeballs. The strange feeling was very frightening. Her heart was pounding, and she instinctively grabbed Meng Qijian's sleeve, almost curling up. It's over, it's over.
My soul is about to be pulled in.
You have to save me. Mian wiped tears on her clothes. I can't use my silver to find others anymore. Otherwise, I will chant your name with magic sound every day, making you unable to sleep well. Meng Qijian looked at the brick in silence, feeling helpless. The brick surprisingly had Mian's face on it. He wanted to throw it away, but hesitated, worried about what to do if Mian was truly trapped inside. No, that can't be. That can't be. Mian raised her head. If it really has that power, why would he just take hits for nothing? As long as this thing lights up, it can control Ji Hung and the others. She picked up the brick again and moved her head to the left. The face on the brick also turned left. She blinked at the brick, and the face on the brick blinked back. I understand now. This is a mirror. A very, very clear mirror. Mian suddenly became happy. Perhaps because people are naturally very interested and curious about their own faces, and this mirror was better than a bronze mirror. She could even see the faint mole at the corner of her eye. She imitated Prince Xian's previous gesture and tapped the brick with her finger. A crack. The corner of the brick was at a strange angle, and Mian opened her eyes wide, looking blankly at the camera. Meng Qijian saw this and thought, can you try to see if I can also be reflected inside? If both our souls are inside, it probably won't matter. At this moment, Mian had already noticed that as she moved the brick with her hand, the picture inside the brick also changed. She nodded seriously, took the brick away, and leaned her head close to Meng Qijian's. Should we smile a bit? Mian poked his face. Don't be so fierce. Even in such a dangerous moment, she was still thinking about silly things. Meng Qijian momentarily burst into laughter and looked at her. Mian tilted her head. Snap! The moment seemed to be frozen forever. After playing with the brick for a while, Mian put it in her pocket, planning to give it to Prince Xian when she went to the academy tomorrow. However, for several days, he hadn't appeared at the academy. The days grew colder. The study hall was open on all sides, and when it was so cold that everyone's fingers couldn't bend and they couldn't hold their brushes, the academy closed for the new year. They could go home to rest and celebrate the new year, then start lessons again in spring. The cold wind was harsh, and Mian had already taken out her old quilt. Now she could recognize it. The lid was engraved with a small character Mian, and around the quilt's belly was carved a circle of double happiness. Strangely, in the past, even on the coldest days, Mian didn't feel much colder in her single clothes. This year, when the leaves fell, the wind cut through her like needles. She and Meng Jing went to the market and bought thick cotton clothes, 120 coins, and cotton shoes, 30 coins. Meng Jing now also had her own secret savings, but her old cotton clothes still fit, though her shoes were too small, so she bought a new pair. But she couldn't throw away her old cotton shoes. After washing and drying them, they were now with second sister-in-law's family's huzi. After buying clothes, Mian bought some malt candy for Xiaojing, costing 2 coins per stick. It was so cold that even when she ate the candy, her stomach still felt cold. So she went to eat noodles. We're so lucky. Today, they even have yellow lamb noodles. Mian knew a lot about city eateries now. The shop in front of her was the same ice cream shop that was very popular in summer. In winter, it changed to selling hot noodle soup, roasted sweet potatoes, longan tea, and ginger tea. If customers ate inside, they could get free hot water. Yellow lamb noodles are beef noodles, which are rare to find because cows are important farm workers. But sometimes, old or injured cows are secretly sold to city restaurants. The restaurants understood the rules. If they displayed the sign, experienced food lovers would know what it was. This bowl of noodles cost 25 coins. Actually, a bowl of ice cream cost the same, but Mian didn't know. However, when she saw the steaming hot pot in front of her, her feet still felt like 2 blocks of ice inside her cotton shoes, and her stomach was growling. 2 bowls of yellow lamb noodles, one with chili, one without. Mian couldn't believe she was living such a life. 2 women sat on either side of a clean wooden table. In less than a cup of tea's time, the waiter brought over trays and placed the noodles in front of them. Mian wanted the chili one. She looked closely. The bowl had a wide opening but was shallow. Although the portions were similar, customers felt they were getting good value. This was different from the small noodle stall next to the blacksmith shop. Mian silently learned from it. The beef on top of the noodles was piled high, and even she, a penny pincher, nodded in approval. She picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of beef and some noodles. Such happiness. Such happiness. The rich flavor from the beef fat, the chewy noodles, and the spicy chili stimulated her taste buds, warming her like soft cotton after a long winter day, reaching her hungry stomach. Mian declared, "This is the best thing I've ever eaten." After that, she kept eating, finishing all the soup without leaving a drop. After they finished eating, they each filled their water bags with hot water, tucked them into their sleeves, and went home warmly. Not long after leaving the town, they heard distant shouts. Hey ya, everyone work hard now. What are they doing?
Let's go see.
Mian strolled to digest her food. When she got closer, she saw men doing forced labor. During this season, many still wore thin clothes, with their calves immersed in cold river water. Their faces looked worried, their noses red from the cold, and nearby, 2 young officials held whips, constantly checking if anyone was slacking off. Second brother is here too. Meng, a strong middle-aged man, was assigned to a team doing heavy work to break ground. This work required great strength to smash the foundation, but the benefit was he didn't have to stand in the icy water. Moreover, he was one of the few with cotton clothes and a cotton hat. Meng Jing said, "This must be prepared by second sister-in-law." Why? Because second brother's household is managed by second sister-in-law. All right, Mian watched for a while. On the way home, both women felt a bit down. The farmers forced to do such hard labor looked exhausted, which made the 2 young women, just having eaten beef noodles, feel heavy-hearted. The next day, after waking up, Mian taught the children their lessons in the morning. In the afternoon, she suddenly had an idea. When she came to Kuei water before, she had eaten soups that benefited women's health. But what about men? Is there also such a thing? She is the kind of person who acts immediately when she thinks of something, so she ran straight to the city's pharmacy to ask Dr. Wen. When Xiao, during winter, was lazier than usual. As she listened, she was a bit shocked. "You want to find a recipe to help men strengthen their bodies?" Meng Jian, only 25 years old, thought this was not acceptable. Does that mean men over 25 are no longer as strong? Is it true that men's health declines after 25? Wen Xiao wiped her forehead with a handkerchief, pretending to wipe away non-existent sweat, and hesitated before confirming. "You mean those things that help men boost their energy, make them strong and vigorous, and cough?" "Yes. The more energy, the better. Only then can they drive away the cold wind and icy river water's hardships." Wen Xiao coughed a few times to comfort her younger sister. "It's not completely impossible. Just remember the ingredients I tell you. Oysters, chicken kidneys, pig kidneys, sheep tendons, chives." Mian nodded repeatedly, thinking about the recipes she could sell at her stall. Then she went to the market to ask prices. Oysters are expensive, but of good quality in winter, large and plump, costing about 200 coins per jin. Chicken kidneys are rare and difficult to prepare, but more expensive than chicken meat, about 80 or 90 coins per jin. She asked about 2 ingredients and felt the costs were too high. She worried that the hardworking men wouldn't be able to afford it. Although she currently had some capital, for taels of silver worth 231 coins, usually only carrying copper coins for daily expenses, she wondered whether to invest a large sum of money to start this winter business. The advantage was that no one else in the city was making this food, and if costs rose, fewer people would learn her recipes. Mian thought carefully, and then asked about pig kidneys, which cost only 50 coins per jin. The price of sheep tendons was even more surprising, about 1 tael of silver per jin, because people believed it had medicinal value. She bought 1 jin of pig bones, 10 coins, 20 coins worth of pig kidneys, 2 oysters, 100 coins, and 30 coins of chicken kidneys. In the end, she hesitated but couldn't bring herself to buy a sheep tendon, around 300 coins. She was full of energy, happily carrying her basket home to cut chives. She planned to mainly make pig kidney soup and stir-fried chives. These were cheap, selling for 10 coins per dish and soup, while steamed buns still cost 1 coin each. A strong man could eat for 12 coins, and poorer people could share a portion, costing 6 coins each. She also planned to add a more expensive ingredient, like chicken kidneys and oysters, in smaller amounts, with each bowl costing 30 coins. She estimated she could sell 5 servings a day. Since it was her first time making it, she relied on what the vendors said and her previous experience at a fish soup shop, experimenting as she went. She started with the pig kidney, slicing it in half, removing the white fat, scoring it, and soaking it in water. Then she washed the oysters, marveling that such creatures existed, soft yet firm, so amazing. After playing with them for a while, she soaked the oysters in water again, adding a drop of sesame oil to make them spit out sand. When the water turned cloudy, she pried open the shells with a small knife, took out the meat, and rinsed it again. Since she was cooking for her family, she didn't want to make only simple dishes, especially since this was her first attempt at selling food. Chicken kidneys were easiest. After washing, she just scored the surface. She didn't want to kill a chicken for broth, so she chose to simmer pork bones instead. When Meng Qi-jian returned, he found the kitchen was occupied. Meng Jing was writing large characters with ink made from a strange ink stick, and she shook her head when asked. I don't know. Mian bought a lot of unfamiliar vegetables. She's acting mysterious after coming back. In the kitchen, Mian boiled water, added scallions, ginger, and yellow wine, then blanched each ingredient. She then put the pig kidney and chicken kidney into the pork bone soup, simmering for about 2 incense sticks worth of time, then added the oyster meat and cooked until done. Finally, she sprinkled some salt and chopped scallions. She placed the bowl in front of Meng Qi-jian, smiling warmly. Drink it, she said. What is this? He asked. A special tonic for you. It's called 3 Fresh Nourishing Hot Pot. No one else can drink it, she urged. Hurry up and drink, and tell me how it tastes. She quickly stir-fried some chives with eggs and called everyone to dinner. Meng Qi-jian held a spoon, confused and almost ready to argue, but he felt like things were getting more complicated. After calming down, he asked, Who taught you to make this? Dr. Wen, she replied. Meng Qi-jian smiled slowly, but Mian felt a strange chill. I want to sell food to those who do forced labor. If I sell this bowl for 30 coins, would you buy it if you didn't know me? Without oysters and chicken kidneys, it's only 10 coins. Would it sell? He realized her idea. After tasting a few bites, he nodded. It tastes good, no fishy smell. The soup is very nice too. The texture is good, elastic. People will like it. But with so many ingredients, your price isn't high, and it's a bit complicated to make. In the end, you might just earn some hard-earned money. Mian started eating her own meal. I'm not afraid of hard work. By then, it would be snowing outside, and I was already sick and couldn't afford medicine. Meng Qi was not very supportive. He took out an oyster and placed it in Mian's bowl. Have you ever eaten this? Mian shook her head. Dr. Wen says this is for men. Women can eat it too. These are very nourishing, you know? Mian tasted a little and found she liked it. More than half of Meng Qi's bowl was gone into her stomach. That night, as usual, Mian crawled into the quilt stuffed with hot water bags. She waited and waited, but no one came, so she decided to sleep first. That night, Mian had a strange dream. She dreamed of a monster chasing her through the mountains. She was pushed into a corner. When the monster saw she couldn't escape, it started biting her neck, shoulders, and mouth. But it didn't hurt. The monster seemed made of maltose, so it couldn't really harm her. Mian dreamed all night and woke up feeling dazed. She saw that the bedding beside her was not spread out, indicating that the person hadn't slept in the room last night. She remembered the dream, yawned, and went outside. She saw Meng Qi coming out of the firewood shed, Despite the cold weather, he was still wearing only a single layer of clothing. "Aren't you cold?" Meng-chi asked, letting her feel his palm, which was still hot. Mian awkwardly withdrew her hand and took a step back, glancing at the person in front of her. His sleeves were rolled up to the cuffs, and his collar was still very clean. He was holding an axe, about to chop firewood in the yard. Firewood was used up quickly in winter. During the day, the main heating was from the firebox in Mengmu's room. Others stayed there to keep warm because they didn't use Kong beds. "It's nothing. I'll go make breakfast," Mian whispered and sneaked into the kitchen. She was distracted and secretly watched from behind the window. It seemed she had never paid attention before. She noticed a few dark blue meridian lines on his arm, and his hands were large. He chopped the wood quickly and neatly. Mian blinked, her gaze traveling from his shoulders down to his waist. "What are you looking at?" Meng-chi suddenly asked. "Come and see if you want." Mian quickly pulled her head back. She then realized the porridge was about to overflow. She hurriedly tried to lift the lid but was burned and retracted her hand. She remembered she should use a wet cloth. Finally, she managed to open the lid. She didn't know what was wrong, but she felt like she was sweating a little and clumsily finished cooking the somewhat burnt meal. Meanwhile, Meng Jing also felt that something was strange at home today. Usually, after Mian finished eating, she would casually ask Meng San to massage her stomach. Now, she was wandering alone to the backyard. During the morning lesson, Amian was clearly thirsty, but did not drink from the cup held by Meng Chi Jian as before. She struggled to find a broken bowl and declared she would use her own bowl to drink water from now on. Could it be that these two argued again? Xiao Mengjing sighed softly, worried she might have to eat plain rice and vegetables for a few days. However, in the afternoon, Amian brought good news. She planned to hire Mengjing as a helper, responsible for buying and cooking pig kidneys, chicken kidneys, and oysters, earning 10 coins a day. "I will wash everything very clean, don't worry." With 300 coins a month, this was a significant amount for Mengjing. To solve the winter heating problem, Amian also came up with a plan. She intended to prepare ingredients and broth at home, bring a bucket of steamed buns and a big bag of fresh chives, along with a pot and firewood, then cook on site. Since these items were many and needed sorting, Amian decided to spend 1 or 2 silver coins to upgrade a dough into a donkey cart. Previously, for carrying large loads, they often borrowed a neighbor's ox cart temporarily. But as her business grew, she believed it was necessary to spend money to make a proper cart. She spent an entire afternoon busy with this. Meanwhile, Meng Chi Jian was busy transporting clay and other materials home to start building a bathroom. Both of them worked so hard they hardly took a break. That night, Amian drew a line with her hand in the middle of the bed. "You sleep on this side, I on that side. No crossing over in the future," she said seriously.